Chapter 001. The Arrival of the System, A Joyful Life. In the sweltering heat of July, the verdant branches of the phoenix trees above cast a dappled mosaic of sunlight upon the moss-covered stone bricks below. You are Lin Chu, correct? Here is your admission notice. Please take care of it. Thank you. The youthful boy received the EMS envelope from the postman, smiling graciously as he returned to the small courtyard beneath the tree. Look at young Chu, so promising. In the distance, several envious neighbors peered at the boy's retreating figure. Shanghai University of Fine Arts. That's a prestigious 211 university, isn't it? Indeed. If only Lin's parents could know, they would rest in peace. By the way, studying fine arts can be quite costly. I wonder if he can manage it all on his own returning indoors. Lin Chu placed the vibrant admission notice before the portraits of his late parents. He then lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner, gently closing his eyes and pressing his palms together. For all these years, he had endured solitude and loneliness. Yet, Lin Chu did not succumb to despair. Instead, he diligently studied and successfully gained admission to a prestigious university. However, faced with the soaring tuition fees of the Fine Arts College, the youth felt a twinge of uncertainty. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, he found a message from his best friend, Wang Lei. Hey Chu, did you receive the message from Li Shui? Are you going to her graduation party next week? Do you want to split a red envelope? Not going. What? Why not? Isn't your relationship with goddess Li Shui quite good? Once I say I'm not going, there's no need for further discussion. After sending the message, Lin Chu tossed his phone aside and collapsed onto his bed. Li Shui, the acknowledged belle of their high school class. Throughout their school years, she had always sought Lin Chu's company, engaging him in studies and seeking his guidance in painting. Their relationship was notably intimate, teetering on the edge of friendship and unspoken affection. Yet, just as Lin Chu had mustered the courage to confess his feelings after the college entrance examination, Li Shui had eagerly found solace in another's embrace. Zhang Cheng, the class bully, a mediocre student with an unimpressive appearance and questionable character, but hailing from a wealthy family. This experience taught Lin Chu a profound truth. The world is a shallow pool that reveals its beauty only to the affluent. Just then, as despair enveloped his heart, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Joyful Life System successfully bound. Host information is being verified. Name, Lin Chu. Age, 18. Wealth, 2,687. Joy value, 0. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate ability, daily wealth. Accumulation, ability, daily wealth accumulation, LV1 upgrade progress, 0, 100 joy value. From this moment onward, the host can randomly trigger joy rewards upon experiencing delight. Furthermore, you will earn a cash benefit of 0.1 yuan every second. Friendly reminder, all funds issued by this system are declared to be the personal family trust fund of the host, located abroad. The source of funds is entirely legal and compliant. Please use with confidence. Wow. Lin Chu was momentarily stunned, repeatedly confirming that the system interface before him was not a mere illusion. His entire being trembled with excitement. A joyful life system, a talent for earning money effortlessly. Not only could it randomly trigger rewards, but it also promised cash income by the second. This felt rather exhilarating. With an automatic income of 0.1 yuan per second, that would amount to 6 yuan per minute and 360 yuan per hour. Over the span of a day, 24 hours would yield a staggering 8,640 yuan. That translates to over 250,000 yuan in a month. And this was merely the effect of the first level. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lin Chu promptly focused on the upgrade conditions for his newfound talent. 100 joy points. System, what exactly are joy points? Lin Chu tentatively inquired. Ding. A crisp voice echoed in his mind once more. This system is the Joyful Life Tycoon system, and the energy required for its operation is sustained by the joy points that the host acquires in daily life. Activities such as eating, sleeping, gaming, or flirting, anything that brings joy and happiness will automatically generate joy points. Joy points can be used to enhance the host talents, basic attributes, or any foundational abilities. Basic attributes and foundational abilities? Lin Chu was taken aback. He quickly opened the entire system panel. Personal basic attributes panel. Appearance, 90 excellent pan ANS looks. Physique, 60, slightly underweight, malnourished, suboptimal health. Charisma, 71, good ordinary. Special, 60, normal novice. Talent, effortless wealth, LV, 1, basic abilities panel. Culinary skills, 60, painting. 85, sports ability, 50, driving. Skills, I see. Lin Chu thought to himself, feeling much clearer now. However, what on earth is this special? Could it be this special I am imagining? Ding. The special basic attribute is indeed that special you are envisioning. What the? Lin Chu smirked. As expected, no system associated with Tycoons ever seems to take itself seriously. Ding. Having sensed the host's joyful emotions from binding to the system for the first time, the effortless wealth talent has been successfully triggered. One opportunity for a system lottery has been activated. Would you like to proceed? Absolutely. Lin Chu unhesitatingly pressed the activation button. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward travel cashback. The summer vacation after the college entrance examination is the perfect time for travel. Read a myriad of books, traverse 1,000 miles set forth. Young one. Embark on an impromptu journey. Travel cashback. From this moment on, all expenses related to travel, including food, accommodation, and transportation, will yield a random percentage of cashback. Cashback on travel expenses? Lin Chu blinked, feeling a surge of joy within. Who doesn't love traveling? Especially when spending incurs even greater returns. He took out his phone and directly opened the ticket purchase interface of the travel app. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chu decided to proceed with caution. Initially, I tentatively purchased a high-speed train ticket to the provincial city of Tianzhou. It was quite affordable, merely 35 yuan. As soon as the payment was successfully processed, a system notification echoed in my mind. This travel expenditure has successfully triggered a 10-fold cashback. Simultaneously, a text message appeared at the top of my phone screen. Postal Savings Bank. An amount of 350 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 566. Current balance, 3,002.00. This is splendid. Seeing the notification of the deposit made Lin Chu exuberantly perform a celebratory move. Once assured that the system was not deceiving him, his confidence surged significantly. He promptly accessed the flight booking interface, deliberating for a brief 10 minutes. Finally, seizing a suction dart from the table, he casually hurled it at the faded map on the wall. Smack! It struck the rooster's foot precisely. You are the one. Lin Chu nodded and directly proceeded to purchase a ticket to Qionghai Luqing. The combined cost of the ticket, airport construction fees, and fuel amounted to a total of 2,150 yuan. Just as he logged out from the payment confirmation screen, the delightful system notification resonated in his mind once more. This travel expenditure has successfully triggered a 15-fold cashback. At the same time, another text message emerged at the top of his phone screen. Postal Savings Bank. An amount of 32,250 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 566. Current balance, 33,102.00. 30,000 yuan, although not an immense sum, it undeniably represented the largest amount Lin Chu had ever encountered in his 18 years of life. The system's pleasant notification chimed again in his mind, experiencing the joy that wealth brings for the first time. The host has successfully earned 50 points of joy. Set forth, young one. Continue to relish life. The finest journey awaits you. Chapter 002, The Plastic Sisters. Lin Chu hailed a taxi to the high-speed train station. The taxi fare also yielded a 10-fold cashback, returning 256 yuan. If he could earn such an amount in a single day of live streaming, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. But now, a light drizzle. This journey, Lin Chu was fully determined to seize the opportunity to benefit from the system's rewards. The distance from Xiangning to the provincial city of Tianzhou was not great. By high-speed train, it merely took about 10 minutes. Lin Chu's flight was scheduled for a little after 3 p.m. With some time to spare and only a backpack, he decided to shop for travel essentials in the provincial city. After all, the cashback rewards applied to all travel-related expenditures, including food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be missed. He queued to enter the station, checked his ticket, and boarded the train. Perhaps due to Xiangning being a small station, there were not many passengers boarding at this stop. Upon entering the carriage, he noticed the sparse number of passengers. The seats were not fully occupied, giving a rather empty appearance. Big, open wide. Fight, fight, fight. Just as Lin Chu was navigating the aisle in search of a seat, he overheard a young couple seated nearby. The young woman, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, was engrossed in playing a mobile game, while the bespectacled young man beside her animatedly gestured and shouted it up. Up, big, big, big. Oh dear, I've died again. You shouldn't have engaged in that last wave, you should have listened to me. Lin Chu cast a silent glance at the incessantly chattering bespectacled man, pursing his lips in exasperation. While it's easy to get carried away in gaming, such boisterous outbursts in a public space like a train carriage seem rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, one must admit, the young lady engrossed in her game possesses a certain charm. Wearing a neck camisole paired with dark denim shorts, she had draped a light sun-protected jacket over her ensemble, enhancing her already fair skin with a fresh and pure radiance, embodying both innocence and allure. Her long legs, elegantly crossed, were alabaster and slender, resembling the finest pieces of art. Even as a connoisseur of legs with exceedingly high standards, Lin Chu couldn't help but mentally applaud her beauty 1,000 times over. Encountering a beauty brings immediate delight, joy level 1. The system's unexpected announcement startled Lin Chu momentarily. Is that even possible? He thought, shaking his head with a smile. After this brief surprise, he settled happily into his seat and retrieved his iPad mini and pencil from his backpack. This was, by far, his most significant expenditure over the past 4 years. Yet, Lin Chu deemed it a prudent investment, for it was through digital painting live streams that he managed to sustain his living expenses that he launched the Procreate app, selecting his favorite watercolor brush, and effortlessly began sketching landscapes. As an artist, capturing life with his brush had become Lin Chu's enduring habit and the finest way to pass the time. Defeat. Upon witnessing the dismal results on the screen, the girl let out a resigned sigh. Sun E. Jiang Runin, my dear, were you daydreaming during that final team fight? A message from the group chat titled 502 Plastic Sisters popped up at the top of her phone. She opened the chat, her slender, fair fingers deftly typing on the keyboard. Jiang Runin. I couldn't help it, there was a guy next to me constantly interjecting and directing. It completely muddled my thoughts. Qin Xuan. Wow, Xiaonan, you're amazing. Most would only stammer in such situations. Yet you managed to focus on the game? Jiang Runin. Tang Yi. Jiang Runin. You little vixen. We feared you might feel lonely on your journey, choosing to stay at the splendid beach while we sat in the hotel room, gaming with you, yet you secretly entertain a man? Sun E. Jiang Runin, confess honestly. How did you end up together? Which rich heir is he? As the absurdity of the group chat escalated, Jiang Runin felt overwhelmed. Jiang Runin. What nonsense are you all spouting? I'm currently on a high-speed train. I don't know the person next to me. Sun, if you don't know him, why is he directing your gameplay? Jiang Runin. I never asked him to guide me. He just approached when he saw me gaming. His incessant chatter has left my head spinning. Ha! Beautiful lady. The man beside her, holding his phone, said with a sycophantic smile. Are you all looking for more players? Let me join you in your game. I hold a Diamond 4 rank in the game, and I also reside in the WeChat area. Shall we add each other as friends first? I'm not playing anymore, Jiang Runin replied, tucking her phone away, her tone indifferent. I'll be getting off at the next stop. Oh, beautiful lady. Are you also heading to Tanzhou? Dong Gu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a coincidence. So am I. Are you a local resident of Tanzhou, or just visiting? By the way, I attended university in Tanzhou. I know it quite well. How about I show you around once we get off? Dong Gu chatted away enthusiastically, his words tumbling out in a rather forced manner. And oh, thank you, Jiang Runin responded curtly, clearly growing impatient with such an awkward approach from a stranger. She offered a brief reply, her gaze sweeping across the carriage. No need to feel shy, beautiful. I can take you to try stinky tofu. Wait you. Before he could finish his sentence, an exasperated Jiang Runin stood up from her seat and gracefully strode to an empty seat in the front row. Excuse me, classmate, is this seat taken? It shouldn't be, Lin Chu replied without looking up, engrossed in his drawing. Thank you. Accompanied by a melodious voice, Lin Chu suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. It was reminiscent of gardenias, or perhaps orchids, elegant and unpretentious, evoking an inexplicable sense of comfort. The fragrance of a young girl has slightly intoxicated you. Pleasure points 3. What's happening? Lin Chu instinctively raised his head slightly, and his gaze met that of the girl beside him. She had long, straight black hair styled in a trendy and adorable princess cut, accentuating her delicate, snow-white skin. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a beautiful girl plucked from an anime. Particularly striking were her delicate nose and soft, rosy lips, forming a face of unparalleled beauty. In a crowd, one glance is enough to reveal the allure of the world, as mundane as dust. Lin Chu mused silently, recalling the wisdom of ancient sages. Ding! Sitting next to an exquisite beauty has elevated your mood, significantly pleasure points 10. Wow, what a fortunate turn of events. As Lin Chu marveled in secret at Jiang Runan's stunning appearance, he caught a glimpse of her youthful features, momentarily taken aback. This young man is incredibly handsome. Jiang Runan's astonishment was entirely warranted. After all, Lin Chu's looks were certified by the system as top tier. Tall and slender with fair skin, he exuded an air of refined elegance, embodying the ideal image of a gentleman. Thus, even Jiang Runan, a student at Shanghai University's Film Academy who had encountered countless handsome stars, couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Chapter 003, An Unexplainable Connection. Wow, are you sketching on the spot? Jiang Runan exclaimed, having noticed the landscape sketch on Lin Chu's iPad. It's beautifully done. Were you an art major in college? Thank you. Lin Chu paused, offering a polite smile. Not yet, but I will be after the summer break. You just graduated from high school. Jiang Runan blinked, her curiosity piqued. Which university did you get into? The Shanghai University School of Fine Arts. Lin Chu replied candidly. Shanghai University? Wow, we are alumni. The tall senior beside them gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. I'm also from Shanghai University. Really? Jiang Runan responded with excitement. I'm from the Shanghai Film Academy, 1 year ahead of you. I'm a sophomore now. Ah, nice to meet you, senior. Lin Chu smiled. Nice to meet you too, junior. Jiang Runan chuckled, her lovely eyes sparkling with delight. Women are inherently emotional beings. The serendipitous encounter with a handsome stranger, who turned out to be from the same university, immediately softened her initial awkwardness towards Lin Chu. The distance between them closed significantly. Are you also headed to Tanzhou? Yes, and you? I'm going to Tanzhou too. But I won't stay long. It's just a brief stop. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jiang Runan. And you? Lin Chu. The Lin from Two Woods, and the Chu from the land of Chu. Oh, just then, Jiang Runan's phone erupted with a series of notification sounds. Without needing to look, she knew it was her few plastic friends arguing in their group chat. She quickly grabbed her phone and opened the WeChat group chat interface. Her delicate fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Tangy. What? Am I seeing this right? You bumped into a handsome guy on the high-speed train. And he's actually a freshman at our Shanghai University? What a coincidence. Upon hearing about Jiang Runan's chance encounter, the 502 Plastic Sisters group immediately became lively. Qin Xiuan. Ah, it seems our little Runan's spring has finally arrived. An old tree blooms anew. An old cow grazes on tender grass. Jiang Runan. Tang Shuyuan. Angry. Who are you calling old? Tang Yi. I'm so curious. The handsome guy who caught Runan's eye. How handsome could he possibly be? Sonny, do you have a picture of the little puppy? Drooling. Share one for my eyes to feast on. Jiang Runan. What picture? I don't have one. Son, silly. If you don't have a picture, why not sneak a shot? Jiang Runan. What? Sneak a shot? Isn't that inappropriate? Qin Xiuan. I don't care. Jiang Runan. You must send me a picture of the little puppy today. Otherwise, don't expect my favor tonight. Jiang Runan. Who needs your favor? Get lost. Qin Xiuan. Fine. No favors. With that messy sleeping posture of yours, who would want to sleep with you? Tang Yi. Jiang Runan, please do not change the topic. Why don't you add him on WeChat? Perhaps there might be a selfie. Jiang Runan sighed, unable to resist the clamor of her plastic friends. She set aside her phone and discreetly glanced at Lin Chu beside her. The young man was intently gripping his pen, its tip gliding back and forth across the tablet screen. A gentle beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a three-dimensional glow upon his perfectly chiseled profile. With his head slightly bowed, his expression serene and tranquil, Jiang Runan found herself momentarily entranced by some strange twist of fate. She muted her phone's camera mode and cautiously raised it. At the very instant the screen captured the image, she felt a sudden warmth flood her ears. In a flurry, she hastily withdrew her phone, casting a furtive glance elsewhere, her small hands instinctively lifting to adjust the strands of hair that framed her flushed ears. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After confirming that the younger student beside her remained engrossed in his drawing and had not noticed her surreptitious act, Jiang Runin finally exhaled in relief. She quietly unlocked her phone screen. In her album, the freshly captured portrait revealed a focused and handsome young man, a sight to behold. Hovering over the group chat of her plastic sisterhood, Jiang Runin lingered for a moment on the photo selection interface. Ultimately, she refrained from sending the image. Why should I feel compelled to share my photo just because they asked? The handsome picture taken at the risk of social embarrassment shall not be squandered on this group of plastic friends, she thought with a sense of pride. Disengaging from the photo selection, she ignored the incessant reminders from the sisterhood group. Locking her phone, she once more glanced at Lin Chu, who remained absorbed in his depiction on the tablet. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in for a closer look and was suddenly taken aback. Wait, isn't that a drawing of me? Just as she was processing this revelation, Lin Chu, who had been engrossed in his work, lifted his head. Their gazes fortuitously met once more. Ah, you caught me. Lin Chu rubbed the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. I had intended to show you once I finished. Is this truly a depiction of me? Jiang Runin could hardly believe it. In such a brief span of time, he had rendered her likeness with such exquisite detail. With astonishment, Jiang Runin accepted the tablet from the young man's hands and examined it closely. As she scrutinized the drawing, her initially furrowed brows quickly relaxed. In her beautiful eyes, a stunning brilliance replaced her earlier surprise. As a girl who cherished her beauty, Jiang Runin had taken countless selfies. Yet, seeing her depiction in this art was indeed a first. Unlike photography, which captures reality yet confines it, painting evidently possesses a whimsical romanticism and artistry, along with a unique vitality and creative essence born from aesthetic innovation. At this very moment, Jiang Runin felt that the hundreds, if not thousands, of selfies on her phone could not compare to the profound emotion captured in this spontaneous portrait. Lin Chu, she exclaimed eagerly, setting down her tablet. Could you send me this piece? Of course, no problem, Lin Chu replied with a faint smile, retrieving his phone. However, I have yet to complete this painting. I will send it to you once it is entirely finished. Sounds great, Jiang Runin said with a cheerful grin. Then please, continue. All right. As Lin Chu resumed his artistic endeavor, Jiang Runin rested her chin on her hand and leaned closer, watching with keen interest. This proximity, however, brought them uncomfortably close. From the corner of Lin Chu's eye, he could distinctly see a glimpse of delicate skin peeking from her camisole. The gentle warmth of her breath and the subtle fragrance that wafted from her side rendered Lin Chu, who had never been in such close contact with a girl, rather flustered. The tips of his ears began to flush a deep crimson. Chapter 004. Flirting and counter-flirting. Lin Chu's somewhat awkward reaction did not escape the keen observation of Jiang Runin beside him. It suddenly dawned on her that her behavior indeed seemed a tad too intimate. She promptly distanced herself slightly, pulling her sun-protective jacket tighter around her. However, as the initial wave of shyness faded, she found herself amused by the rosy-cheeked younger male student before her. As an acknowledged beauty at the film academy, Jiang Runin had been pursued by countless suitors, each embodying a diverse array of personas, domineering, brilliant, aloof, refined, quirky, you name it. Yet, none had ever been as adorably bashful as the young man in front of her upon the mere act of closing the distance between them. What a pure-hearted little puppy. Jiang Runin stifled a laugh behind her hand, as her shyness dissipated, replaced by a subtle thrill of something deliciously taboo. No wonder that Tang Yi was so enamored with younger men. It truly was rather exhilarating to feel such a dominant presence. Jiang Runin mused silently. To claim that she had genuinely developed feelings for Lin Chu at that moment would be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, she undeniably harbored a fondness for this innocent young man. I say, Lin Jr., she teased impulsively, your face is quite flushed. You must not interact with girls very often, huh? Huh. Lin Chu chuckled awkwardly in response. That's true, and the main reason is. He lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Runin's. I've never encountered a girl as beautiful as you, Senior Jiang. The sincerity of the handsome youth was an undeniable charm. His candid tone and direct eye contact caught Jiang Runin off guard, causing her heart to race wildly. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Cough, cough. She quickly averted her gaze and crossed her arms in a display of feigned aloofness. Fine, you certainly know how to speak. Though Jiang Runin had many admirers, she had never been in a relationship. Thus, the unexpected flirtation from Lin Chu left her momentarily flustered. The next stop is Tanzhou South Station. Passengers intending to disembark should prepare accordingly. Oh dear, they were almost at their destination. Seizing the opportunity provided by the announcement, the blushing Jiang Runan hastily changed the subject. Junior, have you finished your drawing? I'm almost done. I'll send it to you shortly. Great. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll scan your code. Sure. After exchanging WeChat contacts, the speeding train gradually decelerated and soon arrived at the platform of Tanzhou South. The provincial capital of Tanzhou was a bustling hub, with a throng of passengers boarding the train. As the two exited, they were swiftly swept away by the crowd clamoring to board. Junior, make sure to send it to me. Jiang Runan urged loudly to Lin Chu from the other side of the crowd, standing on her tiptoes. Got it, absolutely. Lin Chu responded just as vocally, waving goodbye. Now that they had exchanged contact information, there was no need to rush. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Tucking his tablet back into his backpack, Lin Chu strode toward the subway station. He took the Line 2 subway directly to the luxurious shopping hub, Guijin IFS. As the most upscale shopping mall in the entire Xiangnan province, Guijin IFS was home to numerous exclusive luxury brand boutiques. Today, Lin Chu intended to take full advantage of the system's benevolence. With a substantial sum of 33,000 yuan in his pocket, he confidently entered the store. Thanks to the relatively sparse morning crowd, the usually bustling Guijin store was remarkably quiet. Upon seeing Lin Chu approach, the impeccably dressed doorman promptly and politely led him inside, displaying no hint of disdain or neglect despite his casual attire. Such a respectful service attitude unexpectedly left Lin Chu, who was visiting a luxury store for the first time, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Where was the anticipated scenario of the underdog triumphing against the elite? Accompanied by a sales associate, Lin Chu reached the display of bags and casually scanned the selection, quickly spotting a sleek, all-black travel bag, Keepall Banduli RE50, crafted from top-quality black leather. It featured a minimalist design, devoid of the ostentatious patterns typically associated with the brand, boasting only a discreet black LV emblem in the lower right corner. It appeared understated and professional, perfectly aligning with Lin Chu's aesthetic. Priced at a mere 29,600 yuan, it also suited his budget excellently. After all, purchasing a travel bag on a whim for an upcoming trip was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Without hesitation, he pointed decisively, scanned the QR code, and purchased it outright. A pleasant notification chimed in his mind. Transaction successful, triggering a tenfold cashback. Simultaneously, a delightful message pinged in his pocket. Postal Savings Bank, 296,000. 00 yuan has been transferred to your account, ending in 566. Current balance, 299,732.40. In an instant, he had profited by 290,000 yuan. How exhilarating. One bag seemed insufficient. Should he perhaps acquire a few more? Just as Lin Chu mused over this, a timely reminder from the system echoed in his mind. Due to the non-travel-related nature of this purchase, the cashback will not be triggered. Please be advised. The final interpretation of this clause resides with this system. Very well. Lin Chu shrugged in resignation. If I can't buy another bag, surely purchasing a few new clothes is still acceptable? Directly across from the store was Hermes, and with his newly acquired black bag in hand, he walked in with purpose. One must admit, the sensation of being adorned in luxury is distinctly unparalleled. Even the demeanor of the concierge at the entrance towards Lin Chu became increasingly respectful. After half an hour, Lin Chu's newly acquired travel bag had already accumulated 5 sets of various luxury brand clothing, and in his hand, he held a brand new P60 Pro, a device that was far ahead of its competitors. Moreover, the balance in his bank account had surged to an impressive 610,000 due to a fortunate series of cashback rewards. Goodness, Lin Chu thought to himself, marveling at the rapid accumulation of wealth in such a short span of time. Thanks to the support of his system, what other travel essentials might he need to procure? The young man furrowed his brow, instinctively scanning the nearby display. His gaze fell upon the newly launched floral smartwatch in the showcase. Eureka! In an instant, an idea took shape in Lin Chu's mind. After all, having a watch to keep track of time while traveling is indeed quite essential. Chapter 005. Capitalizing on the system's resources. Welcome to Vacheron Constantin. As the enthusiastic greeting of the staff enveloped him, Lin Chu strode confidently into the Vacheron Constantin boutique. When it comes to luxury timepieces, Lin Chu is only familiar with Patek Philippe, a brand often depicted as the hallmark of affluent protagonists in the novels he had indulged in. However, he found himself constrained. as the only two official Patek Philippe outlets in the country were located in Beijing and Shanghai, currently in Tianzhou. The finest watch store he could locate was this very Vacheron Constantin. "Good day, sir," greeted a poised sales associate clad in formal attire, offering a slight bow. "How may I assist you today?" Lin Chu nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "Could you recommend a wristwatch for me?" "Of course," the saleswoman replied courteously. "May I inquire about your budget?" "Approximately 500,000 to 600,000, he responded. At this, the young woman paused momentarily, though she bore no contempt. It was undeniable that the young gentleman before her appeared exceedingly youthful and inexperienced. Judging by her seasoned eye, he likely hadn't yet reached the age of 20. Thus, she was taken aback that he would express interest in a timepiece within the 500,000 to 600,000 range. "Is this for personal use or a gift?" she inquired, masking her surprise with professional composure. "For personal use," he replied. "Very well, sir." The saleswoman accepted a cup of tea presented by a colleague and respectfully gestured for Lin Chu to follow her. They approached the counter, where she meticulously donned white gloves before retrieving a circular watch. "This is from the Historiques collection, model 5000H000P, B058. As she assisted Lin Chu in trying it on, she spoke in a calm, professional tone. "This watch features a manual mechanical movement with a diameter of 38.5 millimeters and a thickness of 10.9 millimeters. The case is crafted from 950 platinum with a silver dial, and both the hour markers and hands are made from 18K white gold. This timepiece leans more towards a formal style, though it is equally suitable for casual wear." "Quite impressive," Lin Chu remarked, nodding as he admired the exquisite watch on his wrist. The polished platinum case shimmered with an opulent luster under the lighting, while the crocodile leather strap, adorned with Vacheron Constantin's iconic Maltese cross logo clasp, exuded an air of sophistication. After a moment of thoughtful appreciation, Lin Chu inquired, "What is the current price of this watch?" "Sir, the price of the Historiques 5000H is currently 570,000, the saleswoman replied. 570,000, you say?" Lin Chu smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, I'll take it." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced at the time displayed on the watch face. From the moment he entered the store to the decision to make a payment, no more than 6 minutes had elapsed. While the situation was surprising, as a rigorously trained luxury watch salesperson, she was evidently well equipped to handle such sudden occurrences. "Sir, please follow me," she said with increasing deference towards Lin Chu. The subsequent steps were considerably simpler: swiping the card for payment, registering the primary information, and with the assistance of a technician, adjusting the watch band to the most suitable fit, while also acquiring a brief understanding of aftercare and daily adjustments. A short half-hour later, Lin Chu emerged from the watch store, adorned with a brand-new Vacheron Constantin timepiece. In his mind, a thrilling notification finally materialized. "Ding! Your expenditure on this journey has successfully triggered a 6-fold cashback. Postal Savings Bank, an amount of 3,420,000 yuan has been transferred into your account ending with 566. Current balance, 3,469,732. 4,346 Gazing at the string of numbers on his bank card, Lin Chu felt an exhilarating rush. In the span of a mere morning, he had transformed from a penniless student unable to pay his college tuition into a millionaire. The twists of fate in life are truly remarkable. Ding! Just as he was overwhelmed with excitement, another notification popped up in his mind. The sensation of becoming a millionaire for the first time fills you with unbridled joy. Pleasure value 20. While as the saying goes, money is a man's courage. Wearing a watch worth 570,000 and possessing a freshly acquired 3.4 million in his bank account, Lin Chu felt like the most dazzling figure in all of Tianzhou as he strolled through the bustling streets of the Mayday business district. He purchased a trendy milk tea, leisurely wandering along the pedestrian street. On the sun-drenched streets of Tianzhou during summer, beautiful women were abundant, with the bold and vibrant Xiong girls showcasing their daring attire. The streets were a tapestry of long, slender legs. After a delightful stroll, Lin Chu found himself significantly boosting his pleasure value. Having indulged his visual appetite, he sought out a well-rated local restaurant, savoring an authentic Tianzhou Hunan meal. After feasting heartily, the time had progressed to just past 1 in the afternoon. With his flight scheduled for 3:40 p.m., Lin Chu, having never flown before, did not dare to delay. He promptly hailed a car to head to the airport. Upon arrival at the airport, he followed the instructions, retrieved his ticket, exchanged it for a boarding pass, and passed through security. Once he completed all necessary procedures and entered the waiting area, he found he still had time to spare. Thus, he took out his tablet once more and continued working on the portrait of Jiang Runin. As he gazed at the lifelike image of the girl on the screen, memories of Jiang Runin's every smile and frown flooded his mind, causing a faint smile to grace Lin Chu's lips. Perhaps in Huhai, he might have another chance to meet her. Contemplating this, he deftly maneuvered his brush, and finally, the exquisite portrait of the girl took shape on the screen. With a sigh of satisfaction, he nodded approvingly at his latest creation. After exporting the artwork, Lin Chu opened WeChat and sent it to Jiang Runin. Just as the message indicated it was sent, the boarding announcement echoed through the waiting hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu quickly tucked away his phone and briskly made his way to the boarding gate. Ding! Your inaugural flight experience fills you with anticipation. Pleasure points 3 minutes later. Seated by the window in the aircraft, Lin Chu once again heard the system's notification in his mind. How delightful! Glancing at the system panel, he noted that his accumulated pleasure points had reached a total of 52, filling him with joy. The speed at which he was acquiring these points was remarkable. It wouldn't take long to reach the 100 points required to upgrade the daily profits talent. While the cashback from travel was indeed exhilarating and substantial, it was ultimately a one-time transaction. The ability to continuously upgrade and enhance the daily profits talent was the true source of sustainable growth, regardless of his future endeavors. This exceptionally stable cash flow would serve as the most reliable safeguard. As Lin Chu pondered these thoughts, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted past him. His nostrils were greeted by a familiar and delightful scent. Instinctively, he looked up, and his gaze met that of the young lady seated beside him. Hey, is that you? Lin Chu. Chapter 006. Jiang Runin, do you take us for fools? Once again, fate has proven to be extraordinarily marvelous. Lin Chu, is that you? Jiang Runin's expression was a delightful mix of surprise and joy as she gazed at the young man seated beside her. Are you headed to Luqing? Indeed, Lin Chu nodded, equally astonished. So, you too, senior? Yes. What a coincidence. Jiang Runin replied with a beaming smile. Such serendipitous encounters, occurring in succession, would leave anyone in disbelief. Oh. By the way, I saw the drawing you sent me. It's truly magnificent. Thank you, Lin Chu Eddie. You're welcome, Lin Chu responded with a smile. The greatest sense of accomplishment for any artist lies in the appreciation of their work, especially when the admirer is a stunning beauty. Ding dong. Ding dong. Before their conversation could flourish, Jiang Runin's incessantly buzzing phone interrupted once more. Taking advantage of the delay before takeoff, she hastily retrieved her phone to check the messages. Sunny, Jiang Runin, which AI software generated your new avatar? The effect is remarkable. Jiang Runin, guess. Sun E, do you think I can guess? Angry, Tang E, no. No, I don't believe this avatar is AI generated. Jiang Runin, confess. Did that cute art student on the high-speed train draw this for you? Jiang Runin, smiling, Sun E, wow, Jiang Runin, you little rascal. You've already made a move. Jiang Runin, what move? I merely served as a free model, all right? Qin Shiwan, this time as a free model in the carriage. Next time it will be as a private model back in Huhai, right? Smirking, Jiang Runin, go away. You're the one who's a private model. Qin Shiwan, I would love to, but alas, I have yet to encounter a photographer who catches my eye. Sunny, Jiang Runin, do not attempt to divert the topic to evade scrutiny. Confess. Otherwise, prepare for a spanking once you arrive in Luqing. Jiang Runin, well, if I say, I coincidentally shared a seat with him on the flight to Shanghai, would you believe me? Tang Yi, Jiang Runin. Do you take us for fools? Qin Shiwan, Jiang Runin, do you take us for fools? Sun E, Jiang Runin, do you take us for fools? Jiang Runin, sigh if you don't believe it, then so be it. We're about to take off. I must bid you farewell. After sending that message, Jiang Runin ceased to engage with the incessant chatter of her group of quirky friends. Leaning back in her seat, she relaxed and stretched languidly. The light jacket draped casually over her shoulders slipped off as she extended, revealing the form-fitting camisole that accentuated her curves. Not too large, not too small. Perfectly AC Junior. Are you traveling to Luqing? The long-haired senior, blissfully unaware, turned to Lin Chu after her stretch. Yes, Lin Chu nodded. Are you senior? Of course. Jiang Runin chuckled, her beautiful peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons. I'm off to meet my dormitory friends. They've already booked a hotel villa, and are just waiting for me to join them. Traveling together with your dorm mates for the summer? How delightful. Lin Chu replied enviously. What is so delightful about it? They're just a bunch of mischievous friends, Jiang Runan said, her face brimming with joy as she spoke of her so-called plastic sisters. How can they be mischievous friends? How can they not be? She replied, seemingly anxious for Lin Chu to believe her. She casually unlocked her phone and pointed at the group chat name still displayed on the screen. See? The group name is 502 Plastic Sisters. They re sisters who need glue to stick together. How can they not be plastic? Haha. Just as she was speaking, a flurry of photos unexpectedly popped up in the lively 502 Plastic Sisters group chat. Qin Xiwan. Here, enjoy my new cos photos. Catching a glimpse of it, Lin Chu couldn't help but silently exclaim, goodness, this CS is a colossal failure. Whereas the 36D Eastern. Despite his criticisms, Lin Chu was, at heart, quite devoted. He had cherished Diga since childhood, and naturally continued to love D as he grew older. Thus, even though the Eastern CS was far from reality, he chose to forgive it in silence. Ding. The accidental glimpse of a private beauty photo quickens the host's heartbeat. Pleasure level 10. Feeling the host's joy. A system lottery chance is successfully triggered. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning a random reward. Photography enhancement feedback card. Photography enhancement feedback card, upon use. The host's photography skills will be permanently elevated to the highest level. Additionally, within 3 hours of use, any portrait taken that pleases the subject will yield a positive review, each of which will randomly enhance the host's personal attributes. P.S. The subjects can be repeated. Oh, splendid. Lin Chu's eyes brightened at the prospect of having triggered another random system reward. While attaining top-tier photography skills was a secondary concern, the ability to enhance personal attributes through positive reviews sounded remarkably impressive. Currently, Lin Chu's personal attributes were as follows: appearance, 90, physique, 73, charisma, 65, and a slightly unconventional special attribute, 60. Aside from his outstanding appearance, the other attributes had considerable room for improvement. Any enhancement in these areas would be a guaranteed gain for Lin Chu. Just as Lin Chu reveled in the joy of his newly acquired system reward, Jiang Runan beside him had evidently noticed the images in the group chat. Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she inwardly chastised the bold girl. Ahem, Junior. She quickly turned off her phone, awkwardly clearing her throat, and shifted the topic. Are you traveling alone? Yes, he replied. Are you truly allowed to travel to such distant places alone right after graduating high school? Jiang Runan blinked in surprise. Your family is quite liberal, isn't it? Haha. I suppose so. Lin Chu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, a sudden flicker of melancholy danced in the corners of his eyes. Freedom? Indeed. He was truly free, for he was but a solitary soul at this moment. However, Lin Chu had no intention of sharing this sentiment with Jiang Runan. After all, their relationship was merely a fleeting encounter. There was no need to revisit the burdensome past, which would only weigh heavily on both their hearts. Chapter 007, Aerial Terror. The Bridge Effect. Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft is about to take off. Please ensure that your seatbelts are securely fastened and your mobile devices are turned off. The cabin announcement echoed through the plane, signaling its imminent departure. Lin Chu glanced at the seatbelt, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was his first time flying, and he found himself momentarily lost. Seatbelt here, he murmured, observing the boy's perplexed expression. Jiang Runan, seated beside him, chuckled softly. It's around your waist. Oh, I see. Thank you. Lin Chu nodded repeatedly, mimicking her actions as he fastened his seatbelt. Before long, the plane began to accelerate. With a sudden jolt, the aircraft lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. Experiencing flight for the first time, Lin Chu felt a mix of excitement and discomfort. The sensation of weightlessness accompanied by dizziness and breathlessness left him feeling uneasy. Don't be nervous, Junior, Jiang Runan said reassuringly, noticing Lin Chu's expression. Try taking deep breaths and swallowing. It can help alleviate the discomfort. He followed her advice, and indeed, he felt much better. However, the sensation of anxiety lingered. How are you feeling now? She inquired. Thank you. I feel significantly improved, Lin Chu replied with a smile. I just wasn't quite prepared for the sudden change. It's your first flight, right? Jiang Runan remarked. It's common to feel this way the first time. You need not worry. The safety measures on planes are among the strictest in the world, and they have the lowest accident rates of any form of transportation. As the aircraft ascended to the stratosphere, the initial turbulence soon subsided. Lin Chu, seated by the window, drew back the curtain slightly and gazed at the azure sky and sea of clouds outside. His spirits unexpectedly lifted. Of course, with over 3 million yuan in his pocket and the company of a stunning class beauty, who wouldn't he be elated? With this newfound joy, he accumulated an additional 3 points of happiness, bringing his total to an impressive 65 points. However, as the saying goes, joy often leads to sorrow. Indeed. After nearly an hour of flight, the aircraft suddenly shook violently. A rather unsettling announcement echoed through the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised. We are currently passing through a region of severe turbulence. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. This situation must be normal, right? Lin Chu furrowed his brow, feeling the intense shaking in the cabin. Hesitantly, he asked, have you experienced this before? No, I haven't. I suppose it will be fine, Jiang Runan replied softly, her expression betraying a hint of concern. After all, being thousands of feet in the air, any unforeseen incident was no trivial matter. No, it's quite all right, after all. Airplanes are the safest mode of transportation, the senior with long black hair remarked with a light-hearted laugh. However, before her words could fully settle, the cabin was abruptly engulfed in darkness. A tremendous clap of thunder resonated from the heavens. In an instant, the aircraft spiraled uncontrollably to the right. Within the blink of an eye, the angle of the plane's tilt surpassed 90 degrees. Had the passengers not been secured by their seatbelts, they would have surely plummeted from their seats. Oh no, what is happening? Help, help. The terrified cries of the passengers echoed, as panic swiftly spread throughout the cabin. Heavens, are we going to crash? I can't bear this. Jiang Runan's face turned pale with fright, and she burst into tears. Though the accident rate for airplanes is 1 in a million, once an incident occurs, the survival rate is virtually zero. Lin Chu, seated beside her, was equally unsettled. Experiencing such chaos on his inaugural flight, who could he turn to for solace? Please, I just activated the system. I haven't even had the chance to relish this joyful life, and now it seems I might face an untimely demise? Yet, despite the turmoil within, Lin Chu, embodying the resolve of a young man, managed to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. It's all right, senior. We will be fine. He reached out with considerable effort, grasping Jiang Runan's hand tightly. In that moment, she felt the warmth emanating from his palm. With tears streaming down her face, Jiang Runan froze momentarily. Then, as if grasping onto a lifeline, she intertwined her fingers with his, holding on with all her strength. We will be all right. We must be all right. Gazing into the depth of his clear eyes and hearing his gentle voice, her anxious heart felt as though it had received a soothing balm. The overwhelming fear began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable warmth and tenderness. It was remarkably comforting, instilling a sense of security. The boy's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Soon, after nearly a minute of maintaining that precarious tilt, the aircraft swiftly regained its stable posture. Ladies and gentlemen, due to severe convective weather, our flight will be rerouted, and we anticipate a delay in arrival. We appreciate your understanding. With the assurance of safety finally settling in, Lin Chu leaned against his seat back and let out a deep sigh of relief. After all, as the chosen one of fortune selected by the system, I knew my luck could not be so dire. Thank goodness. We're safe now, Jiang Runan exclaimed excitedly beside him. Had it not been for the seatbelt, she would have leapt across to embrace Lin Chu in celebration. Ah, indeed, Lin Chu turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile. Their gazes intertwined once more. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the remnants of tears on the exquisite face of the senior beside him, which suddenly flushed a deep crimson. In her mind, a sudden recollection surfaced of the young man's gentle demeanor during a moment of peril. Jiang Runan felt her heart race uncontrollably, akin to a fawn in a state of panic. Never before had anyone evoked such feelings within her. Of course, to claim that Jiang Runan had developed a fondness for Lin Chu would be an exaggeration. It was merely that, after experiencing those few heart-stopping minutes alongside Lin Chu, particularly receiving his reassurance amidst the chaos, she found herself inevitably ensnared in what psychology refers to as the suspension bridge effect. Senior, are you all right? Lin Chu inquired softly, observing Jiang Runan's flushed visage. And no, I'm fine, Jiang Runan muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Lowering her gaze. The beautiful senior suddenly realized that their fingers were still intertwined, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. Flustered and embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her delicate hand and lowered her head, her cheeks growing even warmer. Chapter 008, Unlocking Basic Attributes Charm. After an extended delay of over 2 hours, I finally arrived at Lu City Kaihuang Airport. The moment the aircraft came to a complete stop, Lin Chu felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Ding! The sensation of surviving a calamity has bestowed upon you an unprecedented life experience. A delightful notification echoed in his mind from the system. Joy value 30. Having sensed the host's joyful emotions, a system lottery opportunity has been successfully triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Unlocking basic attributes charm. Charm attribute? What could that possibly be? What use could it serve? Upon hearing of this novel reward type, Lin Chu momentarily stood in astonishment. With a sense of curiosity, he opened the system panel. Indeed, his basic attributes had undergone a transformation. Name: Lin Chu. Age: 18. Wealth: 346,9732. 4. Joy value: 95. Personal basic attribute panel. Appearance: 90. Exceptional pan-ends beauty. Physique: 60. Slightly slim, nutritionally deficient, suboptimal health. Temperament: 71. Good, unremarkable. Special: 60. Normal, novice. Charm: 75. Good, somewhat charming. Talent: daily income level 1, with a score of 75. It appeared rather commendable. Simultaneously, the system promptly provided an overview of the charm attribute. Basic attribute charm. The higher this attribute, the easier it is to gain the goodwill of others. P.S. Once the host's charm value reaches a significant threshold, 95, individuals with a high affinity for the host will remain steadfastly loyal, viewing the host as the sole entity in their life. Well, that is quite impressive. Upon hearing the explanation of the charm attribute, Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. According to the system's description, it did not specify that the charm attribute was limited to a singular target. Could it be that, in essence, the system is indeed remarkable? Lin Chu. Let us go. Just as the young man reveled in his newfound joy, a melodious voice belonging to Jiang Runan reached his ears. He looked up to see the beautiful senior's radiant smile gracing his view. Since they had shared the thrilling experience of the recent incident, their bond had deepened significantly, allowing for an effortless exchange of conversation. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Chu nodded repeatedly and walked alongside Jiang Runan as they exited the cabin. Due to the flight delay, the night had enveloped the sky, adorned with countless stars twinkling brilliantly over the southern horizon. As Lin Chu descended the stairs, Jiang Runan suddenly hesitated before speaking softly. About what happened earlier. Could you please keep it a secret? What incident? Lin Chu smiled, teasingly inquiring. Are you referring to the moment you panicked and cried on the plane? Stop it. I asked you to keep it confidential. Jiang Runan's oval face flushed, and she playfully glared at the young man beside her. The mere mention of the topic invoked vivid memories of their entwined fingers, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment once more. The sight of the beautiful senior's coy demeanor was undeniably enchanting, stirring something deep within Lin Chu's heart. Although he was undeniably handsome and had often attracted the attention of girls during high school, the sensation of being genuinely smitten was a novel experience for him. All right. I shall keep your secret. I swear. Upon witnessing Lin Chu's earnest gesture as he raised 3 fingers, Jiang Runan could not help but break into a smile. That's more like it, she teased, tilting her head playfully. By the way, my friends are coming to pick me up. Where's the hotel you booked? If it's on the way, I could give you a ride. The hotel. At her words, Lin Chu paused momentarily. Well, I was so preoccupied with thoughts of the beach and the waves that I completely forgot about that. What? You haven't even booked a hotel? Jiang Runan's enchanting eyes widened in astonishment. It's my first time going out, and I lack experience. I must admit defeat. Observing the boy's smiling face, Jiang Runan placed a hand on her forehead and sighed. It's summer now. Good hotels are practically impossible to find, and the prices are exorbitant, due to the sweat accumulated from their shopping escapades. Lin Chu had opted to wear his simple Samir t-shirt and plain shorts instead of the new luxury attire he had purchased. Although he appeared tidy and not particularly shabby, it was clear that he did not exude wealth. What? You don't have a designer bag or a watch? Apologies, my bag is still being checked in. As for the watch, it seems Miss Runan isn't too knowledgeable in that regard, as her gaze has never lingered on my wrist even for a moment. Oh dear, this is indeed a predicament. Though Lin Chu found the situation amusing, he feigned a troubled expression, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What shall we do now? Noticing the handsome junior's feigned distress, Jiang Runan bit her lip and suddenly exclaimed, You, just wait a moment. With that, she halted, her slender fingers dancing across her phone's screen with urgency. Jiang Runan, everyone, is anyone there? I have something to discuss. Son E. Voice message. Wow. Jiang Runan. You actually remembered to reply? Where have you been? Your phone is off. You don't respond to messages. Are you trying to drive us crazy? Tangy, Jiang Runan, what is going on? We've been waiting for you at the airport for over 2 hours. Qin Shiwan, Jiang Runan, you little rascal. If you don't explain today, we're not done. Jiang Runan. The plane encountered a thunderstorm and had to change its route. That's why I'm delayed. Sunny, voice message, thunderstorm? Oh no. Are you all right? You're okay, right? Jiang Runan. I'm fine, but let's not dwell on that for now. Jiang Runan. Didn't we book a villa? There should still be some vacant rooms, right? Sunny, voice message. There are a total of 5 rooms. Aside from the 4 of us, there is indeed 1 empty room. Sunny, but Jiang Runan, what are you planning? You're not thinking of bringing someone to stay, are you? Jiang Runan listened to the voice message closely, a hint of a smile appearing on her fair and delicate face. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen, continuing to type. Tangy, what? Jiang Runan, you really brought someone to stay? Is it a stranger you just met today? Jiang Runan, please. It's his first time traveling alone, and he didn't even get a chance to book a hotel. Jiang Runan, we are all alumni of Hu University. We should help each other when we're away from home. Qin Shiwan, I suspect your affiliation with Hu University is merely a fade. Your youthful heart is clearly fluttering. Dog emoji, Jiang Runan. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? I have a pure relationship with him. Sunny, all right. Since Shaonan has spoken up, I personally agree with this. Tang Yi, I have no objections either. Qin Shiwan, since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Chapter 009, The Celestial Dormitory. Each shines in their own way. Jiang Ruanan. Over here. As Lin Chu and Jiang Ruanan emerged from the terminal, they were greeted by enthusiastic shouts from a short distance away. Sure Yuan. Upon spotting the striking red Mercedes E300 parked on the auxiliary road, Jiang Ruanan called out and sprinted towards her 3 friends with long strides. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were entwined, jumping and laughing, chattering with delight. Lin Chu, trailing behind, ambled over leisurely. His gaze swept across Jiang Ruanan's circle of friends, and he couldn't help but marvel silently. What an enchanting gathering this was. Each of these 4 ladies possessed such stunning beauty that it was hard to believe. It was not that Lin Chu lacked experience. Rather, the allure of these young women was simply extraordinary. Jiang Ruanan, who had already left a profound impression on him, needed no further introduction. Beside her stood a tall, striking young woman with cascading golden brown waves, equally captivating. Unlike the innocent aura of Jiang Ruanan, the blonde beauty donned a sleek black blazer that created an alluring impression of legs for days, paired with black stockings from Balenciaga and dark Martin boots. Exuding an air of fierce sensuality, she embodied the quintessential model aesthetic favored by the affluent. As for the other 2, while they may not have made as immediate of an impact as the long-legged vision in black, they each possessed their own unique charms. The one on the left, with a chic bob haircut, had a petite and delicate figure, clad in a light-colored JK uniform and knee-high white stockings, radiating an adorable, soft allure. The girl with braided hair and round glasses, though initially appearing the least remarkable, had a beautiful face hidden beneath her bangs and a figure that was anything but modest, which could not escape Lin Chu's discerning artistic eye. Accompanied by the ethereal goddess Jiang Ruanan, these 4 divine ladies, each with their distinct styles, epitomized perfection. As Lin Chu quietly appraised this celestial circle of friends, it became evident that they had noticed him too. Hey, is this the little puppy you mentioned? One of them exclaimed. He looks quite charming, definitely my type. What are you thinking? He's just a younger brother. Younger than us. What do you know? Younger men are the best. Tang Yi, what are you planning? Don't get any ideas. Oh dear, are you getting possessive already? Fine, let us see who wins. What on earth? I didn't mean it like that. Hey, what do you mean by let us see who wins? Why are you blushing if there is nothing to it? I'm not blushing at all. All right. Let us save the chatter for later. After a spirited exchange, it was the authoritative voice of the leader of the group, Sun Yi, that finally brought an end to the playful banter among the friends. Shaonan, please introduce this handsome young man to everyone. Hello, sisters. Before Jiang Runan could speak, Lin Chu, who had been standing politely at the side, took the initiative to smile and said, My name is Lin Chu. I apologize for any inconvenience caused today. No worries, Lin Chu. Nice to meet you, replied Sun Yi, exuding the charisma of an older sister as she casually tied back her golden brown hair. I'm Shaonan's friend, Sun Yi, a local from Shanghai. Hello, Yijia. Lin Chu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. His first impression of her accent confirmed she was indeed a true Qionghai native. Furthermore, her figure was utterly remarkable, with her flowing golden hair in glamorous waves, stunningly long legs accentuated by dark stockings, and a height that rivaled that of supermodels. She was undoubtedly the focal point that would capture the attention of any man, even amidst a crowd of diverse beauties. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was quietly assessing Lin Chu as well. Who exactly is this young man? Observing his attire, a standard small-town high school studentess outfit paired with a Keepall Bandolier 50 bag, she couldn't help but wonder. Is this style trending among those born after 2005? Or is that bag just a high-quality imitation? While she pondered, her gaze suddenly widened in astonishment. Wait, what about that watch? A Vacheron Constantin? Oh my, that watch must be quite expensive. This young man seems to be quite extraordinary. Hello, Lin Chu. Just as Sunny was marveling internally, Tang Yi beside her extended her hand towards Lin Chu, offering a sweet smile. I'm Tang Yi, but you can call me Yi Jie. Ah, hello, Yi Jie. Lin Chu responded promptly, shaking her hand politely. In contrast to the sultry, sophisticated Sun Yi, the petite and charming Tang Yi exuded an entirely different vibe. In short, she was short-haired, youthful, adorable, and sweet. Despite her smaller stature, her proportions were quite pleasing, and her ensemble of a school-style JK uniform paired with over-the-knee white stockings effortlessly drew countless admiring glances from passers-by. Moreover, her voice was delightfully soft and melodic. Wait, why does my palm feel a bit tingly? What does she mean by that? At that moment, while Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, the mischievous Tang Yi discreetly withdrew her hand, giving him a playful wink, leaving the young man feeling a delightful flutter in his heart. It seemed this seemingly innocent and adorable sister didn't appear as simple as she looked. After meeting Sun Yi and Tang Yi, Lin Chu exchanged nods with a girl named Qin Shiwan, who wore glasses. Compared to her three stunning friends, this girl with braided hair and round black glasses appeared relatively unremarkable. They exchanged polite pleasantries, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Uncertain if it is merely a figment of his imagination, Lin Chu cannot shake the feeling that the understated girl in glasses regards him with a curious gaze. Ahem. Perhaps he is simply overthinking it. Well, now that they are acquainted, they should hasten their departure. Sun Yi casually opened the door of the Mercedes. It would take over an hour on the highway from here to the hotel villa. All right, got it. Everyone replied in unison. As Lin Chu loaded their luggage into the trunk and turned back towards the car, he found that the only available seat for him was in the front passenger side. With the exception of the driver, Sun Yi, the three girls, Jiang Runan and her companions, settled comfortably in the back seat. Thus, as the sole male, Lin Chu experienced the unique privilege of occupying the front seat beside the goddesses for the first time in his life. He sank into the plush leather seat of the Mercedes E300. Enveloped by the delightful fragrance that filled the car and the cheerful laughter of the four distinctly beautiful women surrounding him. In that moment, Lin Chu suddenly felt like a winner in life. This trip was indeed a fortuitous choice. Chapter 010, Thoughtful Delivery, Growing Affection. The villa was reserved by Sun Yi. Situated in the luxurious Haiteng Bay, adjacent to the renowned duty-free city. Although modest in size, it could be classified as a small villa. However, the ambience was exquisite. Featuring a private garden with a petite swimming pool, and beyond the courtyard fence lay a picturesque view of palm trees and the beach. Upon entering the villa, Jiang Runan's eyes sparkled like little stars, and she excitedly hugged her blonde companion, showering her with affection. And there's a pool. Ai, you are simply amazing. What's so amazing? Zhang Yi huffed. We sisters have skipped dinner just to wait for you. Indeed. Tang Yi chimed in. Xiaonan, how do you propose we resolve this? Well, all right then. Jiang Runan, feeling guilty, pouted her lips. How about I treat everyone to a late-night snack? That is a must. Let us arrange a seafood barbecue feast. Wait, a seafood barbecue feast? Jiang Runan trembled at the thought. Ladies, can we perhaps take it easy? I'm completely broke from coming to see you all. Look at you, Jiang Runan. Now you remember to cry poor. The group of friends erupted in laughter. When you were off having a blast in Jinling, Huizhou, and Luxiashan, we didn't hear you complain about being broke. That is precisely why. Jiang Runan said, clasping her hands together, looking pitiful. I spent all my money. That won't do. We must have the seafood feast tonight. Just as the group of friends expressed their indignation, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Delivery? Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a delivery person carrying a large takeaway box. The friends exchanged bewildered glances as the delivery person began to unpack an array of dishes onto the table. Goodness, lobsters, king crabs, garlic abalone, manna shrimp, crayfish, barbecue skewers. An entire table filled with a seafood barbecue feast. Xiaonan, did you order this? Once the delivery person departed, Sunny turned to the equally bewildered Jiang Runan. No, it was Timmy. Jiang Runan shook her head vigorously. This is my first time here. How could I possibly know the address? Yi? Shiwan? Was it you? It was T.S. Then, the four friends systematically ruled themselves out, their gazes finally resting on the quiet Lin Chu. It was me who ordered. Lin Chu raised her hand innocently. Just a little token of appreciation for all you sisters for your hospitality tonight. How did you know the address? Sunny asked, blinking in confusion. I found it on the navigation. Lin Churu candidly remarked. While on the road, I thought you ladies might not have dined yet, so I ordered in advance. Upon hearing this, the group of friends exchanged glances, their affection for the charming young man soaring. Handsome and considerate, he truly is a delightful fellow. In truth, Lin Churu felt quite pleased as well. After all, he had ordered a barbecue feast and successfully earned over 70,000 in cashback from the system. How could one not feel elated? Wow, Xiaochu, you were truly thoughtful. Praised the youthful and radiant Tang Yi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Your girlfriend must be incredibly happy. The senior's jest brought a smile to Lin Churu's face. Ah, you jest, I don't actually have a girlfriend. Really? Tang Yi's excitement grew. In that case, would you consider me? Ah, cough cough. Before the thought could be completed, it was interrupted by a sudden cough from Jiang Runan. What are you doing, Jiang Runan? Nothing, just a tickle in my throat. Jiang Runan cleared her throat, deftly steering the conversation away. Although she understood that Tang Yi was merely joking, witnessing Lin Chu being flirted with by another girl, even if it was just her friend, caused an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. It felt as though something that was inherently hers was being taken away. What Jiang Runan remained unaware of was that Lin Chura had observed her reaction. Of course, he chose not to voice it. The notion that such a beautiful girl could feel jealous over him was rather gratifying. Lin Churu, you've ordered quite an extravagant spread. It must be expensive, Sun Yi inquired, gazing at the sumptuous seafood feast before them. Not really, it's quite reasonable, Lin Chura replied with a smile. Is that so? Sun Yi chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further. Being a local raised in Shanghai, she was well aware. Haidingbei is undoubtedly one of the most expensive areas in all of Shanghai, and indeed, all of China. Not to mention, it is currently the peak of the summer tourist season. A lavish seafood takeout like this would certainly cost a few thousand at the very least. Well, this young man certainly has some means. Everyone must be hungry, Lin Churu encouraged. Let us dig in together. All right. Thank you, Junior. They replied eagerly, not hesitating to take a seat and indulge in the steaming delicacies laid before them. Unfortunately, as they feasted, the usually quiet Qin Shiwan suddenly shook her head, expressing with a hint of regret, such a lavish seafood banquet would be even more delightful with a case of beer. Oh my! Lin Churu immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, I didn't realize you ladies drank. I must have overlooked that. I'll place an order right away. Don't order. Jiang Runan quickly interjected. I saw a supermarket just outside the hotel. I'll go buy some. I'll join you. There's really no need for that. I can handle it myself. Jiang Runan insisted, waving her hands dismissively. After treating Lin Chu to a lavish seafood barbecue, she felt too embarrassed to let him pay any further. That simply won't do. Lin Chu responded earnestly. If you're willing to cover the cost, I shall carry it back for you. Oh, very well then. Jiang Runan felt a warmth spread across her cheeks at Lin Chu's considerate gesture, her heart inexplicably fluttering with delight. However, the group of friends present erupted into mischievous laughter, teasing them unabashedly. How sweet. The unmistakable sin of young love. Please refrain from flaunting your affection so openly. All right. Tonight, I shall arrange for you two to have the master bedroom with a grand bed. I'll order a romantic set for Xiaonan. Little Chu. Feel free to express your preferences. Listening to the raucous teasing, Lin Chu was so startled that he nearly dropped the garlic butter abalone he was holding, causing it to tumble to the floor and splatter the sauce everywhere. Goodness, what outrageous words are these? He exclaimed, bewildered, flushed with embarrassment from the ridicule. Jiang Runan quickly rose to her feet and strode toward the exit. However, upon reaching the door, she paused, reconsidered, and turned back, stomping her foot playfully as she chided Lin Chu, who looked utterly perplexed. Come on now, dear brother. Hurry up. Chapter 011. Not only have I experienced love, But I have also been married. The evening breeze is gentle, and the coconut trees sway gracefully through the delicate gaps in the broad leaves. The resplendent starry sky can be glimpsed. Lin Chu, do not mind what they said earlier, remarked Jiang Runan, her tone somewhat reserved as they walked side by side along the path lined with coconut trees. They are usually like that in the dormitory. Is that so? Lin Chu replied, questioning, are the topics among girls in the dormitory so open? Please. The topics discussed in the girls' dormitory are far more liberated than what you boys might imagine, Jiang Runan teased, covering her mouth with a laugh. Such as? For instance. The beautiful senior tapped her chin thoughtfully, a charming smile gracing her lips. I want to tell you. Oh, no, Lin Chu exclaimed, his expression one of playful disbelief. Seeing the bewildered look on Lin Chu's face, Jiang Runan could not help but giggle softly. The young man soon found himself smiling as well, a warm and delightful atmosphere of budding intimacy blossoming between them. Lin Chu, Jiang Runan said, clenching her fist and bringing it to her mouth, lightly clearing her throat. You just mentioned you don't have a girlfriend. Is that true? It is indeed. Lin Chu affirmed, nodding confidently. Really? That doesn't seem right, Jiang Runan replied, a skeptical expression on her face. You're quite handsome. How could you possibly be single? I truly am. Observing Lin Chu's earnest demeanor, Jiang Runan blinked playfully, teasingly countering, well, if you're not seeing anyone now. Have you ever dated anyone before? Caught off guard by Jiang Runan's probing, Lin Chu hesitated momentarily. Not really. Oh, Jiang Runan exclaimed, scrutinizing him with a look of disbelief. You mean to say you've never been in a relationship? I really haven't. After a brief moment of initial panic, Lin Chu quickly regained his composure and began to mount a counteroffensive. It's mainly because I have never encountered a girl who truly makes my heart flutter. Oh, Jiang Runan, intrigued, eagerly pressed on with her inquiries. What kind of girl makes your heart flutter? What type, for instance? Someone like you, senior. His gaze sincere, his tone earnest. This direct compliment took Jiang Runan by surprise, instantly deflating her previously confident demeanor and turning her delicate face a shade of crimson. Although she suspected Lin Chu was merely jesting, a flicker of delight unexpectedly stirred within her at his words. By the way, senior, seizing the moment of momentum, Lin Chu decided to embody the spirit of perseverance in pursuit of victory, sounding the rallying cry for a counterattack. What about you? Have you ever been in love? This question from Lin Chu displayed a notable finesse. Rather than directly inquiring about whether she had a boyfriend, he skillfully circumvented the matter, seeking insight into Jiang Runan's romantic experiences. If it is affirmative, then there is no need for further inquiry. Moreover, the two would not experience much awkwardness. In truth, Lin Chu had never been in a romantic relationship, not due to a lack of female admirers. In fact, with his striking appearance and remarkable talent, Lin Chu was quite popular among girls in high school. He was also quite adept at communicating with them. However, due to his family's circumstances, the depth of their interactions remained superficial. You must think very little of me, Jiang Runan retorted to Lin Chu's question, crossing her arms in an arrogant manner, her small face stern. How could someone as outstanding as I am have never been in a relationship? Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Though he did not possess an intense fixation on first loves, a tinge of sadness inevitably crept into his heart. Not only have I been in a relationship, but I have also been married, and I have the marriage certificate to prove it. Observing the boy's expression of utter disbelief, Jiang Runan covered her mouth and erupted into giggles. That was only in kindergarten. Wait, you only dated in kindergarten? Lin Chu exclaimed. Indeed. What's so surprising about that? Jiang Runan sighed, a wry smile gracing her lips. Perhaps to outsiders, it appears that we performing arts students do nothing all day, right? Let me tell you, reality is far from what you imagine. During high school, it was either studying or rushing around for art examinations. Not to mention, after finally getting into a film academy, we have to study vocal performance, practice physicality, delve into character development, rehearse micro-expressions in front of the mirror, contemplate characters' inner reactions and body language, along with an endless stream of lines and written analyses. When would we ever find the time to seek out partners? Furthermore, given the imbalance of genders in film academies, finding a suitable partner becomes even more challenging. For instance, all four of us in dorm 502 are single. Seriously? Lin Chu was taken aback. The attractiveness of the girls in dorm 502 was such that any one of them could be considered a campus beauty. And now, he was told they were all single? Does that mean? Ding. Upon hearing this delightful news, the host's heart begins to stir. Joy level 4. Oh, you mischievous system. Are you up to your antics again? Do you not know that the current trend is single female leads? Do you wish to see me swoon? As they bantered, the two arrived at the small supermarket outside the villa district. Wow, Lin Chu, look, such a large coconut. And it's still green. Jiang Runin exclaimed upon spotting the coconut displayed by the entrance, her face alight with curiosity. It was indeed fresh. Gazing at the massive coconuts still nestled among the green branches, Lin Chu nodded. Do you enjoy eating coconuts, senior? Yes, yes. Jiang Runin replied cheerfully. I've loved drinking coconut milk since I was a child. I also enjoy coconut water. Very well then. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, he called out to the shopkeeper, Uncle, could you kindly assist me in opening a coconut? Sure, just a moment, the shopkeeper replied, his accent revealing him to be a native of the Dongxi province. Once the shopkeeper skillfully opened the coconut with a few deft strikes, Lin Chu inquired about Jiang Runin's intentions, then lifted 2 boxes of the renowned Dumeng de Wusa beer. After settling the payment, the beautiful senior held the fresh coconut while Lin Chu hoisted the 2 boxes of beer, making their way back together. Lin Chu, are those boxes heavy? Do you need my assistance? Jiang Runin asked with genuine concern as they walked along the path. It's merely a trivial matter. Lin Chu replied with a casual tone, despite the fact that the boxes were indeed quite heavy, especially given his current state of suboptimal health and nutritional deficiency. However, in the presence of a lady, it was inconceivable for any gentleman to show signs of weakness at such a moment. Chapter 012. This is a reward from the sister to the brother. No other meaning. Wow, how sweet. Holding the coconut in her hands, Jiang Runin took a sip and smiled, her crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes shimmering with brilliance akin to the starry night sky. The boss mentioned that this coconut was freshly picked at noon. The boy, carrying 2 crates of the deadly big wusu, feigned a casual demeanor, striving to make his breathing more effortless. Thus, it is indeed a tad sweeter. So that is the case. Jiang Runin nodded repeatedly, slurping through her cherry-red lips. Lin Chu, observing from the side, was momentarily entranced. A beauty is a beauty, even eating is done with such grace. What a pity the boss didn't fetch an extra straw. Unaware of Lin Chu's gaze, Jiang Runin sighed with a smile. Otherwise, I could let you taste it too. At her words, Lin Chu, in a moment of impulsivity, blurted out, actually, 1 straw wouldn't be out of the question. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Runin's face. Immediately, a blush adorned her fair skin. Well, since you've worked so hard. The beautiful senior, somewhat stammering, slowly but decisively brought the coconut straw to Lin Chu's lips. Just have a sip. As the straw was presented to his lips, Lin Chu found himself feeling shy. Jiang Runin had likely applied light makeup today, with a touch of lipstick. Hence, on the white straw, a faint red lip imprint was now visible, just as Lin Chu was momentarily dazed. Jiang Runin also noticed the subtle red on the straw. Her already rosy cheeks blazed even hotter. Wait. Lin Chu, maybe not. Before the girl's words could finish, the boy had already opened his mouth. He took the straw, gently drawing in a sip. The refreshing juice flowed through the slender straw, and the fragrant coconut flavor, mingled with a hint of sweetness, instantly filled his mouth. Gulp. All right, thank you. Jiang Runin hurriedly retrieved the coconut, clearing her throat as she said, remember, this is a reward from the sister to the brother, there is no other meaning. As she spoke, Jiang Runin secretly glanced at the straw. Noticing that her lip imprint had faded slightly, her heart raced, fluttering like a startled deer. Oh my. Doesn't this count as an indirect kiss? Jiang Runin, have you lost your mind? What on earth is happening today? Composure. Oh, so it's sibling-like. Lin Chu licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Jiang Runin's luscious, pink lips. The unabashedly fervent gaze clearly made it impossible for Jiang Runin to ignore. Yes indeed. The beautiful senior exclaimed flusteredly, I am older than you, so of course, I am your sister. As she spoke, this girl, resembling a startled fawn, quickly turned her head away and instinctively brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear to conceal her inner turmoil. Observing Jiang Runin's endearingly anxious demeanor, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile knowingly. One must admit, Jiang Runin's beauty is truly exceptional. From Lin Chu's vantage point, her sleek, shoulder-length hair flowed like ebony silk, framing a perfectly oval face with a delicate, refined nose and petite, rosy lips. Her complexion, as fair as snow, was adorned with a hint of charming blush, absolutely flawless. How could such a delightful girl merely be a sister? Just as the atmosphere turned increasingly enchanting, Jiang Runin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Jiang Runin. Upon answering, The voice of her friend burst through the line with exuberance. Why is it taking you so long to buy beer? Are you off with some guy? Hurry up. Stop dawdling. What are you fussing about? I'm almost there. Jiang Runan retorted angrily, setting down the phone and shooting Lin Chu an exasperated glance. What are you laughing at? Let us go. All right. Lin Chu shrugged, obediently following Jiang Runan towards the villa. Ding. The recent subtle flirtation has stirred the host's heart. Pleasure points 15. Current total pleasure points, 114. Seeing this, Lin Chu felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity to summon the system interface, promptly upgrading the talent, wealth accumulation. Investing 100 pleasure points, the talent interface shimmered with brilliance. Talent wealth accumulation, LV1, 100, LV2, 3000. Talent wealth accumulation, LV2 from now on, the host will earn a cash return of 0.5 yuan per second. Wow. Upon witnessing the upgrade notification, Lin Chu's brows furrowed in astonishment. Just a single upgrade, and the earnings per second surged from 0.1 to 0.5. Calculating, the monthly income skyrocketed from 250,000 to 1,300,000. With no effort required for an entire year, one could leisurely amass tens of millions. How delightful. Returning to the villa, the eagerly awaiting young ladies erupted into cheers upon seeing the beer. They busily unboxed, uncapped, and bit into the bottle caps, leaving Lin Chu momentarily stunned. Were they always this adept? Xiaonan, this bottle is yours, Tang Yi said, handing Jiang Runan an already opened bottle. Catching sight of the coconut water that Jiang Runan held, she exclaimed indignantly, So, Jiang Runan, is that why it took you so long to buy the alcohol? You were sneaking snacks outside. Once these words were uttered, Jiang Runan instantly recalled the earlier flirtation. Her previously composed, fair visage flushed with warmth once more. What are you talking about? Miss Jiang Runan appeared guilty as she exclaimed. Who has been stealing food? What have they taken? Oh, something seems amiss. The astute Tang Yi, upon witnessing Jiang Runan's demeanor, immediately connected the dots. A mischievous smile blossomed on her cherubic face. Hee, Xiaonan. Were you engaging in some rather scandalous activities with that little puppy just now? What? No way. You're talking nonsense. The beautiful senior vehemently denied. Tang Yi, with a playful grin, retorted, Oh, still denying it? Your face is all flushed. What? Flushed? Not at all. Hey, everyone, look. Xiaonan. Silence. Stop right there. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Runan, in a huff, seized a large barbecue sausage and thrust it into Tang Yi's luscious cherry-red lips. The vibrant red oil dripped tantalizingly from the corners of her mouth. Too thick. Chapter 013. Is it all right to look at everything? Sipping on some wine and indulging in a variety of seafood, a box of lethal Usheri vodka was quickly consumed. The faces of the group flushed crimson, and their chatter became more animated. The atmosphere grew lively, and the bond between Lin Chu and the four lovely sisters intensified significantly, erasing any previous awkwardness. Of course, such a transformation would not occur with just anyone. After all, Lin Chu was naturally endowed with striking good looks, scoring a perfect 90 on the attractiveness scale. Just as men are drawn to beautiful women, the majority of women also possess an innate fondness for handsome men. Moreover, this charming young man not only looked appealing but also took the initiative to order delightful late-night snacks for everyone, willingly assuming the role of a diligent helper. He was wealthy yet considerate, exuding no sense of arrogance. His demeanor was calm and composed, engaging in conversation without overshadowing the sisters' discussions. He was nothing like the ostentatious wealthy heirs typically portrayed in public perception. Nevertheless, he was far from dull, deftly contributing to the dialogue at opportune moments. Such a refined young man would undoubtedly attract the affections of any normal straight woman. Thus, aside from Jiang Runan, who was already familiar with Lin Chu and referred to him as her brother, even Tang Yi and Sun Yi, who had previously held a favorable view of him, found their relationship growing closer. Even Qin Shiwan, the quietest among them, gradually relaxed and began chatting animatedly. Xiaochu, Sunny said, raising her glass toward Lin Chu with a smile, why did you come to Qionghai all alone? Yes, chimed in Tang Yi. I hope you're not here to heal a broken heart after graduating high school, are you? Not at all, Lin Chu replied with a smile. I merely wished to see the ocean and the beach, so I decided to embark on this journey. Is that truly the only reason? Queried Qin Shiwan, propping her elbow on the table, her chin resting in her hand. Her previously aloof expression was now softened by a hint of a smile. Lin Chu had always found her intriguing. In their earlier encounters, even a fleeting glance would cause her to blush and look away, a stark contrast to the sultry, alluring persona captured in her photographs. However, as their acquaintance deepened, she became the most talkative among them. "All right then," Lin Chu said, exasperatedly raising his hands. "Aside from the ocean and beach, I also wanted to catch a glimpse of beautiful women in swimsuits." "Oh, beautiful women in swimsuits, you say?" Qin Shuan adjusted her glasses, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. "Surely, it's more than just a glance. Come on, confess." Tang Yi leaned in closer, teasingly grinning. "Xiao Chu, do you secretly hope to encounter a romantic adventure during your travels?" "Absolutely." Lin Chu placed the bottle down, speaking candidly, having just graduated high school and stepping into adulthood. It would be delightful to experience a little romance on this journey. A chorus of laughter erupted from the girls within the cozy villa as the atmosphere lightened. As Mingzi said, food and desire are inherent to human nature. Thus, discussing such matters was, in fact, quite simple. In the heart, where flowers bloom, one perceives beauty. In the heart, where aspirations soar, one recognizes ambition. The affairs between men and women are, by nature, a fundamental truth. Those who remain unmoved in the presence of beauty are either grappling with issues of orientation or physiological concerns, are they not? The distinction lies merely in one's attitude towards such matters, whether it is lewd or forthright. The former is undoubtedly base, while the latter embodies the essence of human sentiment. Take, for instance, the stunning ladies of 502. Each of them has undoubtedly experienced the gaze of admiration from other men. Though they may often feel discomfort, there are moments when such attention evokes a different sentiment. The crux of the matter lies in whether this admiration is born of lewdness or genuine appreciation. Thus, Lin Chu candidly articulated his true thoughts, which not only did not offend the ladies, but also enhanced their perception of him ever so slightly. In addition to his good looks, wealth, and attentive nature, he earned the label of being sincere and unpretentious. "Hey, little brother," Qin Shuan remarked, her smile growing more radiant in response to Lin Chu's answer. She leaned forward, her alluring form accentuated by a Pikachu print t-shirt, her gentle eyes behind the lenses fixed on Lin Chu, posing an intriguing inquiry. "You're not still a virgin, are you?" "Congratulations, you guessed correctly," Lin Chu shrugged, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "I am indeed still a pure little novice." The moment those words escaped his lips, the other three ladies blinked in surprise, instantly animated. Jiang Runan and Sun Yi were relatively composed, but the adorable J.K. Tang Yi sparkled with excitement in her beautiful round eyes, her thoughts a mystery. Respectful, playful, Tang Yi chirped, "Little Chu, will a lying child face punishment?" "Of course, it is playful." Lin Chu mimicked her tone, pursing his lips. "I am a good student. I never misbehaved in school." "Now that you've graduated," Tang Yi pressed on, "are you planning to indulge freely?" "If possible, I would indeed like to," Lin Chu nodded earnestly. "Now your opportunity has arrived," Qin Shiwan chimed in. "We happen to have 4 stunning beauties here. Choose one." "Can I choose all?" Lin Chu mused. "Dream on." The sisterhood retorted in unison. "Haha." Lin Chu leaned back in his chair, casting a glance at Jiang Runan. "I still believe my Runan sister is the best." A chorus of teasing erupted in response. "How nauseating. What a sickly sweet tone. Ah, you intend to flaunt your romance right away?" Hey, calm down," Jiang Runan exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed, directing her protest towards the 3 sisters. "Can't you see he is joking?" Though she spoke otherwise, upon hearing Lin Chu's words, Jiang Runan couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy in her heart. "You little rascal, at least you know how to express yourself." Tsk, Tang Yi squinted her eyes and broke into a mischievous smile, her demeanor particularly playful and endearing. "Little Chu, what you mean to say is that you intend to offer your most cherished first experience to Xiao Nan, am I right?" "Are you out of your mind, Tang Yi?" As soon as Jiang Runan heard this, her charming face flushed with a fiery embarrassment, and she exclaimed while attempting to silence the JK girl. However, she was firmly restrained by Sun Yi Qin and Shi Yuan beside her, rendering her immobile. Goodness! With the gaze of several stunning beauties eagerly fixated upon him, Lin Chu was instantly engulfed in a wave of exasperation. Must this topic be discussed so audaciously? Chapter 014. Annihilating the Opponent? Indeed, I hold a deep affection for Sister Runan. After a brief moment of organizing my thoughts, Lin Chu spoke candidly. I believe Sister Runan is not only exceptionally beautiful but also possesses a wonderfully kind temperament. If I were to envision my ideal girlfriend, she would undoubtedly embody that perfection. Therefore, should the opportunity arise, I would be more than willing. Honesty is the most formidable weapon. After Lin Chu expressed his heartfelt sentiments, The trio of mischievous sisters paused in surprise before bursting into a fit of giggles. This young lad is quite straightforward. Oh dear, you're making me yearn for romance. Alas, it appears my little Nan is destined to be pursued. What on earth? The flustered Jiang Runin broke free from her sister's playful hold. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, enough. Xiao Chu is my brother. Our relationship is strictly sibling-like. Let us put an end to this topic. The moment her words fell, the sisters erupted in playful boos. However, seeing Jiang Runin so flustered, they decided to drop the subject. The remainder of the evening was spent enjoying drinks, skewers, and light-hearted conversation. Before long, Lin Chu felt a sudden vibration from his pocket. He casually retrieved his phone and opened a newly received WeChat message. Xiao Nan, Xiao Chu, those three just love to joke around. Please don't take their words to heart. Upon reading the message, Lin Chu couldn't help but glance at the beautiful senior sitting to his left. She remained focused on her food and drink, seemingly oblivious to the earlier conversation. A subtle smile played upon her lips as her slender fingers danced across the P60 screen. Achoo, understood, achoo, nonetheless. I shall wait for the day when the senior is willing. Stealing a glance at the message screen, Jiang Runin reacted with shock. Xiaonan, what are you saying? If you keep talking nonsense, I want to pay attention to you. Achoo. Oh. Xiaonan. Oh, you little rascal, frustrated. After reading Jiang Runin's message, Lin Chu smiled knowingly and chose not to respond further. Having articulated his feelings, he deemed it sufficient to leave it at that. There was no need to pursue her like a lovesick puppy. Lin Chu had once encountered a notion that resonated with him. To win the heart of a goddess, one must bring her down from her lofty pedestal, fostering a connection on equal ground. After all, goddesses seldom lack admirers, often elevated and adored. It is only when they are brought down that they experience a refreshing contrast. As the saying goes, behind every goddess, there lies a man who is quite repulsive. A man who occupies such a position is certainly not a lovesick puppy. Meanwhile, noticing that Lin Chu had ceased messaging, Jiang Runin discreetly shot him a glare. Truth be told, Jiang Runin held little interest in sibling romances and was rather averse to the idea. She had always believed that her ideal partner should possess maturity and composure. However, on this very day, she found herself playfully courted by a younger man. And rather than feeling any annoyance, Jiang Runin was surprisingly delighted. It was a rather subtle sensation, sweet and just right, bringing her immense joy. Perhaps age was irrelevant. Perhaps she was simply a lover of beauty. After consuming 2 boxes of the potent beer, Lin Chu and her 4 friends concluded their first late-night gathering amidst a cheerful ambience. Perhaps due to their merriment, each of the 4 girls appeared flushed from drink. Tang Yi and Qin Shiwan fared slightly better, able to ascend the stairs on their own. As for Jiang Runin, whose tolerance was the weakest, she appeared unsteady on her feet and required support from Sun Yi as they wobbled towards the upstairs rooms. Lin Chu, you've worked hard. Sun Yi remarked while climbing the stairs, addressing Lin Chu, who was tidying up the remnants in the living room. There's a master bedroom on the first floor. You can sleep there tonight. Lin Chu nodded in response. By the time she managed to restore some order to the disheveled living room, it was already past midnight. The once lively upstairs had fallen silent, likely due to the copious amounts of alcohol consumed. Lin Chu chuckled softly. Her own alcohol tolerance wasn't particularly high either. After 2 bottles of beer, she was nearly at her limit, with the remainder primarily consumed by her friends. Entering the master bedroom on the first floor with her luggage, she switched on the light and found the room to be quite spacious, directly facing the villa's garden pool. It also boasted a private bathroom. The luxury of such a room, reserved solely for her, made Lin Chu feel somewhat guilty. After taking a hot shower in the bathroom, she comfortably sank onto the large bed in the master suite. Reflecting on the exciting events of the day, her heart fluttered with exhilaration. Jiang Runin, Sun Yi, Tang Yi, and Qin Shiwan, she had encountered 4 stunning beauties, each with her own distinct charm. The epitome of public allure, Jiang Runin, the model-like figure with enviable long legs, Zhang Yi, the seemingly modest yet secretly provocative Qin Shiwan, and the seemingly harmless yet mischievous Tang Yi. Indeed, this trip to Qionghai had proven to be worthwhile. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The aspiration to conquer the circle of friends has stirred the host's excitement. Pleasure points 10. Lin Chu couldn't help but grimace at the unexpected surge of pleasure points, muttering, "You mischievous system, you're utterly ridiculous. If I were to vanish one day, it would certainly be your fault." The night deepened, and apart from the distant sounds of waves and swaying palm trees, the villa remained eerily quiet. Lin Chu lay on the large bed in the master suite, soundly asleep, her snores echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, a faint sound of shuffling slippers echoed from the dimness. In the muted glow of the night light, a slender silhouette swayed unsteadily as it entered the master bedroom's bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a flushing toilet broke the silence. The bathroom door creaked open, and the graceful figure leaned against the doorframe, staggering a few steps before wobbling towards the grand bed in the master suite, finally collapsing onto the mattress. Within the villa, the central air conditioning hummed steadily, a cool breeze emanating from the vents. At the early hours of dawn, the temperature in the master bedroom was noticeably brisk. Lin Chu, lost in slumber, felt a shiver coursing through him. Instinctively, he turned over, clutching a cup close to his chest. A barely audible sigh escaped him, drifting into the night like a shooting star, fading into nothingness. In a haze of drowsiness, Lin Chu sensed warmth gradually enveloping his body, and the blanket pressed against him was soft, smooth, and pleasantly warm, unexpectedly comforting. Chapter 015. The Perils of Indulgence in Alcohol. As Lin Chu drifted in and out of slumber, he suddenly became aware of an escalating warmth enveloping him. Perhaps the quilt clinging too tightly was causing discomfort. Instinctively, he exerted a gentle push to alleviate the snugness. To his astonishment, the large white blanket seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing back to cover him the moment he pushed it away. No matter how he struggled, it persistently returned, refusing to be kicked aside. In his drowsy state, Lin Chu pondered in a haze. Has even a simple quilt now been endowed with artificial intelligence, capable of self-adjusting? In the dim light of the night, he perceived the blanket extending an edge towards him, groggy and disoriented. He attempted to push it away but found himself lacking the strength, leading him to turn onto his side instead. As the cool breeze from the air conditioning intensified in the late hours of the night, Lin Chu instinctively drew the blanket closer. The comforting warmth swiftly dispelled the chill, and at last, he felt a sense of comfort enveloping him. His head nestled deeply into the pillow, he succumbed to a profound sleep. Perhaps due to the fatigue of a long day's journey. That night, Lin Chu slept soundly. The night passed without incident. In the morning, the radiant sunlight from the island streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire room in a golden glow, fresh and resplendent. Ugh. The glaring sunlight touched Jiang Runen's face, causing her exquisite features to scrunch slightly in her deep slumber. With her eyes still tightly shut, her delicate hand instinctively shielded her face, and the graceful beauty naturally wished to turn away from the light. However, she found herself blocked from doing so. Groggy and confused, Jiang Runen opened her eyes and glanced over her shoulder. Ah! A terrified shriek erupted from her lips, nearly startling Lin Chu, who was blissfully asleep, to tumble off the bed. What is happening? The boy looked bewilderedly at the stunning beauty before him, only to be met with a flurry of small fists raining down upon his chest like a tempest. Seizing the opportunity, "You scoundrel! Perverse rogue!" A flustered and indignant Jiang Runen hurled her pillow at him, scolding him fiercely. "How could you? I considered you my little brother, and yet you dare to ambush me. I'll teach you a lesson, you little pervert." Wait. Lin Chu exclaimed, cradling his head. "I did not. I haven't tea. Please, just let me explain." Not listening. Jiang Runen retorted angrily, her beautiful face adorned with tears of fury. "You villain! Despicable rogue! Stop hitting me. If you continue, I shall retaliate. You dare. I'll make you pay, you scoundrel." Me. Being unjustly beaten and berated on a fine morning. The honest Lin Chu found himself at a loss for words. "Ouch. I said, Sister Runen," with his ear twisted in a grimace on his face. Lin Chu raised his voice. "Could you please take a look around and see where we are? What else could it possibly be?" Jiang Runen opened her tear-filled eyes and instinctively scanned the room. "Isn't this my room? Wait, where am I?" Her words, filled with anger and anxiety, abruptly ceased. Jiang Runen widened her beautiful peach blossom eyes, gazing at the villa garden and lawn outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She was utterly bewildered. How could it not be? This is the first floor. Lin Chu hastily shrank back, clutching the blanket and trembling. "I am the victim here. You know. How could this be? This? How could this possibly be the first floor?" Jiang Runen blinked her tear-laden eyes, her small face perplexed. She finally realized that the situation seemed to be somewhat disadvantageous for her. "You little rascal. Did you carry me down to sleep together? How is that possible?" "Jiang Runen, have you seen clearly now?" Covering her flushed ears, the boy huffed indignantly. "This is the first floor. My own room, okay? I wake up to find an inexplicable extra person here, and I also got unjustly hit. Where am I supposed to seek justice?" "Ah ha ha. Yes, indeed. It's a ghost. The truth finally came to light. The once domineering Jiang Runan instantly transformed into a pitiful little baby. I'm sorry. Lin Chu, are you all right? What do you mean by all right? Look at how you twisted my ear. And then look at my head, which has been mercilessly struck by the pillow countless times. Lin Chu pointed to his forehead, repeatedly assaulted by the pillow, initiating a counterattack. How many brain cells have you killed? Just tell me how you plan to compensate me. Hey, I say, shouldn't a big man be less petty? Recognizing her fault, Jiang Runan's tone softened immediately, murmuring, I, as a girl, was held by you and slept the whole night without a care. And I haven't even troubled you yet. What do you mean held by you? Lin Chu quickly retorted from a moral high ground. My dear, please recall correctly, it was clearly you who held me first. I remember later I even complained and tried to push you away, yet you stubbornly clung to me. You're talking nonsense. I did not. Jiang Runan exclaimed in frustration. Though she denied it verbally, fragments of memories from last night gradually surfaced in her mind, proving the boy's words were not unfounded. Last night, she had drunk too much and, in a drunken haze, had stumbled out of bed to go to the bathroom. However, being already poor at handling alcohol, she was still groggy. Consequently, while searching for the bathroom, she mistakenly entered the master bedroom on the first floor. After using the bathroom, still dazed, she saw the bed outside and, thinking it was her own room, laid down and fell into a deep slumber. Thus, the great misunderstanding of today was born. Drinking can lead to trouble. Jiang Runan, unable to face the past, helplessly covered her face. Wait. Upon clarifying the sequence of events, Jiang Runan suddenly realized something was amiss. Her striking eyes glared furiously at Lin Chu, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. What did you just say? The beautiful senior's lips twitched slightly. Do you still find me lacking? Do you dare to push me away? I shall not hesitate to punish you. Chapter 016, Junior. Have you seen Xiaonan? An onslaught of pillows rained down upon him. The flustered and slightly exasperated senior, Jiang, was still not appeased. With delicate fingers, she pinched the soft flesh at Lin Chu's waist, causing him to wince in pain. Who would have imagined that the seemingly aloof goddess possessed such a mischievous side? Despite the playful assault, Lin Chu found himself utterly captivated. As a female, Jiang Runan slept in nothing but a loose, lightweight t-shirt. Her delicate skin, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, glowed with an ethereal radiance. No, do not look. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, Jiang Runan pouted and, in a flurry, dashed out of the room. At that moment, indistinct voices drifted in from outside the door. Good morning, Ai. Have you seen Xiaonan? No. Isn't she sleeping next door? I checked her room this morning, and there was no one there. No one? That little minx didn't sneak out for a late-night escapade, did she? What? Let us go see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Runan's face went pale, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm, and she swiftly retreated. Little Chu, good morning. The bedroom door swung open to reveal the sweet and cheerful short-haired girl, Tang Yi, peeking in with a bright smile. Are you awake? Huh? Lin Chu, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes and struggled to rise from the pristine white comforter. Yi, good morning. Oh dear, our little sleepyhead is still in bed. Tang Yi teased, her voice soft and endearing, laced with sweetness. As she spoke, her gaze quickly scanned the room. Everything seemed normal. Well, I stayed up a bit late last night. Lin Chu sat up, stifling a yawn. Yi, do you need something? Hee, nothing in particular. Tang Yi replied with a smile. By the way, Junior, have you seen Xiaonan? Did she come by this morning? Xiaonan? Lin Chu, slightly bewildered, shook his head. Not that I know of. I've been asleep. How strange. Where could that girl have gone? Hearing this, Tang Yi and Sunny exchanged puzzled glances. Maybe she went for a morning jog? Pfft, that lazy girl would never wake up early for that. Perhaps something unexpected happened? What could have happened? Never mind. We'll leave you to it. Don't want to disturb you. With that, Sun Yi and Tang Yi exited the room, closing the door behind them. Once the sound of their footsteps faded, Lin Chu finally called out, You can come out now. At his words, Jiang Runan cautiously peeked her head out. Phew. You nearly scared me to death, she said, placing a hand on her chest to steady her breath. I almost got caught by Tang Yi and Sun Yi. What is this all about? If they were to catch us in the act, there would be no way to cleanse ourselves, even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Wait a moment. What does it mean to be caught in bed? We are clearly innocent. Jiang Runan's mind was a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Yet, despite her apprehension, a vague sense of something inexplicable stirred within her. Oh, nonsense. What kind of excitement is this? How absurd. Jiang Runan's cheeks flushed crimson. Her head bowed as she silently spat in disdain. I'll take my leave now. Dare. I will end you. Oh, right? Xiao Chu. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and in walked Tang Yi once more. We are heading to the Atlantis Underwater Aquarium this morning. Would you like to join us? Sure. Lin Chu replied with a smile, sitting upright on the bed. Then it is settled. Hurry and get up. Yi's voice was as sweet and charming as ever, sending delightful shivers down one's spine. Let's have breakfast together later. By the way, what would you like to eat this morning? I will bring it for you. Anything is fine. I have no dietary restrictions. Upon hearing the sound of the villa's door closing, Jiang Runan, who had been hiding under the covers, cautiously emerged. Her small face was flushed, as if it might bleed from the heat. Taking a few deep breaths, she awkwardly brushed her long hair aside and shot a glare at Lin Chu, who was stifling laughter. What are you laughing at? No laughing allowed. If you keep laughing, I will end you. Oh. The young man quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, you big-headed fool. Jiang Runan huffed, throwing off the covers and stepping outside. I warn you, today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Here we go again. What is happening? Lin Chu, who were you just talking to? Outside the floor-to-ceiling window in the villa's garden stood Qin Shiwan, wearing black-framed glasses and sporting a braided ponytail, looking curiously into the master bedroom. Just now? Lin Chu responded with an innocent smile. Oh, I was just sending a voice message. Is that so? Sister Shiwan, are you preparing for morning exercise? Lin Chu inquired, noticing Qin Shiwan dressed in athletic wear, clutching a yoga mat. Call me Yuan Yuan. Qin Shiwan removed her glasses and spoke to Lin Chu with a neutral expression. With her back to the brilliant sunlight, her clear eyes sparkled like precious gems in the backlight. Lin Chu was taken aback. I said, just call me Yuan Yuan. Qin Shiwan stated calmly, I do not like being called sister. Oh, I understand. Though it felt somewhat perplexing, Lin Chu obediently nodded. Yuan Yuan. Good morning. Good morning, Chu. Whether it was Lin Chu's imagination or not, he could not tell. It seems that the moment I called her Yuan Yuan, a subtle curve appeared at the corners of the bespectacled girl's lips. After correcting our mutual address, Qin Shiwan turned away, unfurling her yoga mat upon the grass. Facing the rising sun and with her back to Lin Chu, she commenced her meditation in stillness. Her posture was straight, and her hair danced gently in the breeze. The silhouette of the girl, bathed in the warm morning light and refreshing sea wind, resembled the most exquisite masterpiece. Lin Chu felt as though the entirety of the morning had transformed into a radiant experience. A crisp notification chimed within Lin Chu's mind. Ding. The beautiful morning has brought joy to the host. Pleasure value 3. Ah, how delightful it is. Wait, is this truly the moment for such reflections? Lin Chu suddenly pondered. There was still someone inside. Chapter 17. Earning money frenziedly. A sudden pang of pain shot through Lin Chu's leg, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He glanced at Qin Shiwan, who sat in meditation with her back to him, and cautiously pulled back a sliver of the blanket, whispering, What are you doing? Let me go. Hidden beneath the covers, Jiang Runan's small face flushed as she silently mouthed her response. I know. Lin Chu cast a furtive glance at the window, where Qin Shiwan was situated. Aren't you looking for an opportunity? Hurry up. Jiang Runan was nearly frantic. If AIE and E returned soon, there would be no escaping. Fortunately, this time, Jiang Runan did not have to wait long. Lin Chu lifted the blanket with one hand. All right, let's go. With a swift movement, Jiang Runan, who had been poised and ready, darted out like a streak of smoke. Phew. The alarm had finally been lifted, and Lin Chu couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. Leaning against the headboard, he continued to relish the refreshing morning light. The breakfast brought back by Sun Yi and Tang Yi. It was a local delicacy known as bao luo fun, a delicious combination of rice noodles and broth topped with various ingredients. The 5 of them, 1 man and 4 women, sat around the dining table in the living room, each savoring a bowl of noodles. Xiaonan, where did you go this morning? Sunny inquired curiously, looking at Jiang Runan as they ate. I got up early. Jiang Runan, evidently prepared for this question, responded without a hint of trepidation, her face steady. Sun Yi's expression turned exaggerated. Wow, the sun must be rising in the west today. You actually woke up early? Indeed. Jiang Runan replied earnestly. It would be such a waste to sleep in when one could witness such a beautiful sunrise over the ocean. Did you take a photo of the sunrise? No. I forgot my phone. TSK. At her words, her friends collectively let out a sound of disapproval. However, they did not linger on the topic any further. As the conversation moved on, Jiang Runan quietly exhaled in relief. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the young man across the table. It's all this annoying younger brother's fault. He has made me so flustered. Ah, forget it. Forget it. Hurry and forget it. After finishing breakfast, the four young women ascended the stairs one after another to change their clothes. Lin Chu also returned to his room to tidy up his personal belongings. Subsequently, he took his luggage and made his way to the living room to wait. Although living in the same villa with four beautiful young ladies was an exhilarating experience, he was still an outsider, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to linger indefinitely. Moreover, Lin Chu had an even more important goal for this trip: to earn money frantically. This was his top priority and must not be delayed. Sitting patiently on the sofa in the living room, he waited for over half an hour. Finally, footsteps echoed down the staircase from the second floor. With a melodious chime, the delightful and sweet Tang Yi made her entrance, gazing at Lin Chu with a radiant smile. "Xiao Chu, have you been waiting long?" she inquired playfully. "Oh, not at all," Lin Chu replied politely, returning her smile. It is only natural for young women to meticulously prepare themselves before an outing. As they conversed, the other three ladies descended in succession, each having taken great care in their appearance, exuding beauty in their unique styles. The first to arrive was Tang Yi, embodying her signature sweet and girlish aesthetic. Clad in a JK shirt, a plaid pleated skirt, and adorably paired with knee-high socks and petite leather shoes, presenting an endearing charm. Next came the elegant Jiang Runan, the school's beauty, whose ensemble of a delicate floral dress and pristine white sneakers showcased her ethereal grace, epitomizing the image of a captivating muse. Following her were the two sisters, Sun Yi and Qin Shiwan, who radiated an entirely different allure. Their off-shoulder fitted tops paired with short skirts accentuated Sun Yi's flawless shoulders and enviable legs, fully embodying the essence of a confident and alluring woman. However, the most striking transformation was that of Qin Shiwan, who had previously remained understated within the group. Today, she opted to forego her glasses, adorned herself with full makeup, and even donned colored contact lenses, revealing her exquisite features that had been concealed behind her heavy spectacles. Though she wore what appeared to be a simple black-fitted t-shirt with fringed denim shorts, her impressive 30-60 figure added a provocative allure. "All right, let us be off." Sunny chuckled, noticing Lin Chu's somewhat dazed expression, as she slipped on her sunglasses and gracefully exited the living room with her long strides. The group climbed into her Mercedes-Benz E300, heading directly to the Atlantis Hotel, renowned across the nation for its iconic Lost Chambers aquarium, which was their primary destination for this outing. For Lin Chu, however, the venture held little significance beyond the famed Poseidon underwater suite, whose exorbitant price of 100,000 per night seemed a perfect opportunity to capitalize on the system's benefits. The distance from the villa to the Atlantis Hotel was not far, yet, due to the bustling summer season, a journey that should have taken merely 10 minutes was prolonged to half an hour in traffic. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were greeted by a vast and lively atmosphere, bustling with tourists. The aquarium's famed glass wall on one side was teeming with visitors, while a long queue had formed leading toward the aquarium itself. Observing the scene, the initially exuberant quartet collectively sighed in disappointment. "We should have come earlier," Tang Yi lamented, her expression tinged with dismay. "With this crowd, it's simply impossible to get through," Sun Yijie remarked during the summer vacation. There are indeed an overwhelming number of families traveling with children. No matter the time of day, this place is perpetually crowded. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several young ladies instantly transformed into one of disappointment. As their primary destination for capturing memories, they had dressed elegantly, eager to take beautiful photos. However, it now appeared that not only would they be unable to capture their desired snapshots, but the throngs of people made it nearly impossible to navigate through the crowd. Chapter 018, Tenfold Cashback, Millionaire. In light of the current circumstances, Lin Chu felt little surprise. After all, apart from the Spring Festival, the peak of tourism in Deer City occurs during the summer vacation. Given that Atlantis Underwater World is a favored destination for visitors, it is only natural that it would be teeming with people. "Excuse me, I need to visit the front desk." Lin Chu indicated the direction of the reception, addressing a few young women. "Please excuse me for a moment." "Wait, Lin Chu." Jiang Runan called out to him. "Did you book your room here?" Lin Chu nodded in response. Earlier that morning, he had successfully reserved a room through the app. "Oh my, Atlantis is quite pricey at the moment," Sun Yi interjected. During the summer, any low-priced rooms under 5,000 should have been booked out long ago. As she spoke, a frown appeared on her face, reminiscent of her earlier research. The lowest price for a room available now must start at 5,000, right? 5,000. Upon hearing this figure, the other members of the group grimaced. The ocean view villa they had booked was only $9,800 per night. Divided among them, each person would pay just over $2,000, which was already considered quite cost-effective during peak season. In contrast, a hotel room at $5,000 seemed rather unappealing. Jiang Runan quickly exchanged glances with her three friends. After a silent consensus, she turned to Lin Chu. How about you join us in our room? With her friend's agreement, she urged, there's enough space. And if we split the costs among the five of us, it will be much cheaper. Hearing Jiang Runan's words warmed Lin Chu's heart, nearly swaying him to abandon his reservation. However, recalling the staggering cashback of $108,888 per night, the resolute Lin Chu ultimately declined with regret. I'm sorry, ladies. I truly wish to stay with everyone, but I've already paid a deposit, and canceling would be rather troublesome. How complicated can it be for just a few thousand? Sunny chuckled lightly. Hello, sir, came the voice of the front desk attendant as it was Lin Chu's turn to check in. Dressed in a uniform that exuded the charm of Qionghai, she greeted him with a professional smile. How may I assist you today? Hello, Lin Chu replied. I have a reservation. Great, please provide your identification. Handing over his ID, Lin Chu watched as the front desk attendant scanned it. A brief moment of rigidity crossed her features as she processed his booking information. Soon, her demeanor shifted, and her gaze toward the young man transformed into one of profound respect. Greetings, Mr. Lin. The receptionist, with an unwavering tone of utmost respect, inquired. I have confirmed your reservation for the Poseidon Underwater Suite. May I assist you with the check-in process now? Yes, Lin Chu responded with a smile, his demeanor unruffled. However, the four young ladies surrounding him were left utterly astonished, exchanging incredulous glances amongst themselves as their excitement erupted. The Poseidon Underwater Suite. The luxurious suite in Qionghai that is all the rage online, priced at $108,888 per night. Indeed, sir, let me reconfirm your details. The receptionist's soft and exceptionally respectful voice resonated once more. You have booked the Poseidon Underwater Suite for 10 days, correct? Exactly. 10 days. The words that escaped the receptionist's lips struck the group like witnessing a celestial underwater sky. Spending $100,000 a night for 10 days would amount to a staggering $1 million. To spend $1 million just for a hotel stay? Young sir, are you aiming for the stars? Behind them, Jiang Runan clutched Tang Yi's arm tightly, both breathing rapidly. Qin Shiwan's mouth fell agape, her wide eyes reflecting her bewilderment as she glanced at their leader, Sunny. The latter silently removed her sunglasses and perched them atop her elegantly shaped nose, realizing that the true fool was indeed herself. Thanks to Lin Chu's earlier reservation, the check-in process proceeded seamlessly and was completed in no time. Ding! At that moment, a delightful system notification echoed in his mind. Your travel expenditure has successfully triggered a tenfold cashback. Postal Savings Bank, your account ending in 566 has received a deposit of 10,888 yuan. Current balance, 13,341,652. Lin Chu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Whether he stayed in the room or not was inconsequential. The crucial point was the cashback. A tenfold return, with 10 million credited to his account, pure ecstasy. Of course, Lin Chu had initially intended to extend his stay for a longer duration, but the system had kindly offered a timely reminder: wastefulness is shameful. Heeding this warning, Lin Chu decided to be prudent and accept the fortune he had already acquired. After all, with the system by his side, opportunities to amass wealth would be plentiful in the future. He was certain that, in the not-so-distant future, money would merely be a string of cold, lengthy numbers for him. Ding! The host is immersed in the joy of becoming a millionaire for the first time. Pleasure value 15. Oh, why only 15? Lin Chu blinked in bewilderment upon hearing the system's prompt. He distinctly remembered that when he became a millionaire in Tanzhou, the pleasure bonus was a solid 20 points. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, perhaps it was because, with his assets accumulating rapidly, the threshold for joy had risen correspondingly. Hello, Mr. Lin. After completing the check-in process, a young lady clad in a hotel uniform swiftly approached Lin Chu. I am your designated suite's private concierge, Penny, with internal staff ID 0988. Throughout your stay at our hotel, I shall be entirely devoted to fulfilling your every need. Every need? The slightly ambiguous phrase caused Lin Chu to pause momentarily. Upon closer inspection, it must be said that the private concierges at five-star hotels indeed possess remarkable allure. coupled with her curvaceous figure and the snug-fitting office attire accentuating her long, elegant legs. She perfectly embodied a mature charm that resonated with the preferences of the somewhat inexperienced young guest before her. Ahem, one of those preferences. Thank you, Lin Chu replied, suddenly sensing an inexplicable wave of discontent emanating from behind her. She quickly averted her gaze, politely nodding with a smile. It was all in jest. While Penny was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to the enchanting entourage of friends behind her. Lin Chu was well aware of the distinction between what truly mattered. Chapter 019. Where did this wealthy junior come from? Upon seeing the luxurious suite arranged for Lin Chu by the hotel, the entourage of friends behind her became quite agitated. With their enrollment in the prestigious Shanghai University Film Academy, it was evident that their families were well off. Take Sun Yi, a local from Shanghai, for example. Her family's film company is based in Shanghai, and just recently, upon turning 20, her father gifted her a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E300L for her birthday. Yet, even this exquisite vehicle, though impressive, is merely priced at around $60,000. In stark contrast, this young man casually splashed out $1 million simply to stay in a hotel for 10 days? Sunny pondered, reflecting on the numerous wealthy heirs she had encountered before. However, she had never met a junior quite like him. Just yesterday, he was clad in ordinary attire, and today he could effortlessly produce $100,000 to secure a hotel room. Who would not be utterly flabbergasted? Mr. Lin, please follow me, said Penny, the suite's butler, with a polite smile, leading Lin Chu toward the suite. Would you like to join us for a moment? Lin Chu paused slightly, extending an invitation to her friends. Absolutely. The four friends swiftly recovered from their astonishment and readily agreed. Evidently intrigued to experience the renowned suite that had garnered widespread attention online. As they made their way to the suite, the three sisters discreetly tugged at Jiang Runan, whispering among themselves, "Are you not going to explain what this is all about?" Explain? What is there to explain? Jiang Runan replied with a wry smile. In truth, she was genuinely unaware of Lin Chu's background. After all, he had dressed quite ordinarily before. He hardly resembled a wealthy heir. You mean this junior was just someone you randomly met on the high-speed train? Sun Yi and the others remarked, incredulously discussing the improbability of stumbling upon such a lavish young man. Jiang Runan, don't toy with us. This was clearly a meticulously orchestrated encounter, wasn't it? Come on, are you planning to offer yourself to him tonight? Enough, enough. What nonsense are you all talking about? The sisters' teasing left Jiang Runan momentarily speechless. In truth, the situation was so surreal that even she found it hard to believe. It was merely a chance seat change on the high-speed train. And she encountered a strikingly handsome young man, who coincidentally attended the same school and was on the same flight to Lucheng. Moreover, he turned out to be a wealthy heir. Thus, Jiang Runan now found herself at a loss for words. So many coincidences piled upon each other. Who would believe such a tale? Riding in the exclusive VIP elevator, they soon arrived at the door of the suite. Mr. Lin, this is your Poseidon Undersea Suite, Penny announced with a smile as she swiped the card to unlock the door. The room features a two-level duplex structure, with the upper level serving as the leisure area and the lower level as the sleeping quarters. As she spoke, the elegant maid in black stockings paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Lin Chu's entourage of friends before smiling and saying, Our Poseidon Suite spans an impressive 340 square meters, featuring a lounge area on both the upper and lower levels, comfortably accommodating 4 to 5 guests. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to use the room phone to contact me. With that, the perceptive maid, Penny, took her leave. The group of friends who had accompanied Lin Chu began to curiously survey their surroundings. Is this truly the legendary suite that costs 100,000 for a night? They marveled at the spacious and luminous interior. It's so vast. That terrace must lead to the water park, right? Wow, what a magnificent view. Wait, was this supposed to be an underwater suite? Whereas the underwater part? Foolish. Didn't you hear? It's a duplex structure. It must be below. The friends chattered excitedly as they followed Lin Chu down the staircase to the lower level. Wow, so many fish. Upon entering the main bedroom, they were greeted by the stunning sight of the deep blue waters of the ambassadorial atoll through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The four young ladies gasped in delight. So beautiful. Look, a sea turtle. Its head is so big. Is that a shark? It's swimming towards me. Lin Chu, can we take pictures here? Of course. Lin Chu replied with a smile. Feel free to do as you wish. Yay. Thank you, Xiao Chu. With Lin Chu's permission, the girls erupted in joyous cheers. The opportunity to experience such a prestigious underwater suite had completely erased any regrets about not visiting an aquarium. Watching the girls eagerly begin to take photos by the window, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Just 3 days prior, he could not have fathomed the wonderful scene unfolding before him. Each of these four goddesses was a breathtaking beauty that any ordinary young man would only dare to admire from afar. Yet here they were, sharing delightful moments together. Life truly is splendid. Ding. A system notification followed. Your harmonious interactions with the four ladies have brought you great joy, increasing your pleasure value by 5. Having sensed your elation, the system has successfully triggered a lottery opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a random reward. Esports MasterCard. Esports MasterCard. Upon use, your gaming abilities in esports will be permanently elevated to their peak potential. Additionally, for a period following its use, your exceptional performance in any competitive game will earn you random cash rewards from the system. Oh, not bad at all. Lin Chu felt a surge of delight at this unexpected reward and promptly stored the esports MasterCard in his system collection. Wow, all the toiletries here are from Bulgari. After finishing in the main bedroom, the group of friends excitedly ventured into the adjacent bathroom, where Tang Yi's face lit up in amazement at the sight of the luxurious brand S full set of toiletries. After all, it is only fitting that the finest suite in a 5-star hotel is adorned with luxurious brands. Sunny, with her hair elegantly styled, cast her gaze towards the other side of the bathroom, where a stunning floor-to-ceiling window revealed an aquatic panorama. Directly in front of this window stood a bathtub, allowing one to luxuriate in a bath while admiring the schools of fish gliding gracefully beneath the surface. There's another floor-to-ceiling window here, exclaimed Jiang Runan, approaching the window behind the bathtub with a sense of wonder. So many fish. How magnificent. Indeed, it must be just as impressive for them, too. Suddenly, Qin Shiwan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Just as impressive? Think about it, she said, casting a knowing glance at the transparent window before the bathtub and playfully blinking. These fish and turtles have surely witnessed countless grand spectacles through this very window. Jiang Runan. Chapter 20. The Esports Expert. A series of 5 consecutive losses in Mobile Legends after visiting the renowned underwater suite, the group returned to the living room on the first floor. In truth, Lin Chu was not particularly enamored with the so-called underwater suite. Perhaps it was the absence of windows in that enclosed space that made him feel unexpectedly claustrophobic. It was undoubtedly a setting more suited for two to explore delightful experiences, while one alone might feel a tinge of apprehension. Once upstairs, however, Lin Chu felt considerably better. A comfortable sea breeze swept in from the spacious terrace, and the pleasantly temperate indoor atmosphere provided a refreshing respite. Following Lin Chu's prior arrangements, the group enjoyed a sumptuous lunch within the suite, featuring an exquisite array of Cantonese dim sum, reportedly crafted by the newly appointed chef, light yet flavorful. As the sun blazed brightly outside, the young women gazed at the glaring midday light, entirely devoid of the desire to venture out. One by one, they reclined on the living room sofa. How about we take a moment to rest here? Lin Chu suggested after sipping his tea. When the sun weakens in the afternoon, we can head to the beach to watch the sunset. I agree, the girls nodded in unison. Since we have nothing pressing to do, shall we play a game? Tang Yi proposed with a playful smile, extending her delicate finger. There are exactly 5 of us. Let us team up for a match in Mobile Legends. 5 in a match? Lin Chu paused momentarily before recalling that during their first encounter on the high-speed train, Jiang Runan had indeed been playing a game. Sounds good. Jiang Runan immediately raised her hand in enthusiasm. Didn't you say I let you down yesterday? Today, I shall prove my prowess and ensure you all sort of victory. All right, we shall await your demonstration. Lin Chu responded with a grin. Just watch. Jiang Runan said cheerfully, glancing at Lin Chu. What about you, Xiao Chu? Are you familiar with the game? I do have some knowledge, albeit limited, Lin Chu replied with a slight smile. However, my rank is rather low. I might not be able to compete at your level. Oh, that is perfectly fine, Jiang Runan said with a bright smile. It's currently the summer event period. Ranks are unrestricted for 5-player matches. Very well then, Lin Chu nodded in agreement. He had just received his esports expert card and was pleasantly surprised to find it would be put to good use so soon. After retrieving his newly purchased device and connecting to the hotel's high-speed Wi-Fi to download the game, Lin Chu entered the application. Are we on WeChat or QQ? WeChat. WeChat. I'm online. I'll send you an invite, Jiang Runan said, glancing at her phone screen. I see it. The Wild has yet to return as you, right? Yes. Lin Chu confirmed as he accepted the team invitation from Jiang Runin. Upon entering the team interface, he noticed that his friends' ranks were not particularly high, ranging just around star levels 1 through 4. However, his 3-year-old platinum rank stood out somewhat awkwardly. Garu is out, Jiang Runin exclaimed in excitement during the hero selection phase. Please grab her for me. Understood. After securing the character Gallo for Xiaonan, Lin Chu found himself in the final position for hero selection. Seizing this moment, he summoned the system's collection interface and utilized the esports MasterCard. Ding! Esports MasterCard successfully used. The system promptly announced, and simultaneously, Lin Chu felt a refreshing surge of knowledge flood into his mind, accompanied by a slight dizziness. The system's crisp notification chimed in his ears once more. Host basic skill. Esports game 100. Ah, so that is how it is. Quite straightforward indeed. As he was the first to employ the system's enhancement card, Lin Chu nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased. During the time he was using the card, Sun Yi and the others had already chosen their heroes in succession. In the mid lane, Sun Yi selected Wu Zetian, while the side lane Qin Shiwan opted for Miyu, and Tang Yi took on the jungle role with a Ku. Lin Chu thought to himself, perhaps he should pick a frontline support, as the team composition seemed rather fragile. Sun Yi, sitting cross-legged on the sofa opposite him, remarked, just protect Xiaonan. Understood. Lin Chu replied, nodding. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed and selected Liu Bang. Upon seeing Lin Chu's choice, Sun Yi and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. Liu Bang, while not entirely unviable in the current version, nevertheless requires a certain level of skill and a keen understanding of the game to wield effectively. It might be beyond the capabilities of this platinum-level junior. However, having made their selections, they felt no need to further comment. It's just a game, after all. Let's do this. Liu Bang is a solid choice, Jiang Runin exclaimed confidently. Xiao Chu, just protect me for 5 minutes, and I'll carry us to victory. Sure, Lin Chu replied. All troops, advance. The game commenced, and Lin Chu purchased a small gemstone, following Jiang Runin out of the base with enthusiasm. Their lane opponent was the marksman Hui. Sister Runin, we can engage, Lin Chu suggested, glancing at the opposing support who had just appeared in the mid lane. Let's ambush him. Oh, JBK. With his second skill charged in the bushes, Lin Chu swiftly stunned the aggressively positioned Hui. Jiang Runin, already close to the enemy, understood the cue and unleashed her first skill, following up with a barrage of attacks. He used flash. No worries. Lin Chu, demonstrating meticulous control, executed a strengthened basic attack combined with a long-range strike, claiming first blood. First blood. Upon hearing the voice notification, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. The capabilities bestowed by the system were indeed extraordinary, elevating his understanding and execution of the game to an astonishing level. Well done, Xiao Chu. Sun Yi and the others praised him in unison. 666. Impressive, Xiao Chu. Lin Chu humbly smiled. Just luck, really. It's mainly due to Sister Runin's excellent baiting. It's also because your positioning is spot on. Hey. Can we refrain from showering each other with compliments and just focus on the game? If you two continue like this, would it be too much to ask you to go and register tomorrow? Enough with the gaming. You both should head downstairs to take care of this matter right away. Ahem. Jiang Runin's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's enjoy ourselves. Although they managed to secure first blood, the subsequent developments in the match did not favor Lin Chu and his team. Apart from the mid lane's Wu Zetian, who was barely holding her ground, the jungler, Ake, was struggling due to being countered by Nakaruru right from the start. The top lane, led by Empress Dowager of the Qin, was decisively overwhelmed by Sun Tzu. Before long, several outer towers in the mid and top lanes fell into the hands of their opponents, plunging the situation into peril. Oh no! All the resources in the jungle have been snatched away. Sun Yi, Tang Yi, and Qin Shiwan sighed in despair. Who cares about the jungle now? Both lanes are pushing towards the high ground. Come on, Miyu, why don't you go and split push? As if I could. Sun Tzu and Deji are a lethal duo. They eliminate anyone they encounter. No worries. Our composition is solid. We will drag it into the late game. We just need to hold out until their phones run out of battery. Chapter 021. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Legendary. Unable to bear any longer, Sunny cast his phone aside and lamented to the heavens after being ruthlessly defeated once more by Nakaruru. No, please. Seeing his teammates on the verge of despair, Jiang Runin quickly reassured him, I am in excellent form. I can still fight. You're in excellent form? Upon hearing this, A dejected Sun E opened the interface and was taken aback. What the? In such a dire situation, you haven't died even once? Hehe Jiang Runin smiled sweetly. It's mainly because Xiao Chu is an excellent support. Xiao Chu? Sun E glanced at Lin Chu's economy. To his astonishment, the support, Liu Bang, had an economy second only to Jiang Runin's carry, ranking second in the entire team. He was adeptly managing the perilous lanes, rendering the enemy unable to catch him. Not bad for a little platinum. Sunny regained some confidence and picked up his phone again. You possess quite the skill. Just average, Lin Chu humbly replied. It's mainly because Sister Runin leads us well. Not at all. Jiang Runin cheerfully interjected. Your awareness and execution are commendable. Hey, you too. Tang Yi and Qin Shiwan, both on the brink of defeat, exclaimed in unison. Could you refrain from being so lovey-dovey? Shu, we are striving for a comeback here, Jiang Runin proudly asserted. Let us focus. We can turn this around. All right. Let us play well. Before long, the opposing team, having gained a significant advantage, secured the dragon and began to group up aggressively. They're preparing for an assault. Hold on tight. Emperor Sun E shouted, her exquisitely manicured fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Be careful. I'm going back to regain some health. We're breaking through. I'll go in first to absorb the damage. I'll flank and cut off Hou-Yi. Wait a moment. Oh no, I couldn't unleash my ultimate. Oh dear. I almost eliminated Hou-Yi. I'm so annoyed. In a critical moment, during a high-stakes team clash, both Tang Yi and Qin Shiwan fell one after the other. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the sofa. The situation was dire. Standing alone in front of the crystal, Jiang Runin faced a 1v5 scenario, her heart sinking. Oh no, this match is doomed. Don't be afraid, Xiaonan. Just as Jiang Runin felt a flicker of panic, a youthful voice suddenly resonated in her ear. I'm coming. The tone remained warm and gentle, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. A radiant light descended from the heavens. A blue-purple figure, akin to a celestial being, stood protectively in front of Carrie. Xiaonan, I'm going in. Together. How strange. It was merely a game. Lin Chu's Liu Bang charged into the enemy lines with the ferocity of a lion, exuding an unstoppable aura. An exquisitely agile and ethereal maneuver, a fully charged second skill executed with an exceptionally cunning positioning, instantly incapacitated all 5 opponents, perfect crowd control x5. Simultaneously, Wu Zetian's ultimate descended from the heavens with impeccable timing. The following arrows from Garo fell like rain. Double kill. The exhilarating sound of the kill notification resonated throughout the entire living room. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Penta kill. Aced. Wow. Incredible. A flawless 3v5 team fight left the two commanders at the fountain utterly astonished. With a surge of excitement from achieving a pentakill, Jiang Runin could hardly contain herself and immediately embraced Lin Chu beside her. Xiao Chu, your control just now was absolutely perfect. Taken by surprise from the sudden embrace, Lin Chu paused momentarily. However, she did not hesitate and generously wrapped her arms around Jiang Runin's slender waist. The silky long dress felt exquisitely soft, imbued with a delicate fragrance akin to warm jade. Its smooth texture resembled the finest mutton fat jade, firm yet elastic, making it irresistible to touch. As the saying goes, men should not touch a woman's head, and women should not touch a man's waist. Traditionally, a woman's waist is considered a private part, certainly not to be touched casually by anyone, especially men. Yet, in that moment, as Lin Chu held her, Jiang Runin's soft body only stiffened briefly. She did not shy away, nor did she exhibit any signs of reproach. Before they could fully relish the moment, 3 teasing sounds abruptly interrupted the intimate atmosphere. Oh, so this is how it is. Sweet nothings, is it? As if we 3 don't exist. All right, we'll take our leave. The playful banter from her 3 friends jolted Jiang Runin back to reality. With a startled exclamation, she hastily broke free from Lin Chu's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she shifted slightly away. Enough. No need to tease. The girl scolded her giggling companions, feeling both shy and embarrassed. We won the team fight. Celebrating is not excessive, right? Not excessive at all. How about you 3 head downstairs to celebrate? Oh, you big-headed ghost. If you want to go, go. You perv think about these things every day. I'll go. Xiao Chu, I prefer cheese-flavored. Why don't you just fly to the sky? Lin Chu, we're about to turn the tide. This is so much fun. Got it. Just watch me this round. Up high. I'm going. It's going to be intense. Xiao Chu, give them your ultimate as well. Come on, Xiao Chu, let me have it. Seriously. You just gave it to Xiaonan again. Seeing Lin Chu once again unreservedly grant her ultimate to Jiang Runan, the 502 trio immediately pouted in dismay. This is so unfair. Only Jiang Runan, who enjoyed special treatment, felt a delightful thrill in her heart, her delicate lips involuntarily curling upwards. It was a sensation of being the sole recipient of attention and favoritism amidst a sea of girls vying for the same. Surely, no girl could resist such a feeling. Legendary. Aced. Victory. As exhilarating announcements echoed, the opposing team's crystal was shattered, and the 5-member team triumphed in the first round. Lin Chu, achieving an outstanding support performance, surpassed Jiang Runan and earned the title of MVP for this round, garnering unanimous praise from the sisterhood. Well done, little Chu. So impressive. So grand and powerful. Truly exhilarating. All right, Xiao Chu. Jiang Runan raised her arm to nudge Lin Chu playfully, her smile radiant. So you're playing on a smurf account to deceive us, are you? Do tell, what rank is your main account? No, I'm not lying to you all, Lin Chu replied with a helpless smile. This truly is my main account. I am indeed just a little platinum. Chapter 022, The Sister-in-Law, Unassailable. After witnessing Lin Chu's prowess, the close-knit circle of friends naturally delighted in allowing her to lead them. In pursuit of completing her system tasks, Lin Chu graciously embraced her role, transforming into the harbinger of equilibrium, obliterating her adversaries with relentless fervor. Throughout a single afternoon, she guided her companions to an impressive streak of 8 consecutive victories. Beep. The effect duration of the esports MasterCard has ended. Effect duration. The host has accumulated a total of 126 kills. Congratulations, host. You have earned a system multiplier cash reward of 12,600,000. Postal Savings Bank. Your account ending in 566 has received a deposit of 12,600,000 yuan. Current balance, 25,941,652. Upon receiving the sudden notification of the monetary deposit on her phone, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. A cash reward of 12 million. Is it truly necessary to be so extravagant for merely playing a game? I must say, I relish this. After a brief respite, the evening approached. The group, engaged in cheerful banter, exited the hotel and made their way to the sandy beach. In the distance, the resplendent golden sun hung just above the horizon. The vast sky was adorned with vibrant hues of sunset, resembling the breathtaking scenes from a film by Makoto Shinkai. How beautiful! Dressed in a floral sundress, Jiang Runan gazed upward, captivated by the stunning twilight. From Lin Chu's vantage point, the golden rays of the setting sun cascaded onto the delicate lashes of the young girl, shimmering like the enchanting evening clouds, evoking breathless admiration. Indeed, it was undeniably beautiful. Lin Chu reflected sincerely. Ah, indeed, your sister Nan is truly lovely. Before Lin Chu could finish her thought, the sweet, playful voice of Tang Yi chimed in. So, we are not anything special, are we? Ah. Lin Chu chuckled awkwardly and turned away. Amidst the radiant sunset, the charming Tang Yi slightly lifted her snowy chin, her exquisitely delicate lips curling into a mischievous yet endearing smile. What are you saying? All of you elder sisters are exceptionally beautiful. How beautiful! The combined beauty of all the girls on this beach pales in comparison to the 4 of you. Humph, at least you know how to flatter. In response, the group burst into laughter. By the way, Lin Chu, could you take some pictures for us? Of course. As Lin Chu tirelessly captured moments for the 4 stunning beauties, the passing men on the beach were filled with envy, their eyes nearly turning red with admiration. They silently speculated about the identity of this handsome gentleman. What a joke. 4 top-tier beauties, each exuding a unique charm. The ethereal, the queenly, the sweet, and the fiery, each possessing their own allure. Moreover, none bore the hallmark of artificial beauty. The quality was simply unparalleled. Envy multiplied to the power of 10,086. After spending over an hour taking pictures with her friends, the 4 enchanting sisters reluctantly concluded their self-portrait session as night descended. Lin Chu, please remember to send me the photos you just took. Tang Yi chimed in with a cheerful smile. Sure, it seems we haven't added each other as friends yet, right? Why don't we do that now? Hey, isn't it too troublesome for Xiao Chu to send the photos one by one? Sunny interjected, suggesting, why not create a group and share them all at once? Yes, that's a splendid idea. The others nodded in agreement. Since Lin Chu and Sun Yi weren't friends, the responsibility of creating the group naturally fell to Jiang Runan, who was friends with both. She took out her phone and deftly tapped the screen. Soon, notifications chimed from several phones. Lin Chu opened WeChat and realized he had been added to a group chat named Goddess and Little Puppy. It's done. Don't forget to send the photos later. Hola. Dinner was settled at a seaside seafood stall where they enjoyed freshly caught delicacies. The ingredients were common, and the preparation simple, yet the freshness enhanced the flavors significantly. This time, the group of friends firmly declined Lin Chu's intention to pay, opting instead for an equal split among the four. Although Lin Chu felt a tinge of regret at missing out on a cashback opportunity, he found the arrangement rather agreeable. After all, since they were friends, a reciprocal approach felt more fitting. Once dinner concluded, Lin Chu bid farewell to his friends, agreeing to meet again the following day. Xiaonan, how come you're returning with us? On the drive back, Tang Yi leaned over from the back seat to the passenger side, her innocent face adorned with a mischievous grin. Did you not plan to stay with Xiaochu in the seaside suite tonight? Stay with the big-headed ghost, Jiang Runan retorted. Her face flushed. I said you could go stay there if you wanted. Oh, I would love to, but Xiaochu didn't invite me. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow, feigning disappointment. With no outsiders present, Qin Shiwan quickly resumed her chattering, eager to gossip. Xiaonan, what are your thoughts about Lin Chu at this moment? What thoughts? It's just a simple senior-junior relationship. Jiang Runan muttered softly, only to be met with a chorus of teasing from her friends. Clearly, even she struggled to believe her own words. As she got to know Lin Chu better, Jiang Runan found herself increasingly drawn to him. He was handsome, remarkably wealthy, calm yet gentle, easygoing, and just a tad humorous. As the campus belle of the film academy, Jiang Runan had often attracted the attention of wealthy suitors during her university years. However, many of those so-called rich heirs were arrogant and ostentatious, almost wearing their wealth on their sleeves, in stark contrast to Lin Chu's understated demeanor. Moreover, the shared experiences of the past 2 days, filled with both humorous mishaps and profound challenges, had created a lasting bond between them. Nature instilled in Jiang Runan at this very moment a profound sense that her encounter with Lin Chu was akin to the guiding hand of fate. Naturally, such thoughts lingered in her heart. However, for someone as bashful as Jiang Runan, uttering these sentiments in front of her dear friends was utterly out of the question. After all, her lips were tightly sealed. Oh, truly, it is merely a relationship between senior and junior, is it? Indeed, indeed. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Jiang Runan pursed her lips, defiantly turning her head away. Have you ever considered giving him something? Give what? Give your sister. You sly minx, Qin Shiwan. Hee upon hearing this, Qin Shiwan wore a mischievous grin. Since that is the case, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Ah, Yuan, how cunning you are. Tang Yi exclaimed anxiously. No, he has already expressed interest in little Chu, let me have him. Hey, you too. How can you be like this? Sun Yi, who was driving, interjected coldly. Sisters before misters, this cannot be. Listen to that. It is indeed I who is the true sister. Little Chu should be left to me. Jiang Runan, I can't believe this. Chapter 023. Shall we set a time to meet? Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Chu settled comfortably into the bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window, indulging in a relaxing soak. Through the glass, he observed a languid sea turtle gliding gracefully in the aquatic world just beyond. With a curious glance at the smooth, solitary biped resting in the tub, the turtle disdainfully retracted its head and swam away in disappointment. Lin Chu, what on earth? Why do I feel oddly offended? He picked up his phone from the side of the bathtub and opened the WeChat group chat, sending all the photos taken that evening. As he continued to send, a sudden realization struck him. He had yet to utilize a photography enhancement feedback card. However, he dismissed the thought, knowing that their vacation had only just begun, and there would be ample opportunities to use it later. As he gazed at the series of captivating female photos in the group chat, a faint smile crept onto the young man's lips. Cute, beautiful, alluring, youthful, each one was a vision of beauty that captivated the eye. Moreover, they all possessed delightful personalities. From a man's perspective, choosing any one of them while forsaking the others would indeed evoke a sense of regret. A whimsical thought suddenly sprang to Lin Chu's mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. What was he thinking? He hadn't even managed to win over Miss Ruan. And here he was contemplating a grand gesture with the 502 sisters? How fanciful. Shaking his head, just as Lin Chu intended to set his phone aside, a new friend request notification appeared in his WeChat list. Hungry EE requests to add you as a WeChat friend? Noticing that the request had come through the group chat, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. How could someone so petite always be hungry? Without further thought, he clicked to accept. Hungry EE. Hello, Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Hello. Hungry Oh dear. Please don't call me sister in private. It makes me sound so old. Hungry actually. I will only turn 18 next month. Brother Chu. Astonished. You entered university at 16? When I was little. My mother exaggerated my age so I could start school early. So, you can just call me or little is fine too, alright then. Brother Chu, the portrait you drew for little Nan last time was so beautiful. Could you draw one for me when you have time? Of course. What kind of portrait do you want? Feel free to send me a photo you like. What is the point of drawing a photo? Why not just draw me in person? That would indeed be the ideal scenario. Then it's settled. Once we return to Huhai, let us arrange a time to meet, somewhere quiet where we can take our time drawing, wink, returning to Huhai to set a time. Upon reading this line, Lin Chu's eyebrows arched in intrigue. This could be interesting. Just as he was conversing with Tang Yi, another friend request notification popped up in his WeChat chat list. Yuan Sure requests to add you as a WeChat friend. Goodness, another one? Upon noticing the new friend request, Lin Chu scratched his head in contemplation. The addition was similarly facilitated through the WeChat group chat, and a glance at the name left no doubt as to the identity of the formidable D. He clicked to accept the request. Yuan Sure, waving, a Chu, smiling. After exchanging these two simple emoticons, the other party ceased further communication. Lin Chu paid little mind to this and set his phone back down beside the bathtub. With a mere thought, the system interface materialized before him, akin to the virtual reality effect showcased by Vision Pro. Name, Lin Chu. Age, 18. Wealth, 25, 941. 652. Joy value, 50. Talent, daily windfall LV2, 03000. Special buff effect, travel critical cashback, active, remaining time, 118, 59, for 3, less than 5 days remained. Observing the dwindling duration of the travel cashback buff, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. His total funds amounted to nearly 26 million. Clearly, he needed to seize the moment and undertake some ventures to further maximize the returns on this capital. The higher the expenditure, the greater the cashback rewards. Thus arose the question, how could he possibly spend such a substantial sum in just a few days? With this delightful dilemma in mind, Lin Chu found himself ensnared in a quandary reminiscent of Wang Duiyu's. Logically, one would consider purchasing real estate or vehicles. However, he was uncertain if such expenditures fell within the realm of the system's cashback criteria. After all, it did have some connection to travel. As he pondered, his phone, which rested by the bathtub, suddenly erupted with notifications. Picking it up, he discovered that several girls were engaging in conversation within the Goddess and Puppy group. Hey, everyone, what are we planning for tomorrow? Any suggestions? Insatiable yacht outing. Yuan Sure, yacht 1. Xiaonan. Wow, agreed a Chu. What do you think? A Chu. Sounds good, very okay. JPG, then it's settled. Tomorrow, yacht swimwear party. Okay. A Chu, 666, as he read through the messages in the group chat. An epiphany struck Lin Chu. He sprang up from the bathtub, seizing the dedicated phone in the suite. Moments later, a polite trio of knocks echoed from the door. Hello, Mr. Lin. Is there anything you require? The butler, Penny, clad in a uniform and black stockings, gazed at the tall youth who stood at the door clad only in a bathrobe, her smile momentarily faltering. Of course, Lin Chu replied with a slight smile. Miss Penny, please come in. Let us converse at our leisure. All right, sounds good, Penny responded, her large eyes sparkling with allure. The following morning, in the villa's living room, the early rising quartet of friends sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast while engaged in lively conversation. The topics of conversation among girls often parallel those of boys. Just as boys frequently engage in discussions about women, girls naturally find themselves discussing men. Thus, as the circle of close friends chatted away, the conversation effortlessly shifted to Lin Chu. Hey, what do you think? Tang Yi, with a face full of curiosity, remarked. Lin Chu is so handsome and wealthy, yet he claims he has never been in a relationship. Can you believe it? Indeed, he is even still a virgin. Qin Xuan chuckled, covering her mouth. He seems to be the perfect boyfriend material. Hey, you two naughty girls. Son, tapped the table. Don't get any wild ideas. Lin Chu is definitely Xiaonan's type. Of course. Tang Yi winked and turned to the quiet Jiang Runan. Xiaonan, tell us honestly. Do you like Lin Chu or not? Not exactly, Jiang Runan replied softly. After all, we have only known each other for a short time. Her slender fingers, adorned with cherry blossom-colored nail polish, stirred aimlessly in her glass of coffee. Well, it's best if you think that way, Sunny nodded. Lin Chu is indeed a great guy, but the time you've spent together is still limited. I just worry you might get carried away and ignore everything else, which could lead to trouble. What is the big deal? Boys typically don't think too much about these things. Qin Shiwan adjusted her glasses with a serious demeanor and added, based on my years of research on males, a young, wealthy, and handsome man like Lin Chu, if he doesn't find what he desires from you, will soon be lured away by other enticing butterflies. Chapter 024. Who are you? Jiang Runin's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Could it be? I don't perceive Lin Chu as the type. She thought to herself. You should realize that men are creatures who often think with their lower halves. Noticing Jiang Runin's distress, her mischievous circle of friends seized the opportunity to tease her. Indeed. Yuan's words rang true. Men often find it difficult to resist temptation. A young, affluent, and handsome man, residing in a luxurious presidential suite. What else could he be doing? Do not be deceived by his seemingly honest demeanor. He might very well be cozily embracing that flirtatious little housekeeper in slumber. Bah. I refuse to listen to such nonsense. Jiang Runin vehemently shook her head and, clutching her coffee cup, stood up to leave. However, the jest, albeit unintentional, struck a chord. Remembering the alluring charm of the housekeeper, a wave of unease washed over Jiang Runin. Could it really be? Restless, even the coffee in her cup tasted particularly bitter. Upon entering the villa's small garden, she discreetly glanced at Sun Yi and the others in the living room. Jiang Runin took out her phone and quietly sent a message to Lin Chu. Good morning, Xiao Chu, grinning. A minute passed. No reply. Jiang Runin thought. Perhaps he simply hasn't noticed? With that in mind, her slender fingers tapped the screen once more. Another message was dispatched. Aren't you awake yet, little sleepyhead? Another minute elapsed, yet the chat interface remained silent. What is happening? Is he truly still asleep? Jiang Runin perched herself on a garden bench, biting her thumb lightly. Her large eyes blinking in contemplation. Her thoughts began to spiral. Could it be? What on earth is going on? As the belle of the film academy, Jiang Runin occasionally exchanged messages with classmates or other boys, who invariably responded without delay. How could Lin Chu be so utterly unresponsive? This sensation of being overlooked was a novel experience for her, and the stark contrast birthed an inexplicable sense of anxiety within her. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. The cycle of worry spiraled into an unbreakable loop, just as Jiang Runin was engrossed in staring at her phone screen. A muffled giggle erupted beside her. Startled, she turned to find Sun Yi and her companions, who had inexplicably gathered around her, observing her phone screen with knowing glances. I knew it. You couldn't help but come out to send Lin Chu a message, could you? Cut it out. How could that be? I merely wanted to check the weather. Jiang Runin pouted, her fair thumb swiftly gliding across the screen, discreetly exiting the WeChat interface. You, with your entire body so soft. Sun Yi stealthily attacked from behind, playfully teasing the beautiful woman. It's just this little mouth that's so stubborn. Ouch. Jiang Runin quickly dodged the mischievous hands, retorting, speak properly, without any hands-on antics. Who's being stubborn? Oh dear, why are you in such a foul mood today? Hee, the little puppy hasn't replied, causing Runin to become quite irritable. Go away. Having had enough of the teasing, Sun Yi gently patted Jiang Runin's head and said with a smile, come now. Let's video call the little puppy and see how things are. What? A video call? Upon hearing this, Jiang Runin's previously fiery demeanor instantly deflated. Is that really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Sun Yi, now seated beside Jiang Runin, replied, everyone is here. Let's call now and simply ask when he plans to head to the yacht harbor. That did make sense. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Runin dialed Lin Chu's video call. It rang for a brief moment before connecting. Hello? Xiaonan, good morning. As the video connected, Lin Chu's handsome face appeared on the screen, with a backdrop of blue skies and the sea at the harbor, far exceeding the expectations of the girls. Is there something up? Good morning, Xiao Chu. Jiang Runin paused momentarily before smiling and responding, nothing much, just wanted to ask when we might meet up. Well, would around 10 in the morning work? Lin Chu replied with a smile. I'm currently out taking care of some matters. Sounds good. At his words, Jiang Runin let out a sigh of relief, her worries dissipating. So he was just busy outside. No wonder he hadn't seen my messages. Mr. Lin, could you come over here, please? Just as they were talking, a sweet voice suddenly emerged from the other end of the call. The friends listening and exchanged glances. Recognizing that voice. What do you mean? It sounds familiar. That's definitely Penny, the concierge from yesterday. Tang Yi crossed her arms, thoughtfully stroking her chin. I caught a glimpse during the video. I saw her for a moment, with that tight skirt and sheer black stockings. I could almost catch a whiff of her allure through the screen. However, I must say, those black stockings are indeed a charm for attracting men. But it's puzzling, why would Xiao Chu take her along for his errands? Tang Yi blinked. Could it be that he is going to handle her affairs? Qin Shiwan nodded. Oh, he was at the harbor, right? It seems like he plans to enjoy a day with the alluring concierge on his yacht. What nonsense are you all babbling about? Jiang Runin waved her hand in annoyance. After a long-awaited return to tranquility, her peace of mind was abruptly disturbed, leaving her feeling flustered. Glancing at the clock, she pondered whether she should change her outfit and if she still intended to go out. Ah, how amusing, observing the pouting Jiang Runin. The other three friends exchanged playful glances and stuck out their tongues in jest, dutifully following her upstairs. After more than half an hour had passed, the trio descended the stairs, dressed and ready. They waited patiently, yet Jiang Runin was still nowhere to be seen. What could be the reason for her prolonged delay today? It was indeed peculiar. She was usually the quickest to prepare. Xiaonan, are you ready? Enough with the urging. A cool, melodic voice resonated from above, accompanied by the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the floor. What? The three friends, seated in the living room, were rendered speechless as they beheld the stunning figure descending the stairs. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves and complemented by long, elegant legs adorned in sheer black stockings, she moved with a fluid grace that showcased her exquisite silhouette. Wait a moment, who is this? Chapter 025, The First Encounter. The second familiarity. Oh, it's nothing really. I just suddenly felt like dressing this way. Stockings? Of course, it's merely for sun protection. There's truly no other meaning. As they journeyed towards the yacht harbor, Jiang Runin maintained her composure, effortlessly handling the relentless inquiries from her three close friends, which earned her a chorus of teasing remarks. By the time the group arrived at the yacht harbor, it was already past 10 in the morning. Has Lin Chu contacted you yet? Inquired Sunny, clad in a black dress, as she adjusted her sunglasses perched on her nose. Not yet. Jiang Runin replied with a hint of resignation, glancing at her phone once more. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps the matter isn't resolved yet. Waiting indefinitely isn't ideal, suggested Tang Yi from the back seat. Shall we go ahead and book the yacht? That sounds good. The others nodded in agreement. Given that it was the peak summer season, there was an influx of people renting yachts for outings, and there was a chance they might miss out if they delayed too long. Upon arriving at the yacht rental company, the group of young women had barely stepped out of the car when they were startled by the deafening roar of engines from a distance. Two vividly painted Porsche sports cars raced towards them, boldly stopping right in front of the yacht rental office. As the doors swung open, two pairs of young men and women emerged. The men, clad in flashy streetwear and sporting tattoos on their arms, exuded an air of brashness typical of the second-generation elite found throughout Lucheng. One of the men had his arm wrapped around the waist of a young model with a distinctly internet celebrity look, laughing and chatting as they made their way into the yacht company. Just as they were about to enter, one of the men, sporting a dyed buzz cut, caught sight of the four beautiful women. His eyes widened instinctively behind his sunglasses. He then nudged his companion next to him. What is up? Inquired the other man, who was wearing a headscarf, glancing in the direction of his friend's gaze. Oh, isn't that Sunny, the campus beauty? Tycoon? Sunny responded politely, nodding slightly as she noted the cheerful recognition directed at her. I.e., who is that? Jiang Runin whispered to her upon realizing their familiarity. A high school classmate. Sun Yi raised her hand, feigning a nose rub to subtly cover her mouth as she explained. His family has some money. He is both ostentatious and pretentious. Oh. The rest of the group understood immediately upon hearing her characterization. Jiang Runin, Tang Yi, and Qin Shiwan all shared a similar aesthetic preference, gravitating towards the clean and bright charm of someone like Lin Chu. In stark contrast, these two brash individuals were several tiers below in their appeal. Moreover, with such a description of being both ostentatious and pretentious, there was absolutely no possibility of any interaction or connection with them. With a soft exclamation, "Ah, it has been over a year since we last met. Son, you have become even more beautiful." Tycoon and his companions set aside the young models they were with and approached Sun Yi and her friends. Upon seeing Jiang Runin and the others beside Sun Yi, their gazes momentarily faltered, only to ignite with fervor behind their sunglasses. Goodness, all four young ladies are exquisite rarities, each distinct in style, boasting their own unique charm, and undeniably possessing pure, natural beauty, far superior to the surgically enhanced faces of today's internet celebrities. At this realization, the two exchanged excited glances, both clearly reveling in the thrill of the moment. If only such stunning ladies could. Just imagining it is blissful. Sun Goddess, are these your close friends? Tycoon asked, clearing his throat and smiling as he initiated conversation. Sunny nodded, her tone calm. Yes, they are all my university classmates. Well, Tycoon licked his lips and grinned widely. The Shanghai Film Academy truly is exceptional. All of you are breathtaking. Hello, beautiful ladies. I am Tycoon. And this is my brother, Wei Peng. Hello, everyone. I'm Wei Peng, he chimed in cheerfully. Oh, hello, came the rather indifferent response from the group of friends. While Tycoon's words held no particular fault, his brash demeanor and the way their eyes roamed over the girls made Jiang Runin and her friends quite uncomfortable. Given their unfamiliarity, maintaining a modicum of politeness would have been prudent. Sun Goddess, are you also here to rent a yacht for a sea excursion? Tycoon inquired with a smile directed at Sunny. Have you already secured one? Actually, we are just preparing to rent, Sunny replied. What a coincidence. Wei Peng interjected, still gnawing on the end of a cigarette. I suggest you don't bother renting. My brother and I have secured a luxurious yacht. So why not join us for a delightful outing at sea? Hey, Peng, that's a splendid idea. Tycoon exclaimed, clapping his hands together. The more, the merrier. Let us have a yacht party together, drinking, dancing, and having a great time. Their banter was lively, yet the group of friends remained unresponsive, clearly uninterested. Do we know each other well enough for that? Who wants to party with you? A palpable chill fell over the atmosphere, prompting Sun E to gracefully decline while maintaining her classmates' dignity. We are merely having a small gathering, and we prefer to keep it private. So we appreciate your kind offer, but we'll have to decline. What do you mean by outsiders? Tycoon persisted, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, maintaining his playful demeanor. Sun Goddess, we were classmates for 3 years. Surely we have some foundation of camaraderie. Although I may not be acquainted with your friends just yet. There is always a process for getting to know one another, right? At his words, the group of friends collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. Did he not grasp the situation? Who would willingly engage in such a process? No, thank you. My dear, do not be so hasty in your refusal, Wei Peng interjected. This period marks the peak of travel season, and securing a yacht is quite a challenge. If you have not made prior reservations, I fear it may be unlikely to find a suitable vessel at this juncture. Indeed, Peng is correct, Sun Goddess, do take a look. If no yachts are available, perhaps you might consider joining us instead, Tycoon eagerly chimed in. It is no jest, such exquisite beauties as the four of you are rarely encountered. The two of them were unwilling to let such an extraordinary opportunity slip away. As long as they could board the yacht, they could indulge in dancing and revelry. And perhaps, once the spirits flowed, there might arise an opportunity. Oh, how delightful. No, truly, I must decline. Sun E furrowed her brow, her tone growing impatient, thinking to herself how persistently annoying this individual was. How bothersome. Chapter 26. The little puppy transforms into a great demon. King apologies, madam. The receptionist at the yacht rental company expressed her regret to Sun E and her companions, stating, Today, our yacht reservations are fully booked. Fully booked? Sun E glanced at the time, incredulous. It's only just past 10. How could it be full? I'm sorry, madam. The receptionist replied courteously. Due to the peak tourist season, our yachts typically require a week's advance reservation. A week's advance reservation? Sunny and her friends exchanged helpless glances. It seemed that their hopes of sailing on a yacht during this trip were dashed. He had told you there wouldn't be any yacht. Seeing the disappointment on Sun Yi's face, the ever-smug Tycoon chimed in, Come on, goddess Sun. Why not join us for a day out at sea? Upon hearing this, Sunny blinked and glanced at her 3 friends. Jiang Runin shook her head. Tang Yi frowned. Qin Shiwan busied herself with her phone. Well then, understanding their sentiments, Sun Yi decisively replied, We decided not to go out to sea today. Why not? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Chu emerged from the yacht company, smiling and chatting, accompanied by the suite manager, Penny, and several impeccably dressed middle-aged men, whose demeanor was notably respectful. Lin Chu, what are you doing here? Jiang Runin's face lit up at the sight of the young man approaching. The group of friends quickly surrounded the beloved Lin Chu, forming a protective circle around him. Watching from a distance, Tycoon and Wei Peng felt a surge of envy and resentment. Who is this kid? As they silently fumed, they remained unaware that the 2 young influencers standing behind them were equally captivated by Lin Chu, already branding him with an air of admiration in their minds. Weren't we supposed to go out on a yacht? Lin Chu, surrounded by the four stunning beauties, smiled and clarified. I came early to make preparations. Curious, Sunny asked. So when you said you had something to do earlier, you meant this? Yes, Lin Chu affirmed with a nod. Did you manage to rent a yacht? Tang Yi blinked. Eager to know. Rent? Lin Chu paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. I didn't rent one. No, you didn't rent one? The initially excited group of friends suddenly fell silent, their expressions turning to disappointment. After coming so early, we still couldn't secure a reservation? Upon hearing that Lin Chu had also failed to rent a yacht, Tycoon sighed in relief, casually remarking, I told you it's hard to book now. Indeed. Wei Ping chimed in this peak season, securing a yacht for a sea outing requires not only wealth but also connections. It's not something you can simply reserve by arriving early. So ladies, it seems. Reservations? Lin Chu spoke softly, interrupting Wei Ping's words. The youth, with a puzzled expression, inquired, why should one make a reservation? My friend, your question is quite amusing. Tycoon retorted sarcastically, without a reservation. How could one possibly rent a yacht? Do you intend to row a small dinghy out to sea? Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Thus, the question arises, why rent? A look of confusion graced the handsome face of the youth as he responded. Isn't it sufficient to use one's own yacht? As soon as he uttered those words, not just Tycoon, but even Sun Yi and Jiang Runin were momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? On a yacht? After standing in silence for a moment, Tycoon was the first to regain his composure, scoffing. Keep dreaming. In his view, if Lin Chu truly possessed a yacht, he wouldn't need to have Sun Yi and the others specifically come to the company to make a reservation. Thus, the only explanation was that this young man was merely talking nonsense to save face. Once Tycoon said this, his companion, Wei Peng, quickly came to his senses. After a brief contemplation, he agreed with the reasoning. Consequently, a sardonic smile crept onto his thin lips as he teased, I say, my friend, if you wish to show off, at least do it properly. If you really have a yacht, why not bring it out for us to see? Oh. Lin Chu maintained a calm demeanor and smiled slightly. Just then, a well-dressed man who had received a phone call approached with a smile, respectfully addressing Lin Chu, sir. The Ferretti 960 flybridge yacht you purchased has completed all preparations for departure. Additionally, all the beverages and food on board are a small gift from our company. We hope you won't find it lacking. Very well, Lin Chu nodded slightly, responding with a smile, thank you very much. Ferretti. Upon hearing this illustrious yacht brand, Tycoon and Wei Peng were utterly astounded, their mouths agape. The Ferretti yachts are renowned as the most luxurious private yachts in the world. Akin to the Rolls-Royce of yachts, each vessel starts at a price of no less than 10 million. Even those with a net worth in the hundreds of millions cannot afford such a luxury. Are you certain he purchased a Ferretti 960? A yacht worth tens of millions? Tycoon swallowed hard, still in disbelief, and asked the well-dressed man. Indeed. The man raised the contract in his hand, responding with unwavering confidence, to be precise. This yacht is priced at 24.6 million. Just moments ago, Mr. Lin settled the full payment. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Tycoon and Wei Peng felt as though the world around them was spinning. The two young models behind them were so shocked that their complexions turned pale. Spending 24.6 million in one go. What kind of extravagant individual is this? Such a person is far beyond the reach of someone of their humble means. Ahem, intriguing indeed. With a face swollen from the blows, Tycoon offered an awkward smile and hastily retreated. I have a matter to attend to. I must take my leave. Wait for me, Lao Chao, let us go together. After Tycoon and his companions fled in panic, Jiang Runin and her group of four could not help but tremble. Lin Chu, Jiang Runin bit her lip and, with a quivering voice, inquired. You didn't buy a yacht specifically for going out to sea, did you? Bingo. You guessed it correctly. The revelation sent shockwaves through everyone present once more. To purchase a yacht for a mere outing at the cost of 20 million. What kind of wealth must one possess to indulge in such extravagance? Who exactly is Xiao Chu? In that instant, Lin Chu transformed in the eyes of the crowd from an innocent puppy into a formidable overlord. Oh, how terrifying. Chapter 027. The rebate of critical hits, accepting a new ambition with tears. The cries of seagulls echoed as the sea breeze gently caressed the vast ocean, painting the world in hues of azure. The radiant sunlight of summer sparkled brilliantly, illuminating everything in its path. A luxurious white yacht surged through the waves, cutting through the water with elegance and grace. Seated upon the circular sofa of the top deck of the Ferretti 960, I gazed at the young boy confidently steering the yacht from the flybridge. The 4 girls of the 502 Sisterhood were still reeling from the intense shock of the moment. To venture out to sea, he had extravagantly spent 24.6 million on a yacht. It was utterly surreal. Only now did the Sisterhood come to realize that their previous expenditure of $1 million for 10 days at a hotel was mere trifles in comparison to Lin Chu's lavishness. To their astonishment, he could even pilot a yacht. Sunny adjusted her sunglasses, murmuring softly, "That's quite normal, isn't it?" as she watched the young figure. The adorable Tang's crescent moon eyes sparkled with admiration. For someone from such a prominent family, he must possess numerous talents, right? Truly exceptional. Qin Xuan pressed a finger to her lips, her expression contemplative. I wonder how he was nurtured from a young age. It must be beyond our imagination. Jiang Runan cast a glance at the boy's back, her eyes reflecting a somewhat complex emotion. Initially, when they encountered each other on the high-speed train, she felt a distinct advantage over this junior from a small county. After all, she had always been the goddess of the academy, the center of attention. Thus, in such an atmosphere akin to a constellation of stars surrounding the moon, a strong sense of confidence blossomed within her. However, within just a few days of knowing Lin Chu, especially at this very moment, in the presence of this charismatic young man with a substantial background, her confidence had nearly evaporated. Although her family was not impoverished, it paled in comparison to Lin Chu's wealth. Consequently, Jiang Runan found herself relegating her own worth to a lower status, even feeling a tinge of inferiority. After all, a family like Xiao Chu's was far beyond the reach of someone like her, a mere Cinderella. This bay has quite a splendid view, she thought, caught in her swirling emotions. Just as she grappled with her insecurities, the luxurious yacht gradually came to a halt, and the boy's clear voice drifted through the sea breeze. "Let us stop here for now. Wow, how beautiful." The sight of the crystal-clear, jelly-like sea below elicited a chorus of awe from the 4 girls. "Xiao Chu, this place is simply incredible. The clarity is perfect for snorkeling," they exclaimed, filled with excitement. Observing the sisters' jubilant reactions, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile faintly. Unbeknownst to him, they were weaving elaborate fantasies in their minds. The reason he had entrusted Panny to contact the yacht company and purchase the Ferretti 960 outright was, of course, to capitalize on a sizable rebate from the system. With a full payment of 24.6 million, the critical hit rebate was 6-fold. With tears, I withdrew 1. For minor goals, instantly transforming from a millionaire into a billionaire. Alongside this, I accrued 10 points of joy and received a top-tier driving skills card. The latter offered no special rewards. Its sole benefit was that upon use, I would master the operation of all vehicles. Thus, Lin Chu did not even need to recruit a captain. He took to the helm himself. With deftness, he navigated the small vessel, steering it swiftly and steadily. Once the boat was securely docked, Lin Chu accompanied several young women to the yacht's lower deck kitchen, retrieving the pre-prepared beverages and snacks from the refrigerator and bringing them to the upper leisure area. The atmosphere became lively as music blared and champagne flowed. The energy on the yacht surged, with the ladies hopping and dancing joyfully to the rhythm. However, Jiang Runan, preoccupied with her thoughts, chose to sit beside Lin Chu. With such a stunning companion, Lin Chu was naturally pleased. He stole a glance at Jiang Runan, noticing a strikingly different style today. Clad in a form-fitting black dress, her allure was undeniably captivating, infused with a hint of her usual cool demeanor. "What is the matter?" Jiang Runan inquired softly, sensing Lin Chu's gaze lingering on her. Rather than feeling displeased, she experienced a sense of delight. Indeed, the art of seduction was proving effective. "It's nothing," Lin Chu replied nonchalantly, maintaining his gaze as he admired her. "I just think your outfit today is quite different from what you usually wear." "Is it inappropriate?" she questioned. "No, you look stunning. I truly adore it." "Really?" Hearing the young man's praise, Jiang Runan felt a surge of happiness. "Honestly, my little Runan looks beautiful no matter how she dresses," Lin Chu said earnestly. I can't accept the title of your sister anymore," she remarked. Though her heart brimmed with joy, her expression feigning seriousness. "With your formidable background, why didn't you tell me sooner? You used to dress so ordinarily and even traveled by train. Were you trying to play the role of a humble character?" Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback before quickly understanding. It seemed that Runan was startled by his extravagant display, mistaking him for someone from a family of unspoken prestige. "Well, you didn't ask me, did you?" With a slight smile, Lin Chu softly responded, "Moreover, the truth is, I don't possess any so-called family background. Let me be frank with you, Runan. The money I use comes from a trust fund established abroad by my family. To put it in the system's terms, I somewhat truthfully say my parents passed away in an accident 4 years ago. Now, I have no family. I am entirely on my own. What? Perhaps it was the shock of receiving such unexpected news that caused Jiang Runin to tremble. Why, you're all alone now. Indeed, Lin Chu replied. If you don't believe me, I can show you my household registration at home. And no need for that. Jiang Runin lowered her head, her tone shifting to one of caution. I'm sorry, Xiaochu. It's quite all right, the young man smiled. Because it's you, Sister Runin. I felt it was fine to share this with you. However, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential and not disclose it to anyone else. Of course. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, Jiang Runin nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xiaochu. This is a secret between us siblings. I will certainly keep it safe. Jiang Runin spoke with utmost sincerity. Strangely enough, upon learning that Lin Chu was now alone, her heart was filled not only with sympathy but also with a sense of relief. It felt as though the distance between her and this young man had suddenly diminished significantly. Chapter 028. If you perform well, there will be rewards. How infuriating you all are, Jiang Runin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and anger, as she feigned an intention to strike her group of friends. Xiaochu, please don't act like this. Taking advantage of the moment when their attention was diverted, Jiang Runin lowered her voice and confided, We are siblings, you know? Ah. You little rascal, are you never going to stop? Lin Chu, come help us take photos. Of course. Lin Chu readily agreed to the suggestion from Tang Yi and the others. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he activated the Photography Amplification Feedback Card. Ding. Photography Amplification Feedback Card successfully used. Basic skill, Photography 100. Accompanied by a voice prompt echoing in his mind, Lin Chu instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a brief moment of dizziness. Once his mind regained its tranquility, he picked up his newly purchased DSLR camera and approached the bow of the yacht. Hurry up. Xiaochu. The four friends had already struck their poses, urging him in unison. Let us start with a few group shots. Okay. It must be said that after acquiring top-tier photography skills, Lin Chu's comprehension and perception of photography had transformed entirely. Although he had previously been competent, his skills had been limited to straightforward compositions. Now, however, his understanding was on an entirely different level. The camera he held was a premier Canon DSLR, fitted with an RF 200 to 800 mm lens. Manipulating this impressive apparatus, Lin Chu stood, crouched, sat, and lay down, capturing a myriad of angles. Ding. Tang Yi is pleased with the photos taken by the host, Host Charisma 1. Sun Yi is pleased with the photos taken by the host, Host Attractiveness 1. Qin Shiwan is pleased with the photos taken by the host, Host Uniqueness 1. Qin Shiwan is pleased with the photos taken by the host, Host Uniqueness 1. Qin Shiwan is pleased with the photos taken by the host, Host Uniqueness 1. Lin Chu, your photography skills are truly impressive, Qin Shiwan exclaimed, gazing at the beautiful pictures displayed on the camera. They are remarkable. I feel they surpass those taken by many professional photographers I have encountered. You're too kind, Lin Chu replied with a humble smile. Looking at the stunning girl in the revealing bikini, he couldn't help but ask, Yuan, do you often model for photographers? Yes. It is my greatest passion, Qin Shiwan nodded, her gaze lingering on Lin Chu. Lin Chu, I believe your skills are commendable. If the opportunity arises, would you consider being my photographer? What kind? The kind that involves cosplay? Yes, what do you think? Qin Shiwan winked, her voice low and enticing. If you perform well, there will be rewards? Such as? Lin Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the captivating cosplay photos of Isterin. How delightful it would be to have such an opportunity. Yes, indeed, it was settled. After capturing a series of stunning photographs, the group ventured into the sea for a swim, followed by a period of exuberant play in the leisure area. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, exhaustion had overtaken them, leaving each person sprawled on the sofa, reluctant to move. There was a resting cabin below, and Lin Chu glanced out at the glaring sunlight before suggesting, if anyone is feeling drowsy, perhaps we could head down to rest. The group of close friends readily agreed to her proposal. 5 of them descended to the resting cabin on the lower level. Upon opening the bedroom door, they were greeted by an elegantly comfortable interior adorned in harmonious shades of natural wood. In the center of the room lay a large bed. Is there only one bed? Jiang Runin furrowed her brow slightly at the sight. One bed is fine, responded Tang Yi with a smile, given the spaciousness. There is ample room for us to lie side by side comfortably. Qin Shiwan and Sunny nodded in agreement. Indeed, It's merely for a short nap. It shouldn't be an issue. For them, the notion of a solitary man and woman sharing a bed might be inappropriate, but with a group of friends, there was no cause for concern. Having risen early to prepare, they had played energetically for quite some time, and the sun's heat had only added to their fatigue. Each of them grabbed a pillow and lay down in unison, drifting off to sleep almost immediately. I'm sorry, Xiao Chu. Jiang Runin smiled helplessly at Lin Chu, who was drawing the curtains, glancing at her friend sprawled out beside her. It's quite all right. No need to be formal, Lin Chu replied softly with a smile. Feel free. As if you were at home. After closing the cabin curtains, the room was enveloped in a soothing dimness. The comfortable and cool atmosphere soon filled with the gentle sounds of slumber. Xiao Chu here, Jiang Runin beckoned, indicating the space beside her. Lin Chu moved over and lay down next to her. Due to the limited number of pillows and cushions, Lin Chu ended up sharing a large cushion with Jiang Runin. The proximity was palpable, and the delightful fragrance of the girl lingered at Lin Chu's nose, creating a disorienting yet enchanting atmosphere in the dimly quiet room. After a while, as silence enveloped them, punctuated only by soft snores, the young man reached out and gently grasped the delicate hand of the girl beside him. Jiang Runin, who had also been unable to fall asleep, emitted a soft, delicate sound. Stealing a glance at their three friends who were peacefully asleep, she bit her lip, her pearly teeth grazing gently, and, meeting Lin Chu's intense gaze, she shyly yet willingly nestled into his embrace. All right then, she whispered softly against the young man's ear. Her voice sweet and shy, just a brief hug, but no wandering hands. Okay? Chapter 29. Well, it's decided Jiang Runin's body was extraordinarily soft, clad in a delicate, sheer dress. She felt as fragile as a little kitten nestled in his embrace, having shared an accidental night together previously. Coupled with the intimacy of their recent interactions and her newfound awareness of Lin Chu's secret lineage, Jiang Runin's feelings for him had subtly intensified. Thus, she found no resistance to this escalating intimacy, provided it remained private. In the presence of her close friends, however, such behavior would be utterly unacceptable. Yet, as the saying goes, one can never be too satisfied. The warmth of her presence only ignited Lin Chu's inner fervor further. Be good now, Jiang Runin said, extending her tender hand to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her flushed cheek, whispering softly in his ear, just hugs, no more mischief. With her eyes tightly shut, she felt the rhythm of his deep breaths, a rush of warmth coursing through her as her heart began to melt. That rascal, Xiao Chu in private. He was quite the troublemaker. This seemingly earnest yet mischievously flirtatious demeanor did not deter Jiang Runin. Rather, it charmed her immensely. After all, women often respond to such allure. A man who remains excessively serious risks losing countless opportunities, leaving their relationship in a tepid state that could ultimately lead to fading passion. Conversely, being overly frivolous could alienate most sensible women, causing them to keep their distance from the outset. Thus, a gentleman when required and a rogue when the moment calls for it. Mastering the natural balance of these roles is essential for navigating relationships adeptly. Lin Chu, evidently, possessed this innate talent, appearing as a modest gentleman, both refined and elegant. As a novice in matters of the heart, Jiang Runin had never experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and she found it overwhelming. This was my first kiss me too. As the words fell from his lips, the young man leaned in, closing the gap. Faced with this unanticipated advance, Jiang Runin's beautiful eyes, shimmering with confusion, blinked once before gradually shutting. Well, it's decided the beautiful senior tightly closed her eyes, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Although their acquaintance had been brief, his looks, demeanor, talent, gentleness, and breathtaking background led her to wonder, why not him? Jiang Runin had never been one to believe in fate. Yet, in this moment, she found clarity. If one were destined to encounter their true soulmate in life, she could assert without hesitation that this was that very moment. The true soulmate she had long awaited was none other than the young man before her. Thus, her heart resolutely settled upon him. Having comprehended everything, Jiang Runin felt no lingering hesitation or doubt. Though she possessed the gentle grace of a Jiangnan woman, once she made a decision and fortified her resolve, she exhibited an unwavering and tenacious spirit. Consequently, having finally clarified her feelings, Jiang Runin bestowed upon him her most fervent response, one that surpassed even Lin Chu's ardor. Ding. The sensation of the first kiss fills the host with happiness. Pleasure value 200. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Entrepreneurial cashback card. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chu's mind, yet the young man was entirely oblivious to it. At that moment, Any distraction would be a desecration of this marvelous experience. After a long while, as they both gasped for breath, they gradually separated. Jiang Runan, panting, raised her fair arms to encircle Lin Chu's neck, gazing at him with a smile. Xiaonanjie. Lin Chu's words were cut short as the beautiful senior pressed her slender finger against his lips. Naughty little brother, that was your initiative, so it doesn't count. Her enticing voice lingered as her finger slowly withdrew from his mouth. This time, the senior took the lead. Eyes closed, she surrendered to the exquisite moment. However, the sudden voice from behind shattered the rising tension between them. Jiang Runan's eyes flew open, and with a forceful push, she sent the startled Lin Chu sprawling away. I didn't do anything, Jiang Runan stammered, her fingers hastily taming her disheveled hair. You silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? She glanced at Tang Yi, who was conversing, only to find the girl resting a hand on Qin Shuan's chest while her foot was planted on Sun Yi's leg, incoherently muttering in her sleep. What a dreadful sleeping posture. Oh, so she was just talking in her sleep. Realizing this, Jiang Runan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shall we continue? Continue what? Startled, Jiang Runan, still blushing profusely, managed to regain her assertive demeanor. Pointing a slender, pale finger at Lin Chu's nose, she huffed. All right. Today's rewards end here. Don't even think about taking advantage. All right. All right, Lin Chu replied with a resigned shrug. Then I'll make my move next time. Is that acceptable? In response, he was met with a series of playful taps from her delicate fist. What are you thinking? Sleep. Got it. Chapter 030. Give yourself a chance. The dusk's glow on the upper deck of the luxurious yacht. A solid wood dining table was elegantly set with red wine and exquisite dishes. The white gauzy tablecloth danced gently in the soft sea breeze. Candles, slowly igniting in the setting sun, cast a warm and tender glow, adding to the romantic ambience amidst the vibrant evening sky. Lin Chu is truly impressive, exclaimed Tang Yi. Her hands clasped over her heart as she gazed at the perfectly seared beefsteak, a testament to the Maillard reaction. I never expected you could cook. Indeed. Sunny nodded in agreement, praising, I must say, this medium-rare steak is cooked to perfection, with just the right amount of heat. The cream of mushroom soup and the potato salad are delightful as well. Qin Shuan unabashedly offered her perfect score, adding, It's even better than what I've had at professional restaurants. I'm glad you all enjoy it, Lin Chu replied graciously, nodding in thanks. Though Jiang Runan remained silent. Her expression radiated joy as she watched the accolades pour in for Lin Chu from her friends, clearly delighted by the praise. Look at Xiaonan, Sun Yi remarked, glancing at the smiling Jiang Runan. She's secretly grinning over there, reveling in our compliments about her man. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's grinning? Jiang Runan playfully smacked Sun Yi's shoulder, her laughter filled with mock annoyance, though her happiness was evident. Notably, her focus was on the latter part of Sun Yi's comment, showing no desire to refute the earlier part. For a girl as bashful as Jiang Runan, the underlying implication was unmistakable. Hey, Tang Yi chimed in, resting her chin on her hands with a mischievous smile. I think I heard Xiaonan talking in her sleep while I was napping earlier. Talking in her sleep? What did she say? Sun Yi asked with keen interest. Tang Yi revealed a sly, sweet smile. At this, Lin Chu, seated across the table, couldn't help but shudder slightly. Wow, the way she said that in her soft, adorable voice sounded rather enchanting. Tang Yi, you're asking for it. Shut your mouth. Jiang Runan, blushing with embarrassment, stood up and grabbed an organic carrot from the salad bowl. Again, ugh, Tang Yi mumbled, her mouth muffled. Beside her, Qin Shuan winked knowingly. Oh, Xiaonan seems to be flustered. Could what Yi said actually be true? Qin Shuan. Jiang Runan shot her a cold smile, lifting the salad bowl. You asked for it. I prefer cheese. Help? Don't run. I'll indulge you today. Just go satisfy your Lin Chu. Shut up. Stop right there. Laughter erupted as the two chased each other across the deck, filling the yacht with a joyful atmosphere as nightfall descended. The vast galaxy sparkles in the night sky, radiant and resplendent. After smoothly docking the yacht, it was already the late hours of the night. Sun Yi drove, first escorting Lin Chu back to the Atlantis Hotel. Under the pretext of switching from the back seat to the front, Jiang Runan subsequently alighted from the vehicle. Ah Chu, good night, rest well. The beautiful senior said with a charming smile. The boy's response had barely escaped his lips when a fragrant breeze wafted past his nose. He suddenly felt a soft and gentle touch upon his lips. How audacious. All right, I shall take my leave, Jiang Runan. Having swiftly executed her playful ambush during the seat switch, merely grazed him like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving no chance for Lin Chu to react as she strutted toward the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz, her long legs clad in black stockings. With her fair wrist, she opened the passenger door. Casting a backward glance with a smile, the enchanting senior's silky black hair danced softly in the gentle sea breeze, her alluring, glossy lips curving into a mischievous arc as if reveling in the success of her prank. I'm off by mm. Watching the tail lights of the Mercedes E300 fade into the distant night, Lin Chu touched his lips, still lingering with a hint of fresh, soft warmth. The boy shook his head and turned away with a smile. This clandestine sensation exhilarating. I say, Xiaonan on the way back to the villa. Qin Shiwan poked Jiang Runan, who had moved to the front seat, with a playful smile. You really don't intend to accompany your little puppy for a night in the underwater presidential suite? What are you thinking? Such a short time, surely not. Oh, not denying it means you two are currently far relationship isn't defined yet. For now, it's merely a trial period. This time, Jiang Runan did not shy away from the topic. Wow, that's a roundabout admission, isn't it? Jiang Runan, we all agreed not to discuss romance in college. You deceitful trickster. I'm not even in a relationship yet. Facing the united outcry from her two friends in the back seat, Jiang Runan crossed her black stocking-clad legs and retorted indignantly, I've already stated it's a trial period. Whether it progresses or not remains uncertain. Once I return to Huhai and the fervor fades, perhaps this matter will pass. At this point, you're still being obstinate, huh? Sunny, driving, rolled her eyes. Xiaonan, we're sisters, and some truths may be hard to hear, but I must speak them. You see, this Lin Chu fellow is genuinely quite splendid. Handsome, wealthy, and not pretentious at all. To be frank, with him as a benchmark, the difficulty for me and Yuan in finding boyfriends has significantly increased. However, to speak from the heart, Lin Chu, this young aristocrat, just look, when he makes a move, it's always in the millions or even tens of millions. Individuals like him are perhaps inherently difficult to restrain. I understand what you mean, Jiang Runan nodded, her tone growing serious. I'm certainly aware that someone like Lin Chu must be surrounded by countless admirers. No one can guarantee that he will remain steadfast. As Jiang Runan spoke, she instinctively leaned back, nestling into the spacious chair. The neon lights outside cast a glow upon her delicate features, her petite nose shimmering softly, and her expression bore a hint of serene certainty. Nevertheless, I still wish to offer him, as well as myself, a chance, because, at least for now, he likes me. And I like him. Isn't that enough? All right then. Sunny shook her head with a smile, not seeking eternity, but cherishing the present, right? Hey, Jiang Runan. How did I never notice before that you are such a romantic at heart? Chapter 031. Lin Chu, we shall meet in Huhai. What? The one with a romantic fixation is clearly Tang Yi. Upon hearing this remark, Jiang Runan retorted with a hint of indignation. Incorrect. I am merely an admirer of beauty. Seated in the back row, Tang Yi, her delicate legs crossed, rested her chin in her hand, and with a light chuckle, proposed, Xiaonan. Would you like me to test your little puppy for you? Before she could finish, Qin Shiwan interjected. You little flirt. I see your testing is merely a guise for your true intentions. What nonsense. I am sacrificing myself solely for the happiness of my dear friend. Xiaonan. To prevent Tang Yi from being both the test and the tester, I also volunteer to assess that Lin Chu fellow. Perhaps that isn't necessary. Oh, I believe it is quite essential, Sun Yi, gripping the steering wheel, chimed in. Anyway, you two aren't in a committed relationship yet. There's still ample time for testing. Let these two wild flirts take the lead in clearing the path for you. What are you saying? Who is wild? Who is a flirt? AE, your words are quite excessive. Though I may occasionally indulge in risk of banter, I am still an unblemished flower, all right. So am I. Regarding Lin Chu, my examination is solely of emotions, not of the physical realm. Okay. It's settled then. Sunny slapped the steering wheel. You two shall be the ones to test Lin Chu. But remember, flirting is permitted. Anything beyond that is strictly prohibited. Anyone who disobeys shall be deemed a little puppy. Understood? Got it? Hey. Jiang Runan exclaimed. What is going on here? Back in the hotel room, after refreshing himself in the bathroom, Lin Chu lay down on the soft, inviting bed. Under the disdainful gazes of the many fish visible through the floor-to-ceiling window, he brought up the system interface and glanced at his current attributes. Appearance, 92, outstanding pan-ends looks. Physique, 73, normal lean yet curvy. Charisma, 75, good gentlemanly. Special, 70, normal novice. Charm, 76, good group favorite. Thanks to the photography enhancement feedback card, each attribute received a notable boost. Quite a profit. If these enhancements were to be acquired using pleasure points, it would require at least several thousand. After reviewing the attributes, he also clicked on the newly acquired entrepreneurial cashback card for a quick look. Entrepreneurial cashback card, upon use, all investment expenditures during the host's entrepreneurial phase will receive double cashback. Simple and straightforward. Although the cashback multiplier is modest, limited to double, Lin Chu currently possesses a substantial cash reserve of 148 million. If utilized wisely, it is entirely feasible to recycle this sum and multiply it several times over. However, the primary challenge remains. 148 million is neither trivial nor excessive. A plate too large. Take, for instance, the rapidly ascending realms of artificial intelligence and virtual reality technology, which are undoubtedly poised to become pillars of the global industry in the future. However, such ventures invariably demand financial backing in the hundreds of billions. An investment exceeding a mere 100 million would scarcely create a ripple. Thus, in terms of entrepreneurship, one must currently consider alternative avenues. Nevertheless, Lin Chu remains undecided on what path to pursue. Consequently, he has no immediate intention of utilizing this entrepreneurial cashback card. He intends to keep it for future use. After contemplating these matters, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and Lin Chu gently closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Lin Chu was roused from his deep sleep by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Ah Chu, are you awake? Hello? Is that you, Sister Xiaonan?" "Yes, I'm up. What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thought we could grab a meal together." Now, Lin Chu rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time. "Breakfast?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Runan's cheerful voice chimed from the other end. "Will you join me? If not, I'll have to rush to catch my flight soon." "What?" At the Atlantis Hotel S Buffet restaurant, Lin Chu gazed at the gathering of Jiang Runan and others, utterly perplexed. "What is going on? Why the sudden departure?" "I have no choice," Jiang Runan replied, lifting her coffee cup with her slender fingers and offering a wry smile. "I just received a notification from my advisor. The production team I applied to has replied, and I need to head to Hongjian for an audition immediately. If I'm deemed suitable, I'll be brought onto the crew." "Brought onto the crew?" Lin Chu blinked in confusion. "You're only in your second year. How can you be joining a production already?" "Isn't that quite normal?" Sunny interjected with a smile. "Many students from the Film Academy begin landing roles in productions as early as high school. There's a saying, one must seize fame while young after all. Most female actors start their careers during their youth." Understanding dawned upon Lin Chu as he nodded, while he felt a twinge of reluctance. He recognized that this was pivotal for Xiaonan's future stardom, and thus he harbored no objections. Curiosity piqued, he inquired further, "What kind of production is it? What genre of film?" To his surprise, this question rendered Jiang Runan somewhat bashful. "Well, it's not anything particularly special." "Not particularly special?" Lin Chu pressed. "Oh, don't worry. It's a serious drama." "A serious drama? What kind of serious drama?" "Hey, little Ah Chu, is Xiaonan the only one on your mind?" Just as Lin Chu sought to delve deeper, Tang Yi and Qin Shiwan chimed in, their expressions brimming with indignation. "Today isn't just about Xiaonan leaving. We're both departing too." "What? You two are joining the crew as well?" "We're not even studying acting. What would we be doing in a production?" Tang Yi, with her delicate and fair fingers, held a coffee cup, her adorable little lips slightly pouting. Yuan and I will each return to our own homes and find our respective mothers." Lin Chu paused in surprise. "Home? Why the rush? What is the hurry?" "Yi and I haven't been home since the summer vacation began." Qin Shiwan adjusted her glasses, looking somewhat exasperated. "We've been in Luqing all this time, and my family has been urging me to come back." Understanding dawned on Lin Chu, and he nodded helplessly. Although his time with the girls was brief, every moment spent with them was truly delightful, leaving him with a sense of reluctance. "Come on, don't be so glum." Jiang Runan cheerfully patted Lin Chu's shoulder. "It's not like we won't see each other again. We'll get in touch once we reach Huhai." "All right, sounds good." After finishing breakfast, the group drove to the airport. Following the flight schedule, they bid farewell to Qin Shiwan and Tang Yi in succession. In a stroke of insight, Sunny found an excuse to leave the airport hall early, wisely granting Lin Chu and Jiang Runan some time alone together. With her long hair flowing elegantly, the beautiful lady stretched her pristine arms in a languid yawn, her half-closed eyes reflecting an aura of leisure reminiscent of a soft and adorable kitten. Reflecting on it, this truly was a wonderful journey. Tilting her head slightly to gaze at the young man, The girl's exquisite features sparkled like morning dew. Achoo. It's truly wonderful to have met you. I feel the same, Lin Chu replied earnestly, nodding. Silly. The girl smiled sweetly, her delicate voice ringing out in the bustling hall as she tiptoed slightly. Well, I'll miss you too. The proximity of her enchanting voice sent Lin Chu's heart racing. Without a moment of hesitation, her fragrant, soft lips gently pressed against his. In the midst of the crowd, Jiang Runin executed her playful ambush, leaving Lin Chu no time to react as she swiftly jogged towards the security checkpoint, glancing back at him. The alluring curve of her lips hinted at a mischievous charm. Lin Chu, see you in Huhai. Chapter 032. I am massaging you, huh? No. Although we share a dormitory, we are not from the same discipline. Xiaonan is in performance, Yi studies broadcasting and hosting, and Yuan is in drama and film literature. What about me? Hehe, can you guess my major? Damn. You're clearly in the postpartum care for sows. I am in the directing department. A director. Do you understand? Bala shot a glance at Lin Chu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, while the tall and elegant sister at the wheel spoke with annoyance. What? Sister E, you're actually in the directing department? Lin Chu exclaimed with wide eyes. With such stunning looks and figure, isn't it a bit of a waste to become a director? What? Sun E casually tossed her wind-blown hair and feigned a stern expression. Do I look like I'm not a director? Not at all. Lin Chu shook his head vigorously. I'm not a director at all. You clearly embody the style of a stunning leading lady. If you become a director in the future, won't there be a line outside your door at night? A line? Why? To compete for your favors. Oh. So you're not as innocent as you appear. Sunny shot him a glance. When Xiaonan leaves, your true self is revealed. Huh? No way. What I said is the absolute truth. Honest Lin Chu stroked his chin, a sincere expression on his face. Because Sister E, you are truly beautiful. And your figure is so enviable. With your looks, if you entered the entertainment industry, you would definitely belong to the ranks of the likes of Dimi and Mingxia. Oh? At his words, Sunny chuckled. Suddenly recalling the previous discussion about a test, she exerted her long legs, executing a sharp brake and drifting to a stop by the roadside. She shifted into reverse, pulled the handbrake, and then leaned back, moving the driver's seat to its furthest position. Beneath her pleated mini-skirt, her flawless long legs were fully revealed, encased in delicate, silky black stockings, adorned with rows of letters that highlighted her sultry allure. Ah, Chu, dear brother. The golden-haired beauty with luscious waves gazed at the youth with a flirtatious demeanor, her eyes sparkling mischievously. So, who do you think is prettier, me or Xiaonan? Faced with this daunting question, Lin Chu blinked innocently. What's wrong? Is this question too difficult? Why does it take you so long to think? Her soft voice lingered in the car. Oh my goodness. When a queen flirts, it's truly lethal. I believe. You and Sister Xiaonan belong to completely different styles. Always quick-witted, Lin Chu composed himself calmly and articulated his thoughts. Since you are not of the same type, discussing who is more beautiful in such a manner would be biased and utterly meaningless. Therefore, I refuse to answer. All right, you little fox. Are you playing Tai Chi with me? Sunny laughed and scolded, her naturally captivating gaze shimmering with allure. No one is offended here. It may not be apparent, but at such a young age, you already exhibit remarkable traits of a cad. Ah, I dare not accept such an undeserved title, Lin Chu replied earnestly. I am, at most, merely a warm-hearted man. Humph. The distinction between a warm-hearted man and a cad is but a fine line, Sunny remarked with a playful smile. Her delicate chin slightly raised, gazing down at Lin Chu with an air of regal authority. I believe I am someone who can withstand trials. Lin Chu said with a calm smile. Therefore, I should be able to maintain this boundary. Oh, really? The golden-haired enchantress responded, her azure eyes sparkling, a charming smile blossoming on her porcelain-like face. She leaned back slightly, her right leg gracefully draped over her left, elegantly showcasing her shapely figure. Her rounded thighs and slender calves were breathtaking, leaving Lin Chu momentarily breathless. Stay calm, stay calm. This is a test, undoubtedly a test, the youth reiterated in his mind. Although their time together had not been extensive, Sun E, with her forthright and boisterous demeanor typical of Northeasterners, was the easiest to read. A sisterly figure like her. The matriarch of Dormitory 502 would never betray her best friend by engaging in flirtation behind her back. Hence, the only logical explanation was that she was probing, testing on behalf of her dear friend, Xiaonan. In the face of temptation, should I falter, I would undoubtedly find myself branded a cad, swiftly dismissed. With this thought, Lin Chu's mind became as clear as a mirror. Stay composed, Lin Chu. You must not fall for it. If you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. Casting a sidelong glance at the youth in the passenger seat, Sunny shook her head, feigning a touch of regret. Oh, I had hoped that if you could utter a few words to cheer me up, I might not mind offering you a small favor. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Really? Is that true? Indeed, Sunny replied with an alluring glint in her eye, her lips painted in Dior's classic red, forming a smile that radiated confidence. Ah, the dogged man has indeed taken the bait. A poor review, a negative score. Time to make my exit. Lin Chu turned to face the golden-haired enchantress, his handsome visage serious, his clear eyes sparkling like stars. The sudden shift in his aura caught Sun Yi off guard, causing her to feel an unexpected wave of tension. What is he doing? Oh no, this handsome junior is quite striking. In that fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through Sun Yi's mind. What does he intend to do? If he were to confess to me right now, should I accept? Lin Chu took a deep breath, his tone earnest. I acknowledge your beauty. You are exceptionally beautiful. However, I am sorry. My heart still belongs to Sister Ruanan. The youth spoke with an earnest tone, and then picked up the small blanket stuffed in the center console, covering Sun Yi's legs with a pang of conscience. And solemnly advised, therefore, please maintain your dignity. Sun Yi, for heaven's sake. The blonde femme fatale pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation, her tone bordering on frantic. Get away from me, scoundrel. Lin Chu? Chapter 033. Is this a serious drama? After a series of sweet words and somewhat insincere apologies, Lin Chu managed to secure the position of the front passenger seat in the Mercedes-Benz E300, avoiding the wrath of the furious Sun Yujie, who dared not exit the vehicle. As the car roared to life, the two continued their journey. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Chu let out a quiet sigh. Although he had successfully passed the test set by the formidable Sun Yi with his clever responses, this victory was but a fleeting one. Who could say what other challenges lay ahead? Besides Sun Yi, there were also the enchanting Tang Yi and the stunning Qin Shi Yuan to contend with. The mere thought of that alluring voice and the hidden fierce beauty made Lin Chu rub the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Ah, the future is fraught with traps. Each step a potential peril. Alas, is it so much to ask for a simple romance? Why must there always be enchantresses plotting against me? Ding. Having successfully passed the friend test, you feel a weight lifted off your shoulders. Joy points 10. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Specified car purchase cashback buff. Specified car purchase cashback buff. From this moment on, whenever the host makes a car purchase, there is a chance to trigger a doubling of cashback for a randomly specified model. This buff lasts for 23.59. The explanation of the buff was somewhat convoluted. However, the naturally astute Lin Chu quickly grasped the system's meaning after a moment's contemplation. During this 24-hour cashback buff period, the system would randomly select a model as the cashback jackpot. Purchasing it would yield a substantial return. If they randomly selected a few luxury cars, wouldn't that be a windfall? What are we waiting for? Let us get started. With that thought in mind, Lin Chu eagerly took out his phone and began searching for the nearest dealership. To his surprise, the algorithm-driven browser promptly displayed an ad for the 18th Luching International Auto Show. Lin Chu couldn't help but smile, his lips curving into a grin. AEGA. Let us go. Where to? The Red Forest International Exhibition Center. What for? To buy a car. Huh? By the way, AEGA. Do you think Shonan is engaged in a serious drama this time? On their way to the auto show, Lin Chu suddenly questioned. What kind of serious drama? A war drama. A war drama? The corners of the youth's mouth turned downward, and a dark line appeared on his forehead. Classic scenes of tearing apart enemies and concealing explosives sprang vividly to mind. Hey, what are you thinking? Seeing Lin Chu's bewildered expression, the astute Sunny quickly rushed to defend her good sister. It's not what you think. It's not that kind of ridiculous drama. Is there even a war drama that isn't ridiculous these days? Lin Chu shot back with an expression of extreme skepticism. Did you, actually read the script? Of course, I did. With a proud arch of her delicate brows, Sunny declared, let me tell you. This drama is titled Flames of Youth. Lin Chu nodded thoughtfully at the sound of the name. It indeed carried a certain weight. The primary storyline revolves around a group of young individuals, hailing from ancient martial arts families of Huaxia, who possess remarkable skills. They engage in a fervent struggle against the Japanese invaders, driven by the deep-seated animosities of national and familial grievances. Lin Chu turned his head stiffly, a polite smile of disaster gracing his face. The mere synopsis was already overwhelmingly absurd. Xiaonan plays a character who is the heir to the Moon Mountain 8 Extremes Fist, unaware of Lin Chu's inner turmoil. Sun Yi continued to enthusiastically elucidate the plot. After the Moon Mountain Temple was destroyed by the enemy, she furiously descended from the mountains to vanquish the Japanese and eliminate their colonels. The blonde goddess spoke with increasing fervor, subsequently, through a series of unexpected events. She joined an extraordinary anti-Japanese special forces team, meeting many like-minded individuals. Together, they fiercely battled to protect the most ancient secrets of Huaxia, engaging in a blood-soaked struggle with the invaders, weaving a heroic anthem with their youth and blood. Lin Chu thought to himself, well, no further confirmation is needed. As he listened to Sun Yi's animated introduction, a wry smile crept onto his lips. Seizing an opportunity to redirect the conversation, he interjected, by the way, A.E. I heard your family is involved in the film industry? Yes, that's right, Sun Yi replied with a nod. Huaguang Media and Ehai Films. 2 companies? Lin Chu inquired. Huaguang is my father's film company, while Ehai is my own venture, just a hobby, she explained, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. However, my little company is merely for fun. It's poorly managed and has become almost defunct. Unintentionally. She piqued Lin Chu's interest as he pondered her words with a furrowed brow. The film industry, he mused, perhaps it could be a viable avenue for entrepreneurship. What is the current outlook for the industry? He asked after a moment's contemplation. The outlook? Sun Yi, still driving, paused momentarily. Why? Do you plan to enter the entertainment circle? To be honest, with your looks, you certainly have potential. Should I sign you? I can guarantee you a meteoric rise to fame, with record deals, movie roles, and variety shows. Stop right there. Lin Chu interrupted, covering his face with his hands in exasperation. I don't have the time for that. Then why are you asking about the industry as prospects? Sun Yi retorted. But suddenly recalling Lin Chu's financial background, she quickly added, wait, you're not considering investing in the film industry, are you? Yes, Lin Chu nodded. I do have such intentions. Well, things are looking slightly better now, Sun Yi remarked. Compared to a few years ago, there has been a noticeable revival. That's good to hear, Lin Chu acknowledged with a nod. Thus, it can be said that embarking on an entrepreneurial journey for the first time could indeed lead one into the realm of the film industry. You glanced at Lin Chu beside you, and Sun Yi hesitated momentarily before inquiring with curiosity. To venture into the film industry, could it possibly be for Xiaonan? You guessed it perfectly, amazing goodness. This unexpected revelation is quite difficult to digest. Oh dear, your choice of words is rather abrasive. Chapter 034, my friend. You were the king of the crowd. An hour later, the two arrived at the Red Forest International Exhibition Center near Phoenix Road in the city. As the annual International Auto Show of Lucheng, coinciding with the peak tourist season, the venue was already teeming with people outside. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Chu soon began to perspire, feeling the heat enveloping him. In contrast, his companion Sun Yi, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, appeared remarkably at ease. Her golden wavy hair shimmered radiantly under the sun, and her long legs, encased in lettered black stockings, drew the keen attention of numerous men along the way. Lin Chu, walking alongside her, also became a focal point of many gazes, while the stares directed at the golden-haired beauty were filled with fervor. Those cast upon Lin Chu were imbued with envy and reverence. After all, adorned in a luxurious outfit and accompanied by a stunning companion, his elegant demeanor, cultivated by his high social standing, perfectly embodied the quintessential image of a wealthy scion. It would have seemed even more fitting had he emerged from the driver's seat of a supercar rather than the passenger seat of a Mercedes E300. Indeed, Lin Chu had come here with a purpose. Sister Ai, please wait for a moment, he said as he stepped into the shade of a tree before swiftly departing. Before long, he returned, balancing 2 cups of iced milk tea, jogging under the scorching sun. Here you go, he said. Thank you. After a morning spent running around in the sweltering heat, Sun Yi's throat felt parched. The refreshing sweetness of the milk tea flowed down her throat, bringing forth a wave of warmth within her heart. Humph, this thoughtful junior really knows how to take care of others. No wonder Xiaonan fell for him so quickly. But perhaps it's not just Xiaonan, maybe even Tang Yi and Qin Shiyuan, those flirtatious girls, though she claimed to want to test the boy. What lay in the depths of their hearts was likely known only to them. As the leader of Dormitory 502, Sun Yi was intimately familiar with her sisters. Tang Yi and Qin Shiyuan were both obsessed with looks, and Sun Yi was 100% certain that Lin Chu, with his charming appearance, demeanor, and character, perfectly matched all their aesthetic preferences. Oh dear. As this thought crossed her mind, a dreadful notion suddenly took root in Sun E's heart. No, no. Sun E, as the only sober one in 502, you must hold yourself together. The purity of your sisters depends on you. While mulling over these chaotic thoughts, Sunny felt something amiss. She slightly raised her head in confusion, only to meet the gaze of the mischievous junior, whose eyes seemed to hold a hint of playfulness. What are you looking at? Nothing. Wait, something feels off. Wait, you can sense that too? Well, you little tease. Sun E furrowed her brows and immediately grasped the situation. How dare you, Dog Junior? The golden-haired goddess was both embarrassed and furious. As her temper flared, the tall girl from the northeast swiftly executed a perfect spinning kick. Lin Chu admired legs, yet he had no desire to be struck by one. Thus, he instinctively crouched down, narrowly evading this potentially devastating blow. Ouch! The black-stockinged goddess lost her balance as her leg attack missed, stumbling forward. Watch out! Lin Chu, who had just crouched down, hurriedly sprang up and caught the accidentally falling Sun E. Leg! It's cramping. Ignoring the delightful sensation of holding her close, he heard her pained cries. It hurts. Don't panic. Sit down first. Keep your knee straight. Lin Chu quickly assisted Sun E to sit on a bench under the shade, diligently stretching her foot to alleviate the cramp. After a considerable effort, Sun Yi's cramping right leg finally eased. What happened? Don't push yourself. Lin Chu shrugged. Look at how much it hurts. It's all your fault. Sun E glared at the boy, her delicate face displaying an adorable pout. If you hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have kicked air. Oh, I see. The boy replied with a pitiful expression. Next time, I'll stand still and let you kick me. You better remember that. Sunny chuckled at the sight of her Dog Junior's woeful demeanor. Next time, just don't cramp up. That won't do. I was a blue belt in Taekwondo back in the day. At Ergong University-affiliated high school, I was quite the figure. You grew up in Irving, huh? Indeed. As she reminisced about her hometown, her initially regal demeanor transformed, revealing a look of longing. If there's a chance, I'll take you back to have some fun. The people there are incredibly warm and welcoming, nothing like this place. Absolutely. After resting for a while, the two entered the exhibition center. The refreshing cool air immediately revitalized Lin Chu, making him feel much more comfortable. As a key area for promoting new energy vehicles, the front row of the auto show prominently featured a series of domestic new energy brands. The first one they encountered was BYD, the renowned leader in domestic new energy vehicles. Lin Chu was well acquainted with this illustrious brand, which had risen to prominence, epitomizing the classic tale of an underdog's triumphant reversal. Once ridiculed during its struggles, it gradually gained traction, endearing itself to people who affectionately referred to it as Dizzy. Later on, it ascended to the pinnacle of domestic prominence, exuding an increasingly spirited demeanor, with many affectionately referring to it as Digo, until the beginning of this year, when it boldly proclaimed the entirety of 798. My friend, you have truly become the king of us all. Chapter 035. I never drive a BMW the Qin Plus. With its impressive 798 rating, was once one of Lin Chu's aspirations. After the college entrance examination, during the period when he was favored by the system, Lin Chu meticulously contemplated his future and earnestly devised two potential plans. The first was straightforward. If he could secure funds for his university tuition and living expenses, he would smoothly complete his studies and subsequently seek a good job. The second plan, should financial constraints prove insurmountable, involved abandoning university altogether, migrating south to work for 2 years to save enough, approximately 80,000, to purchase a Qin Plus outright. He envisioned becoming a Didi driver while simultaneously live streaming, crafting an image for himself as a handsome dropout driven by poverty, a young driver of Didi compelled by life's circumstances, and an inspiring youth steadfast in his artistic pursuits. It was a perfect narrative, waiting for some short-sighted MCN agency to take notice. He imagined filming skits, riding the trending waves, and exclaiming, 3, 2, 1, link, to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of life. He even had the company name premeditated, Forward Media Holdings Limited. Of course, such a company could still be established now, thanks to the system's paternal guidance that allowed him to bypass intermediary steps and soar directly to success. Ding! The vehicle cashback for specified models is being confirmed. The system's notification interrupted Lin Chu's fleeting reverie. Current cashback vehicle model, Yangwang U8. Cashback multiplier, random. Oh, splendid. They're presenting me with the best right off the bat. Lin Chu chuckled, shaking his head at the task prompt that appeared on the system interface. To be honest, he found himself rather intrigued by this top-tier flagship model, which had become a sensation online since its launch. With features like emergency flotation, tank-like maneuverability, and intelligent controls. Such groundbreaking technologies were certainly worth exploring. What? Are you planning to buy an electric vehicle? Noticing Lin Chu's contemplation at the DZ booth, Sun E's expression was one of curiosity. After all, in her perception, someone capable of purchasing a yacht outright should at least consider luxury brands like Porsche or Ferrari for a car. Bid. That seemed somewhat underwhelming. Indeed, BYD is quite remarkable, Lin Chu affirmed. A beacon of domestic products, the #1 in the new energy sector. And look, they even offer complimentary installation services for charging stations when purchasing a vehicle. Truly cost-effective. Haha, Sun E replied, her expression marred by disbelief. You bought a yacht worth over 20 million without a blink. Yet you're concerned about a free charging station installation for a car? I'm genuinely astonished by you. Yo, is that you, I? Just as Sunny was at a loss for words, a woman's voice broke through nearby. Hanlu? Sunny turned to see a young woman approaching, her striking features momentarily furrowing in mild discontent. Lin Chu, upon hearing the name, also glanced over. The newcomer was a young lady, attractive with a center-parted long hair and a refined makeup. She wore a fitted gray dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Standing amidst the crowd, she could undoubtedly be regarded as a beauty. However, regrettably, when compared to her granddaughter, Wang, she appeared somewhat diminished. What was once a striking beauty now seemed merely to meet the standard of mediocrity. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Oh dear, you missed the recent high school reunion, and let me tell you, the boys in class were utterly disappointed, Hanlu said with a grin, her gaze shifting to Lin Chu, who stood beside Sunny. Her expression momentarily froze in palpable astonishment. Where did this charming young man come from? He's quite handsome. May I ask, is this your boyfriend? Han Lu blinked, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Indeed, she and Sun E were genuine high school acquaintances, though their camaraderie was often laced with underlying rivalry. Despite their seemingly cordial and close relationship, Han Lu harbored a sense of discontent towards Sun E throughout their high school years. Once the acknowledged school bell, Han Lu's reign was abruptly overshadowed by Sun E's arrival. With her exquisite looks, fair complexion, and long legs, combined with her affluent background, Sun E effortlessly eclipsed Han Lu in popularity, lineage, and beauty, relegating her from the throne of the school beauty. This long-standing grievance festered within Han Lu, leaving her with a sense of unresolved resentment. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. The saying held true. Yet, this girl had returned after a year, flaunting a stunning boyfriend. How could Han Lu, who had always felt inferior, possibly endure this? No. Sun E certainly understood Han Lu's inner turmoil and quickly refuted. He is Lin Chu, just an ordinary friend. Oh, an ordinary friend. Here to check out the auto show together. Yes, he intends to buy a car, and it was convenient for us to come and take a look. Buying a car? A bid, I presume. Haha, that sounds splendid. Upon seeing Lin Chu standing before the BYD exhibit, Han Lu felt a sense of equilibrium returning. Handsome, yet not particularly wealthy. That was more tolerable. Lulu, what brings you here? While they were conversing, a man in a shirt approached briskly, smiling at Han Lu. I've been searching for you everywhere. How did you end up here? I just happened to run into my high school classmate, Han Lu replied cheerfully. Sunny. This is my boyfriend, Lu Lei. Hello. Oh my, hello, beautiful. Lu Lei exclaimed upon catching sight of Sun E, his eyes widening with surprise. Wow, this girl is exceptionally stunning. In that fleeting moment, Lu Lei felt a whirlwind of thoughts. In comparison, he couldn't help but feel that Han Lu paled slightly beside her. However, the young man beside Sun E was rather attractive as well. Darling, weren't you just going to pay the deposit? Have you sorted it out? Han Lu asked, linking her arm with Lu Lei, a smile adorning her face. Well, Lu Lei said, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. After some contemplation, I ultimately decided against the BMW 320 and opted for the Mercedes C260. What? Han Lu exclaimed, her tone a blend of astonishment and delight. The Mercedes C260 costs over 300,000, doesn't it? That's several tens of thousands more than the BMW. While Sun Yi's boyfriend is considering a BYD, my boyfriend is purchasing a Grand Mercedes. At last, I've triumphed. Oh, a few tens of thousands is nothing to me, Lu Lei remarked nonchalantly. I simply believe the Mercedes is superior. It exudes a sense of grandeur far beyond the BMW. Isn't that a bit too casual? Han Lu chimed in, then turned to Sun E with a smile. What do you think is better, the BMW or the Mercedes? I have no idea. The blonde goddess replied nonchalantly, playing with the car key in her hand. I've never driven a BMW, so I'm not particularly familiar with it. Chapter 036. Purchasing a car comes with a charging station, quite a bargain. Gazing at the gleaming Mercedes-Benz emblem on the key, Han Lu was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Initially, she had planned to leverage her boyfriend's recent acquisition of a Mercedes to gain the upper hand. Little did she know that Sun Yi herself was already a proud owner of one. How unfortunate. She felt as though she had lost yet again. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the beautiful Sun was also a Mercedes owner? Beside her, Lu Lei also appeared momentarily stunned. Before breaking into a broad smile, what a delightful coincidence. We all drive the same model. We should engage in more discussions about it. By the way, son, I have a Mercedes car club that frequently organizes events. Would you like me to add you? Let us exchange WeChat. There's no need for WeChat, Sunny replied, shrugging her shoulders and adopting a cool demeanor. It's just a means of transportation, after all. What is there to discuss? Ah, that's not quite right, Lu Lei interjected cheerfully, leaning in closer. While it is indeed a means of transport, there are different tiers, aren't there? As Mercedes drivers, our standing is naturally distinct. Even if it's merely a vehicle, one should still appreciate quality and enjoyment, don't you think? With that, he glanced at Lin Chu, who stood beside Sunny, and spoke in a teasing tone. Otherwise, driving a BYD would only invite ridicule, wouldn't he? A base model in one S30s hardly speaks of quality or enjoyment. Faced with Lu Lei's sarcastic jibe, Lin Chu sighed, raising his hands in resignation. Upon hearing Lin Chu's retort, Sun Yi couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she laughed. The golden-haired beauty winked at her junior, praising his wit. As for Lu Lei and Han Lu, their expressions darkened slightly. How could this BYD owner look down on her esteemed status as a Mercedes driver? What audacity! Lu Lei, unfazed, chuckled lightly. My friend, do enlighten us about what caliber of vehicle, in your opinion, embodies the so-called quality and enjoyment? Surely it must be a BYD, Han Lu chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Dear, can't you see he is standing right in front of the BYD display? Oh, BYD, is it? Haha, splendid, indeed. Lu Lei shrugged, smirking. I certainly plan to purchase one. Lin Chu smiled, raising his hand to summon a salesperson from the display. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The impeccably dressed salesman approached swiftly, nodding politely at Lin Chu. Is that car available? Lin Chu inquired, his gaze fixated on the impressive SUV at the center of the display. The salesman replied promptly, Sir, this is our flagship model, the BYD Yangwang U8. And it is indeed in stock. If I make a purchase here, can you arrange for it to be transported to Xiangnan Province, Xiangning City? Certainly, sir. We are an official dealership of BYD. The male salesperson smiled and replied, Once you enter into a purchase agreement with us, we can contact the Tanzhou branch to deliver the vehicle directly to your designated city or county. Very well. Could you arrange for the charging station to be installed in advance? Certainly, sir. If you could provide us with a family member's phone number, our staff will reach out proactively. I have no one at home. Lin Chu scratched his head. However, there is a rag hanging on the windowsill in my yard where I hide the key. After completing the installation, please return the key to its original place. The male salesperson. Sunny, what on earth is this guy thinking? Hiding the house key in an old rag on the windowsill while going out? The blonde woman adjusted her sunglasses, utterly perplexed. Her understanding of Lin Chu was growing increasingly obscure. Meanwhile, Lu Lei and Han Lu, who were trailing behind and overheard Lin Chu's conversation with the BYD salesperson, exchanged disdainful smiles, just throwing around a few pretentious words. And he thinks we truly believe he would buy a Yangwang U8? I wouldn't believe it for a second. Keep pretending. Little brother, I must say, this Yangwang U8 is quite impressive. It truly embodies quality and luxury, in a spirit of revelry. Lu Lei stepped forward and taunted Lin Chu. Didn't you just say you were looking to purchase a quality vehicle? This one seems perfect. Why not take it home now? Good suggestion. Lin Chu nodded and turned to the male salesperson. How much is this car? 11,098 million, sir. Can I pay by card? Why yes. Please hold on. As Lin Chu produced his bank card, Lu Lei and Han Lu, who had initially intended to merely observe, were left utterly flabbergasted. What the? Is he really planning to buy it? Is 1 million really that cheap? Amidst their astonished gazes, within a few minutes, the chief representative of the BYD pavilion personally approached. He stood respectfully before Lin Chu, hands reverently presenting the bank card back to him. Sir, the transaction has been completed. However, Please bear with us for a moment as we prepare your purchase agreement. Thank you once again for choosing the BYD Yaowang U8. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Witnessing this young man purchase the Yaowang U8 outright, Lu Lei and Han Lu simultaneously gasped in disbelief. Initially, they thought he was merely a braggart who fancied himself a car expert, but it turned out he was indeed making a full payment. Ding! Yaowang U8 has been purchased. This transaction has triggered a 22-fold cashback multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have received a cashback of 24,156,000. Postal Savings Bank. An amount of 24,156,000 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 566. Current balance, 171,999,625. Relaxing. Lin Chu felt a thrill at the influx of 24 million. The sensation of money multiplying was exhilarating. Lin Chu was in high spirits. However, Lu Lei beside them was utterly dejected. How unfortunate it was to find himself posturing foolishly before a wealthy heir. What a misfortune indeed. In stark contrast to Lu Lei's swollen face, Han Lu's mood was hardly any better. She had initially thought that having finally found a wealthy boyfriend would allow her to regain some dignity. Yet, to her dismay, not only was there no semblance of recovery, but the disparity only grew wider. It was utterly frustrating, truly exasperating. Come on, Sister E, Lin Chu said after signing her name on a stack of contracts. Shaking her hand. Let's go take a look inside. For what purpose? Son E inquired, blinking in confusion. Isn't purchasing a car sufficient? This one is merely a vehicle for my family back home, Lin Chu replied as they walked. Let us proceed further and see if there are any suitable supercars to indulge in. Supercars? Indulge in it. Lu Lei and Han Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 037. The mindset of the affluent is indeed quite peculiar. In truth, Lin Chu's expectations regarding automobiles were not particularly high, nor had he contemplated purchasing numerous vehicles. However, with the advent of a cashback incentive for vehicle purchases, the scenario shifted dramatically. Who would willingly forgo money? Thus, as long as the system continued to designate options, Lin Chu was unequivocally prepared to indulge in a buying spree. He made his way to the luxury brand section of the auto show, and as he surveyed the exhibition hall, the system's notification resonated within his mind. Ding! The specified vehicle for cashback is being confirmed. Current cashback vehicle, Bugatti W16 Mistral. Cashback multiplier, random. The Bugatti W16 Mistral? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Chu immediately directed his gaze towards the Bugatti booth nearby. In the central area of the display, surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers, stood the Bugatti W16 Mistral as indicated by the system. Its distinctive horseshoe-shaped grille and the Family S signature design on its sleek, matte black body were unmistakable. The X-shaped taillights at the rear, along with the illuminated body insignia, exuded an aura of prestige. The centrally positioned exhaust pipes and the exaggerated diffuser design continuously reminded all present that this was indeed a ferocious beast of the highway. What do you think of this Bugatti? Lin Chu inquired. It's quite impressive, Sunny replied, her eyes narrowing slightly in hesitation. She thought to herself, surely he won't consider purchasing it outright. Excuse me, sir, the sales representative greeted. Is that exquisite sports car on display for sale? Sunny mused. Well, I suppose I should never underestimate the purchasing power of my junior. Sir, are you certain you wish to inquire about the Bugatti W16 Mistral? The sales representative's eyes widened in astonishment, his tone tinged with disbelief. Yes, is it for sale? What is the price? Lin Chu responded. Yes indeed, sir. The sales representative quickly replied with utmost respect. This vehicle is the final model featuring the W16 engine from Bugatti, marking the end of the era of combustion engines for supercars. Only 99 units have been produced globally, and its official price is 5 million euros, which translates to approximately 34 million yuan. 34 million. Sunny gasped, her body instinctively tensing. She cast a quick glance at Lin Chu, recalling that he had already spent 24 million on a yacht just the day before. She thought, I cannot believe this sports car is even more exorbitant. Priced an additional million. Given the circumstances, one would assume that even with his family's wealth, it would be improbable for him to produce such a sum in a short span. Yet, Lin Chu's response once again surpassed Sun Yi's wildest expectations. 34 million? That is acceptable. I will take this car. Upon hearing the price, the young man's heart brimmed with joy. He had just landed a significant catch. Can I pay by card? Of course. The sales associate trembled with uncontainable excitement as he accepted the bank card handed over by Lin Chu, nearly overwhelmed with happiness. Who could have imagined that his very first transaction in this industry would involve a staggering 34 million? Hey, are you really buying it? Observing the sales associate joyfully clutching the bank card, Sun Yi raised her pristine wrist to nudge Lin Chu. Of course I'm buying it, Lin Chu replied, beaming with delight. Acquiring it is tantamount to profit, so why wouldn't I? Acquiring it is tantamount to profit? Sun Yi was left in a whirlwind of questions. Spending $1 million for a 10-day hotel stay, investing $20 million in a yacht just for a single outing, and now spending $30 million on a sports car with the notion that acquiring it equals profit. She simply could not fathom the mindset of the wealthy. It was utterly perplexing. Not long after the male sales associate departed, a wave of gasps erupted from the Bugatti sales area. Soon after, a flurry of staff members, led by the sales supervisor, rushed over. Mr. Lin, greetings. A middle-aged man bowed respectfully to Lin Chu, addressing him in an exceedingly courteous tone. I am Su Xiang, the sales supervisor for Bugatti in the Asia-Pacific region. First and foremost, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude for your admiration of the Bugatti brand. However, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Su Xiang, bending slightly and not lifting his head, continued apologetically. All 99 units of the Bugatti W16 Mistral have been sold out globally. We sincerely apologize for this oversight on the part of our staff. Sold out. After patiently listening to Su Xiang, Lin Chu frowned slightly. This vehicle was designated for a cashback incentive by the system, and now you tell me there are none available? Is this a joke? Su Xiang hesitated briefly before Lin Chu slowly spoke again. So, the car on display also has an owner now? Yes. That car was originally purchased by a friend of one of our executives, Su Xiang quickly clarified. However, it has just been airlifted from our factory in Europe and is temporarily stored here for promotional purposes, having been borrowed for this auto show. Could you please contact the owner? Lin Chu said earnestly. If they are willing to part with it, I am prepared to offer a higher price than the original. Please hold on. Su Xiang, without rejecting the request, politely nodded and swiftly retreated to the side to take out his phone. He was well aware that a young man capable of paying $34 million in cash for a car was undoubtedly affluent. Such a person, hailing from a distinguished background, must be treated with utmost care. One could not afford to offend him. It is evident that not only Supervisor Su, but also the enigmatic buyer, is acutely aware of this principle. Before long, Su Xiang approached with a beaming expression. Mr. Lin, I am honored to inform you that from this moment forth, you shall officially become the proud owner of this Bugatti W16 Mistral. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Chu was somewhat taken aback. The other party did not mention any increase in price? No, he did not. As Su Xiang spoke, he suddenly shifted his tone slightly. However, he did specifically request that, if possible, he would like to befriend you, Mr. Lin. Certainly. Lin Chu pondered for a moment and nodded gently. Those who can afford a 34 million yuan Bugatti supercar can indeed be considered among the elite few at the pinnacle of the social pyramid in Huaxia. This represents the most prestigious network of contacts. Establishing mutual acquaintance may prove beneficial in the future. Very well, here is the gentleman's business card. Please keep it safe. Su Xiang said courteously. Additionally, we will also share your phone number with him, so please be informed. Understood, Lin Chu nodded, extending his hand to accept the business card that Su Xiang presented with both hands. Chapter 038. Is it hot? What is the situation? Why was the Bugatti W16 Mistral suddenly withdrawn from the exhibition? As the Bugatti supercar was driven away, the visitors in the showroom were left in awe. Do you not know? This Bugatti W16 Mistral has just been purchased outright. Purchased outright? This vehicle must have cost around 34 million, right? Hiss. 34 million? Goodness. Which wealthy individual has made such a lavish purchase? What a pity. I had actually reserved one before, but later decided against it. I ended up buying a Wuling, which is quite satisfactory. While the crowd in the showroom speculated about which affluent buyer had splurged, at the back door of the exhibition center, Lin Chu was comfortably seated in the driver's seat of this beast of the road. Ding. Bugatti W16 Mistral has been acquired. This transaction has successfully triggered a tenfold cashback multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have received a cashback of 343,235,000. Postal Savings Bank. Your account ending in 566 has received an amount of 24,156,000 yuan. Current balance 480,911,125. The melodious notification echoed in his mind. The wealth in his personal account was accumulating rapidly like a snowball. Of course, this was not even the most significant amount. Next, there was a startup cashback card. Once this card was activated, Lin Chu's fortune of 480 million would experience exponential growth. Ladies, take note, this is a 34 million sports car. In the passenger seat, Sunny was snapping pictures of the car's interior with her phone, her curiosity palpable. The convertible. Did you see that? This is the embedded carving on the gear shift, wrapped in amberwood. And look at this bright yellow interior. Isn't it flashy? Watching Sun Yi's video shared in the group titled Goddess Level and Little Puppy, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile. However, there was no response in the group for the time being. Perhaps Jiang Runan and the other two were still on the plane, with their phones turned off. Sister Yi, while she was busy posting the video in the group, Lin Chu suddenly interjected, "Is it hot?" "Not hot." The blonde beauty slightly lowered her phone, her gaze at Lin Chu filled with confusion. But it was just a fleeting moment before she quickly comprehended. "Oh, you rascal." The blonde beauty leaned in, playfully pinching Lin Chu's cheek, her tone a mix of mock anger and affection. "You're thinking of something improper, aren't you? Be gentle, sister. Humph. If you dare tease me again, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you understand?" I didn't tease. I'll just imagine it from now on. Is that all right?" "That is more like it." "No. Imagining is even worse." "Ah, that hurts." Sun Yi released her grip, raising her phone in a mock threat. As she gazed at the little puppy with cheeks pinched rosy by her own hands, a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. The excitement from moments ago had rendered Sun Yi's delicate visage flushed, and coupled with her perfectly timed smile, she appeared exquisitely charming. Indeed, aside from her somewhat disappointing bust, this woman possessed nearly no flaws. "That young man's skin is surprisingly good," the golden-haired beauty mused, still feeling the lingering sensation of her fingertips. Soft and supple, there was not the slightest hint of greasiness, such a delightful texture. Moreover, he was quite handsome, if only. "Wait, what were you just thinking, Sunny? He is Shanan's boyfriend." At this realization, the smile slowly faded from Sun Yi's lips, replaced by a complex and indescribable sentiment that stirred within her heart. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew somewhat heavy. "I heard you have a diving license?" Lin Chu's voice shattered the brief silence. "Yes." Sunny shrugged her delicate shoulders. "What? Are you interested in diving?" "Of course," Lin Chu replied with a smile. "Why don't you take me diving today?" "All right, let's go." With a grin, Lin Chu opened the convertible top of the supercar. "Can you drive?" "Be patient. Just control the speed and take it slow. That way, you won't easily flip the car." Lin Chu smiled slightly and started the engine. One must say, the sensation of $1 million supercar is indeed unparalleled. As the accelerator was pressed down, the roar of the engine filled the air, a symphony conducted by the 8.0 TW16 four-cylinder turbocharged engine. A powerful surge propelled them forward as they sped towards the exhibition center. "Darling, we need not envy others." Lulei smiled while seated in the car, looking up at the U8 ISNT. "So special, after a few more years of hard work. I'll simply upgrade to a Mercedes G-Class. It far surpasses that shabby BYD." "Yes, dear, you are right," Han Lu replied with a bright smile. "What does $1 million matter? It's just a BYD, truly lacking vision." "Exactly. It's essential to have foresight and ambition. People like him who spend $1 million on a BYD." Just as she spoke, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the highway beside them. Suddenly, a striking convertible supercar sped past. In the passenger seat, a familiar golden-haired beauty caught their eye. "Hey, isn't that the 34 million Bugatti? Wasn't the one in the passenger seat your classmate? Could it be that the owner of this car is?" Goodness. They stared at the glaring Bugatti letters illuminating the taillights of the supercar. Within the confines of the carriage, the two individuals were rendered speechless. Indeed, engaging in discussions about perspective with a wealthy young man capable of affording a Bugatti was a fanciful notion. They journeyed to the seaside, parked the vehicle, and proceeded to the diving club frequented by Sun Yi, where they rented diving gear. They boarded a boat that took them to a nearby small island offshore. This location was a reserved spot for their snorkeling club, accessible only to VIP members. Sitting on the deck, Sunny cheerfully introduced it to Lin Chu. Dressed in a complete diving suit, her elongated and graceful figure was fully revealed. Her golden hair cascaded smoothly down her back, reaching her elegantly defined waist. Her astonishingly long legs were a sight to behold. Lin Chu, who was seated nearby, could even feel a gentle warmth emanating from her body, along with the captivating scent of her shampoo that wafted in the breeze, creating an intoxicating sense of immersion. The area retained its pristine, undeveloped state, with the water clarity ranking among the finest in the entire Lu City marine region. The abundance of fish and the presence of numerous corals beneath the surface enhanced its allure. Unbeknownst to the golden-haired beauty, she continued patiently explaining to Lin Chu, moreover. The weather today is particularly splendid, making it an ideal day for diving. That's wonderful, Lin Chu replied with a smile. However, Sister E, this is my first experience with diving, so I will need your guidance. Rest assured, Sunny said with a warm smile, gently patting Lin Chu's shoulder. Diving is quite simple. Just follow my lead, and everything will be just fine. Chapter 039. I, Sun E, will never falter with the assistance of the crew. The two donned their diving gear. Are you ready? Sun E asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Chu, who had fitted his mask. The youth, biting down on his regulator, gave a thumbs up. Okay. Don't forget to take pictures for me. Rest assured, Sunny replied with a smile, adjusting her mask and regulator. With a graceful lean, she was the first to plunge into the sea. Lin Chu, emulating her, followed suit, leaping backward into the water. With a splash, Lin Chu felt the world before him blur momentarily in a cascade of ripples, soon transforming into clarity. He kicked his fins and maintained a steady breath. As he acclimated to the initial discomfort, he finally began to revel in this mesmerizing realm he had never encountered before. Brilliant sunlight danced through the shimmering surface of the sea, illuminating the vibrant coral reefs below. Schools of colorful tropical fish flitted about, a feast for the eyes. As Lin Chu immersed himself in the splendor of the underwater world, Sun E, swimming ahead, turned around and gestured towards him. Drawing upon the knowledge he had hastily absorbed on the boat, Lin Chu managed to decipher her signals. He returned an okay gesture and continued his descent into the depths. As he submerged further, the originally pale green water transformed into a profound azure. An increasing array of corals, seaweed, and fish appeared, including a graceful sea turtle gliding by. Sunny, swimming alongside Lin Chu, suddenly halted and excitedly gestured towards him. Through the protective lens of her mask, he could see her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Upon noticing her signals, Lin Chu retrieved his waterproof camera and captured her radiant image. In the frame, Sunny appeared as a siren, effortlessly navigating through the school of fish, performing a mesmerizing dance beneath the waves. Lin Chu swam closer, aligning himself beside her. The sunlight filtered through the crystalline water, casting a magical glow around them as he gently held her hand with one hand while the other gripped the selfie stick, their heads leaning together. Click. Ding. Your first diving experience has brought you immense excitement. Joy level 5. 5 points of joy acquired. The feeling was delightful. After a brief interlude, the two resurfaced, swimming back to the boat. Ah, that was exhilarating. Sun E laughed, allowing the sea breeze to tousle her damp hair as she took a deep breath. Lin Chu, did you know that whenever I'm feeling down, I come diving? It feels as if all my troubles vanish the moment I enter the ocean. Indeed. Lin Chu nodded in agreement, gazing at the crystal-clear water before them. The vastness of the sea surely could encompass all of life's troubles. Indeed. Haha, the enchanting blonde lady gracefully reclines against the ship's railing, her legs elegantly crossed. By the way, Achu, what about the photos we just took? Here they are. Receiving the camera handed over by Lin Chu, Sunny eagerly opened the album, perusing through the images one by one. Wow, this one is magnificent. It truly captures the essence. Gazing at the underwater photos, Sunny was filled with awe. Lin Chu, you are incredibly skilled with a sincere expression. Lin Chu remarked, it's mainly because you are beautiful, a.e.g. therefore, no matter how you are photographed. You always look splendid. You certainly know how to flatter. Sun Yi's face turned serious, her tone dismissive, yet her heart was sweetly fluttering. As she continued to flip through the photos, she suddenly stumbled upon the snapshot of herself and Lin Chu taken underwater. The girl's gaze flickered slightly. In the photo, their hands were tightly intertwined, appearing very intimate. The closeness resembled that of lovers rather than mere friends. Oh dear, such a photo might not be appropriate. Her delicate fingers instinctively hovered over the delete button on the camera. However, she could not bring herself to press it. Perhaps I should just keep it. No. It's merely that this photo captures me beautifully. It holds no other significance. I, Sunny, would rather drown in the sea than let this ruin my reputation. While lost in such thoughts, a sudden ring from a WeChat video call broke through. It was a call from Xiaonan. Lin Chu glanced at the phone and chuckled, saying, she must have arrived in Wuyue province smoothly. Yes, that seems likely. Sunny gently tapped her finger, discreetly exiting the camera album. Hello Xiaonan Jia, have you arrived safely? Lin Chu answered the call, smiling as he greeted Jiang Ruan Nan on the screen. Yes, Yes, I just got off the plane, Jiang Ruanan's melodious voice chimed in. I wanted to let you know right away, oh? Achoo. Are you at sea now? Yes, ding ding, Lin Chu smiled faintly, directing the phone's camera towards Sun Yi. Look, Jia has taken me diving while diving. Jiang Ruanan exclaimed with envy. How biased of you. You didn't take me diving. Hey. What do you mean I didn't take you? You left after just 2 days. Sun Yi snatched the phone away, huffing. And also, you, who prioritize romance over friendship. After landing, you didn't report back to the organization right away, but instead called your little puppy secretly. Jiang Ruanan, you've changed. No, I haven't. Jiang Ruanan replied in a startled tone. I merely, The chat with the Chu was open, so I dialed him. All right. Oh, I see you must have pinned him to the top. Nonsense. I did not pin him. All right. An explanation is just a cover-up. The golden-haired lady, after speaking, casually thrust the phone back into Lin Chu's hands. I shan't intrude upon your heartfelt exchange any longer. I still haven't had my fill of the depths. Off to explore the wonders of snorkeling. Farewell. Do take care. Understood. With that, Sun Yi effortlessly donned her snorkeling mask equipped with a breathing tube. And with a graceful arch of her slender body, she plunged directly into the sea. Chapter 040. Peril. Yes, I understand. I will do my best. Chu, you must have fun too. All right, goodbye. As the call ended, Lin Chu shook his head and smiled faintly. He set his phone down casually and stood up, turning his gaze towards the sea. The sun shone brilliantly and the water sparkled with clarity. What a splendid world it was. Yet, just as he was lost in this reverie, an unsettling feeling crept upon him, and a foreboding sense of unease surged within his heart. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Where is Ae? His breath quickened suddenly, eyes wide open as he searched frantically for Sun Yi's figure in the waters surrounding the boat. No. Sun Yi was not deep diving. She was snorkeling. She hadn't brought any diving gear or oxygen tanks. There was no way she could remain underwater for such an extended period. Something had gone wrong. It must have gone wrong. In that instant, Lin Chu felt as though his heart was lodged in his throat. An incident in the sea was no trivial matter. Uncle Ruan. He shouted towards the bow of the boat. What is the matter, handsome? Upon hearing Lin Chu's cries, the tanned captain, old Juan, rushed out from the lounge. His expression fraught with concern. Have you seen Ae? Old Juan scratched his head in confusion. Wants Ae with you? This is bad. Something's happened. Gazing at the empty expanse of the sea, Lin Chu's mind went numb, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without a second thought, he donned a life jacket and plunged into the water. The sun illuminated the surface, casting dappled shadows in the crystalline waters, where waves surged fiercely. An indescribable sense of dread enveloped Sun Yi entirely. She never anticipated that, despite her extensive diving experience, she would commit such a fundamental error. A sudden and intense cramping sensation gripped her right leg, as if a taut string mercilessly twisted within her muscles. The unbearable tearing pain rendered her completely immobile. Struggling to breathe, she found herself spiraling deeper into panic. The more frantic she became, the less control she had over her body. The relentless sea surged into her mouth and nose, igniting a searing pain in her lungs. Gradually, she felt as if an invisible force bound her, rendering her unable to escape. Her limbs grew weak, and her consciousness began to fade. In this sunlit ocean, despair and isolation engulfed her heart like never before. No, I don't want to die here. Help me. Is anyone there to save me? Amidst her fading awareness, the silhouette of that boy slowly emerged in her mind. Lin Chu, save me. In the darkness, the sound of waves crashing against the sandy rocks reached her ears. Gradually, the distant calls of seabirds echoed in the air. She felt the warmth of rapid breaths against her skin. Sun Yi gradually opened her eyes, and through her blurred vision, she saw a figure leaning over her. Their lips were pressed tightly together. Warm air continuously flowed from the other's mouth into her body. Cough. A mouthful of water was suddenly expelled from her trachea, and the pale-faced Sun Yi began to cough uncontrollably. Her once-dazed mind slowly started to regain clarity. Seeing Sun Yi coughing incessantly, the young man beside her let out a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. Upon hearing Lin Chu's gentle words, Sun Yi's eyes instantly filled with tears. Lin Chu, she sobbed, clutching the young man tightly. I was so scared. I thought I would die today. The golden-haired girl wept and wailed in a flurry of emotions. It's all right now. It's all right. Lin Chu gently stroked her head, his tone soothing. It's all over. We are fine now. After crying for a while, Sun E's emotions gradually began to ease. As her mind slowly cleared, the scene of Lin Chu performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation flashed back into her memory. The once pale face of the golden-haired girl suddenly turned fiery red. Don't overthink it. Sunny, don't think too much. Lin Chu was just trying to save me. It was unavoidable. She bit her lip, repeatedly reminding herself. He is Xiao Nan's boyfriend. He is Xiao Nan's boyfriend. Taking a deep breath and shaking her head vigorously, Sun E's mixed emotions began to dissipate. However, as she embraced Lin Chu, she suddenly sensed that the current situation was rather peculiar. After all, due to the necessity of performing artificial respiration, Lin Chu was presently lying atop her, and she, in her excitement, had wrapped her arms tightly around him. Thus, their positions were quite intimate. Moreover, Sun E increasingly felt a certain pressure in a specific area. It seemed somewhat inappropriate. Wait, the mischievous junior a flustered, indignant cry escaped her lips, and the golden-haired girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly released her hold on Lin Chu and pushed him away, feeling both shy and awkward. After they separated, Sunny sensed that something was still amiss. She felt a chill run through her body. Instinctively lowering her gaze, she gasped in horror. Ah! Her terrified scream echoed throughout the entire island. Close your eyes. Don't look. Sunny pressed her hands tightly against her bare chest, her panicked face burning crimson as if it might bleed. Pervert. Deviant. Creep. Why are you tearing my clothes apart? Hey, can you not be so unreasonable? Startled by her reaction, Lin Chu quickly covered his head with his arms and turned away. You were drowning just moments ago. The situation was dire. I had no choice but to act. Lin Chu spoke the truth. Indeed, at that moment, Sun Yi's drowning was quite severe, and the constricting wetsuit was severely hampering her ability to breathe. In the heat of the moment, he could not afford to consider the consequences. Thus, in a desperate measure, he had to resort to the drastic action of tearing her wetsuit to perform emergency CPR. You. Sunny scolded him in embarrassment. But she too regained her composure. In such urgent circumstances, if she were in his position, she would have acted similarly without a second thought. Nonetheless, understanding the necessity did not alleviate her discomfort. After all, she was a young woman, and he had seen her completely, and even touched her. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 041. Apologies, little brother. I am not interested in romance here. Jia, Lin Chu said, removing his shirt without turning around, extending it directly to Sun E. A soft huff escaped her lips from behind. The shirt was taken, followed by the sound of shuffling fabric. All right. Lin Chu finally turned to face Sun E. At that moment, the golden-haired goddess before him had a delicate visage, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and a hint of panic evident in her demeanor. Once a formidable queen, Sun E now appeared adorably vulnerable, evoking a profound sense of affection. Thank you, the bashful queen murmured, her face aflame. Oh, Lin Chu nodded, teasingly prompting, is a simple thank you sufficient for saving your life? What else do you desire? With a cheerful smile, he continued, shouldn't it involve a pledge of devotion? Oh, a pledge of devotion, you say? Sun E crossed her arms, her expression returning to its usual aloofness. Don't even think about it. Ah, what a pity, Lin Chu remarked, observing the mix of genuine and feigned annoyance on his face. Sun E chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. If it weren't for Xiaonan, I wouldn't mind pledging my devotion to you. An inexplicable wave of melancholy surged from a hidden recess within her heart. No. Sun E, stop overthinking. She vigorously shook her head, striving to clear her mind, her gaze aimlessly wandering around. Unexpectedly, her attention was drawn to Lin Chu's bare torso, his well-defined physique, with 8 sculpted abs and remnants of water glistening on his chiseled body. The sunlight illuminated his muscular contours, casting a dazzling sheen that captivated Sun E, who instinctively bit her lip. Who would have thought? The little brother has quite an impressive physique. A ship is coming. It's Uncle Ruan and the others, Lin Chu exclaimed, waving his arms as he spotted a vessel approaching from afar. They evidently recognized him, steering towards the shore. Lin Chu. Sun E, standing behind him, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Can you keep today's events a secret for me? A secret? Yes, she replied. Her cheeks flushed. You know how it is. Xiaonan is all right, but the likes of Tang Yi and Qin Shiyuan are notorious for their loose lips. If they find out, they'll tease me for a lifetime. Ah, I see. Keeping your secret is certainly doable, Lin Chu nodded, but what's in it for me? What's in it for you? Sunny said, pinching her delicate nose, her half-closed eyes reflecting her exasperation. What do you desire? Nothing extravagant. A kiss or a hug would suffice. You wishful thinker. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi puffed her cheeks and gently poked the boy's forehead with her delicate, fair finger. You spend every day trying to take advantage of your sister, don't you? Now that Xiaonan has left, your little SP nature has been revealed. Hasn't he it? Not quite revealed, the boy replied, brushing his damp hair aside, with a sincere expression as he flirted. It's mainly because you, sister AE, are simply too charming. Wow, Lin Chu, I never knew you could be so shallow. The golden-haired queen teased, her beautiful brows and eyes radiating joy. No girl can resist the allure of compliments, especially when they come from someone of the opposite sex whom she holds dear. Glancing at the ship approaching in the distance, Sun Yi shyly smiled and spoke. Lin Chu, close your eyes. Why? What the heck? If I tell you to close your eyes, you should obediently comply. Ugh. Faced with Sun Yi's sudden transformation into a domineering queen, Lin Chu shrugged and obediently shut his eyes. After confirming that he had indeed closed them, Sun Yi pressed her lips together and stepped in front of Lin Chu. Gazing at the boy's handsome face, she slightly lifted her delicate toes and gently kissed his cheek. Is that all? Lin Chu snapped back to reality, touching his cheek which still bore a hint of moisture, murmuring, This is the reward? You're testing the cadre with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Go on, go on. It can only be this way. Don't think you can push your luck, the girl said with a radiant smile, turning and swimming into the sea like a mermaid. Splashing water everywhere. I'm off. Bye-bye. Hey, swimming away again. Wait for me. On the return boat. The group chat, Goddess and Little Puppy, buzzed with notifications. Tangy, Sunny, is it exhilarating to ride in a supercar worth 30 million? Qin Xiuan, Sunny. I heard from Xiaonan that you and Chu went diving together? Tangy, what? We've been in Lu City for so long and you didn't take us diving. But as soon as we leave, you take a Chu diving? Tangy, it's unfair. Ae, I'm really hurt. Sun E, do you think I wanted to go diving with the little puppy? Please. He is just a total novice, all right? Teaching him to dive nearly exhausted me, wiping sweat. Tang Yi, I really want to go diving. Qin Xiuan, no. I see you just want to admire the little puppy's physique. The three continued to exchange messages in the chat, while Jiang Runin remained silent. Given the time, she must have arrived at the Hungian film crew and begun auditions. Watching the conversation unfold in the chat, Lin Chu, who had been lurking, quietly smiled and mischievously sent a photo. Lin Chu, photo, for instance, like this. Tang Yi, wow. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, astonishing. Qin Xiuan, quite impressive. Tang Yi, come on, come on. Qin Xiuan, more. Observing the two infatuated admirers in their chat, Sunny tightened the blanket draped over her shoulders and let out a quiet sigh. She was well aware of their personalities. Further discussion would be futile. After all, a boy like Lin Chu, affluent and handsome, radiated warmth and charm. In all honesty, it was rare for a girl to withstand his allure. She herself had nearly faltered, let alone the love-struck E and the beauty-obsessed Xiuan. Therefore, instead of engaging in fruitless banter with them, it would be far more effective to confront the dogged junior directly. Lin Chu. Contemplating this, Sun Yi took a deep breath and earnestly addressed Lin Chu. I am uncertain of your true intentions, but I wish to convey this. If you genuinely care for Xiaonan, then remain steadfast in your devotion to her. Do not entertain any improper thoughts regarding others. Above all, do not secretly pursue Tang Yi or Qin Xiuan. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will not spare you. Oh. Lin Chu set down his phone, his gaze shifting to the seriously expressive Sun Yi. Tang Yi and Qin Xiuan. Why not include yourself in the mix? Me? Humph. At his words, Sun Yi emitted a dismissive snort. Apologies, little brother, but I have no interest in romance. Chapter 042. Some things are not meant for everyone. The sky darkened ominously, perhaps a precursor to impending rain, as the ambience within the cabin grew increasingly oppressive. Why the disinterest in romance? Lin Chu gazed at the approaching storm clouds, perplexed, and blinked. It was nothing. Sun Yi glanced at him, her lips curling into a faint, indifferent smile. It was simply because she found such matters utterly uninteresting. Is that so? Lin Chu nodded slightly. What difference does it make to be together? What significance do vows hold? Sunny shrugged, her gaze distant and particularly cold as she stared out at the sea. It all amounted to nothing more than a fleeting impulse. Over time, emotions cool and fervor wanes. In the end, one either endures a hollow coexistence or becomes estranged, completely severed from one another. Reflecting on this, she felt that romantic relationships were indeed unnecessary. Observing Sun Yi's clarity, Lin Chu rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. Well, I believe. Sister Yi, your perspective, though it holds some validity, does not encompass the entirety of the experience. Lin Chu straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. What you describe is merely one possible scenario. In matters of the heart, it is not solely tragedy. There exists, too, joy and warmth. I understand that, Sunny replied, gently biting her lower lip, a hint of resigned understanding flickering in her exquisite eyes. Yet, this is merely what I have heard from others. What I have witnessed in love has been precisely as I described: conflict, fragility, and vulnerability. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu sighed with a sense of helplessness. Typically, those who articulate such sentiments have likely endured emotional wounds. Could it be that he has had a boyfriend before? This thought crossed his mind, stirring a peculiar and complex emotion within the young man. Although he recognized that experiencing love at this age was entirely normal, he couldn't shake a discomforting feeling. This damned possessiveness. Though he was aware that such thoughts were somewhat base, Lin Chu harbored a genuine reluctance to part with any of the 4 enchanting ladies of 502. Yet, he also understood full well how daunting it would be to single-handedly dismantle the entire celestial sisterhood. Nevertheless, one must have aspirations, otherwise, what sets them apart from a mere fish on a plate? Moreover, he possessed the power of the system, the affluent brother, and thus, he must dare to challenge the seemingly impossible. As the atmosphere within the cabin grew silent, Sun Yi's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the incoming call on her mobile phone, the sight of a blonde-haired woman caused a barely perceptible furrow to form on her brow. Hello, what is it? The moment the call connected, Sun Yi's tone turned frigid and impatient. Dinner? Today? I might not have the time. It depends on the circumstances. All right, bye. With a few terse words, she dismissed the caller and ended the call. Turning to her companion Lin Chu, whose expression was a mix of curiosity and intrigue, Sun Yi shot him a frosty glare, her cheeks slightly puffed. What are you thinking? That was my dad. Oh, Lin Chu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Oh, you brat. The blonde woman raised her hand to fix her tousled hair, unable to suppress a smile. Look at you, just now with that jealous expression. Jealous? Am I? Of course you are. Sun Yi crossed her arms, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. What's wrong? Does the little puppy care that I might date someone? Indeed. The young man replied with a nod of certainty. If you were to find a boyfriend, I would be more upset than if I experienced a heartbreak myself. Are you serious? Do you hear yourself? Sun Yi glared at him, though her exquisite features bore no trace of anger. You can date a girl, but I can't have a boyfriend? Indeed. You can't just look at the pot while eating from the bowl. I'll twist your head off, you little scoundrel. Sunny huffed, her hands playfully squeezing Lin Chu's face, delivering a light-hearted physical rebuke. If such words had come from another boy, she would have slapped him without hesitation. Yet, there was something about Lin Chu that made it impossible for her to harbor any true dislike for him. Is this guy my destined nemesis? After a playful scuffle, Lin Chu rubbed his reddened cheeks and asked curiously, by the way, why didn't you go to dinner with your dad? Humph. I have no desire to dine with that old fool. The disdain was palpable on Sun Yi's face at the mention of her father. Why not? Don't you like him? Why should I like him? Why? Isn't he your father? Doesn't he deserve to be called my father? As they journeyed back, the two sat side by side, Lin Chu quietly listening as Sun Yi recounted her family matters. They both sighed in unison, understanding. It turned out that Sun Yi's parents had divorced when she was very young, although custody was awarded to her father. He had been preoccupied with his endeavors in Shanghai and had little time for young Sun Yi, who had remained in northeast China. Thus, she grew up under the care of her grandmother. It was only in high school, after achieving success in business, that her father remembered his daughter from miles away and brought her to Shanghai. However, by then, he had already started a new family. Moreover, there is an additional half-brother. This revelation deepens the sense of resentment that Sun Yi, who has long been haunted by the shadows of her parents' divorce, harbors towards her father. The bond between father and daughter is particularly distant and frigid. Thus, upon understanding the intricacies of the situation, Lin Chu gently inquired, what you mentioned earlier about lacking interest in romance. Your disbelief in love. Is it influenced by your parents' separation? Indeed, Sunny nodded initially. Then, as if a realization dawned upon her, she rested her chin on her hand and chuckled lightly at Lin Chu. What? Did you think my indifference stemmed from being hurt by other men? You overestimate things, Junior. The man capable of hurting me hasn't even been born yet. Lin Chu nodded in response, contemplating that in reality, the one standing before her was indeed that very man. Ah, Yi, I believe. Lin Chu paused. Speaking deliberately, though your parents divorced long ago, they are still alive and well, and they undoubtedly think of you. As long as they are willing. You can meet or call each other anytime. You can see their faces and hear their voices. I think that is sufficient. There is no need to remain entangled in the past. One must look forward. Look at you. Son, he turned her head dismissively. Not everyone can do what you suggest. No, not everyone can, the young man smiled wistfully. For instance, I cannot. Chapter 043. My daughter is about to disappear. Yes, I'm truly sorry. Lin Chu. The youth recounted the circumstances surrounding his parents. Son, he was initially taken aback, and then, like a girl caught in a misdeed. She lowered her gaze to her toes, speaking with utmost caution. I had no idea that such things had transpired in your family. It's all right. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Lin Chu smiled gently, turning to the stunning woman beside him. So, Sister E, promise me, cherish the present moments. Will you? Sonny nodded earnestly. That dog Junior really is quite resilient. Women, being inherently emotional creatures, often find themselves swayed by empathy, leading them to make irrational decisions. All right, it's settled. The golden-haired beauty unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Lin Chu's shoulders. Sister will take you home today. So soon? I'm not that kind of man, he exclaimed, flustered. What's the rush? I merely want you to experience the warmth of a family atmosphere again. As night fell, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the stars. In a luxurious villa community within the urban expanse of Deer City, a Bugatti supercar glided along the smooth asphalt road, coming to a gentle halt before one of the garden villas. A woman emerged from the garden, appearing to be in her 30s, well-maintained and strikingly beautiful. Little E is back. Her face lit up with delight upon seeing Sunny. Hello, Aunt Jean. Sunny replied politely, her tone courteous. Upon witnessing this exchange, Lin Chu quickly surmised their relationship. Clearly, she was the stepmother. Good, it's wonderful you're back. Zhong Min smiled warmly. Then her gaze shifted to Lin Chu, who followed closely behind Sunny. Oh, you've brought a friend home? This is Lin Chu. Sunny casually introduced. We just returned from a boating trip, and I thought it would be nice to invite him for dinner. Is that all right? Of course not. Zhong Min chuckled, covering her mouth. To be honest, since her union with Sun Lianqing, it was the first time she had seen Sunny bring a boy her age home. But then again, it was only natural. Little E was now a young lady, and it was normal for her to seek companionship at this age. Lin Chu greeted her with a smile. Hello, and Zhong. Hello. Zhong Min replied. It must be noted that Lin Chu, with an appealing charm and striking looks, possessed an innate ability to connect with women of any age. Their brief encounter left a favorable impression on Zhong Min. Little E, don't just stand there at the door, come inside. Zhong Min encouraged with a smile. Dinner will be ready shortly, please have a seat for a moment. And Lin Chu, make yourself at home. Thank you, and Zhong. As two individuals entered the villa's living room, they were immediately greeted by the sound of footsteps echoing from the wooden staircase, a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. A cherubic little figure, plump and adorable, scampered out, calling out sister while rushing straight to embrace Sun Yi's slender, black-stockinged legs. The chubby little head nuzzled incessantly against her. Lin Chu, slightly exasperated, exclaimed, What are you doing? Is it appropriate to be so familiar with Sister Yi's legs? All right. How, Sun Yi said, lifting the little chub into her arms, playfully pinching his soft cheeks. She gestured towards Lin Chu, saying, This is brother Lin Chu. Say hello to him. Hello, brother. I am Sun Yuho. The little one responded cheerfully. One could not help but admire the excellent genes of the Sun family. Despite appearing merely 3 or 4 years old, the little boy was fair-skinned and exceedingly charming, endearing himself to all. However, if it weren't for the fact that this child had just snuggled against Sister Yi's stockings, Lin Chu's fondness for him might have been even greater. How, your sister has just returned. Let her have a moment to rest. Zhong Min said as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly cut fruit, placing it on the coffee table with a smile. Little E, Lin Chu. Please enjoy some fruit. Thank you, Auntie. Observing the courteous interaction between the two, Lin Chu felt a sense of clarity. The relationship between Sun Yi and her stepmother appeared to be quite amicable, especially with her half-brother, their bond seemingly stronger. Indeed, the situation was as Lin Chu had surmised. Ever since Sun Yi had been brought to Qionghai, Zhong Min had indeed taken good care of her, having been with Mr. Sun for many years. Rising from a subordinate to a wife, she understood her husband's affections all too well. For him, This cherished daughter was a source of both guilt and love. Aware of this, Zhong Min naturally provided for Sun Yi generously. After all, she had given birth to a robust son for the Sun family, solidifying her position beyond challenge. Sun Yi, being a daughter, was destined to marry out one day. Thus, regardless of how much Mr. Sun favored her in the long run, she posed no threat to Zhong Min. This was a wise choice, and the outcomes had validated her actions. Throughout, Sun Yi maintained a good relationship with both Zhong Min and Hao Hao, harboring only disdain for her father. Oh, by the way, Zhong Min paused, smiling as she continued. I just spoke with Mr. Sun. He's already on his way back, so dinner will require a bit more time. As soon as her words fell, the sound of tires screeching to a halt echoed from outside the garden gate. Little E, open the door. Daddy. Before he even arrived, his voice resonated from outside. Oh, my precious daughter. The sound of the fingerprint lock clicked open, and enstrode Sun Lianqing, impeccably dressed in a suit, his face alight with joy as he hurried in. Why did you suddenly decide to come back? Your father is overjoyed. However, his exuberant greeting was abruptly halted upon noticing the unfamiliar man seated beside Sun Yi. Father, you're back. Indeed, yes. Sun Lianqing was momentarily taken aback, then swallowed hard, raising his hand to point at Lin Chu. His previously enthusiastic voice now slightly hoarse. Who might this be? This is Lin Chu, Sun Yi, seated on the sofa. Casually tucked her hair behind her ear and began to introduce. We went out to sea together today and decided to bring him back for dinner. Hello, uncle. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility of the sky. Sun Lianqing, with graying temples, stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. He felt an overwhelming stiffness enveloping his body. In his muddled mind, a singular phrase echoed relentlessly. My daughter is lost. My daughter is lost. My daughter is lost. Chapter 044. MD, truly handsome. Clearly a scoundrel, Sun Lianqing had never imagined that the day would come when his daughter would bring home a stranger. Not once. Throughout the past decade, his focus had been solely on his career and his passion for exploring the mysteries of the universe. However, as his daughter matured, his attention gradually shifted away from his professional ambitions and celestial pursuits, increasingly centering on her. What a wonderful girl she was, outgoing, gracious, beautiful, academically gifted, and capable. She was undoubtedly the epitome of a model child. Thus, when he learned that his precious daughter might be in a romantic relationship, his heart was akin to a jar of spices tipped over, a tumult of mixed emotions. Like most fathers, he suddenly realized that his beloved was about to become someone else's treasure. Could he truly accept this? Moreover, with his own flawed example looming in the background, Sun Lianqing had long felt guilty towards his daughter, and now he was even more fearful of her enduring any hurt. It was impossible not to overthink the situation. In the quiet of the night, he often found himself lost in anxious thoughts. Would that scoundrel betray her trust? Damn! Little did he know that this very scoundrel was now before him. Seeing the expression on his father's face shift from initial joy to a growing sense of despair, the astute Sun Yi understood that her father had misconstrued the situation. Clearing her throat, she explained, Dad, Lin Chu is Jiang Renan's brother and our junior at Hu University. Oh, Sun Lianqing replied, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Chu, who responded with a smile. Sun Lianqing sniffed. Damn, he was truly handsome. Even more so than I was in my youth. Clearly a scoundrel. Dinner's ready. Everyone come over. All right. The family gathered around the dining table to commence their evening meal. Lin Chu, where are you from? Sun Lianqing, seated at the head of the table, asked with a serious tone, directing his inquiry towards Lin Chu, who sat at the lower left position. I'm from Xiangnan, Xiangning. Oh, Xiangnan, Xiangning. Isn't that a county in the Tan Triangle region? Yes, Lin Chu affirmed, and Sun Lianqing nodded in acknowledgement. His first impression of Lin Chu was immediately formed, just another small-town student from a county. Typically, such individuals hail from ordinary backgrounds, possessing the singular talent of diligent study and excelling in examinations. While they may gain admission to prestigious universities, their origins and upbringing often leave them lacking in broader vision and social resources. Not a suitable match. It's not easy getting into Hu University. What is your major? Sun Lianqing inquired, picking up a pair of chopsticks filled with food. Oil painting. Ah, so you are pursuing fine arts? Well then, a small-town student is one thing, but a niche major in university truly a failure among failures. Reflecting on this, Sun Lianqing's eyes sparkled with a knowing wisdom, as if he had seen through it all. Ah, young lad, attempting to woo the ladies with an artistic persona, are we? Huh. This trick is merely a relic from my own youthful days. I recall, during my time at Harbin Institute of Technology, captivating hearts with my astonishing disco dance moves, which eventually led to the birth of my daughter. Dancing, conceiving, obtaining the marriage certificate, quarreling, and then acquiring the green book. Memories of those days flashed through my mind like a cinematic montage. No, I must absolutely ensure my daughter does not repeat my past mistakes. Son Lianqing pondered for a moment, glancing at his daughter seated beside Lin Chu, and began speaking with a weighty tone. Have you considered your career prospects when choosing your major? I've heard that finding a job in the fine arts field can be quite challenging. Lin Chu chuckled softly. I truly hadn't thought that far ahead. When I applied, I merely believed that if I pursued what I was passionate about, persistence would eventually lead to hope. You are still too young. Old Son chuckled dismissively, thinking to himself, let's see if you can still utter such words after facing the harsh realities of life. Observing her father's peculiar demeanor, Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Oh, dear father, do you not realize you are in the presence of a super-rich second generation? Searching for a job? For what purpose? After finishing their meal, Lin Chu, who had come to share the meal, volunteered to wash the dishes. Sun Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt, joined him in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Sun Lianqing and his wife, Zhong Min, sat in the living room, watching the two busy in the kitchen, whispering to each other. I think Xiao Chu is quite a decent fellow, Zhong Min remarked, cradling their son. He is handsome and talented. If Xiao Yi genuinely likes him, why not let her follow her heart? Just look at how well they complement each other. Complement each other? Sun Lianqing lit a cigarette, grumbling. You women only care about appearances. What else do you comprehend besides looks? What is wrong with that? Zhong Min retorted, snatching his freshly lit cigarette and extinguishing it. When I first met you, you were utterly penniless, right? If you hadn't resembled Jing Gangshan, would I have looked your way? Did you truly think I was drawn by your inner beauty? Who says I resemble Jing Gangshan? Old Sun raked his fingers through his thinning hair, nonchalantly saying, I resemble Luda more. Ah, yes, indeed. Just an old handsome chap. Is that sufficient? What were we discussing? Old Sun returned to the topic, grumbling. I certainly do not wish for my daughter to end up with a Phoenix man. How can you be so certain he's a Phoenix man? Zhong Min shot him a glance. Did you not see? He drives a sports car. What? A sports car? Sun Lianqing exclaimed in astonishment. Where? Just over by the garden's front gate. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I came back through the back door. Old Sun quickly rose to his feet and leaned toward the window to peer outside. Is that the black one? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Well, it certainly appears to be a sports car. But what brand is it? I don't believe I've ever seen it before, Sun Lianqing remarked with a hint of confusion. As a member of the older generation, Sun Lianqing's perception of luxury vehicles was primarily associated with Bentley and Rolls-Royce, with these flashy sports cars coming in a distant second. His familiarity with car brands was limited to the likes of Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini, leaving him entirely unacquainted with the rare and elite Bugatti. I am equally in the dark regarding sports car brands, Zhong Min admitted. However, judging by its design, it likely does not come cheap. Perhaps not. Sun Lianqing waved his hand dismissively, his tone softening somewhat, even though he remained skeptical. These sports cars often rely on their appearance to impress, much like the current domestic models that look quite upscale, yet cost merely 70,000 to 80,000. At the very least, this suggests that the Xiao family is not struggling financially, he continued. Who can say for certain? Sun Lianqing shrugged. It might very well be rented. Chapter 045. Shall we wash together? At the same moment, in the kitchen of the villa, Lin Chu and Sun Yi stood before the countertop, diligently wiping the freshly washed dishes with white towels. Lin Chu stood tall at 183 centimeters, while Sun Yi was approximately 170 centimeters. Their busy figures side by side in the kitchen resembled that of a young newlywed couple, perfectly matched. As Sun Yi gazed at their reflections in the window, a sudden wave of inexplicable anticipation washed over her. If only the younger dogged man were my boyfriend. By the way, Aijia, what? Lost in her daydream, Sun Yi was startled by Lin Chu's sudden voice. She nervously tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and lowered her head, murmuring, Is there something you need? I recall you mentioning before. Unaware of Sun Yi's flustered demeanor, Lin Chu continued to wipe the plates meticulously. Your uncle works in the film and media industry, right? Yes, Sun Yi nodded. Huaguang Media primarily engages in film and television investments and artist management. Oh. Lin Chu set down the plate he was holding and picked up another. Is it still easy to enter the film industry these days? Are you interested in this field? Sunny asked, somewhat surprised. Well, I have a bit of interest, Lin Chu replied with a smile. By the way, didn't you mention that you had registered a company? Indeed, I did, Sunny responded. My small company is called Ehai Media. It's essentially registered under my father's company, mainly for bookkeeping or handling minor projects he dismisses. However, it has largely become a shell company now. Then why not sell it to me? Huh? You want to buy it? Sunny blinked in confusion. Lin Chu, you're not joking, are you? I'm not joking. The young man affirmed with a nod. The process of registering a film company was entirely foreign to Lin Chu. Thus, rather than starting from scratch, he preferred to acquire an existing one. Name your price. You would have to discuss this with my father, Sunny exclaimed, taken aback as she glanced toward the direction of the living room. What? You want to purchase Ehai Media? Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, Sun Lianqing chuckled softly. That's not entirely out of the question. This small company isn't worth much. However, when it was established, the registered capital was 1 million due to the intention of benefiting little e. Since you are friends with my daughter, I won't charge you much. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 1 million. Then it's settled, Lin Chu said with a slight smile, showing no hesitation. Please let me know when would be a suitable time for us to handle the transfer. You truly intend to buy it. That's 1 million. Sun Lianqing was somewhat astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Chu to be so decisive. To my astonishment, this young man was able to produce a staggering sum of 100,000 in cash all at once. Lin Chu, come and have some fruit, said Zhong. Thank you, Lin Chu replied, promptly rising to assist Zhong Min in the kitchen. Hey, Dad, taking advantage of the young man's absence. Sunny immediately leaned closer to her father, whispering, that guy spent over 1 million just to stay in a hotel. Spending this amount to acquire a company is mere trifles. What? Which hotel could possibly cost over 1 million? Sun Lianqing, who had been poised to take a sip of tea, halted mid-action, gazing incredulously at his daughter. What hotel, you ask? The underwater suite at Atlantis. 100,000 per day, and if he stays for 10 days, that easily amounts to 1 million. Wow, Sun Lianqing exclaimed, his surprise evident. I misjudged him. I never expected this young man to possess such wealth. There's more, his daughter continued. Did you see that sports car parked out front? Is it his? Indeed. It is. He just purchased it today for 34 million. 34 million? That's impossible. For that price, you can't even buy a tire. Sunny shrugged helplessly. Go check for yourself. It's a Bugatti W16. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and began frantically tapping on his phone. The algorithm-controlled browser promptly displayed the sensational headline from today as car exhibition. Breaking news. A young millionaire purchases a 30 million supercar in cash on the first day of the Lu City Auto Show. In disbelief, Sun Lianqing felt his throat constrict and his heart race. Good heavens. He bought a 34 million supercar in full. This young man is not from a small county. He must have descended from the heavens. Daughter Sun Lianqing swallowed hard, looking at his daughter with difficulty. As for your boyfriend, I must say I am somewhat satisfied. What are you thinking, Dad? I told you, we are merely friends. But, dear, remember that even so, you must not be too careless with yourself enough. When Lin Chu was preparing to take his leave, the sky outside rumbled with thunder, and torrential rain began to pour. Perhaps you shouldn't leave after all, Sun Lianqing said with a smile. Ever since he learned of this young man's formidable wealth, he had already come to regard him as the ideal choice for a son-in-law. Hence, his attitude had drastically changed since their first meeting. The old man's mind was now agile, and he was more open-minded. After all, the precious daughter in his household would eventually be courted by someone else. It would be far better to choose this remarkable young man, clad in resplendent golden armor and riding on clouds of fortune. Indeed, such a torrential downpour renders the roads perilous. Zhong Min concurred, suggesting, our home has ample rooms. If you do not mind, why not stay the night? Lin Chu cast a glance at Sun Yi, who raised an eyebrow, silently conveying her acquiescence. Very well, Lin Chu nodded. I shall graciously accept your hospitality. Ha ha. Old Sun chuckled, giving Lin Chu a friendly pat on the shoulder. No need for formality. Come, let us chat a while longer. After enjoying tea with Old Sun, they realized the hour was late, prompting everyone to retire to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. Lin Chu followed Sun Yi to the 3rd floor of the villa. This is my room, she indicated, gesturing towards a door across the hall. The door directly opposite leads to the restroom and bathroom. Sun Yi pointed to a door on one side, adding, the room across is a guest bedroom. You may stay here tonight. Ah, splendid, Lin Chu nodded. Sister Ae, shall we bathe together? Do you wish to join me? Yes, indeed. Well, This is rather. Sunny playfully pinched Lin Chu's cheek with her icy fingers, pouting as she scolded, "Dream on." Chapter 046. Knee. A pillow for the knee. Bathing together is out of the question. The gentlemanly Lin Chu graciously allowed his elder sister to use the bathroom first. "Lin Chu, I'm done." After a brief half hour, a voice called out from outside. Lin Chu opened the door to find Sun Yi emerging from the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel. Ah, indeed. A queen is a queen, possessing an undeniable taste. Beep. The irreverent system suddenly chimed in Lin Chu's mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Grabbing a towel from the rack, Lin Chu adjusted the water temperature downwards and quickly took a cold shower. By the time he exited the bathroom, his mind was as tranquil as still water. Done so quickly? Hearing the commotion in the hallway, Sun Yi poked her head out from her room, her face adorned with a black facial mask. "Yes," Lin Chu replied, clutching his towel and drying his damp hair. "Isn't it normal for boys to shower quickly?" "Eh? You're using that towel?" Sun Yi blinked in surprise at the pink-blue towel in his hand. Indeed, Lin Chu nodded. There were 4 towels hanging inside. "So I just grabbed one at random." "Oh, all right then." The blonde beauty covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to contain her laughter. "What's wrong?" Lin Chu asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Just continue." As Lin Chu dried his hair, he inquired, yeah. "May I borrow your hairdryer?" Come in." Sunny nodded and opened the door for him. The room was not particularly small, embodying a classic Nordic minimalist style that perfectly matched Sun Yi's naturally aloof demeanor. "The hairdryer is on the bedside," Sunny said as Lin Chu entered. "You can just use it." Lin Chu replied, his gaze curiously sweeping the room. After all, this was his first time stepping into a female peer's personal space, and curiosity was only natural. Perhaps due to Sun Yi having just dried her hair. The first impression Lin Chu had of the room was a delightful fragrance. Secondly, Sun Yi's personal items were somewhat scattered: facial masks, eye cream, serums, body lotion, phone, tablet, and freshly washed fruits were strewn about. Noticing the boy pause mid-step, Sun Yi's face turned slightly red. The room is a bit messy. Actually, it's always like this." Lin Chu chuckled, walking over to the bedside to grab the hairdryer. After glancing at Sun Yi's large bed, he chose to sit in a nearby chair instead. He had seen that most girls particularly dislike having strangers, especially men, sitting on their beds. "It's not what you think. This is a facial beauty device, okay?" the boy said with utmost seriousness. "Exactly, that is precisely what I thought." "Facial beauty device, huh?" "Sunny, how do you use it?" With that, Sun Yi reached out, gently sat on the bed while smoothing the hem of her silk nightgown. She switched it on and began demonstrating on Lin Chu's face. "How does it feel? Comfortable?" "Oh, not bad." The boy emitted a tremor of pleasure. Chu, you seem quite sunburned today." While giving Lin Chu a facial massage, Sun Yi attentively examined his features and remarked, "Look at your face. It's all red from the sun." "Is that so? No wonder it feels a bit fiery." "Fiery?" Upon hearing this, Sunny furrowed her brow, her lips pouting slightly. "This won't do. It's a sunburn from ultraviolet rays." "How could you neglect sun protection?" "Because, it's nothing." Heh. The boy hesitated, ultimately offering a faint smile without further explanation. However, Sunny quickly regained her composure. Earlier at noon, Lin Chu had swum for what felt like an eternity under the scorching sun to save himself. The sunburn on his face and back was evidently a consequence of that moment. With this thought, Sun Yi felt a warm surge of gratitude mixed with guilt deep within her. Ultimately, it was all for his sake. "No, I must properly reward and compensate this devoted junior. Chu, sit tight." With that thought, Sun Yi gracefully strode over, casually picking up a pack of facial masks as she said to Lin Chu, "Sister will apply a mask for you. I guarantee you'll look fair and pristine by tomorrow." "I don't think that's necessary." "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi instantly resumed her authoritative demeanor. She firmly pressed Lin Chu down, her tone commanding. "Given the severity of your condition, if you don't apply a mask, you'll surely shed a layer of skin by tomorrow. You must use it. No matter what, it's mandatory." "No, what I meant is, I don't need to sit while wearing the mask. Then how do you wish to apply it?" "I prefer to lie down while wearing it." "All right." Sunny, still brimming with emotion, slapped the table. "Today, whatever you say, sister will comply." "Really?" The boy blinked, his gaze wandering to Sun Yi's fair, long legs. "How could I possibly refuse? Can I have a knee pillow then?" Chapter 047. No cleansing even by jumping into the Yellow River. Knee pillow. Upon hearing Lin Chu's request, Sun Yi's fair complexion instantly flushed with a deep crimson hue. Is that not permissible? The little puppy, with a pitiful demeanor, swiftly severed any retreat for the proud granddaughter. Did you not say that you would grant me any request today? I did say so, but a knee pillow is. Sun Yi's imposing aura dissipated in an instant as she covered her short silk nightdress, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Ouch! My skin feels so fiery. It hurts. Be quiet. Observing the boy's earnest yet clumsy performance, Sun Yi ultimately succumbed to her soft heart, biting her lip in irritation. Fine, fine. I agree. Is that satisfactory? Indeed. Sister Yi, you treat me the best. Spare me the sweet talk. Sun Yi shot him a glare, her expression fierce. I warn you. A knee pillow is a knee pillow. If you dare to make any improper moves, don't blame your sister for being unkind. I promise to be still. Gazing at the obedient dog like Junior, Sun Yi couldn't help but pinch the bridge of her nose in exasperation. I've had enough of him. Is this dog Junior specialized in tormenting older sisters? Wait a moment. The blushing golden-haired beauty softly instructed, then climbed onto the bed, tidying up the scattered items. She then sat upright, her long, fair legs neatly together, lowering her head to adjust her silk nightdress. All right, done. Come here. Lin Chu nodded, not holding back as he climbed onto Sun Yi's bed. He then reclined, his head resting against the golden-haired beauty, perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to the air conditioning. The sensation felt slightly cool. Do not move. The golden-haired beauty warned once more as she began preparing her skincare products and face mask. Hey, why are your eyes so wide open? If you're not going to close them, then get off. I'll close them, I promise. Meeting the fierce gaze of the golden-haired beauty, Lin Chu obediently shut his eyes. After confirming that the dog Junior indeed had his eyes closed, Sun Yi felt her tension ease somewhat. Rubbing her slightly warm cheeks, she casually picked up a bottle of SK2, pouring some into her hands, rubbing them together before gently applying it to Lin Chu's face. Her palms were cool and smooth, providing a delightful sensation as they caressed his skin. Once she had meticulously applied the product, Sun Yi retrieved a prepared face mask, gently unfolding it and placing it on Lin Chu's face. Little AI. Call me in 15 minutes. All right. Setting the alarm, Sun Yi extended her finger to gently tap Lin Chu's forehead. All set, you can get up now. Huh? Lin Chu remained motionless, not even opening his eyes, as he lounged on Sun Yi's lap. Aren't you supposed to get up after 15 minutes of applying it? He remarked, his thoughts rather fanciful. Sun Yi pouted, her expression a mix of annoyance and cuteness, resembling a kitten whose tail had just been stepped on. Yet, despite her words, she showed no inclination to shoo him away. Lowering her gaze, she stole a glance at the dog-like Junior, who was blissfully resting. A subtle smile crept across Sun Yi's lips. He was indeed quite handsome, with remarkably long eyelashes. How enviable. As she continued to watch Lin Chu, Sun Yi slowly reached for her phone, intending to secretly snap a photo of him. She opened the camera, focused, and just as her thumb hovered over the shutter button, a video call invitation from the 502 Plastic Sisters group chat unexpectedly popped up. Caught off guard, her slender thumb inadvertently pressed the button to answer instead. Beep. The video call connected instantly. What the Shut up. Sun Yi quickly reacted, pressing her left hand firmly against Lin Chu's mouth and, evading the camera, urgently threatened, if you dare to speak out of turn, you're done for. Not. Lin Chu stuttered, muffled under Sun Yi's grip, just as the video call began to connect. Tang Yi, the mask you recommended last time is truly fantastic. Hey. Are you applying one now? Sun Yi, yes, indeed. I spent the day out at sea, so I'm using a mask to rejuvenate. Tang Yi, ugh. It's so boring back home. I envy you. Always having fun. Qin Shuan. Same here. I'm utterly bored. As soon as I got home, my parents handed me a set of civil service exam materials. I'm seriously devastated. Tang Yi, by the way, where's the little puppy? Back at the hotel? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Sun Yi's heart sank. Sun Yi. Oh, of course, he went back to the hotel. What? Is he supposed to stay at my place? As she spoke, her left hand pressed harder against Lin Chu's mouth. Dog Junior, you've truly put me in a bind. Though panic surged within her, Sun Yi maintained an air of composure as she continued chatting with her friends. Beneath her hand, Lin Chu, struggling to breathe after being held down for so long, squirmed with effort. Oh no. The unexpected exclamation startled the two girls on the screen. Tang Yi and Qin Shuan exchanged puzzled glances, looking towards Sun Yi. Tang Yi, Sun Yi, what's wrong? Sun Yi, nothing at all. Just sitting for too long. My leg fell asleep. Qin Shuan, your leg fell asleep? That doesn't seem likely. Sunny, oh, come on. How does it not seem likely? I had a cramp while swimming today. It still has healed. Tangy, oh my goodness. A cramp while swimming is so dangerous. Sunny, it's all right, it's not a big deal. What nonsense. Swiftly moving her phone aside. The golden-haired enchantress lowered her head and firmly covered Lin Chu's mouth, whispering in a soft yet stern tone, "What are you doing? Just lie still. If you dare move again, I shall silence you." The youth, with his mouth and nose covered, struggled to breathe, his face flushed with embarrassment and confusion. In a daze, it seemed as though he could glimpse the gates of paradise. "Stop, stop." Sun Yi gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet, at that moment, she dared not release the unruly junior. What a jest. The camera was aimed directly at them. If by chance, Tang Yi and Qin Shiwan were to witness the scene of a lone male and female cohabiting in such close quarters, especially in her own bedroom, there would be no way to cleanse the stain of scandal. Chapter 048. Get lost. Qin Shiwan. "'Tis so boring, I thought the little puppy was still with you, Sun Yi." Nonsense. What time is it? Even if the relationship is good, one must exercise caution. Tang Yi, something feels off, i.e. Why is your face so flushed? Sun Yi blushing? What nonsense. I just took a shower, okay? It's hot. Qin Shiwan. I refuse to believe that. Confess honestly. Is there a man hidden in your room? Sun Yi. I'm hiding nothing. Can you both be serious for once? Must your minds always dwell on men? Qin Shiwan. Isn't it the most serious thing for women to think about men? Tang Yi. Exactly. Sunny, you pretend to be so proper. Clearly, you're thinking about him. Sun Yi. For heaven's sake. Who is pretending? Who is thinking? Tang Yi, stop spreading rumors. I'll send you a lawyeress letter. Tang Yi, how a lawyeress letter? You're only making it more obvious. Don't think I'm unaware of the files in your D drive. Heavens. I am utterly defeated by this group of superficial friends. The blonde beauty's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched tightly. What files in the D drive? The unexpected question nearly sent Sun Yi into a panic. You're trying to get me killed. Sun Yi gritted her teeth and covered Lin Chu's mouth. Shut up. Tang Yi, what did you just say, Sunny? Sunny, nothing at all. You must be hearing things. Qin Shiwan, no way. I distinctly heard you say, to shut up. Sun Yi, hearing things. It's all in your heads. At that moment, a video call chimed in, and the last member of the plastic friendship group joined, providing a timely reprieve for Sun Yi. Jiang Runin, I truly envy you all who can return home to enjoy life. As for me, the unfortunate soul stuck in auditions, today's casting call has exhausted me. Tang Yi, you've worked hard. Darling, how did the audition go? Jiang Runin, when this young lady takes the stage, can there be any surprises? Of course. I passed smoothly. Tang Yi, wow, you're amazing. Qin Shiwan, congratulations, progress towards the Lifetime Achievement Award in Hollywood 1. Jiang Runin, that's still quite a stretch. Sunny, well done. Xiaonan, indeed worth celebrating. Tang Yi, something is off with you. Sunny, nonsense. I'm just a bit allergic from the sun today. I'll take a break now, bye. In a flurry, she ended the video call. You scoundrel, I could strangle you. Sun Yi kicked Lin Chu aside. Wait, hold on, let me catch my breath. Lin Chu covered his face, gasping for air. You almost suffocated me. Suffocating you would be a blessing. Sun Yi retorted playfully. Didn't you see I was on the phone with Xiaonan and the others? You can call too. I'm not bothering you. Lin Chu huffed and declared, 15 minutes of knee pillow was the agreement, and it must be honored. Not even the king of heaven can change that. How absurd. Do you think you have a reason to complain? Sun Yi, both embarrassed and furious, lifted her delicate foot, preparing to kick him. Terrified, Lin Chu ducked and fled to the foot of the bed. You cowardly junior, do you dare to run away? The golden-haired queen angrily pursued him, intent on continuing her assault. Unexpectedly, Lin Chu seized her ankle with a firm grip. Let go. Sunny glared at him, her expression brimming with threats as she bit her lip. Unyielding, the boy insisted, not a chance. You think I would release you just to let you keep kicking? You've gotten quite bold, haven't you? Sun Yi let out a cold laugh, producing her phone to point it at him. On the screen was the dialing interface for a contact named Jiang Runin. Still holding on, are we? Sunny provocatively smirked, if you don't let go. I'll call your little Runin and tell her you spent the night at my place, crying that I was kind enough to take you in. Yet you dared to trespass in my room. Are you threatening me? Indeed. What of it? Sun Yi feigned nonchalance, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her lips curling into a disdainful, mocking smile. Go ahead, keep holding on. I'm making the call. Junior. Do you dare to strike me? No one, not even my father, has ever dared to lay a hand on me. Sun Yi's eyes glistened with tears, glaring fiercely at Lin Chu, her queenly demeanor shattered. What is it with these girls? Just as he was about to utter a few words to soothe Yi Jie's wounded spirit, the phone that had fallen to the side suddenly emitted a beep. Hello? Yi, what's wrong? Jiang Runan's melodious voice came through the receiver. Yi, what are you up to? Hello? Is anyone home? Lin Chu. Sun Yi. Yes, here? With tears in her eyes, she shot Lin Chu a fierce glare, before calming herself and picking up the phone. Sorry, Xiaonan, I dialed the wrong number. Is that so? By the way, didn't you say you weren't feeling well earlier? Is everything all right? Everything is fine. Rubbing her sore rear, Sunny shot a glare at the obedient boy, who was now groveling, gritting her teeth as she spoke. I just need a good night's sleep. Oh, then I won't disturb you further. Good night. Yes, you too. Rest well. Good night. After hanging up, Sun Yi glared at Lin Chu, her delicate face taut. The carefree demeanor she had during the call completely vanished. Thank you for showing mercy, dear sister. Lin Chu quickly expressed his gratitude, having narrowly escaped a predicament. Though he had done nothing wrong, maintaining a respectful attitude was imperative. Don't think this matter is settled. Sun Yi crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed out, clearly displeased with the boy's attempt to evade responsibility. You speak for yourself. What should we do about this? Otherwise, I shall throw caution to the wind today. Lin Chu raised himself, kneeling properly with an earnest demeanor, and stated, Allow me, dear sister, to personally scram ahem at once. Chapter 49. Engaging in a business deal worth billions. Glaring at the dog-like junior who fled the room, the aloof queen, Sun Yi, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She collapsed onto the bed, akin to a deflated balloon. Naturally, valuing her friendship with her bestie, Sun Yi would never entertain any inappropriate thoughts regarding Lin Chu. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that he was destined to be Xiaonan's boyfriend. Sun Yi would never interfere in her friend's romance. Yet, as her mind wandered, an unexpected notion suddenly surged forth. What if it weren't for Xiaonan? Would she dare to seize love? But with that dog-like junior involved. Stop, Sun Yi. Even if it weren't for Xiaonan, such thoughts are unacceptable. How could you even entertain such ideas? Ugh, forget it. A night passed in silence. As the sun reached its zenith, Lin Chu, having indulged in a leisurely slumber, drove his newly purchased Bugatti supercar alongside Sun Yi to her father's company. They signed contracts and completed the transfer, officially transferring the ownership of Yi Media from Sun Yi to Lin Chu, with a slight alteration of the company name to Yi Chu Media. Initially, this company was predominantly controlled by Old Sun's Huaguang Media, with Sun Yi nominally holding 30 of the shares, serving as both the legal representative and CEO. Upon taking over, Lin Chu made it clear that he wished for Sun Yi to retain her 30 stake in the company. Naturally, Old Sun was delighted and fully supportive of this arrangement. However, Lin Chu's decision stemmed not from sentimentality but from his own business acumen. Although the acquisition of this film and television company was primarily a means to exploit entrepreneurial cashback opportunities, Lin Chu did not intend to abandon the company after reaping its benefits. He was, at heart, a perfectionist. If he was to undertake a venture, it had to be executed to the utmost excellence. With this premise, Lin Chu genuinely aspired to elevate Yi Chu Media into a premier global film and television company and entertainment conglomerate. Nonetheless, he acknowledged his ignorance of the film industry at this stage. For the company to operate effectively, it needed to leverage Old Sun's resources, including business connections and personnel. Thus, integrating his daughter, Sun Yi, into the newly established Yi Chu Media to form a mutually beneficial alliance seemed the most prudent choice. Both of them understood the unspoken dynamics at play. However, Sun Yi felt somewhat embarrassed by Lin Chu's proposal. Ultimately, unable to resist Lin Chu's sincere plea and Old Sun's encouragement, she acquiesced and agreed to become a minor shareholder in Yi Chu Media, retaining her position as CEO. In this manner, the two entities officially solidified their alliance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a company and receiving a startup cashback of $2 million. Listening to the system's announcement, Lin Chu merely smiled, unperturbed. Such a trivial sum held little significance for him. As the moment approached, his assets were poised to soar once more. Hello? Lazy? A few days later, while en route to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau with Sun Yi, Lin Chu received a call from his close friend Wang Lei. Finally, you answered your phone. What is going on? Haven't seen you for days. Where have you been? Oh, nothing much. Just preparing to discuss a business deal worth several billion with a beautiful sister. Sun E, seated in the passenger seat of the supercar, interjected, "Ouch. Why are you pinching me?" The blonde beauty shot him a fierce glare, her luscious red lips silently forming the words, "Stop your nonsense." Lin Chu innocently pouted, thinking to himself that increasing the registered capital was indeed a business deal worth billions. "I didn't say anything wrong. All right, why are you still pretending with me?" Wang Lei chuckled on the other end of the line. "Let us get serious. Where are you right now?" "I'm out of town on vacation." "What? Out of town on vacation? I can't believe it. My graduation banquet is the day after tomorrow. Can you make it? The day after tomorrow?" "Sure. I'll hurry back." "Great, brother. It's settled then. We'll see each other." "Oh, JBK. Are you ready to leave?" Sunny asked as he hung up the phone. "Yes, please book me a plane ticket. The expenses will go through the company account," Lin Chu instructed casually while driving. Now, Sun E and he were both shareholders of the same company, with Lin Chu as the principal owner and Sun E as the minor partner. They were essentially partners in a shared interest, allowing her to assist with booking a ticket without hesitation. "Hey, are you treating me like your little assistant?" The blonde beauty crossed her arms with a regal flair, tilting her head with a hint of pride. "Not at all. It's just that I'm driving and it's inconvenient," Lin Chu replied. "Humph," Sunny scoffed, emitting a disdainful sound. "When are you leaving?" "Tonight, I suppose." Lin Chu pondered aloud. "After I finish the company registration, I'll prepare to depart." "So soon?" A fleeting look of reluctance crossed the girl's eyes. "Well, I originally planned to head to Hongdian in a couple of days," Lin Chu continued as he drove. "I might as well take a detour back before going to Hongdian." "Oh, Sun E replied softly. Lin Chu had previously mentioned his intention to visit Hongdian, although he hadn't explicitly stated it. Sun E could vaguely sense that his foray into the film industry was largely motivated by his desire to support Jiang Runan. In other words, he aspired to be a solid pillar behind her, safeguarding her development in the entertainment realm. Contemplating this, Sun E felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps it was the joy she experienced during their time together that made her feel this way. Two individuals engage in gaming together, embark on joyful drives, share meals, swim, and stroll along the beach. There are laughter, sand sculptures, warmth, and lively banter, intertwined with moments of camaraderie and a hint of romantic tension. Although Sun E presents herself as a regal and confident woman, she remains, at her core, merely a 19-year-old girl. After sharing so many experiences with a peer, her once impenetrable emotional defenses have, in fact, become riddled with vulnerabilities. Her heartstrings have already been stirred by the presence of this young man before her. Thus, at this very moment, upon hearing that Lin Chu is about to depart, an overwhelming sense of reluctance and melancholy envelopes Sun Yi's heart. Chapter 050. Personal assets surpass 1 billion. The farewell at the airport. Lin Chu, are you certain about increasing the company's capital? In the bustling hall of the Lu City Administration for Industry and Commerce, Sun E gazed at Lin Chu, momentarily taken aback. In her understanding, as long as a company operates within the bounds of legality, the registered capital seemed inconsequential. Thus, she found Lin Chu's eagerness to augment the registered capital rather perplexing. "Of course, we must increase the capital," Lin Chu earnestly explained. "The amount of a company's registered capital directly influences the initial impression it leaves within the industry. A larger registered capital signifies greater strength and positions the company favorably in future risk assessments. This holds significant power over the company's development and its ability to attract talent." The young man spoke with conviction. In truth, he was hardly knowledgeable about such matters. He merely recited the information he had gleaned from Baidu Encyclopedia the previous night, word for word. What Lin desired was simply a systematic return on investment. "I see." After hearing Lin Chu's explanation, Sunny nodded, her expression one of dawning realization. "So, how much do you plan to increase the registered capital?" "480 million. He replied casually. "How much?" The blonde beauty abruptly halted, her captivating eyes wide with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. 480 million. Lin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just a small amount, after all." "A small amount." Sun Yi's throat constricted, her tone turning serious. "Lin Chu, I feel I must caution you. While registered capital can indeed be reported as subscribed, it will require verification from the investors. If the assets fail to meet the reported increase, legal liabilities may ensue." "Subscribed? Why subscribe?" Lin Chu inquired. "Are you suggesting you might actually pay in full?" Sun Yi began, but suddenly fell silent. Having noticed the slight curve of Lin Chu's smile, her heart sank. She was immediately convinced. This kid must be planning to pay in full. However, a moment later, she realized the implications of their current circumstances. After enduring a grueling 3 years, the film industry had weathered an exceptionally harsh winter. With resources scarce, every company had tightened its belt. Now, as the industry began to warm, all resources would be prioritized for those companies with robust capital strength, regardless of past prestige. The prevailing sentiment remained clear: cash is king. In this challenging environment, Ichu Media, with its modest registered capital of merely 1 million, stood little chance of attracting attention, let alone securing resource collaborations. It was virtually inconceivable to garner even a glance. Yet, if the company were to display nearly 500 million in actual cash flow, the narrative would transform dramatically. Everyone would take notice. With financial power, resources would inevitably follow. As the scene unfolded, Sun Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Casting a glance towards Lin Chu, the dogged junior seems to possess quite a grand perspective on issues, she mused, feeling the adoring gaze of the elegant woman beside her. Lin Chu, perplexed, busied himself as time flew by. Ding. The system has detected that the host has paid 480 million as additional registered capital for the new company, successfully triggering the entrepreneurial cashback card. Received double cashback, totaling 960 million. A staggering 960 million. Lin Chu gazed at the lengthy string of numbers displayed on the system interface, exhaling slowly. In fact, with the recently injected 480 million into the company account, his personal assets had finally surpassed the 1 billion mark, reaching an impressive 1.4 billion. In that moment, Lin Chu truly grasped the rapidity at which capital could snowball. However, despite the surge in his wealth, he found himself less exhilarated than before. The system's notification conveyed it all. Ding. The sensation of surpassing 1 billion in personal assets has brought a slight sense of satisfaction to the host. Pleasure value 5. Well, breaking the 1 billion barrier only afforded him a fleeting sense of delight. It appeared that annihilating the circle of friends would be far more thrilling. Nevertheless, such annihilation would need to be approached one step at a time. The most pressing matter at hand was the situation with Sherpai. With that thought, Lin Chu discreetly glanced at the golden-haired beauty beside him. He was undeniably drawn to the tall, leggy Sun Yi. Moreover, the dynamics between them could be forcefully advanced. But such a breakthrough would lead to a cascade of complications. Although Lin Chu and Jiang Runan were not officially together, their entire friend group had tacitly acknowledged their status as quasi-couples. Therefore, should Lin Chu now pursue any of the other 3 friends, it would inevitably lead to fissures within the group, or worse, a complete disintegration of their relationships, an outcome Lin Chu was keen to avoid. Thus, he concluded that Jiang Runan was indeed the most suitable choice, as it was legitimate and proper. With his thoughts wandering far beyond Dahongdian, evening fell at Kaihuan Airport. Well then, Sister E, Lin Chu said, standing at the entrance of the terminal, smiling at Sun Yi as she alighted from the vehicle. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Let us conclude our journey here. Thank you for your care these past few days. Oh, Sun Yi replied softly, her demeanor appearing somewhat subdued. It was precisely because of the joy she experienced during their time together that she felt an inexplicable sense of loss at their parting. Her heart feeling empty as if a piece was missing. We agreed to keep it as just siblings, she murmured, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Is that all? So casual? Lin Chu chuckled. Of course. Or what else do you expect? Sun Yi pouted, turning her fair face away defiantly. Lin Chu smiled gently. I thought there would be a romantic farewell kiss or something of the sort. How absurd. The golden-haired woman arched an eyebrow, her clear, bottomless eyes revealing a ripple of embarrassment and annoyance. This mischievous junior was always so irreverent. Ah, what a pity, Lin Chu sighed regretfully, turning away with a graceful wave. I'm off now. See you in Huhai. Lin Chu. The young man, perplexed, turned just in time to catch a whiff of a fragrant breeze. Suddenly, his cheeks were enveloped by a pair of icy little hands, and at that moment, he felt a soft touch against his lips. Lin Chu's eyes widened slightly. In the bustling airport, everything seemed to freeze in that instant. The surrounding noise faded away, as if the entire world consisted solely of him and the girl before him. Perhaps due to nerves, her body trembled slightly, reminiscent of a spasm, her tightly shut eyes fluttering as her long, beautiful lashes quivered. She exhibited none of the regal composure of a queen, but rather the clumsiness of an innocent little girl. It was unexpected yet incredibly sweet. After a long pause, Lin Chu was suddenly pushed away with force. The golden-haired woman exhaled a breath laden with warmth, misting the boy's face with a hint of moisture. Hey, don't misunderstand. Sunny, her cheeks flushed, took a step back, her small hands awkwardly fiddling with her hair ends. This was merely a kiss between siblings. Nothing more. Oh, is that so? Lin Chu asked with a smile. Indeed. You foolish junior. The golden-haired woman, flustered, turned away and yanked open the car door. See you. Chapter 051. What an enviable woman. Accompanied by the resounding announcement from his phone, the screen displayed by Qi unleashing a fierce shout that immobilized the opposing 5 players. Empress Wu Zetian executed a spectacular ultimate move, securing a pentakill. Brothers, let's go for it. Before the voice faded, the opposing crystal shattered instantly. Damn, did they actually surrender? Sun Yi's frustrated voice echoed in the chat. Not satisfied, she demanded another round. No, it's too late. I just arrived home after a series of flights and high-speed trains, and I'm utterly worn out. Lin Chu lamented, rubbing his shoulders in distress. Having just returned home, he was promptly invited by Sun Yi to team up for a game. 3 rounds in, and you're already done? Are you even a man? Damn it. Men are not robots. Fine, let us call it a night then. Sun Yi remarked. By the way, you're heading to Hengdian the day after tomorrow, right? Yes. I've already booked my flight. Does Xiaonan know? No, she doesn't. Please keep it a secret. Got it. Sun Yi replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. As muffled complaints could be heard on the other end. Having reminded him multiple times, it was merely a desire for a surprise. Huh. What are you saying, AE? Nothing. Just rest well. Goodbye. With a beep, the voice call was abruptly ended. Just as he hung up, another voice call came in. What now? Sis, what's up? I'm your brother. Wang Lei's raspy voice blared through the speaker. Lazy? What's the matter? Nothing much. Just checking if you're back yet. He had hurried back to avoid missing Lin Chu's promotion banquet the day after tomorrow. Lin Chu shifted in his seat, propping his pillow against his back. After a stint at a luxurious hotel, his small wooden bed at home felt quite uncomfortable. Oh, how considerate, brother, Wang Lei exclaimed. Tomorrow is Goddess Li's promotion banquet. Let us go together. What? I'm not going. Lin Chu replied, his face falling. No way, you can't miss this. Wang Lei insisted. You see, she has her celebration tomorrow and mine the day after. It would be inappropriate not to attend. By the way, do we need to give red envelopes for the banquet? I assume we should. Hey, didn't you hear me say I'm not going? How much is appropriate to give? 200? 300? Whatever you give, I'll match it. Listen properly, you rock-headed fool. Oh, come on. Just go for a bit. Goddess Li has a great social circle, and everyone from our class will be there. I heard it's at a trendy homestay in Binwei. It's going to be so much fun. They say this is practically our last class gathering from high school. Oh, and Old Yu will be there too. Old Yu is going too? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's tone softened slightly. Lao Yu, their homeroom teacher, had always shown special care towards Lin Chu. It struck him that since the release of the college entrance examination results, he had not seen Lao Yu. Reflecting on this, Lin Chu decided not to resist any longer. All right, let us go together tomorrow. I'll come to your house to pick you up. Sounds good. It's settled then. By the way, about the red envelope. Meanwhile, far away in Luqing, Sunny huffed as she set down her phone. Just then, a video call came through. Hello, dear. As the call connected, Jiang Runen's sweet voice echoed. What are you up to? Nothing much, just feeling bored, Sun Yi replied, blinking. How about you? Is everything going well on set? Pretty good, Jiang Runen leaned on her desk, resting her chin on her hand. However, filming was halted for a few days recently because the original investors faced some financial issues. Fortunately, we secured new investors, and the problem has been resolved. Oh, that's great, Sun Yi replied nonchalantly, while internally pondering that it was actually Lin Chu, her affluent junior, who had intervened. After acquiring Ichu Media, Lin Chu had learned that Jiang Runen's production was at risk of stalling due to the withdrawal of funds from the original investors. Understanding this situation, he decisively stepped in, with Ichu Media replacing the original investors and becoming the new patron of the Youth in Flames production. Clearly, Lin Chu had kept this information from Jiang Runen, and Sunny had no intention of spilling the beans. How much longer will you be filming? Sun Yi inquired. About 40 more days or so, Jiang Runen answered. I definitely want to be able to return in time for the new semester. I've already requested leave from my department. That's fine, Sunny nodded. Students in the Film Academy's acting department often juggled work and study. If a student was cast in a production, the school granted leave without hesitation. By the way, Xiaoyi, Jiang Runen changed the subject. How is Lin Chu doing in Shanghai? He is doing well, Sun Yi replied, momentarily taken aback. What is up? Have you two not been in touch lately? Not really, Jiang Runan said, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she absent-mindedly twirled her silky hair. He hasn't contacted me much lately, and when I do reach out, his replies are rather brief, just a hi-no. Shall we? Can I ask you something? Do you think he might just be acting on a whim? That after being apart for a while, feelings could fade? Jiang Runan expressed her insecurities. This was her first experience of having feelings for a boy, and the sparse communication left her uncertain. Sunny paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "What are you overthinking, silly? Lin Chu has been busy with work lately." Work? What kind of work? I find it inconvenient to disclose that. Nonetheless, I am quite busy. If you have the opportunity, you might as well inquire with him yourself. Sunny said with an air of mystery. Yet, inwardly, she sighed softly. Fortunate, foolish woman, the dogged junior has been preoccupied with your affairs of late. Oh, is that so? I see now. He upon hearing Sun Yi's words, Jiang Runan's previously anxious expression dissipated significantly, her petite face regaining its radiance. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest early. Yes. Good night. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Sunny heavily collapsed onto her bed, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling above, lost in thought. After a considerable while, a soft sigh resonated through the quiet room. Alas, what an enviable woman. Chapter 052. Buyer and seller showcase. The following morning, Lin Chu set out in his brand new Yaguang U8. His first stop was the finest tobacco shop in the city, where he purchased a pair of Maotai liquors and 2 boxes of fine cigarettes. Knowing that old Yu had a penchant for smoking and drinking, he tossed the items into the trunk and drove to the residential complex where Wang Lei lived. The neighborhood was an old one, characterized by narrow roads and numerous dead-end alleys, making it easy to enter but challenging to exit. Hence, most vehicles were parked outside. However, Lin Chu harbored no such concerns and boldly ventured inward. Hey, that's a dead end. You won't be able to turn around, shouted an elderly man and woman seated beneath a tree, warning him as the unfamiliar vehicle continued deeper into the alley. Lin Chu, however, paid them no heed and pressed on. The elderly folks scoffed amongst themselves, eager to witness the young man's impending predicament. Much to their astonishment, the massive vehicle executed a flawless 3-point turn right in place, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. After waiting in the car for over half an hour, with 4 or 5 calls urging him to hurry, Wang Lei finally scampered down from the building. His hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a crisp new jacket and jeans, paired with pristine white Antas sneakers, as if he were preparing for a date. Upon exiting the building, he glanced around like a curious monkey, and as he pulled out his phone, Lin Chu lightly tapped the horn and rolled down the window. What are you looking at? Get in. Whoa, where did you get this car? Wang Lei exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight of Lin Chu inside the vehicle. I bought it. You bought it. Did you win the lottery or something? What lottery? Enough with the charades. I'm a billionaire. I'm coming clean. Ha ha ha. Keep dreaming. As Wang Lei climbed into the car, he couldn't suppress his admiration. Bro, what kind of car is this? Bid. Whoa, BYD. The domestic cars are really stepping up these days. Touching the orange interior, Wang Lei nodded in approval and remarked, this interior is truly impressive. What do you think? Lin Chu asked. Not bad at all. Wang Lei tapped the large central control screen and added with a grin, but to be honest, while I find that domestic cars have plenty of flair, some can be a bit over the top. In terms of quality and sophistication, they still fall short compared to the likes of BBA. Did you know? My aunt's family just bought a BMW X something or other. The interior is all about understated luxury, with seats made of genuine leather. The feel of it, wow? He animatedly gestured, exclaiming, just look at that iconic BMW logo on the steering wheel, classic and imposing. It exudes absolute prestige. One word, awesome. Indeed. I have heard that BYD has significantly reduced prices this year for a grand clearance sale. Is your vehicle the one priced at 70,000? The BYD Cheap Pro? Lin Chu was at a loss for words. This fellow truly speaks without any understanding of automobiles. Well, that's great. If I ever buy a car, it will surely be this one, economical and practical. Oh, by the way, as long as you are happy, where is the gathering? Could you guide me there? Certainly. The venue for the graduation celebration is a popular estate located in the scenic area of Xiangning Binhai. It is quite expansive and primarily hosts corporate team-building events and outdoor weddings, providing meals, accommodations, and recreational activities. It is quite a renowned spot in Xiangning. After parking the car in the lot by the entrance, as Lin Chu stepped out with his belongings, he noticed Lao Yu approaching in his old La Vida. Teacher Yu. Lin Chu greeted with a smile, handing a few bottles of wine and cigarettes to Lao Yu's car. Hey, what is this for? Lao Yu asked, taken aback. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Chu chuckled. I didn't plan on hosting a thank you banquet, so I thought I'd offer a small token of appreciation. Well, if you're not hosting, then why bring gifts? Lao Yu frowned. Your family isn't exactly well off. There's no need for this. Oh, come on, teacher Yu. Wang Lei chimed in. This is just Lin Chu's sincere gesture. You should accept it. Indeed, teacher Yu, Lin Chu said earnestly. I truly appreciate all your care over the years. Silly child, Lao Yu replied with a resigned smile. Your admission to a good university is the greatest reward for me. Just work hard in the future and strive to become a great artist. That will bring me honor. Perhaps becoming an artist is out of reach. But what about becoming an entrepreneur? That works too. Just as they were conversing, a new group of classmates arrived. Spotting Lao Yu and the trio, they gathered around, chattering and laughing as they made their way to the dining hall. Before they could reach the entrance, a sudden, jarring honk from a car behind them interrupted the atmosphere. A brand new white BMW 5 Series drove past the group, moving at a leisurely pace while rhythmically honking its horn. It eventually came to a stop right in front of the restaurant. Such ostentatious display immediately captured everyone's attention. Hello, everyone. What the heck? Zhang Cheng. The individual behind the wheel of the pristine BMW turned out to be a classmate from high school, leaving everyone in astonishment. Having a wealthy family certainly has its perks. He graduated from high school and is already driving a BMW. Hello, teacher Yu. The passenger door of the BMW swung open, revealing Li Shui elegantly stepping out in a white dress, smiling as she greeted everyone. It's been a while. Congratulations, Li Shui, Lao Yu said cheerfully. You've been accepted into such a prestigious university. Thank you, Li Shui replied with a radiant smile, then turned her gaze toward Lin Chu, who walked beside Lao Yu. Lin Chu, it's been a long time. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu merely nodded slightly, refraining from engaging her in further conversation. It must be said that Li Shui's beauty, amidst the high school cohort, is indeed commendable. With her delicate features, shoulder-length black hair, and a white dress, she radiates an aura reminiscent of a moonlit maiden. However, when juxtaposed with the true ethereal beauty, Jiang Runan, the disparity becomes painfully apparent, akin to the stark contrast between a buyer's showcase and a seller's display. Lin, I've heard you secured admission to Hu University? Zhang Cheng approached, wrapping his arm around Li Shui, his gaze directed at Lin Chu, imbued with the condescension of a triumphant victor. As the perennial underachiever of the class, throughout 3 years of high school, he fell short in academics compared to Lin Chu, lacked her striking looks, and was far inferior in social standing. His college entrance examination results paled in comparison to Lin Chu's commendable achievements. Yet, what of it? In the end, the class flower he had been flirting with for 3 years still ended up in the passenger seat beside him. Chapter 053. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Let us not delve into other matters. The mere possession of a BMW 5 Series is indeed a goal that many aspire to achieve throughout their lives without success. Hence, Zhang Cheng, having been fortunate enough to be born into a well-off family, possesses ample grounds for pride. What a jest! My father's lifelong toil cannot possibly be overshadowed by your mere decade of diligent study. Thus, despite Zhang Cheng's unsatisfactory examination results, unremarkable appearance, and lack of extraordinary talent, he stands before Lin Chu with unwavering confidence. For at this moment, his starting point eclipses the finishing line of many others, including Lin Chu. Master Cheng, you mentioned the BMW, and now you truly have one. How astonishing. A few individuals from the crowd squeezed forward, their expressions brimming with excitement and admiration. Peng Rui, Jiang Ke, and Wu Long, the notorious rascals from their class, who have been Zhang Cheng's loyal followers since their first year of high school, rushed over, bending slightly to flatter him. Is this the 2024 model of the 530L? Stunning. Absolutely stunning. This car must cost over 500,000, right? What? Paid in full? Wow. Master, you are indeed wealthy. Their enthusiastic commentary drew envious gazes from the high school classmates present, all directed at Zhang Cheng. Huh. The BMW 5 Series is just mediocre, really. In that moment, Zhang Cheng, now the center of attention, felt an unparalleled sense of joy. Yet, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, smiling lightly as he remarked, my father promised me that if I were to gain admission to a prestigious university, he would buy me a Range Rover. A Range Rover? Upon hearing this, Peng Rui and the others erupted in astonished exclamations. Doesn't he that cost around $1 million? Incredible! Indeed, Zhang Cheng shrugged, a hint of regret in his tone. Unfortunately, my academic performance has been rather dismal. Sigh. If only I were as brilliant as Lin the Scholar. Indeed, Lin the Scholar is quite exceptional. But the fact remains he doesn't have a father to buy him a Range Rover either, came the retort. Exactly, that is the crux of the matter. Coughing slightly. Teacher Yu interjected. What are you all discussing? Ah, it's nothing, Teacher Yu. Just a jest, Jiangke laughed awkwardly. No, no. Such matters are not trivial enough to jest about. Teacher Yu admonished sternly, each word deliberate. Ah, yes, yes, you are right, teacher, Jiangke responded sheepishly. My apologies. Classmate Lin Chu, I misspoke. Please don't take offense. All right then, Zhang Cheng interjected. The restaurant has begun serving the dishes. Let us proceed inside. Indeed, let us go. Let us go. It's been said that the food here is quite delightful. We must feast well today. Ah, it is thanks to me, Master Cheng, that we have this venue. Master Cheng is truly impressive. Sincerely, it's nothing, just a matter of a single phone call. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Zhang Cheng wore a smug smile. Isn't Xiaoxua's matter my affair too? Right, darling? Li Shui, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, replied. You just love to show off. Damn, here comes the dog food again. Peng Rue and the others chimed in. I'm stuffed. I can't eat another bite for lunch today. A group of them jovially entered the restaurant, creating a lively atmosphere. Apologies, Lin Chu, Li Shui said, slightly lagging behind. Zhang Cheng and Jiang Ku are just blunt. They speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Wow. Before Lin Chu could respond, Wang Lei beside him exploded. Zhenrong, are you calling that bluntness? I see them as lacking common sense. We're all classmates. Is this how one should speak? Is it necessary to be so hurtful? Different perspectives, I suppose, Li Shui replied calmly. Today is my graduation banquet. For my sake, let us just put this behind us. Shall we? Upon hearing this, Wang Lei was left speechless with anger. Surprisingly, Lin Chu, the one directly involved, displayed no unusual reaction. He merely sighed inwardly. During high school, Li Shui had consistently approached him, yet maintained a distant relationship. It turned out her intention was merely to seek tutoring from him in academics and art. After the college entrance examination, she readily accepted Zhang Cheng as pursuit. She truly knew how to maximize her benefits. This woman is quite shrewd. It seems I was indeed too young back then. It was only after graduation that I discerned her true nature. All right, lazy, Lin Chu said, glancing at Zhenrong with a calm expression, patting Wang Lei on the shoulder. Let us head in first. Achu, you, sigh. They're truly a bunch of idiots. It's my fault. I shouldn't have invited you. It's nothing. Let us go, Lin Chu replied with an unconcerned smile, wrapping an arm around Wang Lei's shoulder as they walked. Today, all the teachers and classmates are here. After all, it's the last class gathering of our high school days. Let us enjoy it. This was a sincere sentiment from Lin Chu. The reason he chose to attend was simply to draw a final curtain on his high school era. Setting aside the troubles with Li Shui, he still believed that his high school experience had been quite fulfilling. He had been cherished by teachers and enjoyed harmony with classmates. Therefore, since he was already present, there was no need to let a few foolish barks ruin the ambience. But they said those things about you. Wang Lei frowned, visibly upset. It's all right, Lin Chu smiled gently. Didn't you just call them idiots? Why would you want to get worked up with a bunch of fools? Isn't that foolishness in itself? Wow, that is quite insightful. After amassing a fortune, Lin Chu's mindset had subtly transformed in many ways. The most notable change was his growing composure and tranquility. He had now soared to great heights. Nature, indifferent to the clamor of the insignificant creatures dwelling beneath the earth, remains unperturbed. One cannot converse about ice with summer insects. Nor can a well frog fathom the vastness of the ocean. The mundane cannot grasp the essence of the Tao. Thus it is. As the two individuals entered the dining hall, nearly all of their classmates had already gathered. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with animated chatter. Ah Long, have you acquired an Apple Watch? Upon settling down, they overheard the boisterous sounds emanating from the adjacent table occupied by Zhang Cheng. This isn't cheap. It must be over 2,000, right? Indeed, it's a set of graduation gifts from my family, 15 Pro and watch. What do you think? Looks good, doesn't it? Wow, truly impressive. To be fair, while the Apple Watch is aesthetically pleasing, its tactile quality pales in comparison to that of a genuine luxury timepiece. Pin Rue commented, as he touched Wulong's electronic watch. Come on, that's just stating the obvious. Wulong retorted with a laugh. As the saying goes, the poor indulge in cars while the wealthy indulge in watches. True luxury watches are authentic splurges that only a few can afford. There is truth in that. Pin Rue nodded in agreement. then turned to Zhang Cheng with a grin. By the way, Cheng, I heard you just acquired a watch. Share it with the brothers. Chapter 054, Tianzhou National Capital, Vacheron Constantine O. This watch of mine hardly qualifies as a prestigious timepiece, Zhang Cheng remarked, lifting his wrist to reveal the watch. With a smile, he continued, it's merely a Tudor Royal Series, not expensive, just under 50,000. Goodness. The table erupted in exaggerated exclamations. A watch costing 50,000. I can only say, that's exorbitantly lavish. Absolutely stunning. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Zhang Cheng gleefully removed the watch and held it in his hand. Wow, Master Cheng. Is that watch adorned with pure gold? And diamonds too? The group gathered closer, marveling in unison. This watch could nearly be worth a car. It's truly impressive. Indeed. It's beautiful. In comparison, my Apple Watch seems utterly worthless. Lungzi, don't even try to compete. Master Cheng's watch is the epitome of a genuine luxury timepiece. With a smug grin, Zhang Cheng stated, honestly, I'm not particularly fond of the design of this watch. I just thought the name Tudor and the title Royal Series sounded quite formidable, which is why I chose it. However, I view this watch as merely an entry-level piece. I plan to wear it for a while to acclimatize. Then I'll acquire a more high-end model. High-end. Upon hearing this, Peng Rue and others inquired with curiosity, what kind of high-end watch? Perhaps a Vacheron Constantine. Zhang Cheng replied, admiring the watch in his hand. I saw a overseas model at the National Capital last time, and it was quite striking, masculine and powerful. I particularly liked it. The Vacheron Constantine overseas? Wulong clicked his tongue in disbelief. If I recall, that watch costs around 200,000, doesn't it? Zhang Cheng chuckled. That sounds about right. My father has assured me that money is no object as long as I like it. Impressive. The table erupted in applause. Master Cheng. No need for further words. You're truly remarkable. I propose a toast to Master Cheng. Someone suggested. Let us go. Noticing the excitement at the table, other classmates curiously approached. Gazing at Zhang Cheng's 50,000 watch, they were filled with astonishment and envy. Having just graduated high school, not only did he drive a 500,000 BMW, but he also wore a 50,000 luxury watch. Such a life was beyond the wildest dreams of most. As Zhang Cheng basked in the admiration and awe of those around him, Li Shui, seated beside him, couldn't help but smile subtly. With such a wealthy boyfriend, if she played her cards right, her future quality of life would be assured. What's so remarkable about it? Wang Lei, sitting next to Lin Chu, scoffed, glancing at the fawning crowd surrounding Shou Qiang. Just because he has a bit of money, he acts as if he is on top of the world. There's no need to get upset, Lin Chu replied with a calm smile. The tides of fortune change. Who can predict the future? Exactly. I will work hard. And one day, I'll buy a watch worth 200,000 or even 500,000. That's not entirely necessary. Lin Chu shrugged in response, remarking, in truth, a 500,000 watch is just like any other. There is hardly any distinction. His words implied experience, though it was clear he had not worn such a timepiece. Wang Lei, with indignation, glanced at Lin Chu's wrist. Hey, when did you acquire a watch? Speak civilly, don't insult. What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of watch is this? Let me see. Here. Oh, it appears rather exquisite. Taking Lin Chu's wristwatch, Wang Lei examined it meticulously. This material is steel, isn't it? Quite weighty and pleasing to the touch. Wow, this cross-buckle is rather attractive. How much did you pay for it? Over 50. What? Just over 50? Wang Lei chuckled, trying on the watch, inspecting it from various angles. I dare say this watch complements my aura rather well. How about I offer you 60 for it? Haha. Oh, Wang Lei, you've also purchased a new watch. As he flaunted his timepiece, several female classmates teased him. What a beautiful watch. How do you like it? The boy, striking a pose akin to a peacock, raised his right hand adorned with the watch and tousled his hair. Are you not captivated by my charm? The girls erupted in playful jest. EW. So cheesy. Damn. Laughter erupted from the table of girls, drawing the attention of other students. Curiosity piqued. Many gathered around to witness the commotion. What is happening? Wang Lei bought a new watch? Let me see. Wow, it's quite lovely. The atmosphere of intrigue quickly enveloped the vicinity, pulling in those from adjacent tables. Oh, Wang Lei, you bought a watch too. Eager onlookers like Peng Rue shuffled closer, grinning as they inquired, what watch is this? Enlighten us. It's nothing, not mine. It belongs to Lin Chu. As the rowdy group encircled him, Wang Lei's previously boastful demeanor shifted to one of reluctance. Oh, even Lin, the academic prodigy, has taken to watches, they chuckled. Their expressions tinged with a hint of mockery upon learning it was Lin Chu's watch. Let me see what esteemed timepiece has caught the eye of our genius. They tugged at Wang Lei's wrist, examining the watch with playful curiosity. Not far off, Li Shui glanced over, then quickly averted her gaze. She understood Lin Chu's background all too well. Having shared countless conversations with him, she knew he could never afford a quality watch. It was likely just a trinket from a street vendor. Thus, she felt no inclination to observe. Conversely, Zhang Qing, seated beside Li Shui, caught sight of the watch. His tutor in hand, and rose with an amused expression. Oh, this material seems rather intriguing. Aha, is it perhaps steel? Oh, the watch strap is actually genuine leather. Ping Rue and others gathered nearby in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. This watch must cost several hundred, right? Wait, this material, doesn't he seem to be steel? As Zhang Cheng scrutinized Lin Chu's watch, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This material, this craftsmanship, it's not like an ordinary timepiece. Hey, Lin the scholar. Yet, Jiangke and the others remained oblivious, continuing to tease, where did you buy this watch? What brand is it? I should get one too. To show off. Tanzhou Guijin, Lin Chu replied with a calm smile, Vacheron Constantine. Vacheron Constantine? Haha, alright, I'll go buy one soon. Jiangke initially said with a playful grin, but suddenly his expression changed. Wait, what did you say? You said this is Vacheron Constantine? Everyone fell silent as they looked at the watch on Wang Lei's wrist. Vacheron Constantine? How could Lin Chu possibly afford a Vacheron Constantine? Chapter 055. Damn. Carelessness leads to losing Jingzhou. Ha, ha, ha. Lin Chu, are you jesting with everyone? Jiangke and others were momentarily stunned. Struggling to regain their composure, their voices dry with disbelief. A Vacheron Constantine watch casually costs over 100,000. Can you truly afford it? What is there that I cannot acquire? Lin Chu smiled nonchalantly, uninterested in further discourse. He directly displayed the exclusive digital certificate for the Vacheron Constantine on his phone. Oh my goodness. Gazing at the detailed information recorded on the certificate, Zhang Cheng and the others were once again left speechless. Vacheron Constantine Historical Masterpiece Series 5000 H000P B058. Ownership, Lin Chu. Purchase location, Tanzhou Guijin IFS Vacheron Constantine Flagship Store. Price, 570,000. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Lin Chu's Vacheron Constantine was akin to a detonated nuclear bomb, instantly engulfing the entire room. The restaurant fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. One thought reverberated in the minds of all present. How is this possible? How can this be? Everyone in attendance simply could not reconcile the 570,000 watch with Lin Chu. 570,000. In this small place of Xiangning, it could purchase a house outright. Yet Lin Chu chose to spend it on a watch. They were utterly baffled. It was simply too fantastical. Fantastical to the point of incredulity. Among all the stunned individuals, Li Shui was particularly astounded. Her eyes widened, pressing her hands against her chest, feeling as though she could hardly breathe. Initially, when she heard Lin Chu's watch was a Vacheron Constantine, she had certainly not believed it. But now, the tangible reality lay before her. The digital ownership certificate from Vacheron Constantine utilized blockchain encryption technology for authentication. It was impossible to forge. Thus, no matter how astonishing it seemed, she could not deny the truth. Similarly, Zhang Qing, who had been flaunting his arrogance, now stood there with a dumbfounded expression, his mouth agape. Unable to close it for an extended period. He furtively glanced down at his tutor watch, his face, marked by acne, flushed with embarrassment. Comparing his watch, worth less than 50,000, to Lin Chu's nearly 600,000 Vacheron Constantine felt like a slap in the face. Even if he had boasted earlier about purchasing a Vacheron Constantine overseas, it paled in comparison to this historical masterpiece. As a young heir from a wealthy family, Zhang Cheng understood better than any of his peers what it meant to wear a watch valued over 500,000. From his own observations, including his father and several uncles in their family business, none reached such a level. To them, spending 500,000 on a watch was seen as unwise. It would be better invested in financial ventures. Only those high-ranking individuals who were utterly indifferent to such trifles would remain unconcerned. If they like something, they purchase it. If they wish to wear it, they wear it. Such individuals typically possess a financial strength exceeding 100 million. Initially, one might perceive them as mere commoners. only to discover they are supreme sovereigns. It truly feels like hitting a solid wall. Following this unparalleled shock, Zhang Qing and his boisterous companions instantly tucked their tails and became considerably subdued. The atmosphere in the restaurant immediately lost much of its clamor, gaining a touch of serenity instead. All eyes turned towards Lin Chu, filled with a mixture of astonishment, confusion, but predominantly reverence and awe. However, Lin Chu remained entirely unaffected by this attention. Unlike Zhang Qing, who flaunted his wealth with arrogance, he was neither ostentatiously low-key nor overly evasive. Instead, he maintained his composure, behaving as if nothing had changed. He dined and drank in a manner quite unperturbed. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, seated beside Lin Chu, scarcely lifted his chopsticks throughout the entire meal. "Ah, Chu, no, brother Chu." After sitting in a daze for quite some time, he finally spoke, his face a canvas of profound disbelief. "Where did you get the money for that watch? Didn't I lay it all out?" Lin Chu leisurely set down his chopsticks and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "I am a billionaire." "What?" Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg? Have I ever deceived you? Then where did all this money come from?" Wang Lei eagerly pressed on. "Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Upon overhearing their exchange, all nearby classmates stealthily perked up their ears. "Family trust." Lin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. "I can only access it freely after turning 18. This statement was not unfounded. Indeed, when activating the system, it had clearly informed him that all financial gains derived from it belonged to a family trust fund located abroad. This is not surprising, for such vast trust funds are a common establishment among business magnates and elite families worldwide, often managed discreetly and rarely disclosed to the public. "Wow, that's impressive." Wang Lei's eyes widened in awe. "I always thought you were extraordinary, brother Chu. Come on, who was your father? Is he a big shot named Ma or Li? Wait, you look a bit like the gambling king. No way. Are you his illegitimate son? What nonsense is this? Brother Chu, can I still be your friend? Not really appropriate. Just kidding. Didn't you always want the infinite hurricane? I'll arrange it for you today." "Well, brother Chu, I want to say a word. From now on, I'm your brother." Observing the jovial banter between the two, the classmates present exchanged knowing smiles. Most of the students, after the initial shock, gradually came to accept this reality. After all, regardless of whether Lin Chu is wealthy or not, it bears little significance to most of those present. At most, it merely provides an additional topic for light-hearted boasting during their future university dormitory life. However, not everyone managed to maintain a calm demeanor. Take, for instance, the original focus of today's gathering, Li Shui. Ever since she witnessed Lin Chu reveal that exquisite Vacheron Constantine watch, a tempest of emotion surged within her, leaving her utterly unsettled. Over the 3 years of high school, she was undoubtedly the girl closest to Lin Chu. Furthermore, in their ambiguous relationship, Li Shui had always held the upper hand. She was fully aware of Lin Chu's affections for her, yet she masterfully kept him at bay, akin to flying a kite, skillfully controlling the distance between them. Their relationship remained suspended in that delicate space between friendship and something more. At that time, she certainly would not have been willing, nor could she have accepted Lin Chu. So what if he was handsome and talented? His family was impoverished. In fact, it was worse than that. He was utterly alone, without even the support of his parents. He was nothing but a destitute lad without any backing. Given such dismal circumstances, the self-proclaimed pragmatic Li Shui would never have considered accepting him, no matter how much she might have liked him. But who could have anticipated that all of this was merely a facade crafted by Lin Chu? It turned out he was not a poor boy at all. How infuriating. Had she known, she should have solidified their relationship long ago. Alas, it was indeed a grave oversight. Chapter 056. Look how foolish you are. At this thought, Li Shui glanced at Lin Chu, then at Zhang Qing, who was beside her, drinking and boasting with his friends. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over her. The more she observed Zhang Qing, the more she felt he paled in comparison to Lin Chu. Regret gnawed at her heart as she contemplated the situation. However, Zhang Qing, oblivious to Li Shui's shifting sentiments, remained content. After all, although his watch could not rival Lin Chu's, he possessed a BMW 5 Series worth 500,000 yuan, which was enough to salvage his pride. The disparity of 500,000 plus 50,000 yuan hardly seemed significant. With this realization, Zhang Qing's previous sense of frustration dissipated considerably. Naturally, his entourage was perceptive, and the conversation at the table seamlessly transitioned from watches to automobiles. Inevitably, the discussion returned to Zhang Qing's esteemed BMW. In truth, I'm not particularly fond of the Range Rover. Listening to the praise from his peers, Zhang Cheng chuckled and remarked, I feel this vehicle is not quite suitable for someone of my age. I find myself more inclined towards sports cars. Rather than purchasing a Range Rover, I would prefer to invest a bit more in a Porsche 911. This sentiment resonated with his companions, who eagerly echoed their agreement. While the Range Rover has its merits, it does indeed come off as somewhat ostentatious. A supercar exudes a certain flair. Indeed, the newly released matte black version of the 911 this year is nothing short of celestial in its beauty. Oh, I saw that car. It was just unveiled at the Lu City Auto Show a few days ago, right? One of them chimed in. Wow, you all are quite informed. Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. This year's Lu City International Auto Show was remarkable, featuring new releases from all major supercar brands. Wulong chimed in enthusiastically, absolutely. Even Bugatti, that renowned supercar brand, participated. The Bugatti W16 Mistral, limited to just 99 units worldwide. The final supercar from Bugatti Group's fuel era. Zhang Cheng shook his head, saying, that car possesses immense commemorative value. I genuinely admire it. Alas, the price of over 34 million yuan is simply astronomical. I heard that the unit showcased at the Lu City Auto Show was purchased by a wealthy individual from the country. As Peng Rui spoke, he opened Douyin. I just liked that video, MD. He paid in full on the spot and drove it away. That's ridiculously extravagant. Not just a Bugatti. I saw trending news stating that before purchasing the Bugatti, he also bought a Yangwang U8. Can you believe it? Supporting domestic brands, perhaps? Huh. That must be just a toy for him to play with. Zhang Cheng analyzed seriously while holding his glass. Perhaps he wants to experience some cutting-edge technology like emergency flotation or tank turns. After all, for someone like him, spending $1 million is like child's play. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Look at that Bugatti. It's incredibly stunning. Peng Rui exclaimed, holding his phone up to the group. If I could drive a car like that in my lifetime, I would be utterly satisfied. It is merely a fleeting thought. Such a vehicle is only worth observing from afar, not dwelling upon. Jiang playfully tapped his head and jokingly remarked, people like us wouldn't even be able to afford a lottery ticket. Indeed, one can only lament that the affluent individuals in our country are excessively wealthy. Those of such stature exist on an entirely different plane from us. Zhang Cheng chuckled. Their families are either high-ranking officials or part of grand conglomerates. It's best to merely glance at them in the news, for we cannot compete. Just as his words faded, Peng Rui, who had been watching the video, suddenly exclaimed in bewilderment, Hey, look at this. He steadied himself, pausing and enlarging the video on his phone. Isn't the young man picking up the car somewhat familiar? Absolutely. No more pretense. I confess, it is indeed my car. Stop babbling, Kezi. Look closely. At this. Everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the phone screen. Although the trending video was shot from a distance at the auto show, a few frames still allowed a glimpse of the young man's stature and visage. Goodness, he does seem somewhat recognizable. Wait a moment. Why does he resemble Lin Chu? It does bear a striking resemblance. The tone of the conversation quivered with excitement. That jacket. And look at the watch on his wrist. Isn't that Lin Chu's Vacheron Constantine? This is undeniably Lin Chu. What the? A chorus of startled exclamations erupted, as the paused screen reflected four faces etched with shock. Zhang Cheng and the others exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence. They felt as if they had been struck by a jolt. This was a limited edition supercar worth 34 million. Lin Chu can afford it. Just how wealthy is he? What? This car is valued at over 34 million? Lin Chu bought it outright. Li Shui snatched the phone to gaze at Lin Chu's figure in the trending news. Her face turned pale in an instant, her emotions bursting forth like a dam breaking. The 500,000 yuan Vacheron Constantine had already filled her with regret. But seeing the 34 million supercar made her contemplate despair. Regret. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Had she not hastily accepted Zhang Cheng's pursuit? Given her previous close relationship with Lin Chu, becoming his girlfriend would have been effortless. Li Shui, how foolish you are. She chastised herself. You thought you had picked a watermelon only to lose an entire patch of them. She quickly lifted her gaze towards Lin Chu's table but found no sign of him. A moment's pause ensued, and she soon realized that the gathering was nearing its conclusion, with many classmates already departing. Gazing at the now desolate seats, Li Shui felt an immediate emptiness within her, as if a vital piece of her had been irrevocably lost. There should still be time. There must be a chance. Lin Chu once harbored feelings for me. If only I pursue him. I am certain I can find a way to win him back. Such thoughts echoed relentlessly in her mind. Tempted by these obsessions, Li Shui, in a moment of impulsive fervor, rose abruptly and hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the dining hall. Hey, Li Shui, where are you going? Zhang Cheng called out, bewildered by her sudden departure. Yet, Li Shui paid him no heed, rushing out without a backward glance. Upon learning of Lin Chu's true background, Zhang Qing realized that he could no longer satisfy Li Shui's desires. A watch worth over 500,000, a supercar valued at over 34 million, what do they signify? They represent her best opportunity for a leap in social class. For the vast majority of people, such an opportunity may never arise in a lifetime. If missed, it may never come again. Chapter 057, The Floating Life. Brother Chu, this vehicle of yours is certainly not an ordinary BYD, is it? In the parking lot, Wang Lei scrutinized the logo on the front of the Yangwang U8, his tone laced with caution. Come on, tell me the price. I need to brace myself. The Yangwang U8. Lin Chu casually opened the car door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's not expensive, just a little over 1 million. Wow, Wang Lei exclaimed, his tongue clicking in disbelief, cursing under his breath. I was just bragging about getting one for myself in the future. And now it costs 1 million. What a slap in the face. All right, let's get in and go. Go? Where to? Wang Lei watched as the young man gingerly opened the car door, his ample backside inching its way inside, carefully shutting it behind him. Lin Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Haven't you always said you wanted to experience the Grand Sword? Wait. Really? Is that even possible? Wang Lei's eyes widened in astonishment as images of vivacious models dancing in a club flashed through his mind. Tears of joy spilling from his eyes. It must be possible. Lin Chu grinned. Today, I'll arrange the most exquisite experience for you in the entire city. Speak plainly. My adoptive father above, please accept my humble bow. Just as he was about to press the accelerator, a figure in a white dress suddenly appeared, leaning forcefully on Lin Chu's window. Lin Chu, wait, is there something you need? Lin Chu's voice was cool, tinged with indifference upon recognizing the visitor as Li Shui. Lin Chu, can you allow me to explain? Li Shui gasped, her words tumbling out in haste. Actually, there is nothing going on between Zhang Qing and me, although I did agree to be his girlfriend. I was a bit overwhelmed at the time and didn't think it through carefully. You know I tend to be quite emotional. And when he confessed in front of so many people, it was difficult for me to refuse him face to face. Plus, we only just started dating, having held hands a few times. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, after listening to Li Shui, Lin Chu nodded, a smile on his face. What you've said has nothing to do with me. No, that's not it. Lin Chu, what I mean is, sorry, I have to go. Please step aside. No. Lin Chu, don't close the window. Listen to my explanation. I actually have feelings for you. Lin Chu? Lin Chu. The Yangwang U8 slowly departed the parking lot. Grasping the steering wheel, a hint of relief surfaced at the corners of the young man's mouth. Thank you, fate, for sparing me from being with such a girl. At that moment, Lin Chu's mind conjured the radiant smile of Jiang Runin. In comparison to the bright and sunny Jiang Runin, Li Shui could only be likened to a flickering candle, utterly unable to compete with the brilliance of the sun. Thus, it was clear. Sometimes, loss does not necessarily signify misfortune. Perhaps, around the bend of fate, more splendid opportunities and remarkable individuals await you. Ah Chu? Brother Chu? The resonant voice of Wang Lei interrupted Lin Chu's sweet reverie of longing. Speak up. Didn't you always have a fondness for Li Shui during high school? Wang Lei inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Her attitude just now clearly indicated a desire to reconcile. Why not seize such a splendid opportunity? I admit, she possesses a modicum of beauty, yet my heart is presently occupied solely with my country and its people, Lin Chu replied. Wang Lei, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, your aspirations are remarkably lofty. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Uncle, be gentler. Does this hurt? I say, young man, your vitality is quite lacking. Wait, was this supposed to be a top-tier treatment? How does this young lad speak? Qin Shazi, renowned for his bone setting and massage skills in Xiongning City, declared. Is this not top-notch? My goodness. Uncle, can we stop? Not a chance. Your friend has already settled the payment. Fear not, young man. I assure you, my technique will leave you feeling rejuvenated for a year. If not, I shall forfeit my fee. No. That won't be necessary. The following day at Wang Lei's graduation banquet, he arrived limping. His gaze towards Lin Chu was filled with melancholy. Li Shui also attended, arriving alone. Her eyes, too, were laden with sorrow as they met Lin Chu's. After dinner the previous day, she had discreetly sent Lin Chu messages. Yet he received nothing but a solitary red exclamation mark. Disheartened, Li Shui had chosen to wear her most exquisite Guggy floral dress today. Paired with an LV monogram bag and Valentino nude heels, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Amidst a sea of youthful peers, she stood out, radiant and striking. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all her efforts appeared to Lin Chu as a farce. The most commendable aspect of Li Shui had once been her seemingly innocent, ethereal charm. Now overshadowed by these ostentatious adornments. A heavily made-up visage, can it still embody purity? Such individuals could easily attract a throng with just a beckon. They become indistinguishable from the crowd. Regardless of their allure, be it pure or tainted, Lin Chu's heart had long since settled into tranquil indifference regarding Li Shui. He had no intention, nor was it possible, for them to share any further connection. After the meal, Lin Chu approached Wang Lei, placing the keys to his U8 in his hand, startling him. "Brother Chu, what does this mean?" Wang Lei stammered, bewildered. "Take it," Lin Chu replied, playfully thumping Wang Lei's chest. "I will be spending less time in Xiaoning from now on. This car will be idle otherwise, so you may drive it in my stead." Wang Lei's college entrance examination results were not particularly favorable, leading him to receive an acceptance letter from a local independent college affiliated with a provincial university. The management there was rather lax, and its location was neither too distant nor too close. Driving there was quite convenient. Is this truly satisfactory? Oh, come on, stop pretending. You can hardly suppress that grin. Very well, I shall temporarily keep it for you. Is it fully insured? Of course, it's fully insured. Feel free to scrape it a bit, as long as you don't end up in a ditch. Look at you. I'm an experienced driver. I would never crash. If I were to crash, I'd end up at my grandmother's house. After a heartfelt farewell hug, the two waved goodbye and made their way home. Upon arrival, they offered incense to their parents. Subsequently, they wandered around the house, taking a moment to sit. The bright summer sunlight streamed through the window, causing fine particles in the air to shimmer. In the familiar tranquility, Lin Chu tidied up the household. Eventually, he stepped out of the house empty-handed, secured the door, and with a serene smile at the key in his hand, he hung it as usual in the old cloth on the windowsill. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. The sweltering breeze of late July gently ruffled the boy's slightly long bangs. He lifted his gaze slightly, peering through the tangled mass of electrical wires and eaves toward the distant azure sky. This marked the conclusion of his childhood home and the first 18 years of his life. From this moment onward, what awaited Lin Chu would be a sky far broader than the one before him and a world filled with vibrant colors and endless possibilities. Chapter 058. We are absolutely not industrial waste on an assembly line in the stillness of the night. A silver Ideal Mega cruised smoothly along the highway leading to Hongdian. Inside the vehicle, Lin Chu reclined comfortably in the massage chair. It was his first experience in a business MPV, and he found everything about the car to be exceptional. The exterior was majestic, the interior opulent, the battery robust, and the sound insulation impeccable. Yet, there was an overwhelming sense of tranquility that made one tempted to recline and close their eyes. "Lin, here is the outline of our script," spoke a well-dressed, portly man beside him. Wei Jin, the executive producer of Youth in the Flames of War. The role of a producer encompasses the comprehensive oversight of script coordination, production preparations, personnel recruitment, and all financial matters related to the crew, making them the absolute authority within the team, second only to the young financier, Lin Chu, seated beside him. Lin Chu nodded slightly, taking the script and casually flipping through its pages. With a beaming smile directed at the young benefactor, Wei Jin's heart was filled with caution. In his years in the film industry, he had never encountered such a youthful financier. Of course, he had thoroughly investigated the company behind Lin Chu, Ichu Media, an unfamiliar and newly established film company with a registered capital nearing 500 million yuan. And it was real capital. In the current environment of tight funding in the Huaxia film industry, this was a formidable emerging force. However, that alone was not particularly noteworthy. The most significant aspect was the astonishing youth of this young Master Lin. At the tender age of 18, he was capable of investing 500 million in entrepreneurial ventures. What does that even signify? When young Wang started his business, his funding was merely at that level. Yet, his father was the richest man in Huaxia. Thus, in Wei Jin's eyes, the young gentleman before him undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background. It was imperative to serve him with utmost care. Aiming to leave a favorable impression on this young master could potentially lead to promotions, salary increases, becoming a general manager, assuming the role of CEO, marrying a wealthy heiress, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success in life. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. With this in mind, the portly man's gaze towards Lin Chu grew fervent. Mr. Wei, the script appears rather cumbersome, Lin Chu remarked, placing the outline on the small table before him. Perhaps you could provide me with a general overview of the plot? Not a problem. Wei Jin responded cheerfully, embarking on an explanation. Mr. Lin, I can assure you that our production, Youth in the Flames of War, is definitely not the assembly line type industrial waste that plagues the industry. Nor is it the so-called anti-Japanese war masterpiece perceived by the masses. Instead, it is a work brimming with innovative spirit. At these words, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirring within him. In an instant, the vivid images of classic characters such as Old Li, Yun Fei, and Dog Sheng flashed through my mind. Goodness, could it be that by sheer chance, I have stumbled upon a truly exceptional drama? Allow me to provide you with a brief overview. Casting a glance at Lin Chu, whose expression radiated approval, Wei Jin continued with a smile. The explosive elements we are highlighting in this drama include, but are not limited to, beautiful women, spies, suspense, tomb raiding, historical eras, wartime, martial arts, and supernatural abilities. Lin Chu interjected. I apologize for having any expectations of you. Observing the increasingly serious demeanor of the financial backer, Wei Jin froze momentarily, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. Goodness, it seems this is not so easily manipulated. Hiki, Lin, I assure you. The chubby man, wiping the sweat from his brow, cautiously maintained a smile. The elements we have amalgamated in this drama are distinctly unique, with no direct competitors in the current film and television market. Lin Chu nodded in response. Such a cacophony of elements surely does not lack for competing products. No wonder the original investors fled in panic. Whoever invests in this disaster is bound to face failure. Although Lin Chu was acutely aware of this, he held no real expectations for the drama. It was merely because this was Jiang Runan's first television role. A milestone worth commemorating, that he had invested 5 million to take on this project. Therefore, regardless of his lack of optimism, he felt it necessary to offer a semblance of respect. Let us make every effort, he said, patting Wei Jin on the shoulder, his tone earnest and devoid of expectation. Let us aim for a smooth shoot and successfully wrap up. As for whether it would ever air on a television station or streaming platform, Lin Chu had nearly abandoned all hope. No, perhaps it is better if it does not air at all. I cannot afford to lose face. Indeed, I will ensure we meet the expectations you have, Mr. Lin. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Wei Jin sighed in relief and promptly straightened his posture to shift the conversation. By the way, Mr. Lin, when might you have time to visit the set? I should inform the crew to prepare accordingly. Well, there is no rush for that. Lin Chu waved his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I will be staying in Hongdian for a while, and when the time is right, I will naturally pay a visit. Understood. Wei Jin nodded eagerly, yet he harbored silent concerns. Goodness, Mr. Lin seems to be planning a surprise attack. I must remind Old Fan and the others to be extra vigilant during this period. We cannot afford to upset Mr. Lin. In truth, Wei Jin was overthinking the situation. Lin Chu's reason for being in Hongdian was simply to surprise Jiang Runan. As for inspecting the set, what purpose would that serve? Before long, Lin Chu's vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of the hotel where he was staying. According to Wei Jin, this was the finest hotel near the film city, frequented by numerous stars filming in Hongdian. The hotel may not boast a high-star rating, yet its proximity to Hongdian Film City renders it exceedingly convenient. Concerned, Wei Jin respectfully placed his hand against the car door frame and politely addressed Lin Chu as she exited the vehicle. President Lin, I hope your journey has not been too arduous. I shall not intrude upon your rest. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out at any hour, for I am at your service. Very well, Lin Chu nodded, bidding farewell to Wei Jin before entering the hotel. Upon reaching her room, she swiftly took a shower and then collapsed onto the bed. Habitually, she picked up her phone, intending to browse for a moment before sleep claimed her. Just then, a message notification from WeChat caught her attention. Jiang Runan. Lin Chu, how was today's shoot? Were you tired? Jiang Runan. It was manageable though there were quite a few NGs. I've been filming all day, and my feet are utterly exhausted, looking pitiful. Lin Chu, I feel for you. Let me give you a foot massage, Jiang Runan. I want to let you. Acting Sundara, Lin Chu, all right. If you want to let me, I shall massage someone else. Jiang Runan, how dare you? Angry, angry, angry. Lin Chu, oh. So you're already keeping tabs on me before agreeing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Runan, who is keeping tabs on you? Who wants to be your girlfriend? Lin Chu chose not to respond to this message. instead silently counting down in her mind. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. After the 10-second countdown without a reply, Jiang Runan, predictably, succumbed. A new message promptly arrived. Jiang Runan, ahem, I take back my previous statement. Lin Chu, no. You have already wounded me. Jiang Runan, surprised. Don't be so petty, okay? Jiang Runan, here as a little perk as an apology, Jiang Runan. But you mustn't show it to anyone else, or I will come after you. Jiang Runan, image, Lin Chu, chapter 059. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and get in the car. That night, Lin Chu fell into a deep slumber. He dreamed of Jiang Runan, adorned in a resplendent purple cheongsam. Her skin was fairer than snow, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming flower. Each smile and frown embodying grace and elegance. Within a quaint building adorned with vibrant blossoms, she diligently practiced her calligraphy skills, perfecting pieces such as Champion's Post. 15th day post, and today I wish to return post. The following day, before dawn broke, Lin Chu awoke with a start, tossing and turning in bed. He could hardly blame himself for his lack of resolve. Rather, it was the allure of a small indulgence that proved too captivating. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. The remnants of sleep vanished, leaving him invigorated and alert. Contemplating his idle state, he decided to don his workout attire and step outside for a morning jog. Jogging had been a beneficial habit he cultivated since his middle school days. However, in recent times, he had grown too complacent, allowing a hint of laziness to creep in. Exiting the hotel, he jogged along the main road near the film city. The fresh morning air greeted him, rejuvenating his spirit. After nearly an hour, feeling slightly breathless, Lin Chu sought a brief respite to enjoy breakfast. He settled at an outdoor breakfast stall, calling out to the vendor, "I'd like a portion of soup dumplings and a bowl of soybean milk, please. Coming right up." "Young man," the vendor replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Chu nodded, casting his gaze towards the distant street. To his surprise, he noticed a bustling crowd in the nearby square. Checking the time, he realized it was merely a little past 6 in the morning. Goodness, what is going on over there? As curiosity piqued in his mind, the vendor approached with 2 steaming baskets of dumplings. What are all those people doing over there? Lin Chu inquired. What, you don't know? The vendor responded, glancing towards the square with a grin. That's the Actors Guild. The crowd gathered outside consists of background actors waiting for work. Is there really that many? Lin Chu was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he estimated there were no fewer than 1,000 individuals. Indeed, the vendor turned to pour his soybean milk. You have no idea. There are over 200,000 background actors in the entire Hongdian. Wow, Lin Chu exclaimed. It dawned on him that these people were the renowned Hongdian drifters known across the internet. As he enjoyed his breakfast, Lin Chu observed the gathering crowd in the square with keen interest. Among them were men and women of all ages, though the majority were young. Some stood at the roadside bundled in coats, while others huddled in small groups, smoking and chatting. A few gazed skyward, lost in thought, and others muttered to themselves, seemingly rehearsing lines. Though each individual was unique, a common thread bound them together. Many bore expressions of fatigue and anxiety. They eagerly awaited the chance to be selected by a production team, holding out hope for an opportunity that could alter the course of their destinies. Ah, these people. They hail from all corners of the world, united by a singular aspiration. The proprietor placed a bowl of freshly made soy milk before Lin Chu, casting a glance at the crowd in the square and proclaiming, to act, to gain fame, to become a star. Yet, the path to notoriety is far from facile. Indeed. Lin Chu nodded in agreement. For the vast majority, it remains a dream forever unattainable. However, in contrast to the anxious expressions of the extras, another group in the square exuded a far more relaxed atmosphere. This cohort, comprised entirely of youthful individuals, bore fresh-faced visages and engaged in raucous chatter, their eyes reflecting the naive exuberance characteristic of contemporary university students. Boss. Just as Lin Chu was savoring his breakfast, several exuberant youths hurried to the food stall. Boss? We'll have 3 baskets of soup dumplings. All right, just a moment. Hurry up, we're running late. Very quickly. Have a seat. Hey, is this seat taken? One of the 3 inquired politely as they approached the only table where Lin Chu was seated. No, he replied. Upon receiving Lin Chu's answer, the 3 young men took their seats. After settling in, they instinctively sized up Lin Chu, momentarily taken aback. Wow, this guy is rather handsome. Hey, buddy. One of them nudged the others, and finally, unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, You wouldn't happen to be a signed artist, would you? What? Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, but chuckled and shook his head. No, no, I'm just an ordinary passerby, not an artist. Ah, not an artist? Another lad chimed in with a laugh. Haha, I thought you were a rookie from an agency with a face like that. Oh, I'm just here for a vacation. Lin Chu replied with a smile. I happened to pass by during my morning exercise. Ah, I see. The group nodded in understanding. As they spoke, the soup dumplings they ordered were served. Being of similar age, the young men gathered around the table, eating and conversing animatedly. The first to speak, named Zhang Rui, was accompanied by two others, Lu Hua and Zhao Ku, who were of varying heights. Are you all university students here for the summer to be extras? Lin Chu inquired, somewhat surprised after hearing their introductions. Indeed, Zhang Rui replied, it's both fun and a means to earn an internship certificate, along with some pocket money. Not bad at all. Lin Chu nodded appreciatively. What type of film is your crew producing? A war drama. Upon hearing this, the group became animated, each chiming in enthusiastically. We're all majoring in Japanese, starring in Little Baka, Yoru, Yoshi, Sabarashi, Lin Chu. Goodness, that's quite the absurdity. Hey, you lot. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced through their conversation from the roadside. Gazing upward, one could see a bus parked at the roadside, from which a toothy fellow leaned out, bellowing with a voice akin to a broken gong towards Zhang Rui and his companions. Get on the bus. Hurry up. What are you still eating for? Move quickly. Don't you realize the journey is long and time-consuming? You university students, do you take the production team seriously? Understood, understood. Zhang Rui and his group hastily stuffed the last few buns into their mouths. Puffing their cheeks, they dashed towards the bus. Hey, you there. Hurry up and get on. The toothy man pointed at Lin Chu, who remained seated at the table, shouting loudly, yes. You, what are you waiting for? Get on the bus. Are you dawdling because you don't want the internship certificate? Lin Chu looked around, then raised his hand, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Chapter 060, the anti-Japanese war drama, seemingly titled Youth in the Flames of War. Hey, stop dawdling. Hurry up and get in the car. Under the urging of the man with buck teeth, Lin Chu, in a daze, boarded the vehicle. Sitting next to Zhang Rui and his companions, Lin Chu remained somewhat bewildered. Where on earth are we headed? How did I end up being dragged into this car so mindlessly? What on earth is going on? The man at the door, having counted the number of passengers, glanced at the time with evident dissatisfaction. Weren't there more than 50 people who signed up yesterday? Why are there so few of us today? Sigh, forget it. Driver, let us not wait any longer. Let's go. All right. With a hiss, the minibus door slowly closed, and it drove towards the film studio, observing Lin Chu, who had been pulled into the vehicle in a daze. Zhang Rui and his companions couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Don't worry, buddy, Zhang Rui said with a cheerful grin. It's just for one day as an extra. Think of it as a free round of live-action CS. They even provide meals and pay you $60 for the day. What? 60 for a day? Lin Chu exclaimed. Incredulous. That can't be right. Isn't the going rate 100 to 150 a day? Where did that come from? Zhang Rui pointed at the buck-toothed man in front and whispered, the crew leader is our assistant director. He mentioned that the film industry is in a downturn, so daily wages have significantly decreased. Lin Chu furrowed his brow. No way, that's too little. Don't you guys mind? It doesn't matter to us. We aren't short on cash anyway. It's just to earn an internship certificate. Lu Hua chimed in from the other side, adding, besides, it might just go viral. With that look of yours, perhaps not. Zhao Dunca chuckled, saying, I think only Lin Chu has the looks and temperament to make a living in this field. With such a good image, it's possible to land a featured extra role. Featured extra, what's that? Simply put, it's an extra who gets to be visible on screen. The more experienced Zhang Rui explained. If you have clearer shots, the makeup and costumes will be much more refined. Right, the tall Lu Hua chimed in with a deep voice. If luck is on your side, you might even get a line or two. Indeed, perhaps you could become an overnight sensation and truly become a big star. A big star is a bit much. Lin Chu smiled with a hint of confusion. I just wish to be the man standing behind the big star. By the way, what is the name of the crew we're headed to? The anti-Japanese war drama, I think it's called. Youth in the Flames of War? Well, since it's such a coincidence, let us just consider it a surprise inspection from the higher-ups. After chatting for a while, Lin Chu's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was indeed a good morning message from Miss Ruanan. Jiang Ruanan. Hugging emoji. Jiang Ruanan. Sister, I'm off to work now. Below the message was a selfie of her. It is not the alluring cheap how of yesterday, but rather a striking ensemble of dark military attire. Lin Chu remarked, "Not bad at all. Are we filming a war scene today?" Jiang Runan replied, "Well, it can't exactly be classified as a war drama, but there is indeed a fight scene scheduled." Lin Chu encouraged, "That's great. Just be careful." Jiang Runan expressed her doubts. Lin Chu, "To be honest, I've been pondering whether the current production team is attempting to make a farcical anti-war drama." She continued, "I simply cannot fathom how a serious war drama could possibly incorporate tomb-raiding adventures." Upon reading the message, Lin Chu instinctively covered her face. "My dear sister, have you only just realized? This is beyond ordinary absurdity. If one can endure this, overcoming tribulations will pose no challenge." Half an hour later, the minibus arrived at the filming location. The students rushed out of the vehicle, as Lin Chu was the last to disembark. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed that today's shoot was set indoors, where the scene had already been meticulously prepared. "Hurry up. What on earth is wrong with you all? Are you still half asleep? Get moving." Amidst the chaotic scene, a man with prominent teeth exited the vehicle, brandishing a loudspeaker and vociferously reprimanding the students. "New extras, stand in line. Hey, what is the matter with you university students? Why are you all dawdling? Move it, quickly. Over there, line up for costumes. Hurry." He continued with exasperation, "Honestly, I'm fed up with you pampered young masters and mistresses." Hearing his tirade, the newly arrived students hastily made their way towards the props. "Ugh, that bear Su is unbearable. Just ignore him," Zhang Rui muttered in dissatisfaction, along with others. "Exactly. He's just an assistant director, yet he barks at us every day, bullying the extras." Upon hearing this, Lin Chu inquired, "Do you all dislike him?" "Indeed." Zhang Rui replied indignantly, "That guy named Su is the assistant director, and he constantly belittles us extras." "Precisely," Zhao Ke chimed in. "He only shows his true colors of arrogance before us. In front of the directors, he behaves like a dog, groveling and flattering." The group expressed their grievances passionately. Being fresh university students, they naturally abhorred the likes of Su, who thrived on bullying the weak while flattering the powerful. "Hey, you lot, what are you still whispering about?" The loudspeaker blared again. "Get changed. Don't waste the crew's time," Su shouted, pointing at Zhang Rui and the others with a scowl. "If you can't do the job, then get lost." Hearing this, De Hua and Deng Zi clenched their jaws in frustration, their eyes filled with a desire to retaliate. Could not hide their disdain for the scolding Su. Never mind, let's not stoop to his level." Zhang Rui, however, remained quite clear-headed. Noticing that his companions were getting carried away, he quickly intervened, pulling them back. "We're merely here to obtain an internship certificate. Once today's work is completed, we shall take our leave. There is no need to complicate matters." Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, the two gradually regained their composure. Indeed, it was unwise to jeopardize their hard-won internship certificate and potentially face disciplinary action due to a moment of impulsiveness. "All right, let us go change our clothes." Hey, all right, I understand. Mr. Wei, rest assured, the number of people for my scenes these past few days has been substantial, and the scale has been grand. I assure you, I shall not bring you any embarrassment. Good. The crew is fully prepared, and all leaders are welcome to visit for guidance at any time. What? The investor isn't accompanying you, and might conduct an unannounced inspection? Fine, send me his photo, that way, I won't fail to recognize a significant figure. Ha, you can be assured, I will be vigilant. All right. The chief director, Fan Daodun, hung up the phone and lifted his gaze to the sparse crowd of extras. The smile that once adorned his face swiftly vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. The scene scheduled for today involved the encirclement of the main characters by a formidable enemy force. To his dismay, only about 50 extras had shown up. In times past, he could have simply set up a few cameras and relied on post-production for some mediocre special effects to cover the shortfall. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Producer Wei had just emphasized that the investors could arrive for an inspection at any moment. If they encountered such a situation on set, it would be embarrassing. And should they withdraw their funding, the entire crew would have labored in vain. What is going on? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fan Daojun glared at the assistant director and demanded, "Didn't I instruct you yesterday to secure more extras starting today? How is it that we only have such a meager turnout?" "I'm not certain, Director Fan," the assistant director replied, flustered. "The responsibility for securing extras has always been handled by Xiong Su." "Xiong Su?" Fan Daojun replied, his expression darkening. "Go tell him that the issue of extras must be resolved. If he cannot find them, then he shall have to fill in himself." Chapter 061. What kind of brilliant mind could conceive such a plot? Oh dear. The flower maiden, Miao Miao Zhang, the cherry blossoms of our homeland have bloomed again. To the cold and dark card, I pledge my loyalty. With swords drawn, the enmities of the martial world gracefully unfurl beneath the luminous moon. Inside the shared costume tent of the production crew, chaos ensues, a cacophony of madness. Witnessing the university students adorned in their absurd costumes. Their previously innocent and pure demeanor instantly morphs into something disturbingly grotesque. The discreetly visiting Mr. Lin cannot help but twitch his mouth. Goodness. Each one of them is a professional. It cannot be said that their performance is merely convincing. Rather, it is as if they have lived these roles in a past life. Ding. A sudden prompt from the system resonates in his mind. The ruckus of the extras brings you immense joy. Pleasure value 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random system reward. Best Actor card. Best Actor card. Upon use, the host's acting ability will be permanently elevated to its zenith. Furthermore, the system will provide a comprehensive rating ranging from F to S based on the characters portrayed by the host, along with corresponding rewards based on the rating level. Will you use the Best Actor card? Yes, no, goodness. Starting from extra to Best Actor, the system truly knows how to play. Seizing the moment, Lin Chu promptly confirmed the use of the card. Ding. Best Actor card successfully used. Acting, 75-100. Acting evaluation initiated. Current character being portrayed. Little Absurd 1 acting rating. F. Oh? Has it begun? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly comprehended the reason. It was likely due to the fact that filming had yet to commence, and he hadn't even changed into costume. Thus, the evaluation remained at the initial lowest grade of F. Playtime is playtime, but do not treat the extras lightly. Since the system offers rewards, Mr. Lin decided to take this seriously. As a well-mannered actor, thoroughly understanding the script is the essential first step. He took out his phone and retrieved the script outline previously sent by Wei Jane. Rapidly locating today's scene, he meticulously reviewed it. This scene constitutes the climax of the entire drama. The narrative revolves around a secret elite squad led by Little Absurd 1, who has discovered the fabled entrance to the tomb of the Yellow Emperor. In pursuit of the ancient secrets of immortality and to sever the Huaxia dragon vein residing within the tomb, the Japanese dispatched their most formidable special forces to excavate the ancient burial site. However, their actions were detected by the protagonist group, who had been covertly monitoring them. The protagonists then devised a plan, luring Little Absurd 1 into activating the mechanisms within the tomb, thereby awakening the guardian spirits that had slumbered for millennia. Ultimately, they annihilated the intruding Japanese forces, successfully safeguarding the Huaxia dragon vein. After reviewing the plot, Lin Chu thought, what a genius screenwriter. I truly wish to meet them one day. I am curious to discover what kind of brilliant mind could craft such a storyline. As Lin Chu quietly marveled at the wondrous unfolding of the plot, a sudden peculiar cry pierced the air before him. There stood Zhang Rui, wearing his hat askew and brandishing a rifle adorned with a plaster patch, striding in with a distinct gait. Why on earth are you not changing clothes to work? He exclaimed, casting a glance at the attire Lin Chu held, his eyes widening in astonishment. What the hell? How do you possess the uniform of a major? The extras cannot possibly portray a major. It must be a lieutenant's uniform, he added. Zhao Dinko approached to take a look and commented. Meanwhile, Lu Hua, beside him, sniffed his own prop costume and remarked enviously, the officer's uniform is certainly superior. It doesn't reek like our private's garb, which is both sour and foul. And who knows when it was last washed? I cannot say for certain. Lin Chu chuckled lightly. It was given to me by the costume teacher. Well, I wish to portray an officer too. How unbelievable! Zhang exclaimed. Lin, you are far more handsome than me. He laughed. You should have seen how the costume lady gazed at him, utterly smitten. Just as the group was engaged in lively banter, the tent flap was abruptly yanked open. What are you all chattering about? Bellowed Xiangsu, storming in with a glare that swept across the room, his voice grating like a rusty bell. Have you all changed your clothes? If so, hurry up and assemble. Upon seeing him, the students in the tent instinctively fell silent and quickly made their exit. What are you staring at? If you haven't changed, move it. Stop dawdling. Xiangsu barked, leading a group of people toward the costume designer. Hey, give me a set of special effects gear, quickly. Quit shouting, the costumer muttered, turning around with curled hair. Every day, you act as if you've ingested gunpowder. Come on. Jia, just say a little less, a colleague whispered, glancing at Xiangsu, who was lighting a cigarette. I heard this kid was reprimanded by the director today. What did he do wrong this time? It was merely because he was assigned to coordinate the extras, but he found enough of them. The colleague stifled a laugh. He infuriated Director Fan, who ordered him to step up and specifically called for him to portray a graveyard guardian. What? He is going to act? Xiong-su slammed his hand on the table, exasperated. What are you all mulling over? Hurry up. Here. The costume teacher, suppressing laughter, tossed a set of special effects green attire to Xiong-su. He grimaced as he received the outfit, biting the cigarette but as he strode into the changing room. On the other side of the filming location, Director Fan Daojun inquired of his companions, have Zhenggu and Su Bingbing arrived yet? Not yet, a staff member replied softly. Neither Li Zhen nor Su Bingbing has shown up. Really now, what is taking so long? Fan Daojun remarked, his expression tinged with annoyance, though he refrained from losing his temper. After all, the leading man, Li Zhen, was the most illustrious star of the entire production. The female protagonist, Su Bingbing, is similarly a connection that he insisted on bringing along. Originally, Fan Daojun's credentials in the industry were nowhere near those of the veteran actor Li Zhen. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the financial backer could make an unexpected visit at any moment. If this esteemed figure of the production were to create any unforeseen complications at such a crucial juncture, it would indeed be troublesome. Thus, despite his profound dissatisfaction with their ostentatious behavior, Fan Daojun dared not voice his grievances. There are times when one must endure. With a resigned sigh, he instructed, have the extras taken their positions? Let us first film the scene where the Japanese soldiers invade the tomb and engage in combat with the divine beast. Very well. I shall inform them to prepare at once. Wait. Fan Daojun called his assistant to a halt. Please notify the supporting actors to take a moment to rest while they can. Understood. Meanwhile, a plump girl in costume pointed towards the distant filming base, exclaiming, look over there. That male extra in the Japanese uniform is incredibly handsome. What? In response, Jiang Runan, who was about to enter the actors' lounge, lifted her clear eyes and glanced disinterestedly in the direction indicated. However, she could only catch a glimpse of the figure's back amidst the crowd. It seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, is that Lin Chu? Jiang Runan suddenly froze, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, just as she prepared to take a closer look. He had already vanished into a group of small, yellow-clad extras. No, it couldn't possibly be Lin Chu. There's no way he could be an extra. It was entirely implausible. Jiang Runan shook her head, finding her own thoughts amusing. What was happening to her? Was it possible that thinking of him every day had driven her to delusion? Chapter 062. The wealthy benefactor disguised as an ordinary visitor. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the esteemed Director Fan Daojun of War-Torn Youth sat poised before the monitor, gesturing to the assistant director Wang Gang beside him. Upon noticing, Wang Gang promptly seized the megaphone and approached the gathered extras on set. Hey, ahem, everyone listen up. Wang Gang called out loudly, addressing the crowd of extras. Typically, the director would not personally attend to the minutiae of imparting basic plot points and blocking instructions to the extras. Such duties fell to the assistant director. Listen carefully, everyone. Let me outline the primary content of our upcoming scene. No giggling now. Pay close attention. If anyone makes mistakes once we start shooting, don't blame me for being harsh. It must be noted that the assistant director possessed a commanding presence, as he took the initiative to explain the scene. The previously boisterous university students quickly fell silent. Each individual, with wide-eyed curiosity and innocent expressions, turned to face Wang Gang, who was holding the megaphone. Lin Chu, among them, listened intently to Wang Gang's instructions. This particular scene was quite straightforward for the college student extras portraying the bumbling soldiers. The first scene involved their exploration within an ancient tomb, while the second depicted the triggering of traps within the tomb, leading to a chaotic onslaught by the tomb's spectral guardians. The majority of the significant shots would be entrusted to several special guest actors, while the college students would merely serve as atmospheric background figures. In the words of the assistant director, the initial performance required a careful tension, followed by a chaotic scene filled with panic and disarray, nothing too challenging. After providing a brief overview of the plot, Wang Gang also elaborated on the camera positioning. In contrast to the background soldiers A, B, C, and D, Lin Chu, clad in a military officer's uniform, enjoyed a far superior shooting position. He would stand behind several guest actors portraying enemy officers, playing a silent officer with a few opportunities for close-ups. Zhang Rui, Zhao Ku, and Lu Hua, being acquainted with Lin Chu, naturally followed suit, taking on the roles of accompanying soldiers. The four of them felt a surge of joy. for this arrangement significantly increased their chances of being seen on screen. For the university students participating as extras, their greatest aspiration was undoubtedly to have their faces appear in the production. After demonstrating the shooting positions to the assistant director, Wang Gang returned to the director's seat. Once everyone was in position and prepared, Fan Daojun adjusted his hat and signaled an OK gesture to the crew in the distance. Scene 8 of War-Torn Youth. One shot, one take. Action. With a resounding call, the bumbling soldiers faced the camera without hesitation, instantly embodying their roles. They lifted their weapons, hunched their backs, each one sporting a furtive expression. Truly, they were worthy of a meticulous examination of their ancestry for 3 generations. Ah, this group of university students performs rather well. Seated before the monitor, Fan Daojun chuckled. Indeed, the price is quite reasonable, merely 80 120 yuan per day. Oh, upon hearing this, Fan Daojun nodded. 120 a day seems rather insufficient. Though they are merely a group of youngsters, we must not take advantage of them. It would be quite the jest if word got out. How about this? Since the financial issues have been resolved, let us adhere to the industry standard and offer each person a fair 150 a day. Hey, sounds great, Wang Gang exclaimed, his wrinkled face suddenly blossoming into a broad grin. That's an extra 30 each. Why do you look so lecherous, old Wang? Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Fan Dao, look over there. Wang Gang quickly diverted the topic, pointing at a young extra in the distance. That lad behind old Zhao has quite a commendable appearance and demeanor. Where? Fan Daojun squinted, scrutinizing the youth clad in a military uniform. Suddenly, a spark of recognition lit his eyes. Well, would you look at that? He.S. rather clean-cut, although not a major director. Fan Daojun had spent years in Hongdian and had accumulated some experience in assessing the looks and charisma of young actors. The youth in the distance was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of freshness. Observing his demeanor in front of the camera, he was decidedly more natural than the exaggerated antics of other university students. He moved with an effortless grace, as if strolling leisurely, embodying a sense of innate ease and immersion that belied any semblance of performance. Even though he was merely playing the role of an extra with no name, he grew increasingly pleasant to watch. In fact, his presence highlighted the noticeable disparity in skill compared to the seasoned guest actors in the primary shots. Impressive. This lad is undoubtedly cut out for this profession. He has a promising talent. Fan Daojun quietly marveled at the young man's performance, becoming increasingly intrigued. However, as he continued to observe, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Despite the youth's unfamiliar visage, Fan Daojun felt a vague familiarity, as if he had encountered him somewhere recently. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photo album. Suddenly, he froze, his body stiffening in disbelief. Could it be? Is he not the wealthy benefactor? He blinked in astonishment, raising his head in incredulity to gaze at the young man. He came to inspect the production incognito as an extra. How playful. Having been in the film industry for many years, Fan Daojun had encountered numerous affluent investors. Typically, those who wielded capital were far from ordinary, each possessing an array of eccentricities that often defied imagination. Thus, the notion of this young benefactor joining the crew as an extra was quite a revelation. Well-versed and knowledgeable, Fan Daojun, after the initial shock reverberated within him, swiftly regained his composure. Thoughts began to race through his mind as he contemplated potential strategies. Firstly, there appeared to be no significant issues with today's filming arrangements. Although the number of extras was somewhat limited, it was still manageable. Moreover, observing the demeanor of his father, it seemed he was genuinely enjoying himself. Indeed, these affluent individuals possess a penchant for indulging in unique experiences. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Consequently, the most effective approach at present was to remain steadfast amidst the fluctuations. Whatever whims he might have, Fan Daojun would accompany him in his pursuits. There was but one objective: to wholeheartedly delight the benefactor. Chapter 063, Onboard Assault. Who was incessantly shouting, "What the hell?" just now? And you lot, what are you laughing at? Who can find humor while fleeing for their life? Are you out of your minds? Commencing the third round of filming in 10 minutes. Everyone, please adopt a serious demeanor. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Chu's mind. Friendly reminder: current character's role has reached the maximum performance score. To enhance performance, additional screen time is required. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu furrowed his brow, but soon grasped the situation. After all, he was merely portraying a minor character, lacking even a single line, regardless of his acting prowess. It was futile in the role of a background character. It seemed the only way to attain a higher evaluation was to find a means to increase his screen time. Ouch, that really hurts. As Lin Chu pondered, he heard Zhao Qi beside him grimacing in pain. Are you all right, Qi? I'm fine, Zhao Qi replied, rubbing his calf. I just got kicked twice during filming by Xiongsu. That dog is incredibly ruthless. Zhang Rui glanced at the nearby figure of the nonchalant Xiongsu. Legs crossed and smoking, his tone filled with indignation. Seriously, who films like this? He actually kicked us. He couldn't even manage his own scene and took his frustration out on us. It's utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's expression turned grave. He had witnessed the earlier filming situation where Xiongsu, portraying the Grey Keeper, exhibited a brutish demeanor during the combat scenes, showing no restraint against the extras. Lin Chu's impression of Xiongsu was exceedingly poor. From their first encounter, this individual had acted with arrogance in front of the extras, venting his frustrations on these innocent university students. Even now, he showed no inclination to apologize. What was more egregious was that this scoundrel was pocketing the wages of these student extras. As an investor, Lin Chu had reviewed the crew's financial records and was fully aware of the extras' daily pay, 120 yuan per person. Yet, this rogue had pilfered half of it. 60 yuan a day, how could he even utter such words? He was even deceiving students. Such scum deserves severe punishment. This bastard. Looking at Keed's bruised calf, the forthright Lu Hua was furious. If that jerk dares to act recklessly in the next scene, I shall teach him a proper lesson. Let's avoid trouble. Zhang Rui said with a grimace. We should just steer clear of him. How can we avoid him? He acts like a rabid dog. Lu Hua retorted. We come here to earn 60 yuan a day, enduring all this toil and scolding, and now we have to take his blows too? Da Hua spoke the truth. Lin Chu interjected, saying, I believe individuals like this should not be indulged. What does that mean? Zhang Rui discreetly glanced at the distant Xiongsu and lowered his voice. Are you suggesting that we also take drastic measures in the next scene? Zhang sang, casually placing the helmet on Zhang Rui's head. Lin Chu earnestly patted his shoulder. One must love the profession they are in. Even as antagonists, we must fully embody the characters we portray. Thus, how can this be referred to as taking drastic measures? It is simply the minimum self-cultivation expected of an actor. We immerse ourselves for the sake of the script. We dedicate ourselves to the art. Yoshi. Through Lin Chu's enlightening words, Zhang Rui and the others felt as if they had been struck by a revelation. The smiles on their youthful faces instantly turned mischievous. Soga. Sodasuka. Lin sang, you are truly professional. Yoshi, let us proceed in this manner. I have decided to strike in the form of Gundam. Second camera, third take. Aiko, extend. With a loud call from the crew, the third filming commenced. The fierce grave-guarding spirits sprang from their mechanisms, unleashing chaos upon the enemy soldiers. Leading the charge, Xiongsu, as wild as ever, kicked at anyone in sight. Brother, are we really going for it? Observing Xiongsu's aggressive demeanor, Zhang Rui leaned closer to Lin Chu and whispered, in life, if something doesn't sit well, just act. Lin Chu replied softly, gentlemen, I will go first. Do not fear, if anything happens, I will take the brunt of it. Damn, brother, how can you say that? If worst comes to worst, we can just walk away. It's not a big deal. Zhang Rui and the others declared earnestly. It's just an internship certificate. What do we have to fear? Oh, JBK. Seeing the resolve in his younger companions, Lin Chu lifted his head and gazed at the fearsome Xiongsu in the distance. Charge. At his command, Lin Chu decisively rushed toward Xiongsu, clad in special effects attire. The three brothers, Zhang Rui and his companions, followed closely behind. Perfectly embodying their roles as little bastards, they charged forth while not forgetting to chant their lines. For the cold and dark card, we pledge our loyalty. Charge, charge, charge. Watching the boisterous onslaught of little bastards charging towards him, Xiongsu, who had previously been fierce and intimidating, suddenly became bewildered. What is happening? Charge. Did the director say to shoot it this way? Bastards. Just as he was distracted by his thoughts, the leading little bastard's lieutenant collided forcefully against him, already unsettled. Xiongsu lost his footing and fell backward. What the hell? Are you all out of your minds? He landed hard on the ground, pain igniting his fury as he began to curse, ready to retaliate. However, just as he regained his balance, he noticed the little bastard's lieutenant before him, the corners of his mouth curving into a sly grin beneath the brim of his cap. As an expletive was about to escape my lips, I found myself suddenly encircled by three unruly individuals charging forward. They lifted their filthy, worn-out boots and unleashed a flurry of kicks directed at Xiongsu. You rascals! How dare you? Amidst the chaos, the director at the monitoring station watched in disbelief as these impetuous youths unleashed their fury upon the grave-guarding specters. Wang Gang. The assistant director standing behind Fan Daojun let his script fall to the ground with a resounding thud. What is happening here? Where did this sudden outburst come from? The script, it seemed, was not meant to unfold in such a manner. Cut, cut, cut. As Wang Gang's voice echoed in frustration, the crew members rushed forward to intervene, swiftly prying apart the combatants. At that moment, Xiangsu had lost all semblance of bravado, huddled on the ground, his head cradled in his arms, covered in muddy footprints. His disheveled hair was topped with a foul-smelling boot. That was Dingxi's doing. He was the one who kicked the hardest. Chapter 064. The Leading Man and the Leading Man. As Xiangsu found himself utterly bewildered, the entire crew was momentarily taken aback. Damn it. Finally freed from the chaotic brawl, Xiangsu was engulfed in a sudden fury. I swear to you all. He ripped off the foul boot from his head. His expression twisted with resentment, and with a voice akin to a rusty bellows, he bellowed, So you want to stir up trouble? Come on, let us have a one-on-one. Enough, enough. Xiangsu, mind your image. With a face ashen with anger, Director Wang raised his hand, pointing at Lin Chu and the others, rebuking them sharply. What is wrong with you students? I asked you to act, yet you dare to deliberately strike someone? Faced with the furious questioning of the executive director, Zhang Rui and his companions were momentarily flustered, instinctively glancing at Lin Chu before them. However, Lin Chu remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. Director Wang, I hope you can be objective. How did we deliberately strike anyone? Were we not simply engaged in a normal shoot? Damn it. I'll film your mother. Xiangsu, firmly restrained by several crew members, erupted in outrage. You dare to argue. I see you lot deliberately scheming against me. What's the matter? You have the guts to act but not to admit it? I shall ensure you never obtain your internship certificates. I'll report you all and have you leave a criminal record. Let us see how you graduate. Listening to Xiangsu's rabid threats, Lin Chu, with a hint of exasperation, supported his forehead and regarded him with a look of incredulity. My apologies, Director Wang. The youth smiled. We truly did not intend to. The emotions we conjured just now were overwhelmingly intense, and we couldn't contain them. What? Did Lin Chu just say that? Wang and the others were left momentarily speechless. You, a villain, are talking about emotional immersion? Is this a joke? Wang was almost driven to laughter by his fury. Shaking his head repeatedly, he turned to the chief director, Fan Daojun, who was seated behind the director's monitor. At this point, it seems we must leave it to the head of the crew to handle. In stark contrast to Wang's frustrated helplessness, Fan Daojun, comfortably seated in the director's chair, appeared much more composed. After all, the individual before him was the financial backer. You don't know? How could I not? Since our benefactor wishes to indulge in the thrill of being an extra, we certainly cannot dampen his spirits. With this thought in mind, Fan Daojun smiled gently. Oh, let us not be impulsive. Young people tend to have a strong desire for expression. It's a virtue that should be encouraged. What? Upon hearing such amiable words from Fan Daojun, Wang and the others were collectively taken aback. What on earth? Is this still the tyrant of the crew from yesteryears? The reactions of those around him were met with indifference by Fan Daojun. His thoughts were rather straightforward. There was no need for him to ponder why the wealthy patron would choose to be an extra. Instead, his sole focus was to ensure the patron's satisfaction. Anything beyond that was utterly beyond Fan Daojun's contemplation. What? A change in the script without permission? What a farce. This wretched drama has no real plot. The story the patron desires is simply a good story. With this firm conviction in his heart, Fan Daojun beamed at Lin Chu, his tone naturally warm and congenial. Come, dear student, tell me how you immersed yourself in your character just now. It was a simple task. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu leisurely approached, and in front of everyone, solemnly began his performance. I believe that extras are also actors. Although we portray seemingly inconsequential roles, we too possess life and soul. Hence, we have genuinely embodied the role of the enemy soldier. The youth spoke earnestly, his well-timed gestures and impassioned tone filled with reflections on fate. In my understanding, the enemy soldier I portray hails from a destitute family in a small island nation. From a young age, he has been indoctrinated with the ideology of J-nationalism and the spirit of samurai loyalty to the emperor until death. Therefore, I believe that in the eyes of the imperial soldiers we portray, whether confronting an army or a monster, nothing can deter their resolute loyalty to the emperor. They would charge forth against the monsters, willing to sacrifice their lives with the valor of a shattered jade. At this point, Lin Chu paused momentarily, then clenched his fists tightly, his tone filled with sentiment and lamentation. Yet, ironically, fate has played a cruel jest upon them. It is precisely this brainwashing they have endured since childhood, the so-called truths they fervently believe in, that renders them the antithesis of human justice, the vile and bloody executioners. They will never comprehend that their so-called glorious sacrifice is utterly insignificant in the eyes of their emperor. Such a tragic and laughable contradiction of fate. This is the ultimate goal I sought to express in my earlier performance. Upon hearing Lin Chu's account, the scene fell silent, with everyone nodding thoughtfully in appreciation. Wait. Only Wang Gang shouted in exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Is this how you inflate your role? Indeed, he was merely a mere extra. Xiong Su chimed in. What the hell? Conveying the contradiction of fate. Do you think you're an Oscar winner? Ah, such a misconception. Before his words could settle, the previously silent director, Fan Daojun, spoke up. I must say, I find this student's interpretation to be exceedingly insightful. As he spoke, Fan Daojun's expression grew increasingly appreciative, his emotions progressively deepening. You see, although he is merely an extra, his embodiment and comprehension of the character are entirely in place, exceptionally fitting. Through the student's splendid performance, I truly perceive the image of an ordinary soldier, one who has been forcefully indoctrinated since childhood, both detestable and pitiable, filled with the contradictions of fate. Vivid, lively, and lifelike. Fan Daojun stated solemnly, his hands tightening as his excitement escalated, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. Such an outstanding manner of portrayal reminds me of the renowned playwright Stanislavski, who asserted that performance must reflect human nature. An actor must genuinely exist before the camera. Not merely acting, but living. The surrounding student extras were profoundly moved, each nodding thoughtfully. Thus, as the emotional crescendo reached its peak, Fan Daojun spread his arms wide and passionately declared to the crowd, I believe this student's perspective embodies the essence of performance. It is the pursuit of art. It truly reflects an actor's self-cultivation. Let us applaud his remarkable performance. A thunderous applause erupted within the crew. Amidst the cheers, only Wang Gang and Xiong Su remained utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Lin Chu cast a glance at the distant Fan Daojun, a slight smile gracing his lips. Goodness, my friend, you are the true cinematic emperor. Chapter 65. Reward, 2 billion in film investment funds. Hello, Mom, I'm doing quite well on set. Oh, there's no need to worry, Hungrin isn't far from Linzhou. I'll be back once I finish filming. I must go now. I'm reviewing my lines bye-bye in the actor's lounge of the production team. Jiang Runan had just hung up the phone when, suddenly, CLA, her co-star, hurriedly entered the room. Xiaonan, this young lady, who played a supporting role alongside her, could hardly contain her excitement. You missed out on something fun. It was quite amusing earlier in the shooting area. Really? What happened? Jiang Runan inquired, her gaze shifting from her script to the plump girl who was of a similar age, intrigued. Well, a few college students who were background actors took the opportunity during a fight scene to teach that Xiong Su a lesson. What? Is that true? Jiang Runan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Absolutely. CLA glanced toward the door and lowered her voice conspiratorially. I've never liked that Xiong Su either. He's always strutting around like he owns the place just because he has the title of assistant director. He deserved that lesson. Those young men were quite brave. Jiang Runan pondered. Given Xiong Su's temperament, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Of course, he couldn't. But, strangely, director Fan sided with the background actors today. Not only did he refrain from reprimanding them, but he also praised the lead background actor wholeheartedly, saying his performance embodied the essence of the Stanislavski system. Stanislavski system? You mean the method of acting? Yes, precisely. Wow, Xiaonan, you know so much. CLA exclaimed. Isn't that one of the 3 fundamental acting systems taught in drama classes? Is it? I usually doze off in class, Jiang Runan admitted with a playful smile. Oh. That is not the main point. CLA clapped her hands, her face beaming with joy. The main point is that the praised background actor is incredibly handsome. Oh. Just how handsome? Let me put it this way. He could outmatch Yu Yan with his fists and kick Yinzu. He must indeed be quite handsome. Jiang Runan replied, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly as she returned her attention to her script. To her, no matter how handsome others were, her little brother remained the most charming in her heart. Jingu, Bingjia. Just then, a respectful greeting from the staff echoed outside the lounge. The door swung open to reveal the late-arriving lead actor, Li Jin, followed by the leading lady, Su Bingbing. Li Jin, now in his middle age, had gained weight. his face glistening with a sheen, while the much younger Su Bingbing walked beside him. Though her visage is exquisitely beautiful, it is undeniably marred by numerous traces of cosmetic enhancements. Naturally, as someone who has maintained a close relationship with Li Jin since her debut, everyone in the industry is well aware of their connection. Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, Sister Bingbing. Upon noticing their presence, Jiang Runan and CLA promptly rose to their feet, politely greeting the two. Upon seeing Jiang Runan, the usually stern countenance of Li Jin finally softened into a smile. Hello, little Sister Runan. His tone, markedly more amiable than that towards other staff members, still bore an unabashed gaze that roamed over Jiang Runan. Beside them, Su Bingbing observed this with a barely perceptible sneer, casting a sideways glare at Jiang Runan that radiated unmistakable hostility. Haha, please, have a seat, Li Jin said, seemingly oblivious to Su Bingbing's demeanor. He cheerfully raised his hand, intending to drape it over Jiang Runan's shoulders, only to have her subtly evade his advance. Teacher Li, please take a seat first, Jiang Runan said, nodding slightly, her smile polite yet devoid of warmth. Despite her lack of fondness for this sleazy star who enjoyed making unwelcome advances towards female actors, she understood the necessity of showing respect to a senior. Li Jin, who had initially intended to take advantage of the moment, still wore a seemingly friendly smile, yet there was a hint of displeasure brewing beneath the surface. His gaze, previously greedy, now harbored an undercurrent of resentment. After all, after days of filming, he had hinted at his intentions multiple times, yet this young girl remained oblivious to his advances. Clearly, she was unappreciative of the opportunities he had laid out for her. If that was the case, he was not averse to imparting a small lesson. Brother, you're amazing. After the completion of 2 scenes, Zhang Rui and the others, huddled together in a corner to rest, looked at Lin Chu with admiration. To receive such high praise from the chief director, what you said earlier was incredibly professional. To be honest, the first time I laid eyes on our brother Chu, I thought he possessed the aura of an award-winning actor. Listening to the extravagant compliments from his younger colleagues, Lin Chu merely smiled calmly. Yet his focus was intently fixed on the system evaluation interface before him. Current character portrayal, a tragic and laughable Japanese lieutenant filled with ironic fate acting score. Acting challenge completed. Congratulations, host, for earning a reward, 2 billion in film investment funds. 2 billion. Upon seeing that figure, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the subsequent notes, he quickly regained his composure. He clicked to explore the concept of film investment funds. Film investment funds. These funds are strictly designated for use within the film investment industry. I see. Although the funds are restricted to a specific industry, I had already intended to embark on my entrepreneurial journey within the realm of film. This 2 billion serves as the perfect seed capital. Oh my, look at that actress. She is truly stunning. Just as Lin Chu was pondering this in her heart, she was suddenly startled by the exclamations of Zhang Rui and the others. Following their gaze, she beheld a girl amidst the crowd of staff members, her long hair cascading gracefully. With a delicate and exquisite visage, flawless fair skin, and captivating, crystal-clear eyes, her graceful figure was a sight to behold. No matter when one laid eyes upon her, she was always a delight to the senses. Indeed, she is extraordinarily beautiful. One might even call her a rare beauty of the mortal realm. Hey, do you not think she possesses an aura reminiscent of Zhang Runan? Nonsense. Listening to Zhang Rui and the others express their astonishment, Lin Chu smiled slightly and remarked, she is not only more beautiful than Zhang Runan, but possesses a far superior figure as well. How can you tell with her wearing such thick costume? Have you seen her? Of course I have. Lin Chu chuckled. I've even shared a bed with her. Pfft, you're just boasting. Zhang Rui and his friends replied, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 066. The path to becoming an actor is not so smooth. With a commanding voice, the word cut resonated in the air. Li Jin turned his neck and, without a word, sauntered to a nearby chair, taking a seat. His assistants rushed forward, fanning him, massaging his shoulders, and offering him water. Brother Jin, what is going on? Once again, Li Jin had called for a cut, and Fan Daojun, sitting in front of the director's monitor, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, that scene seemed fine to me. I found it lacking, Li Jin replied dismissively, taking a sip of the water handed to him by an assistant. Suddenly, he spat the water onto the ground. Damn it! Wiping his mouth, he shot a glare at the assistant, his face darkening. What kind of water is this? The new female assistant, startled, stammered, It's Waha. Who told you I drink Waha? Li Jin's face contorted with indignation. Is this even fit for human consumption? Why yes, I'm sorry, Brother Jean. I will pay more attention next time. Is an apology all that is required? How do you carry out your duties? Su Bibing, who had just taken her seat beside him, glared and reprimanded. Do you not know that our Brother Jean only drinks Nongfu Spring natural low-sodium water, the kind in glass bottles? Your salary for this month is reduced by 1,000. Let this be a lesson. What? What is this? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and buy the right water. The assistant scurried away, and Li Jin leaned back in his chair, panting heavily. Damn it. My apologies, Director Fan. After catching his breath, he turned to the somewhat sullen Fan Daojun, and a hint of a smile broke through his previously angry expression. The new assistant just needs a little guidance. Ah, indeed. Fan Daojun nodded in agreement. Despite his internal disdain, he recognized Li Jun as the most prominent figure in the crew and felt compelled to maintain a facade of respect. By the way, Brother Jun, why did you call for a cut just now? For no particular reason, Li Jun smiled. I simply felt it was lacking. Brother Jun, as an experienced actor. What exactly felt lacking? Could you enlighten me? Sigh. To speak frankly, I actually believe my performance was without fault. As he spoke, Li Jun glanced at Jiang Runin and the others in the distance, feigning a dramatic sigh. I just feel that many of the younger actors these days, their skills leave much to be desired. Oh? Upon catching the direction of his gaze, the seasoned Fan Daojun was quick to understand the implication behind Li Jun's words. Are you suggesting that the supporting actors are unable to keep pace with your performance? Not unable, per se, Li Jun chuckled, his gaze lingering on Jiang Runin as he continued, but it certainly appears to be quite a struggle for them. Their foundational skills are evidently lacking. Is that so? Fan Daojun's expression grew complex as he looked toward Jiang Runin. In his perspective, despite her youth, the young girl had demonstrated commendable performance throughout these scenes. This incident was merely an instance of Li Jun, the domineering figure, stirring up trouble for no reason. However, Fan Daojun found himself at a loss, for such occurrences were commonplace within the industry. Although he held the title of chief director, it was unreasonable to offend an established figure like Li Jin for the sake of an obscure young actress. After all, the latter had a notorious temperament and an imposing presence. Should a conflict arise, Fan Daojun would struggle to contain him, resulting in an even more uncomfortable situation. Moreover, with the financial backer present on set, Fan Daojun felt it prudent to maintain a sense of decorum, avoiding any unnecessary complications. As for the young lady, enduring a bit of hardship was simply part of the journey. Without connections or a strong background, the path to becoming a successful actress was rarely smooth. Contemplating this, Fan Daojun offered a faint smile, refraining from any concrete response, and instead passed the responsibility back to Li Jin. In that case, perhaps you could enlighten these young actors on the art of performance, Brother Jin? Li Jin cast a glance at Jiang Runin and chuckled, since Director Fan has suggested it. I shall reluctantly share my insights. He then shifted his attention to Jiang Runin, stating, Take, for instance, young Jiang here. I personally believe there were certain issues with your performance. The emotional transmission was lacking, and the nuances were not well captured. Listening to Li Jun's critique, Jiang Runin nodded politely, eager to absorb his wisdom. After all, receiving feedback from such a seasoned actor was a valuable learning opportunity. Teacher Li, could you elaborate further? Jiang Runin inquired earnestly. Specifically, let us consider the scene where you encountered an unexpected situation in the tomb, Li Jin replied, leisurely crossing his legs, his tone somewhat sardonic. I found your performance to be rather inadequate. The emotional depth was insufficient, and the tension fell flat. Insufficient emotional depth and lack of tension? Jiang Runin echoed, her expression reflecting her confusion. Exactly. Let us see. He turned to Su Bingbing, who sat beside him, gesturing for her to demonstrate. Could you show young Jiang how to properly convey performance in such circumstances? Understood, Brother Jin, Su Bingbing replied, understanding the unspoken cue as she rose from her seat, cradling her cup of milk tea. With an air of indifference and mockery in her gaze, she approached Jiang Runin. When it comes to tension and emotion, it's quite simple, she declared, and before anyone could comprehend her intentions, she abruptly splashed the milk tea across Jiang Runin's face. What? Jiang Runin stood frozen, caught off guard as the milk tea drenched her, her mind momentarily blank, until the creamy liquid mixed with black pearls began to trickle down her damp hair. Before her stood Su Bingbing, with a face full of mockery and derision. A profound sense of grievance instantly enveloped the heart of the young girl. Jiang Runin's eyes reddened, tears welling up in her gaze. Alas, you see, this is much better. Behind her, Li Jin pretended to applaud, saying, but still not enough. I believe there is more to learn. I concur. Su Bingbing chuckled frivolously, requesting, someone, bring me another bottle of water. Teacher Li, Sister Bingbing. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xie quickly stepped in front of Jiang Runan with a forced smile, suggesting, I believe Xiaonan has learned quite a bit today. Perhaps we should let this go. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across her face. Su Bingbing's expression darkened as she glared at her, rebuking. Who do you think you are to point fingers at me? Get lost. Chapter 67. How do you two plan to mess it up? Oh dear. What is happening over there? Upon hearing the commotion emanating from the director's vicinity, Zhang Rue and others, who were waiting for their meal in a corner of the set, curiously craned their necks. It appeared that a conflict had erupted amongst several actors. Isn't that the fairy-like young lady? Oh my. How did she end up with a face full of milk tea? I saw it. It was Su Bingbing who did it. This is utterly excessive. Is this the legendary display of arrogance on set? Brother Chu, didn't you just say that lady was your girlfriend? How can you tolerate this? Where's Brother Chu? Within the set, observing the disheveled appearance of Jiang Runan, Li Jun, seated in a chair, revealed a smug smile that was almost a smirk. How could you hit someone? Though her expression was one of distress, Jiang Runan, with teary eyes, stood protectively in front of Xie, glaring at Su Bingbing. Despite the glimmer of tears in her peach blossom eyes, the girl's spirit showed no signs of retreat. What's wrong with hitting someone? Su Bingbing crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Runan. Who told that ugly thing to speak? What's wrong with teaching her a lesson? Su Bingbing. Upon hearing Su Bingbing's blatant humiliation, Jiang Runan's brows furrowed in anger. We're all part of the same crew. Could you please speak with a bit more respect? Huh? Respect? Su Bingbing laughed derisively at the mention of respect. Jiang Runan, what are you even? Do you think you're worthy of discussing respect? Do you believe that with just a word from me, both of you could be kicked out of the crew today? On what grounds? Jiang Runan's eyes were red with fury. It was clearly you who was in the wrong from the start. TSK, little Jiang, that's not correct, Li Jun, lounging with his legs crossed, remarked languidly. Didn't I tell you? It's about teaching you how to experience the tension of emotions. Not only did you fail to appreciate it, but you also dared to slander me? After saying this, he raised a hand to tousle his hair and turned to Fan Daojun, speaking slowly. I say, Director Fan, what do you think? Should such an impolite young actress be kept on? Well, Fan Daojun hesitated, saying nothing. What is there to hesitate about? Seeing Fan Daojun's reluctance to immediately comply, Li Jun expressed his dissatisfaction. Director Fan, let me be clear. My time is quite precious. And the only reason I agreed to take on this project was out of respect for the investors. If you're unwilling to continue collaborating with me, then do not blame. His words were suddenly cut off. With a loud splash, an entire bucket of cold water cascaded down upon him. Gazing at Li Jun, now drenched and resembling a drowned rat, the entire crew fell silent. The only sound that echoed was the crisp noise of water splattering on the ground. Apologies. Teacher Li Jun. The young boy casually tossed aside the water bucket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The farmer's 3 punches are unattainable. I suppose drinking tap water should suffice. The moment she heard that familiar voice, Jiang Runan felt a jolt run through her, as if struck by electricity. In disbelief, she turned her head. The sweltering summer breeze caressed her cheek, revealing the figure of a boy carrying a dripping water bucket. As she caught sight of his playful smile directed at her, the indignation that had clouded her eyes was instantly replaced with illumination and clarity. Meanwhile, after an initial moment of shock, Li Jun, with a twisted expression, suddenly roared in fury. He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing as he glared at the young man in the background wearing a supporting actor's costume, veins bulging on his forehead, his demeanor exceedingly menacing. Without uttering a word, he seized the loudspeaker from the table, preparing to strike the boy on the head. Oh no, this cannot happen. Beside him, Fan Daojun, quick-witted and agile, swiftly grabbed Li Jun to restrain him. Fan Daojun, let go of me. Li Jun struggled in vain, his rage palpable. No, I cannot release you. Fan Daojun held him tightly, urgently calling to the nearby crew members. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and help me restrain him. Oh. The crew members, upon hearing his plea, hurriedly rushed over, collectively pinning Li Jun down, rendering him immobile. In that moment, the soaked Li Jun, with his scant hair plastered to his scalp, looked particularly comical with his furious, red-eyed expression. Fan Daojun, what the hell are you doing? Why are you holding me down? Fan Daojun glanced at Lin Chu, a smile spreading across his face. My apologies, Brother Jun. I merely feared that a moment of impulse might lead to an unfortunate incident. Impulse? You dare accuse me of being impulsive? Li Jun, in a fit of rage, retorted with a sardonic laugh. Fan Daojun, are you blind? This pathetic supporting actor. How dare he douse me with water? If you don't provide me with an explanation today, don't blame me for quitting. In the face of Li Jun's threats, Fan Daojun remained unfazed. Well, if you choose not to perform, then so be it. Let's keep this civil. No need to get worked up. How dare you? Fan Daojun, you are something else. Li Jun struggled a few more times, realizing he could not break free, and decided to threaten him directly. Don't think I don't know that your production team has switched sponsors. Who would want to invest in this shabby production? They are only willing to take it on because of my status as the lead. Without me, what is your production team worth? Just wait for the investors to pull out again. A bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Fan Daojun chuckled helplessly, gesturing toward Lin Chu. What do you think, President Lin? I am puzzled, Lin Chu replied, equally exasperated, shrugging his shoulders. I've never heard of this so-called actor, Teacher Li. What did you say? Li Jun, initially furious, suddenly had a realization, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Wait, President Lin? Are you the owner of the new investment firm Ichu Media, Mr. Lin? However, Lin Chu completely disregarded the question. Instead, he approached Jiang Runin and tenderly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to meticulously wipe away the stains from her hair. Squinting his eyes, he quietly savored the gentle act of tending to her, filling Jiang Runin's heart with warmth. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. It doesn't seem so. Your eyes are so red. Have you been crying? And no, I haven't. How could you say that? After carefully cleaning Jiang Runin's face, Lin Chu took a step back to examine her closely. How dare they treat my little Nan this way? Those two scoundrels truly deserve punishment. With that, he turned to face the astonished Li Jun and his companion, his expression devoid of emotion, and coldly spoke. Now, tell me, how do you intend to make amends? Chapter 068. Let him be completely ruined. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, Li Jun and Su Bingbing were momentarily taken aback. Then, Li Jun sneered coldly. His tone indifferent. Young Master Lin truly has an audacious tongue. It's merely a fly-by-night company. Su Bingbing followed suit with a scoff. You only invested a paltry 5 million. What is there to boast about? I must inform you, young Master Lin. Li Jun glared at Lin Chu, his voice low and threatening. Having navigated this industry for many years, I possess a certain degree of connections. So, if you know what's good for you, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, I can make it impossible for your small, insignificant company to survive in this industry. Oh? In response, Lin Chu smiled dismissively. Since you are so confident, let us wait and see who truly struggles in this field. Fine, we shall see. Young Master Lin, oh dear, just as Li Jun, with a grim expression, was about to leave, the producer Wei Jin hurriedly approached. I apologize for being late. As he walked, Wei Jin first noticed the drenched Li Jun, and then glanced at the tense atmosphere in the crew, his previously cheerful demeanor faltering. However, he quickly seemed to grasp the situation. Stealing a glance at his old colleague Fan Daojun, who was glaring with raised eyebrows, he gestured towards the direction of the financier. Wei Jin suddenly understood. It appeared that Li Jun was once again causing a ruckus on set, only to find himself at odds with young Master Lin. It was likely that Lin had given him a stern lesson. In the past, Wei Jin would have acted as a mediator, smoothing things over for Li Jun's sake. But the current situation was different. After all, he, as the producer, was most aware of the strength of the investor, young Master Lin. To offend an emerging force in the industry for the sake of a fading star was a trade he would never entertain. Director Wei, your timing is impeccable. Seeing Wei Jin approach, Li Jun, with a dark expression, immediately inquired, where did you find this investor? Not only is their strength questionable, but their temper is quite formidable. They not only drenched me with water, but also dared to threaten my reputation. Li Jun, filled with resentment, continued, let me tell you, I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Now, you must find a way to resolve this. Chuckling softly at the sight of Li Jun, resembling a drowned rat, Wei Jin feigned a laugh, ignoring him, and turned directly to Lin Chu. Young Master Lin, what is your intention? 10 million, Lin Chu casually swept aside his bangs. His tone calm, I want this Li fellow completely ruined. What? The moment those words left his lips, not only Wei Jin but everyone present was left dumbfounded. Offering a staggering 10 million to obliterate Li Jun? Where did this lavish benefactor come from? Truly audacious. Mr. Lin, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Wei Jin cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Li Jun and cautiously spoke. Is there not a way for everyone to resolve this amicably? Must it be approached so directly? Lin Chu turned his gaze toward him. The cold glint in his eyes and the domineering aura he exuded sent a chill down Wei Jin's spine. This matter must be handled properly, the aloof youth stated emphatically. I will increase my investment in your production by 100 million. Well, what? 100 million. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Wei Jin froze, his mind momentarily blank. After a difficult swallow, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, trembling uncontrollably. An investment of 100 million. He had never managed such a substantial budget in his life. It felt like a dream. Mr. Lin, are you serious? I will give you 10 seconds to consider. 10. Please wait. I will handle it immediately. Without allowing Lin Chu to complete the count, Wei Jin decisively pulled out his phone, his hands shaking as he dialed the number. Hello? Brother Zhua, there's something. Watching Wei Jin hurriedly walk away while talking on the phone, Li Jin stood rooted in place, his last shred of hope evaporating in an instant. Just moments ago, he had audaciously mocked his opponent, claiming that Ichu was merely a fly-by-night operation. Now, in the blink of an eye, a staggering 110 million had been thrown around, only to backfire on himself. 110 million. This was a rhythm that threatened to ruin him utterly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jin began to tremble violently, panic consuming him. He was now entirely convinced that this young Mr. Lin was backed by a colossal capital investment beyond his capacity to contend with. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to offend such a powerful entity on his behalf. Furthermore, despite having portrayed positive characters on screen for many years, Li Jin indulged in a lifestyle of excess behind the scenes. Should this information come to light, a scandal would be the least of his worries. He might very well find himself facing dire consequences. Mr. Lin, please spare me. The psychological defenses of Li Jin crumbled, and he sank to his knees before Lin Chu. I am not responsible for any of this. I beg you, show mercy. Just let me go. In a desperate and frantic attempt to absolve himself, he clutched at the nearby Su Bingbing, exclaiming, it was her. It was all her idea. She spilled the milk tea. She was the one who struck. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Lin. If you are to blacklist anyone, let it be her. I promise to perform well for you. I will never dare to act out again. Damn it, Li Jin. You scoundrel. Hearing Li Jin shift all the blame onto her, Su Bingbing was immediately filled with fury and shouted in exasperation. You were the one who instructed me to do all of this. How can you now cast all the responsibility on me? Are you even a man? The foul-mouthed harlot. Everyone knows it was you. Do you dare to slander me? You venomous woman. How dare you, Li Jin? What of it if I curse you? You wretched creature. Silence yourself. Enraged, Li Jin bellowed, delivering a sharp slap to Su Bingbing's face. The sound echoed sharply, catching the unsuspecting Su Bingbing off guard, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the ground. With her hair disheveled and makeup in disarray, Su Bingbing covered her swollen cheek, frantically lunging at Li Jin, tugging at his hair while shrieking and striking him. Li Jin, beast, I shall fight you to the end. Let go of me. You mad woman. Damn it. Why are you biting? Observing the two entangled on the ground, Lin Chu pinched the bridge of his nose, shaking his head in exasperation. What are you all standing there for? Seeing the commotion, the cautious Fan Dao Jun quickly waved to the security personnel. Hurry and remove these two. No. Please, Mr. Lin. As a group of security guards hoisted Li Jin away, he flailed his legs against the ground, wailing in despair. I realized my mistake. Please spare me. Let go. Let go. Mr. Lin, have mercy. Chapter 069. Ignoring the nonsense. Apologies, Achu. In the softly lit upscale restaurant, Jiang Runan gazed at Lin Chu across the table and spoke in a hushed tone. It's all because of me that you've spent so much money. Perhaps we should just let this matter go, shall we? That is out of the question. Lin Chu set down his chopsticks and replied earnestly, the contract for investing 100 million in the production team has already been signed. Do you wish for me to breach it? But Jiang Runan pursed her lips. No matter how you look at it, 100 million is far too much. Your money doesn't come from thin air. How can you spend it so recklessly? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu chuckled nonchalantly. To be honest, this investment was originally part of a 20 billion film investment reward from the system, which felt no different than money blowing in from the wind. Yet, there was a certain exhilaration in throwing around money like this. With this thought, Lin Chu cast a teasing grin at the beautiful senior. Oh dear, now you're concerned about your boyfriend's finances. Who said you're my boyfriend? Jiang Runan's cheeks flushed as she quickly crossed her arms, turning her proud face away. There hasn't even been a confession, and you wish to treat this as a settled matter? Dream on. Oh, Lin Chu nodded. Xiao Nan. I like you. Jiang Runan. WH what? How can you be so sudden? After a brief moment of blankness, the beautiful senior was left blushing fiercely, flustered, and disoriented. No. No. That doesn't count. This is too much. How can it not count? I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Just then, Lin Chu's phone on the table suddenly rang. Picking it up, he couldn't help but smirk. Well, here comes another to hold me accountable. Just a moment. I'll take this call. Hello. Taking a few steps away, Lin Chu answered the call with a smile. President's son, what can I do for you? Lin Chu. What a bold move. Sunny's straightforward and refreshing voice came through the receiver. I just saw the contract. 100 million. You're quite something. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not complimenting you. Lin Chu, have you lost your mind? You're pouring 100 million into such a lousy show? If you have so much money to burn, give it to me. I'll spend it for you, okay? Sure, my money has always been your money. Spend it however you wish. Don't hesitate. Let us have a serious conversation. I'm not joking with you. Then let us talk seriously, Lin Chu said, glancing at Jiang Runan in the distance, smiling at her before continuing. According to the contract, not only will this show be reworked, but the lead role will also be reassigned to Xiao Nan. As her first film project, I believe this 100 million is worth it. You. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, Sunny fell silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. All right, I understand. Sunny's tone returned to a state of calm. Since this is your decision, we shall proceed accordingly. I will arrange for the company's legal team to handle the contract matters. You've worked hard, dear sister. What nonsense. You're simply enjoying yourself while leaving all the difficult tasks to me. The familiar voice of the fierce lioness erupted from the phone once more. By the way, how are you managing to find the office location in Huhai? What? You haven't been serious about this, have you? Oh, these are trivial matters. We can arrange everything once we arrive in Huhai. Dealing with a carefree manager like you is truly exhausting. Sun Yi let out a bitter laugh and suddenly asked, by the way, you will still be in Hengdian today, right? Yes, why? Nothing. Just checking. The young man was startled by the sudden loud voice. What do you mean nothing? Huh? Why did you suddenly hang up? Looking at the disconnected call screen, Lin Chu rubbed his ear, bewildered, blinking in confusion. At the same time, in Luqing, on the third-floor terrace of a villa, Sunny stood at the railing and casually tossed her phone onto the table. Her fair hands gripped the railing tightly as her body leaned back slowly. Her upper body slightly protruded from the enclosure, and her long, lustrous hair, cascading down like a golden waterfall, danced in the breeze. She gazed blankly at the evening sky, adorned with colorful clouds. A complex glimmer flickered slowly in her clear eyes. So annoying. It's all so inexplicable. My heart is just so troubled. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Chu returned to his seat, smiling at Jiang Runan. It's all right. The beautiful senior replied with a cheerful smile, pushing a small plate towards Lin Chu. Looking down, he saw it was filled with peeled crab meat and shrimp. Wow, is all of this for me? Yep, take your time eating. You're so wonderful, Runan. Buffed who belongs to you? Not happening. After finishing their dinner amidst laughter, the two of them walked out of the restaurant, hand in hand, crossing the street back to Jiang Runan's residence in Hengdian. Due to the lengthy filming schedule, she chose to rent a place with better cost-effectiveness instead of staying at a hotel. The location was not far from the filming site and was a fairly well-equipped apartment complex. Upon opening the door, Lin Chu followed Jiang Runan inside. The apartment was not large, consisting of a living room and a bedroom. Although the decor was not particularly exquisite, it was overall acceptable. It's a bit messy in here. Not at all. It's quite tidy, Lin Chu replied with a smile, glancing over to notice some intimate clothing drying on the balcony. Wow. Compared to Sunny, Jiang Runan's style was surprisingly more revealing. But then again, it made sense. Strictly speaking, Jiang Runan also embodies the tall and elegant demeanor. However, her physique is undeniably more voluptuous than that of Sunny. As for her legs, they are not to be dismissed. Indeed, she possesses a pair of long legs herself. Yet, one cannot deny that Sun Yi's legs are truly unparalleled. Upon noticing Lin Chu's gaze, Jiang Runan's face flushed slightly. No, don't look. The beautiful and sophisticated lady playfully scolded, hurriedly covering Lin Chu's eyes. Close your eyes. Sit on the sofa for a moment. Be good. Do not open your eyes. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. All right, I understand. Lin Chu responded with resignation. His eyes covered as he sat on the sofa. What does it matter? I did not come here merely to witness such things. I am here for, cough, best left unspoken. Chapter 070. blooming hastily gathering her belongings. Jiang Runan shot an annoyed glare at Lin Chu. You sit obediently on the sofa. I shall take a shower first. Is this how direct you are? Direct? What are you talking about? Jiang Runan huffed as she rushed over, playfully pinching Lin Chu's cheeks on either side. Are you not tired of thinking about that trivial matter all day long? Do you even understand what romance means? Got it. I'm going to shower now. Jiang Runan stood up, raising her small fist in a mock threat. No wandering thoughts. No looking around. No moving about. Or else, I shall be forced to take action. Lin Chu gazed at her, his expression one of innocent grievance. Just before leaving, Jiang Runan couldn't help but chuckle and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. All right, be good and patiently wait for your sister. Without waiting for Lin Chu's response, she strode away, her long legs carrying her with a cheerful demeanor. The bathroom door clicked shut. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from within. Lin Chu, seated on the sofa, swiftly took out his phone and sent a message. Soon, footsteps approached from outside the apartment door. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a group of individuals in work uniforms, standing respectfully at the threshold, greeting Lin Chu in hushed tones. Hello, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chu nodded slightly. Let us make haste. Understood. As the day waned, the room fell into a dim ambience. The water sounds from the bathroom gradually ceased. After a series of rustling sounds, the frosted glass door, which had been firmly shut, slowly opened a crack. Amidst the rising steam, Jiang Runan emerged from the bathroom, her freshly washed black hair elegantly styled, her fair complexion glowing with a delicate blush. What is going on? Observing the dark, quiet room outside the bathroom, the girl voiced her confusion. Lin Chu, where are you? Why is the light off? Just then, in the midst of her bewilderment, the crisp sound of a switch echoed, and suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a soft, warm glow. This world has so many people. How fortunate I am to have you. As the music began to play, a gentle and languorous voice enveloped the room, illuminating it as if 1,000 stars had just been revealed. Jiang Runan instinctively covered her mouth, disbelief washing over her as her heart began to race. At that moment, the room had been transformed into a romantic sea of flowers. Red, yellow, orange, pink, various roses bloomed vibrantly, turning the modest living space into a veritable ocean of blossoms. Twinkling candlelight danced amidst the flowers, enhancing the already enchanting atmosphere with an even more romantic allure. Surrounded by the gentle glow of lights, Lin Chu stood there, gazing at the astonished Jiang Runan with a tender smile. Romance is the deadliest poison for women, a spectacle often reserved for television dramas. For the youthful Jiang Runan, merely 19 and in the bloom of her life, such unguarded and sudden romance leaves her utterly defenseless. This overwhelming surge of unexpected sentiment is enough to deeply move her, igniting a fervor that compels her to disregard all else. With a slight pursing of her lips, a cascade of tears, filled with emotion rather than sorrow or pain, escapes from her sparkling eyes. You naughty little brother. You wicked little brother. I truly, truly like you. In the next instant, the beautiful senior's body acts before her thoughts can catch up, as she leaps into Lin Chu's embrace, her arms tightly enveloping him in silence. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, lift to meet his, exuding an enchanting allure reminiscent of autumn waters, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that frame her face. Lin Chu smiles and asks, Do you like it? Jiang Runan replies, nodding vigorously, her hands encircling his neck. Then, on tiptoe, she leans in and kisses him. As the sultry summer breeze wafts into the room, it stirs the ocean of roses, causing them to sway gently. Amidst the tranquil fragrance, the bud, poised to bloom, finally embraces its moment of fervent blossoming. Morning breaks. Radiant sunlight filters through the window, illuminating the dim room with a golden glow. In the morning light, Lin Chu, still in slumber, slowly turns his head, struggling to open his eyes. His mind, temporarily in a state of disarray, gazes blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling above. Gradually, the events of the previous night begin to resurface in his memory, and a subtle smile tugs at the corners of his lips. As he shifts slightly, his gaze unexpectedly meets the bright eyes of Jiang Runan. Her tousled black hair cascades over her fair cheeks, and although she bears a hint of sleepiness, she remains breathtakingly beautiful. Awake? Lin Chu smiles gently, tenderly caressing her delicate skin. She responds, taking his hand in hers. As she gazes at him, a rosy hue spreads across her cheeks. Shyly lowering her head, she leans in, her warm face burying itself against Lin Chu's chest. You rascal, she teases, playfully pinching his arm. Another sea of roses, more candlelight and wine. You still claim you've never been in love? What a fib. I'm not lying, Lin Chu protests. Feeling wronged. I merely entrusted the professional matters to the experts, all right? Before arriving in Hengdian, he had already contacted the best celebration company in the area, ensuring they were prepared at all times, waiting for the perfect moment to execute their plans. With a single phone call, everything was set up promptly. And to ensure the best possible outcome while minimizing any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Chu even requested dozens of contingency plans to be prepared. In a myriad of scenarios, locations, and environments, there exists but one requirement: to orchestrate a romantic sea of roses that meets Lin Deshao's specifications in the shortest possible time. Naturally, achieving such a feat demands a considerable financial investment. After all, a whole company stands ready at a moment's notice. Without sufficient funds, who would heed your call? However, for Lin Chu, money is the least of his concerns at present. Moreover, in terms of the outcome, this expenditure proves to be remarkably worthwhile, indeed. Upon discovering Lin Chu's prior intentions, Jiang Runin let out a soft huff in her embrace. She had long suspected the mischievous inclinations of this young man. Despite all precautions, she had still fallen victim to his charms. Yet, regardless, she would ultimately be his girlfriend. What difference did it make? Who said I would become your girlfriend? Jiang Runin retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Did you confess yesterday? Honestly, you were so eager from the start, like a restless beast. Lin Chu paused, taken aback by her words. After a moment of reflection, he realized that in his haste the previous night, he had indeed overlooked this crucial detail. A miscalculation, indeed. Shall I rectify this now? Humph. A case of hindsight. I won't agree to you. Oh, is that so? Goodness gracious. Are you never going to let this go? Chapter 071, Memories of Jiangnan. Most remembered is Lin Zhou Ding. The host has acquired an unforgettable, profound experience. Pleasure value 1,000. Inside the Cantonese restaurant, Lin Chu was savoring exquisite dim sum when suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Passive talent silver-tongued. Passive talent silver-tongued. From now on, your spoken words will carry greater conviction, making it easier for others to genuinely believe in them. Indeed, this was a moment worthy of remembrance. The reward obtained was extraordinary. The addition of 1,000 pleasure points is noteworthy enough. The newly acquired passive talent, silver-tongued, was something Lin Chu desperately needed. Whether it was painting grand visions for his employees in his career or weaving sweet words for the ladies in matters of the heart, this ability would prove immensely beneficial. With this in mind, Lin Chu joyfully lifted his gaze, gazing affectionately at Jiang Runin seated before him. Darling, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? Ah, are you insane? Just enjoy your meal. Lin Chu. How could this be useless? Perhaps my approach was flawed? In a fit of indignation, Lin, feeling embarrassed, impulsively added the newly obtained 1,000 pleasure points to his charm. With 250 pleasure points enhancing it by 1 point, his charm increased from 76 to 80. Charm. 80. Excellent charming. With an excellent level of charm and the talent of silver-tongued, surely this would suffice. Darling, hush. I'm on the phone. Lin Chu. TT, system, your ability is unreliable. Hello, Mom. Casting a puzzled glance at the visibly frustrated Lin Chu, Jiang Runin answered the call. Yes, the crew will indeed take a break for a while. Ah, no. We will continue filming. It's just a slight alteration to the plot. When will you come home? In a couple of days, I suppose. Cough. Upon hearing a cough from across the table, Jiang Runin jumped in surprise and shot a fierce glare at Lin Chu, who was suppressing a cough. Oh, it's nothing. There is no one else here. Pouting and frowning, she silently warned the young man before smiling at the phone. I'm currently dining out. I should be back in about, for days. All right, Mom, bye. After ending the call, the beautiful senior glared at Lin Chu with indignation. What are you doing? Acting all grumpy. How could I not be grumpy? Lin Chu spread his hands in exasperation. We just entered the honeymoon phase, filled with passion. And yet my wife suddenly decides to return to her family. Who could endure that? Who is your wife? Jiang Runin exclaimed. Her pristine complexion quickly flushed with a rosy hue, extending to her delicate neck. I just thought I'd give you a few extra days. 2 extra days? That is hardly sufficient. Lin Zhong gritted his teeth, fiercely arguing for his happiness in the coming days. Is it still not enough? If you think it's insufficient, then I shall take my leave. Must you be so ruthless? Lin Chu, struck by a sudden inspiration, quickly raised her hand and suggested, Sister Xiaonan. I have yet to visit Lin Chu. Why don't I accompany you on your return? You can be my guide and show me around for a few days. This proposal was met with enthusiasm. Jiang Runin's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed into a charming arc. I grew up in Lin Chu. I know it like the back of my hand. I will definitely ensure you enjoy yourself. Lin Chu nodded eagerly. As long as the food is good, I am more inclined towards having fun. Having successfully dismissed Li Jin and others, coupled with Lin Chu's additional investment of 1 billion, Wei Jin and Fan Daojun, who were prepared to embark on a serious endeavor, decisively abandoned the original script filled with melodramatic elements. They enlisted the assistance of an unknown original screenwriter, intending to refine the script based on the original concept. The theme would still revolve around the era of resistance during the war, but they planned to eliminate the nonsensical plotlines. Adhering to the strictest standards, they aimed to create an exceptional script, changing the lead actors and rewriting the plot. With most aspects being rebuilt from scratch, such an undertaking would be nearly impossible in any other production. However, the current situation was different. With funding secured, everything was negotiable. Hence, the project was temporarily on hold, leaving the established lead actress, Jiang Runin, in a state of leisure. Lin Chu was known for her spontaneous nature. After finishing her meal, she promptly notified Wei Jin, who immediately arranged for a business vehicle. Linzhou was not too far from Hengdian, just over a 2-hour drive. Heeding Jiang Runin's advice, they selected a star-rated hotel conveniently located near Westlake. After completing the check-in procedures at the front desk, the two made their way to their room. The interior was exquisitely decorated, showcasing a luxurious yet unconventional new Chinese style. The round, traditional-style floor-to-ceiling windows invited the picturesque view of Westlake into the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, they gazed outside, where lush green willows swayed, mountains undulated, and the lake shimmered, creating a serene and refreshing atmosphere. "What do you think?" Jiang Runin, hands on her hips, asked with a triumphant expression. "Isn't Westlake beautiful?" "Indeed, it is quite splendid," Lin Chu replied, nodding. Although not as vast as the ocean, the harmonious interplay of lake and mountain, imbued with natural elegance, was remarkably soothing. The essence of Jiangnan's beauty, particularly Linzhou's, was vividly manifested in this city and its waters. "Ah, home is indeed the best," Jiang Runin remarked with a smile, stretching her arms in a leisurely yawn. From Lin Chu's perspective, the snug tank top beneath her sun protection attire accentuated her beautifully toned figure. The curvature of her chest was perfectly proportioned. Her waist was slender and fair, and her legs were straight and elongated, not the kind of skinny, stick-like legs, but rather a figure that was slightly slimmer than voluptuous. Truly, she epitomized the classic ideal of beauty, an exquisite sight to behold. "Dear," Lin Chu expressed with genuine concern, "after such a long journey, you must be utterly exhausted. Come, allow me to give you a massage to alleviate your fatigue." "Not a chance," Jiang Runin replied playfully, raising an eyebrow with a charming smile. "Brother, I can hear you calculating quite clearly." "Oh, what calculations are you talking about? Just take a nap and rest a while." "Absolutely not." "Sleep? No way," Jiang Runin exclaimed, seizing Lin Chu's hand with determination. "The timing is perfect," she continued, her enthusiasm palpable as she tugged Lin Chu toward the door. "Wait, what are you planning to do? What else could it be?" "Of course, I'm taking you out for some fun." "Seriously? It's sweltering outside. Are you really sure you don't want to rest a bit first?" "Enough already. I told you to come with me. I promise you won't be disappointed." Chapter 072. What? You two have secretly entered a world of your own? Westlake is far more expansive than Lin Chu had ever imagined. Just visiting the scenic spot of the 3 ponds mirroring the moon, featured on a 1 yuan bill, left him sweating profusely. By the time they had traversed half of the 10 scenic spots of Westlake, he could not help but exclaim his exhaustion. Exploring Westlake is not comparable to a leisurely day at the seaside of Deer City, where one simply needs to find a comfortable spot to relax. The attractions at Westlake are plentiful, and after an afternoon of wandering, his legs felt sore. In contrast, Jiang Runin, a native of Linzhou, was even more enthusiastic than Lin Chu, who was visiting for the first time. She clung to him, delighting in every moment of their excursion. As evening approached, they found themselves by the lake next to Jixianting. The setting sun melted into gold, casting a splendid golden hue on the rippling water, shimmering brilliantly yet gently. In their small boat, Jiang Runin leaned against Lin Chu's shoulder, gazing at the breathtaking sunset in the distance. Her delicate cheeks flushed. She resembled a radiant lotus blooming in the summer breeze under the tender glow of dusk. "How lovely," the beautiful senior murmured softly. her voice as soothing and pleasant as a cat stretching lazily. I wish we could stay like this forever. If you like, we can remain like this. Lin Chu replied with a smile. Jiang Runin did not respond but snuggled closer into his embrace, a blissful smile gracing her exquisite lips. In the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere, their phones chimed simultaneously with incoming messages. Upon checking, they found notifications from the group chat titled Nervous Goddess and Little Puppy. Tangy. Everyone. I'm so bored, what is everyone up to? Qin Xuan. Same here, just lying around at home. Sun E. Likewise. I'm so idle, I'm planning to return to Shanghai in a couple of days. Qin Xuan. Now that you mention it, I want to go back to school too. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought the ticket in advance. Tang Yi. Just reschedule, come back soon. I'm waiting for you all, Tang Yi. By the way, why hasn't Xiaonan said anything? Jiang Runin, calling Xiaonan. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Jiang Runin smiled slightly. With her head resting against Lin Chu's, she captured a photo of the picturesque West Lake behind them. After posting the picture in the group, her friends erupted in excitement. Tang Yi, wow wow wow. Little Bai Chi, you really know how to have fun. Qin Xuan, wait a minute. Have you two really entered a world of your own, angry? Sun E, more dog food. I'm leaving the group. Jiang Runin, Achu has come to Linzhou, and I'm showing him around Westlake. Okay. Jiang Runin, if you come, I'll treat you all nicely too. Tang Yi, respectfully, I'm taking the high-speed train over right now. Jiang Runin, sounds great. Tang Yi, humph. I don't want to come over and be your light bulb. The group of friends bantered for a while before settling down. After enjoying the sunset on the water, they took a taxi to a time-honored restaurant by West Lake. As the host, Jiang Runin took the lead in ordering the dishes. Longjing shrimp, West Lake vinegar fish, Dompa pork, and beggar's chicken are among the classic Hangzhou dishes, and they ordered a splendid array. The flavors were delicate, and the presentation exquisite. However, the West Lake vinegar fish left Lin Chu somewhat bewildered. The West Lake is indeed beautiful, the vinegar is of fine quality, and the fish is excellent, yet the combination produced an oddly dissonant flavor. After finishing their meal, the two exited the restaurant. They strolled along the street and browsed through a shopping mall. Just as Lin Chu was about to suggest returning to the hotel to rest, Jiang Runin unexpectedly pulled him into the Sam's Club located within the mall, intending to procure some snacks and daily necessities. Jiang Runin possessed a slight case of obsessive cleanliness. According to her, she never utilized the hotel's toiletries or consumables while traveling. Lin Chu concurred with this sentiment, as one could never know the peculiar preferences of previous occupants in the room. For instance, Lin Chu had once read a news article about someone who had mixed something rather unsavory into the hotel's shower gel. The mere thought was revolting. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Chu pushed a shopping cart, while Jiang Runin charmingly linked her arm with his. They resembled a newlywed couple, leisurely wandering through the aisles. As a girl, Jiang Runin was accustomed to carefully selecting her purchases. Conversely, Lin Chu, having lived independently for many years, was also adept at discerning quality in daily necessities. Thus, their shopping excursion turned out to be surprisingly harmonious. Do you want to buy a box of Swiss rolls, Xiaonan? Yes, yes. And I want to eat some mochi too. What about sparkling water? Is this the flavor? Shall we get some nutritional express? No, absolutely not. The two began in the fresh produce and beverage section, acquiring an abundance of snacks and drinks. They then ventured to the personal care aisle, selecting toothpaste, shampoo, and other essentials. As they emerged from the personal care section, Lin Chu naturally intended to proceed into the adjacent product area. However, Jiang Runin, still linked to his arm, glanced up inadvertently and suddenly froze, her cheeks flushed as she hastily came to a stop. Initially, her instinct was to pull Lin Chu back outside. But after a moment's hesitation, she cautiously stepped toward the shelves, resembling a female spy from the Nationalist Army, not daring to look closely. She discreetly grabbed a box from the shelf and, feeling it was too hot to handle, quickly tossed it into the shopping cart. Lin Chu, bemused, thought to himself, who does she look down upon? Is this all there is? What kind of officer cannot withstand such a test? Gripping Jiang Runin's delicate hand, Lin Chu confidently strode into the product area. He seized items that caught his eye, regardless of their origin or brand, tossing them into the cart. The vibrant colors, diverse packaging, and myriad flavors dazzled Jiang Runin, leaving her cheeks aflame and her legs feeling weak. That little brother is a real brute. After they finished shopping and settled the bill, they emerged from the store. As Jiang Runin seized the soft flesh at Lin Chu's waist when he least expected it, she twisted it with a fierce grip. The young boy grimaced in pain, his face contorting in a mask of discomfort. What are you doing? That hurts. What do you mean by that? Jiang Runen's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the color of blood. As she glanced at the vibrant assortment of boxes within the solitary shopping bag, you saw it yourself. The expression on the cashier's face when she rang up the purchase. I did see it, and she was utterly envious. Envious, my foot. Jiang Runen huffed, shoving the shopping bag into Lin Chu's hands. You bought it. You carry it. Where are you going? To the restroom. Chapter 073, a generous supplement. With several shopping bags in hand, Lin Chu patiently awaited at the restroom entrance. In the distance, a middle-aged couple approached. The woman, her hair elegantly pinned up, donned a long dress adorned with ethnic patterns. Though aging, she retained an alluring charm, her demeanor exuding grace and poise. The man beside her wore a traditional Chinese jacket, his hair meticulously groomed, and sported a pair of vintage round glasses commonly associated with scholars of the Republic era, radiating an air of cultured refinement. As they reached the restroom door, the elegant woman handed her shopping bags to the man before entering. The bespectacled gentleman stood nearby, holding the bags, perhaps sharing an unspoken camaraderie with Lin Chu. The two men, one older and one younger, exchanged a brief glance, offering polite smiles and nods of acknowledgement. Ah, young man. Are you waiting for someone? The middle-aged man, perhaps weary of the wait or simply drawn to the youthful good looks of Lin Chu, initiated a conversation with a friendly tone. Yes, I'm waiting for my girlfriend, Lin Chu replied. Oh, I see. The man chuckled, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the colorful assortment of shopping bags Lin Chu carried. His friendly smile faltered for a moment. My goodness, you've bought quite a lot. Are you preparing for a battle? He shook his head, pondering to himself. Yet, he mused, at such a tender age. The exuberance of youth likely rendered fatigue a foreign concept. But poor girl, I wonder whose daughter she is, haha. Noticing the man's surprised expression, Lin Chu smiled and shifted the bags behind him. Ah, young man, you seem to be in great shape, the middle-aged man remarked, his smile tinged with polite awkwardness. It's quite normal for young people like you. I was the same in my youth. Oh, really? Lin Chu replied, blinking in curiosity. Uncle, I've heard that frequent stress can lead to hair loss, but you seem to maintain yourself quite well. Do you have any special tips? Tips, you say? It's merely about maintaining a balanced lifestyle, the middle-aged man chuckled, unfurling a fan to reveal a side inscribed with calligraphy. Chinan Medical Clinic. Are you a doctor, uncle? Yes, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. No wonder you look so well preserved. Lin Chu exclaimed. Actually, maintaining one's health isn't too difficult. Flattered by Lin Chu's compliment, the middle-aged man smiled with pride as he shared his insights. The key lies in a regular routine regarding diet and daily activities, nurturing both body and mind. Regular exercise is essential, although we in traditional medicine do not advocate for intense workouts like running. Instead, gentle practices like the 8 sections of brocade or standing meditation are far more beneficial. Of course, in certain situations, utilizing specific herbal prescriptions for nourishment can also be effective. Specific herbal prescriptions? Lin Chu's interest was piqued at this revelation. This item is quite remarkable. Lin Chu is genuinely inclined to embrace the traditional culture of our ancestors. Uncle, might you entrust me with this formula? With sincerity etched upon her face, Lin Chu continued. To be honest, I have long admired our nation's traditional culture. The middle-aged man paused, contemplating that perhaps all his previous words had been in vain, as she seemed to have only grasped this one sentiment. Yet, considering the serendipity of their encounter, he decided to indulge her. He retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and swiftly pinned down a prescription. This particular formula, derived from the health and wellness section of the Jin Kue Yaolu, is gentle yet effective, primarily serving to replenish deficiencies and enhance vitality. Should one occasionally feel fatigued, they may brew the herbs prescribed into a tea. At your age, you might not require it much, but if consumed regularly as a daily tea, it can be quite beneficial in the long run. Thank you, uncle, Lin Chu exclaimed, receiving the prescription as if it were a treasure. Upon closer inspection, she noted the elegant characters inscribed in a slender, gold style, listing ingredients such as goji berries, huangjing, duzhong, and epimedium, among others. It appeared to be a splendid tonic. Despite Lin Chu possessing a rather unconventional system, it seemed that thus far, she had not been endowed with any extraordinary abilities. There were no signs of superhuman strength, rapid recovery, or extreme resilience, nothing of the sort. At present, she was merely an ordinary man, barely achieving a score of 70 in the system's assessment. Just meeting the baseline of normalcy and shamefully labeled as a novice by the system. She could not compare to the esteemed readers before the screen. Thus, for the sake of a harmonious future, Lin Chu believed it prudent to draw upon the wisdom of our glorious national culture. Just as she carefully tucked the note into her LV handbag, a beautiful senior walked out of the restroom with long strides. "Apologies," Jiang Runan said, shaking off the water from her hands, her tone slightly apologetic. "There were quite a few people. I kept you waiting." "No worries, let us go," Lin Chu replied, stepping forward to take Jiang Runan's hand. She then turned to the dazed uncle and said, "Uncle, we're leaving now." "Uncle?" The middle-aged man stuttered in surprise. Just then, a plastic shopping bag he was holding slipped from his grip, spilling its contents across the floor. "Runan?" he exclaimed, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Lin Chu, taken aback, thought to herself, "Wait, this guy is actually the esteemed elder?" She was astonished after just requesting a prescription. This is too much. Simultaneously, Jiang Shuan stared blankly at the two clasped hands before glancing at the colorful plastic bag in Lin Chu's possession. "Wait a minute, whose daughter is she that she is mine? All of this is for Runan? How much is all of this?" The old man had indeed given him a prescription. What a sin. Having devoted his life to the healing arts and earning the reputation of a skilled and compassionate healer, old Jiang's mind was now consumed with thoughts of concocting a remedy to rid himself of this young man before him, one that would result in a swift and violent demise. Otherwise, he could never assuage the resentment in his heart over the loss of his daughter. "Old Jiang, how did everything end up on the floor?" Nan? My dear child, what are you doing here?" As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the strikingly graceful woman who had just emerged from the restroom came into view. Upon seeing her husband, her long-absent daughter, and an unfamiliar young man, the three stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 074. If it is fate, then let it be. In the living room, the sliding door stood ajar, allowing a warm night breeze to sweep in from the terrace, lifting the sheer white curtains. Seated side by side on a small wooden bench were Lin Chu and Jiang Runan, while Jiang Shuwen and Yang Jiqing occupied the grand armchairs opposite them. A colorful plastic bag on the floor rustled softly in the wind, contributing to the increasingly silent atmosphere within the room. With a complex expression, Yang Jiqing glanced at her daughter and then cast a sidelong look at her husband. Noticing the gaze from his wife, Jiang Shuwen raised an eyebrow in resignation, adjusted his glasses, and cleared his throat. His daughter had grown up and would inevitably seek a boyfriend. Old Jiang had once envisioned this day, yet he could hardly have anticipated its swift arrival or the peculiar manner in which it unfolded. "Ahem. Little Lin, you see, I too was young once." Jiang Shuan began cautiously, "So, such matters should be approached with moderation." His sentence was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pinch from his wife. Observing this exchange, Lin Chu silently nodded in understanding. No wonder Runan enjoyed pinching others. It appeared to be a family tradition. "Nanan, little Lin," Yang Jiqing's piercing gaze swept over the two, and she spoke slowly. "You are both adults now, and as elders, there are certain matters we prefer not to elaborate upon. I only hope you can manage your relationship well." "I understand, Andy," Lin Chu replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. "I genuinely care for Runan, and from this day forward, I am willing to take good care of her." With a silver tongue, he launched into his declaration. Perhaps his talent was truly at play, or perhaps his performance was simply impeccable. Regardless, despite being an ordinary phrase, the sincerity reflected in the youth's demeanor compelled Yang Jiqing and Jiang Shuwen to nod in unison, instinctively choosing to trust the young man before them. Of course, how could they not believe him? Their daughter had been quite taken with him. Oh well, it was what it was. The young man was quite handsome, and standing next to their daughter, they would have to admit they made a splendid pair. Coupled with his admirable attitude and Runan's affection, if it was fate, then let it be. Meanwhile, Jiang Runan, who had been secretly observing her parents, noticed the easing of their expressions. The tension that had gripped her heart finally dissipated. This matter could be considered resolved. The silence in the living room melted away like a thawing iceberg. The remainder of the evening was spent with Lin Chu engaging in light conversation with her parents. Though the small talk was a facade, the inquiries into his personal circumstances were genuine. Lin Chu, with candor and grace, left a commendable impression on the couple. As the evening drew to a close, the aunt and uncle bid farewell, wishing a safe journey. "I shall accompany Lin Chu," Jiang Runan declared, receiving a prompt affirmation from her parents. Stepping outside, she playfully slipped on her slippers to see him off. Once the door softly clicked shut, the once poised and elegant Lin Chu slumped against the elevator door, resembling a deflated balloon, exhaling deeply. Observing her despondent younger brother, Jiang Runan couldn't suppress a giggle. Serves you right for being so arrogant. How could I have known I would encounter your parents during a mere trip to the supermarket? Lin Chu shook his head, suddenly gazing at Jiang Runan. Tell me, if you were to go missing tonight, would your parents report it? The beautiful senior responded with a sardonic smile. What do you think? I doubt they would, Lin Chu mumbled, dejectedly stepping into the elevator. Where could he find recourse in this situation? Had he known it would unfold this way, he might as well have remained in Hongdian. Wait, just as he entered the elevator, Jiang Runan yanked him back outside. What is it? Lin Chu asked, his expression puzzled. Jiang Runan smiled bashfully. Well, today was certainly unexpected. Accompanying you is out of the question, but perhaps I could offer you a small consolation for your pitiful state. Lin Chu paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the dimly lit fire escape behind her. I always knew you were the best sister, he exclaimed, only to be met with a playful huff. Oh, you're so impatient. If your body is unresponsive, your mind must be malfunctioning. Honestly, you're quite exasperating. In the living room, Yang Jiqing turned to her husband. What do you think about today's events? What can be said? Jiang Shuan fanned himself with a paper fan. Our daughter is growing up. As long as she is happy, what more can we as parents control? Besides, I find young Lin quite appealing, handsome and well-mannered. He seems a fitting match. Well-mannered? Yang Jiqing's gaze instinctively fell upon a plastic bag on the floor, emblazoned with phrases like ultimate ribbed and super granules. Is that what you call refined? Jiang Shuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Dear, please have a proper talk with our daughter. We should maintain a sense of normalcy. He was met with an eye roll from his wife. What do you think of young Lin? I'm inclined to take your advice. Sighing, Yang Jiqing replied. I do believe Lin is quite commendable. He is handsome, attends a prestigious university, and has no family ties left. Indeed, is that truly a virtue? Jiang Shuan paused, taken aback. Why wouldn't it be considered so? Yang Jiqing cast him a glance and said, just think about it. We have a daughter. And marrying her off in the future means she won't have to endure her in-laws' temper, right? Upon reflection, Jiang Shuan nodded in realization and murmured softly, once their relationship stabilizes. Perhaps our daughter could persuade Xiaolin to directly join our family. I see no issue with that. Get out of here. Where are your thoughts wandering? She retorted playfully. It's perfectly fine for you to contemplate the in-laws, but I cannot consider the idea of incorporating him into our family. All right, enough with this nonsense. Yang Jiqing waved her hand dismissively. So, shall we settle this matter? Are we to refrain from intervening in their affairs? I think that's agreeable, Jiang Shuan concurred. How about this? Tomorrow, your elder sister's daughter is bringing her boyfriend home for dinner, right? It would be perfect to invite Nan to bring Xiaolin along as well, so the whole family can enjoy a lively gathering. Is that really appropriate? Yang Jiqing hesitated. You know my elder sister's rather boastful temperament. I've heard that Tanjing's boyfriend is a study abroad returnee, and our family's situation. What about our family? Jiang Shuan interjected, eyes wide. He graduated from a prestigious university and is quite accomplished, not at all inferior to her so-called overseas returnee. The key point is, he is young and possesses immense potential. Your argument holds merit. Shall we finalize this decision then? Let it be settled. I will have our daughter inform him shortly. Wait, where is our daughter? Chapter 075. The ride. On the following morning, Lin Chu emerged from the hotel and took a taxi to the foot of Jiang Runan's building. Upon disembarking, he spotted the beautiful senior standing patiently in the shade, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she waved at him. Looking up, he beheld Jiang Runan dressed in a white off-shoulder mini dress, adorned with cascading lace trimmings that exuded both purity and charm. The fitted design accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection. Her lovely visage, reminiscent of the most delicate porcelain, was utterly flawless. Her long, raven hair swayed gently with her movements, exuding beauty and elegance that captivated the attention of passers-by. It must be said that a beauty like Jiang Runan undoubtedly represents the quintessential ideal in the hearts of men across all ages, a true embodiment of ethereal grace. Didn't we say we were meeting for lunch? Why so early? As Jiang Runan affectionately linked her arm with his, Lin Chu imagined he could hear the sound of hearts breaking all around them. With a smile, Lin Chu replied, Come, accompany me to the 4S dealership. To the dealership? Jiang Runan blinked in confusion. What for? I had booked a vehicle in advance, Lin Chu explained simply. I'm picking it up today. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Runan chose not to inquire further. She was well aware of Lin Chu's considerable wealth. After all, a young man who could casually spend 100 million would hardly resort to taking taxis or renting cars. It was indeed in his character to purchase a vehicle for convenience. Once they arrived at the 4S dealership and gazed upon the Grand RR logo emblazoned on the glass walls, Jiang Runan's eyes widened in realization. At that moment, she understood that Lin Chu's notion of a convenience vehicle was vastly different from the common interpretation. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" As they entered the showroom, a well-groomed saleswoman approached them. Her polished makeup and professional attire caused Jiang Runan to instinctively tighten her grip on Lin Chu's arm. Her anxiety was entirely unwarranted. Even with the allure of her sophisticated attire, the saleswoman paled in comparison to Jiang Runan in Lin Chu's eyes. Of course, that was not to say it would have been the same in the past. However, after spending time with the goddesses of Class 502, Lin Chu's standards regarding female beauty had ascended to an entirely new realm. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless. The reverse is a challenging feat nowadays. Any beauty falling short of goddess-level allure could hardly capture Lin Chu's attention. "Hello, I made a reservation for a vehicle yesterday," the young man stated, nodding slightly with a nonchalant demeanor. "Yesterday?" The saleswoman hesitated, her brow furrowing in surprise. "May I ask your surname?" "Lin. Why you are Mr. Lin?" Upon realizing his identity, the saleswoman's expression stiffened, her gaze towards Lin Chu transforming into one of astonished fervor, nearly causing her to swoon. Indeed, he was the enigmatic buyer who had purchased not one, but two luxury vehicles, a bevy version of the Cullinan and a long-wheelbase Phantom, both paid for in full. "What a remarkably youthful father. I am utterly enamored. Mr. Lin, please hold on for a moment while I promptly summon the manager," the saleswoman said with a respectful demeanor, leading Lin Chu to the VIP area before politely excusing herself. After her departure, as the two found themselves alone, Jiang Rua lowered her voice and inquired, "Are you truly certain about purchasing such an extravagant vehicle merely for transportation?" "It is not solely for that purpose," Lin Chu replied, bowing his head to elucidate further. "As I am running a company, the strength and image of the business hold great significance. Hence, I have decided to acquire two automobiles. The funds for this purchase will come from the company account, and it is registered under the company's name, serving as a legitimate means of tax optimization." "Oh," Jiang Rua nodded, grasping the concept that purchasing luxury cars as a means to offset corporate income tax is a commonplace practice. Given that Lin Chu had effortlessly purchased a yacht worth over 20 million, acquiring two luxury vehicles for the sake of corporate image seemed rather trivial. However, what Jiang Ruo remained unaware of was that Lin Chu's motivation for acquiring such opulent Cullinan and Phantom models extended beyond mere tax benefits. More importantly, by purchasing these vehicles through the company account, they would be classified as company assets, thus qualifying for the double cashback benefit of the entrepreneur cashback card. The final price for a fully equipped Rolls-Royce Black Badge stood at $9.8 million, while the long wheelbase version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom totaled $12 million. The cumulative cashback would amount to nearly $43 million, yet akin to the previous travel cashback incident. The system provided a timely and considerate reminder. Cashback from the system only supports expenditures within a reasonable range. Should the system detect intentional manipulation for cashback, the entrepreneur cashback card will be rendered completely ineffective. Lin Chu fully comprehended this warning. If one could act without restraint, he could simply purchase thousands of vehicles and await wealth beyond measure. Such a notion would indeed strip the experience of its meaning, wouldn't it? Well, fine. That statement was merely a fleeting thought from Lin Chu. If it were genuinely feasible, he would find it quite amusing. To reap rewards without laboring would be an enticing prospect indeed. "Mr. Lin, greetings." Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed sales manager approached with a beaming smile. "We sincerely appreciate your choice of Rolls-Royce." Lin Chu nodded. "Are we now able to collect the vehicle?" "Absolutely," the manager replied with utmost seriousness. "By the way, Mr. Lin, as per your instructions, we have notified the headquarters to transfer the Phantom to the Huhai Rolls-Royce Center. You may collect it at your convenience, or our colleagues can deliver it to you. For now, we have arranged a modest vehicle collection ceremony for you, and we hope you will find it to your liking." The manager spoke with a warm smile and a tone of deep respect. Generally speaking, automobile sales personnel do not particularly favor buyers who pay in full. However, exceptions are made for luxury vehicles such as Rolls-Royce. A client capable of producing over 20 million in a single transaction represents an invaluable and elite resource for any industry. Lin Chu nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful. Please, this way," the sales manager responded. Under the personal guidance of the sales manager, Lin Chu and Jiang Runan arrived at the heart of the 4S showroom. Beneath the luminous glow of bright lights, a magnificent vehicle cloaked in black fabric stood silently. At the center of the fabric, the exquisite and luxurious double R emblem of Rolls-Royce gleamed. Surrounding the vehicle was a meticulously arranged display of elegant balloon flower walls and opulent decorative arches celebrating the occasion. Under the radiant lights, it appeared particularly resplendent. Meanwhile, all the staff in the showroom stood in two orderly lines, exuding an air of utmost respect. Such a grand spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the few customers present. Wow, that size must be the Cullinan, right? I heard it's the black badge version. The BB version? Impressive, the pinnacle of luxury vehicles. I wonder which affluent owner is behind this. Hey, look, it seems to be that young gentleman. No way, it really is. Which wealthy family does he belong to? Chapter 76. The Understanding Brother. So sweet. Shall we take a photograph? Lin Chu suggested with a smile, observing Jiang Runen's slightly nervous expression. Take a photograph? What for? Jiang Runen blinked in confusion. One of those popular boastful photos on Douyin. You know, thanks to my husband's generosity, I just acquired my very first car. I absolutely refuse. Jiang Runen pouted. You're not my husband, and besides, this isn't even my car. If you like it, I can gift it to you. Lin Chu replied with a faint smile. It's conveniently right here in the store. Purchasing another one wouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, those present couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. A luxury car worth millions, just like that? Is this real? No. Jiang Runen glanced at the Cullinan beside her, frowning. This car is too large. It screams middle-aged man. I don't fancy it. Too ostentatious? Lin Chu covered his face in mock dismay. What do you prefer then? Well, I adore the Wuling Mini. It's so cute and pastel. Well, the crowd was taken aback. You turned down $1 million luxury vehicle for a charming little $5,000 car? After a brief yet exquisite celebratory ceremony, the luxurious car cover was gradually removed, revealing its imposing form to all. The car's striking diamond black paint gleamed brilliantly, showcasing a grille inspired by the Parthenon in Athens, complemented by a specially darkened spirit of ecstasy statue that epitomized the vehicle's noble identity. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Chu nodded, taking his place in the driver's seat of the Night King amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. As he shut the door, the vehicle's body, which had automatically lowered, slowly elevated. Observing the darkened spirit of ecstasy take flight, he suddenly felt a surge of superiority, as if looking down upon the masses beneath him. It must be said, this sensation was indeed exhilarating. His hands caressed the steering wheel gently, while his gaze swept across the interior. As the pinnacle of luxury automobiles, the Cullinan's interior could only be described as opulent. Diverging from ordinary models, the exclusive carbon fiber trim was both elegant and aesthetically pleasing. The central console melded modern technology with a vintage British style, a true work of art. The exquisitely comfortable leather seats were adorned with a unique starlit ceiling, radiating brilliance. 8 resplendent shooting stars occasionally streaked across the roof, elevating the vehicle's prestige. Jiang Runen in the passenger seat gazed in wonder at her surroundings. This design is rather extravagant. Isn't it? Clearly, it possesses some real merit. Lin Chu surveyed the interior environment with a smile, remarking, it's not just the logo that justifies a 10 million price tag. 10 million. Jiang Runen mused, gently lowering her head while her beautiful eyes wandered. Lost in thought, the more time she spent with Lin Chu, the more she realized the vast chasm that lay between them. Take this car as an example. For a family like mine, acquiring it would be a lifelong dream, yet for him, it is merely a casual purchase. This is not just about the car. It also includes the yacht during his time in Luching, the supercars, and even the 100 million he invested in the production team. The astronomical nature of these expenditures leaves Jiang Runen feeling increasingly insecure. He is a young heir with wealth rivaling nations, while she is merely an obscure figure in the entertainment industry, not even officially debuted. The disparity in their circumstances raises doubts about their compatibility. Just as these thoughts plagued Jiang Runen, she felt a gentle tap on her head from Lin Chu. Oh, what are you thinking? The young man's lips curled into a warm smile, reminiscent of the sunlight streaming through the car window. In that moment, Jiang Runen felt momentarily blinded by his brilliance. It's nothing. The beautiful senior momentarily lost her train of thought, her gaze evasive. Lin Chu, noticing her distraction, turned to her and affectionately ruffled her hair. His tone tender. Silly girl. The unexpected gesture caused her cheeks to flush, and although she murmured in protest, she did not pull away, instead relishing the moment. There was no resistance in her heart. Rather, she felt a hint of enjoyment. Xiaonan, Lin Chu paused, his expression serious. We're together because we like each other. That is all that matters. The notions of social status and family background are utterly irrelevant to me. As he spoke, he grasped her hand firmly, their fingers entwined, his gaze lending a hint of possessiveness. Therefore, Xiaonan, you need not, and must not, concern yourself with anything else. Do you understand? Yes. Jiang Runan was slightly taken aback by Lin Chu's words, but warmth spread through her heart. She did not expect her younger brother to perceive her worries. And he cared so much. Though Jiang Runan was older than Lin Chu and had always regarded herself as the elder sister during their time together, she increasingly felt a sense of contentment akin to that of a happy little woman in his presence. This feels quite nice. My understanding younger brother is truly sweet. All right, let's get going. With one hand firmly holding Jiang Runan's hand and the other on the steering wheel, Lin Chu started the car. Hold on tight. The powerful 6.7 TV12 twin-turbocharged engine roared to life with a single press of the accelerator, producing a delightful growl. Smooth and steady, it exuded an air of luxury. One cannot deny that the driving experience and comfort of a Rolls-Royce far surpass those of Lin Chu's 30 million supercar. In comparison, the supercar, while visually striking, offers little else of merit. As they cruised through the streets of Lingzhou in the brand-new Cullinan, this $10 million luxury vehicle instantly became the center of attention. Wherever it goes, it elicits gasps of astonishment from passers-by. Behold, the magnificent new Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Truly exhilarating. Look at that ebony goddess figurine. This is not the standard Cullinan, but the black badge version. Goodness, it must be nearly double the price of the regular model, right? Let's hope it remains grounded. By the way, did you see the stunning woman in the passenger seat? Surely she can't be just any internet celebrity? Can a social media star truly possess such beauty in reality? Indeed, it seems that only the affluent are worthy of such enchantresses. Enough of that. I shall diligently continue my live stream to accumulate Cullinan fragments. Son, do you see this? Do you comprehend the significance of education now? Keep striving, for one day, when you achieve success, your future stepmother could occupy that passenger seat. Chapter 077. What is the point of spending several $100,000 on a sports car that only seats 2? My apologies, Mom and Dad. We arrived late. As the door to the private dining room swung open, Jiang Runan entered with an apologetic smile. Why so late? The dishes have already been served, Yang Jiqing remarked. We've been waiting for you. Oh, don't even mention it. The traffic was horrendous on the way here since it's the weekend, Jiang Runan replied. Didn't I tell you to take the subway instead of a taxi? No, I didn't take a taxi. All right, enough about that. Please, take a seat. Jiang Shuwen, feeling a pang of concern for his daughter, quickly gestured for them to sit. And Xiaolin, please join us as well. Consider this a family gathering. No need to be formal. Thank you, Uncle. Lin Chu nodded and seated himself beside Jiang Runan. Oh my, is this young man your boyfriend, Nan? Just as they settled down, an ostentatiously dressed and across the round table squinted her eyes and cheerfully inquired. Young man, you look quite spirited. Annie, Jingjia. It's been a while. Jiang Runan quickly responded, eager to make introductions. This is Lin Chu. Lin Chu, this is my aunt and my cousin. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister. Lin Chu offered a polite smile while subtly assessing the mother-daughter duo before him. Aunt Yang Ruiqing, with her formidable demeanor and sharp wit, was clearly a woman of influence. Dressed in gold and silver, with permed hair, she spoke with a brashness that was hard to ignore. As for her cousin, Tin Jing, she was fashionably attired. Appearing more mature than Jiang Runan, and with a touch of makeup, she could easily be rated an 80 out of 100. However, her expressions bore a striking resemblance to her mother's, hinting at a similarly fierce and sharp disposition. Jiang Runan had not been shy about sharing tales of this mother-daughter pair on their way here. In essence, they were excessively talkative, materialistic, and always keen to compete with her for supremacy, unwilling to concede defeat. For instance, Aunt Yang Ruiqing had once married a wealthy Hong Kong businessman, boasting that her marriage was far superior to her sister Yang Jiqing's union with a humble traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yet, after giving birth to her daughter, her affluent husband abruptly left her with a dismissive remark, only to later discover he was already married, seeking merely to have a son in the mainland. With her dreams of grandeur shattered, she watched her sister's family thrive in domestic bliss, which left her bitterly resentful and placing her hopes on her daughter. Tin Jing had perfectly inherited this competitive spirit, having engaged in a silent rivalry with her younger cousin, Jiang Runan, throughout their lives. As Jiang Runan aptly put it, they were indeed a rather perplexing family. At that moment, Yang Ruiqing and Tan Jing were also sizing up Lin Chu. This young man, Jiang Runan's boyfriend, appeared impressively youthful and handsome. However, upon learning they had taken a taxi, their spirits lifted considerably. After all, he was merely Jiang Runan's classmate, an ordinary university student. This round was a definite win for them. Tan Jing, is this beautiful young lady your cousin? After exchanging pleasantries, the young man in a casual suit sitting beside Tan Jing suddenly smiled and addressed Jiang Runan's family. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Yiqian, a native of Huhai, and I hold dual master's degrees in business administration and Chinese studies from the University of California. What? You studied Chinese in America? Jiang Runan, who was serving food to Lin Chu, chuckled, almost losing her grip on her chopsticks. Dear sister, you might not be aware, Song Yiqian, with his meticulously styled hair, smiled awkwardly and continued, actually, our country has faced historical gaps in the study of Chinese, which has been relatively well preserved in America. That is why I traveled such a great distance to study Chinese there. Oh, I see. So my Peter has a sense of cultural pride. Tan Jing, noticing her cousin's family trying to suppress their laughter, chimed in, even abroad, he does not forget our nation's traditional culture. What is truly national is also universal now. That is called having vision. Ah, yes, Jiang Runan and Lin Chu exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. The audacity to connect studying Chinese in America to national vision was quite bold indeed. As for Tan Jing and her daughter, along with Song Yiqian, Lin Chu chose to remain aloof. After all, she was merely an outsider. It was unnecessary to meddle in their affairs. Let them play their roles. Life would continue on its own path. It was hardly a matter of significance. It's not quite as grand as little Jing portrays. Peter, the Ritter remarked cheerfully. While promoting Chinese culture is one reason for my studying abroad, the primary motivation was to expand my personal network. His face flushed, he continued eloquently. I always wondered why my parents went to such lengths to ensure I received elite education throughout my life. The truth is simple. By attending elite institutions, one naturally interacts with children from various elite social backgrounds, gradually forming a personal network through these friendships. Oh, so you've made quite a few elite connections abroad? Jiang Shuwen inquired curiously. Indeed. Yang Ruiqing interjected eagerly. You have no idea, brother-in-law. Little Song's classmates abroad either run conglomerates or hold government positions. Quite impressive. That is indeed true, Song Yiqian said, feigning modesty yet revealing a hint of pride. Alas, upon returning to the country, I find myself not faring as well as my peers. Here you go again with your humble bragging, Tan Jing replied triumphantly. You've only been back for a year and already own a BMW Z4. Quite remarkable among your contemporaries. What is remarkable about it? Yang Ruiqing immediately joined in. Spending several $100,000 on a sports car with only 2 seats is hardly practical. It forced me to take a taxi today. Hey, little sister. Did you drive here today? Could you give me a ride later? I cannot. Yang Jiqing, who had just been dazzled by her sister's ostentatious display of her imported sports car, was well aware of the underlying meaning in her sister's words. If she were to accompany her, she would surely be subjected to endless chatter that would drive her mad. However, there was little she could do about it. After all, her daughter's boyfriend was an orphan. Apart from his looks and talents, he was considerably less well off compared to Song Yiqian. Alas, it seemed the coming years would bring some discomfort. With this in mind, Yang Jiqing retorted curtly, the car is being serviced. We took a taxi. Oh dear. Then let's share a taxi later. I certainly can't afford to ride in that sports car of yours. Haha. By the way, enough about my family. Feeling a sense of triumph, Yang Ruiqing was still unsatisfied and turned to Lin Chu with a gleeful inquiry. What about your little Nan's boyfriend? What's his background? What does his family do? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu, who was relishing in the generous attention from Miss Ruanan, was momentarily taken aback. What is going on here? You were all bragging so nicely, why drag me into this? Chapter 078. Uncle and Aunt, please get in the car. What? Shaolin, are you an orphan? Oh no, how tragic. Shaolin, how do you manage to live alone? Do you have any relatives to support you? What? No other relatives at home? Oh dear. Balancing studies and making a living must be exceedingly difficult for you. How do you handle university tuition and living expenses? My goodness, look at this young man, truly resilient. Observing Lin Chu's fluent responses regarding his personal circumstances, Jiang Shuwen and Yang Jiqing exchanged glances, particularly the latter, whose sorrowful eyes seemed to cast blame upon her husband. The implication was unmistakable. If it weren't for your absurd suggestion yesterday, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. Faced with his wife's reproachful gaze, old Jiang found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had considered Lin Chu's impressive demeanor a fine addition to their social standing. Some matters, however, should remain unspoken. Who could have anticipated that this lad would be so earnest, divulging the full extent of his familial situation? Was he not practically presenting their family's vulnerabilities to her aunt? Ah, this young man is truly too sincere. Watching the delighted expressions on the faces of the Yang family, Jiang Runan, seated beside Lin Chu, could no longer remain silent and hastily interjected. Actually, Lin Chu, yet her words were cut short by a gentle tug from Lin Chu. Lin Chu, Jiang Runan. Ah ha ha. Let us eat. Look, the dishes are getting cold. Noticing her sister's family had fallen silent, Yang Ruiqing cheerfully called out. Ever since learning about Lin Chu's background, the old aunt felt an immense sense of relief. Years of resentment dissipated in an instant. Her daughter's boyfriend drives a luxury car and is a returnee, while the boyfriend of the other daughter is an orphan with no parents. There is simply no comparison. It's like Emperor Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity. What a win. He, let us eat. Especially you, Shaolin. You must eat a little more. Haha. Peter. Make yourself at home. Feel free, feel free. Ah, thank you, aunt. Like Yang Ruiqing, Song Yiqian, who was also keen to bask in the limelight, felt exceedingly pleased with himself. His tone growing increasingly self-satisfied. As the saying goes, fortunes shift every 30 years. Shaolin, do not be discouraged by your current situation. With hard work, you can achieve great success in the future. Indeed, indeed. Yang Ruiqing and her daughter chimed in enthusiastically. Once you enter university, focus on your studies. Aim to study abroad like your brother-in-law Yiqian. That's the path to success. Absolutely. Ah, one must go abroad. Once you do, your network will change entirely. Ha. Listening to his sister's family reveling in their triumph, old Jiang and his wife could only sigh in resignation, maintaining forced smiles as they bowed their heads to eat. As the meal concluded, the two families exited the restaurant. Ah, look, that's Yiqian's BMW sports car, exclaimed the aunt, pointing excitedly at the white vehicle parked outside the entrance. Ziking, brother-in-law, don't you think this car is rather small? It's quite impractical, Yang Ruiqing remarked, her tone seemingly displeased, though her face beamed with delight. I even told Xiaojing, why would you buy such a car? Aside from its appearance, what else does it offer? It can only seat 2 people. It's utterly inconvenient. As she spoke, Yang Ruiqing gestured toward a large SUV that had drawn the attention of many passers-by. Look at that vehicle next to it. Now that's impressive. It's spacious. Just imagine how many people it can accommodate. So practical. Yiqian, in a couple of years. Let us switch to something like that. Ah, auntie, you overestimate me. Song Yiqian replied, glancing over and gasping, that one is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Really? This is a Rolls-Royce? Yang Ruiqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't that car quite costly? Oh, at least $1 million. $1 million. My goodness, is it truly that expensive? Absolutely. I have a classmate abroad whose father drives one. Oh my, that's remarkable. Yang Ruiqing beamed with delight upon hearing this. With connections like yours, what can't you achieve in the future? Sister, brother-in-law, don't you agree? Yes, indeed. The elder Jiang couple rolled their eyes in exasperation and turned to leave. Sister, our ride is here. We must be off. Hey, don't go. Yang Ruiqing called out cheerfully. We haven't seen each other in so long. We ought to catch up. Why don't I join you? Let us not. It's not on the way, replied Yang Ziking, pulling the elder Jiang along. Suddenly, she was halted by her daughter. Mom, let us not take a taxi. Lin Chu is driving us home. What? Lin Chu is giving us a ride. The elder Jiang couple paused in surprise, then curiously inquired. Did Lin Chu book a car in advance? What car? Jiang Runan chuckled. Lin Chu is driving us home. Lin Chu has a car? The others were momentarily taken aback. Given Lin Chu's family circumstances and that he was not a local, how could he possess a vehicle in Linzhou? Nan. Your boyfriend's car isn't a shared electric vehicle, is it? Tinjing laughed, covering her mouth in amusement. That kind of car wouldn't fit the whole family. Haha. Sensing the amused glances from her elder sister's family, Yang Ziking tugged at her daughter's hand, frowning softly. What's wrong with taking a taxi? Why show off? What taxi? Jiang Runan stamped her foot in frustration, glaring at the chuckling Lin Chu nearby. Hey, why are you hiding over there laughing? What's so funny? As Lin Chu observed the adorable yet pouting expression of his beloved girlfriend, he found himself both amused and perplexed. With a casual shrug, he produced the car keys and pressed a button. The soft click echoed lightly, and suddenly, the imposing headlights of the deep black Cullinan flickered to life. The sound of the car unlocking was subtle, yet to the ears of those present, it was nothing short of a thunderclap. In an instant, Yang Ruiqing, Tin Jing, and Song Yiqian, who had been brimming with confidence just moments before, now stood in stunned silence, their astonished faces reflected on the glossy surface of the vehicle. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Lin Chu approached with measured steps and opened the iconic coach doors of the Cullinan. The massive vehicle gracefully lowered itself, adjusting to a height more suitable for entry. Turning back to the utterly astonished crowd, he offered a calm smile and said, "Uncle, Aunt, please get in." Chapter 079. It is not an exaggeration for me to call you brother. As they gazed upon the young man standing beside the Cullinan, the jaws of Yang Ruiqing's family nearly dropped to the ground. Though the tides of fortune may shift every 30 years, the transformation before them was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, he was an orphan without parents, and now he was behind the wheel of a Cullinan, a luxury vehicle worth 10 million. One could only wonder how affluent his family must be. The thought made Yang Ruiqing's mother and daughter green with envy, their eyes shimmering with longing. Meanwhile, Song Yiqian, the once proud Ritter, stood frozen in sheer astonishment, his entire being seemingly exuding the sentiment of disbelief. A Cullinan? Was this young man driving a Cullinan? Staring at the opulent vehicle, Song Yiqian felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap to the face, the heat radiating from his cheeks unbearable. Just moments before, he had boasted about a classmate whose father owned such a luxury car, only to discover that this seemingly unremarkable lad was indeed the affluent heir behind the wheel of the Cullinan. In comparison, his own BMW Z4 seemed utterly trivial. What a fool he had been to boast. Equally bewildered were Jiang Runan's parents. Old Jiang and old Yang stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the open door of the luxury car, as if their feet had been cemented to the ground. What fortune had their daughter stumbled upon? How could a casual trip lead her to such a wealthy young man? It was utterly preposterous. "Mom and Dad, get in the car," Jiang Runan called out cheerfully. "Ah Chu has been waiting for you." Oh, all right. Prompted by their beloved daughter, the dazed couple finally snapped back to reality, responding in unison as they timidly climbed into the back seat of the Cullinan. As they took in the lavish interior of the vehicle, they inhaled deeply, both subconsciously acknowledging the unmistakable scent of affluence that permeated the air. "Andy, what are you still standing there for?" Once her parents boarded the vehicle, Jiang Runan turned to her astonished aunt and cheerfully remarked, "Didn't you wish to hitch a ride? There's ample space in the car for us to sit together." "Oh, this." Her aunt pursed her lips and repeatedly waved her hands, her smile resembling more of a grimace. "Oh no, that would be too much trouble for them. I'll just take a taxi back." "Oh, come on. Didn't you say you hadn't finished chatting with my mom? It's comfortable in the car. Let us sit together and talk a bit." Jiang Runan tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a crescent-like smile, embodying pure innocence and genuine charm. Lin Chu's vehicle is quite spacious. It could easily accommodate two more. It's particularly practical. And look at those genuine leather seats, soft and delightful to sit on. Haha, truly, I must decline. Yang Ruiqing's face flushed crimson as she stepped back repeatedly. "Oh, by the way, I have an appointment shortly, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye." Brother Lin Song Yiqian, her somewhat dubious relative, cheekily approached. "Haha, here is my business card. Given our relationship, calling you brother wouldn't be inappropriate, would it?" Ouch. Before he could finish, he was pulled away by the flesh at his waist, wincing and laughing as he called out, "Brother, let us keep in touch." "Hey, cousin, slow down. Don't fall." "Fall? Ouch. Song Yiqian, can you manage to walk properly?" "I can. Just don't pinch me." "Haha, brother. See you later. Let us stay in touch. Be quiet. Get in the car. Move it." With a huff, Jiang Runan, feeling refreshed after witnessing her aunt's hurried exit, cheerfully settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chu glanced at her and chuckled, feeling satisfied? "Quite so. A little bit of satisfaction," Jiang Runan replied, wrapping her arms around herself, her charming smile illuminating her features. "Did you see the expression on my aunt's face just now? It was priceless. I couldn't stop laughing." "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Hearing this, Yang Jiqing, seated in the back, admonished, "She is your aunt. Refrain from speaking ill behind her back." Though her tone was scolding, it lacked any real reproach. Oh, come on. Jiang Shuan interjected with a jovial demeanor. I think it's for the best. After your sister's misstep, she might learn to be more reserved, which would benefit both our families. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiqing immediately transformed her irritation into delight, nodding in agreement. By the way, little Lin. Jiang Shuan scrutinized the interior of the car with curiosity. Is this vehicle truly as expensive as Song Yiqian claimed? 1 million? Uncle, you jest. This car certainly isn't worth $1 million. Haha, I thought so. Jiang Shuan chuckled, examining the car as he poked and prodded. Even a Rolls-Royce couldn't be that exorbitant. That kid Song Yiqian just loves to exaggerate. In reality, it's only 8 million when fully paid. Jiang Shuan sighed, retracting his hand quietly and wiping the sweat from his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. Is there really any difference? Upon returning home, the family was immediately met with an onslaught of inquiries from Jiang Runan's parents as soon as the door closed. Tell us, did you already know that the Lin family was so wealthy? How could someone without parents afford such an expensive car? What exactly does his family do? Did you enter into a relationship with him so quickly because of his wealth? Are you aware of his true background? Or is what he told us merely a fade? The couple bombarded her with questions, which was quite understandable given Lin Chu's behavior, which had far surpassed their typical expectations. This was no longer just a second-generation rich kid. He was practically a super-rich heir. Concerned for their daughter, Jiang and Yang felt it necessary to probe into Lin Chu's background through Runan. Faced with the united interrogation of her parents, Jiang Runan found herself at a loss. She could only recount to them everything Lin Chu had previously shared with her. What? Lin Chu is so wealthy because he has a family trust fund abroad. Upon hearing this, her parents were utterly astonished. To establish a family trust fund, how affluent must that family be? It's beyond comprehension. Dear daughter, Yang Jiqing said, grasping Jiang Runan's hand with a slightly melancholic expression, I can't quite determine what kind of luck you possess to have encountered such a wealthy young man. However, to be honest, I fear that being with Lin Chu might not necessarily be a blessing for you. Chapter 080. The Art of Communication. Why? Jiang Runan blinked in confusion upon hearing her mother's words. Actually, it's not that I have any objections to Lin Chu. Yang Jiqing sighed deeply, her voice tinged with concern. But you must consider, Lin Chu's background is indeed remarkable, while you, my dear, come from an ordinary family, she continued. I worry that the disparity in your social standings may hinder your ability to hold onto his heart in the future. At this, Jiang Shuan nodded in agreement. For them, it mattered little how affluent or powerful their daughter's partner might be. The paramount concern for parents is always the lifelong happiness of their child. Absent this foundation, nothing else holds significance. Dad, Mom, Jiang Runan lifted her gaze, her clear eyes meeting theirs. I understand your concerns. However, I wish to express my belief in Lin Chu. As she spoke, a radiant smile graced her lips. At the very least, I am certain of my feelings for him, and I believe he reciprocates. I think that is sufficient for now. As for what the future holds, there is no need to fret over it at this moment. Yang Jiqing furrowed her brow, still somewhat anxious. Conversely, Jiang Shuan, with a gentle wave of his fan, smiled in resignation. Living in the present is also a good approach. He then patted his wife's shoulder reassuringly, adding, indeed, as the saying goes, let things unfold naturally. Do not seek what the future may bring, nor dwell on what is past. I see our daughter is far more clear-headed than we are. You two are the most optimistic. Yang Jiqing sighed helplessly, looking earnestly at Jiang Runan. Nan, the matters between you and Lin must be navigated by you. However, remember, no matter what, your father and I will always be your strongest support. After seeing Jiang Runan and her family off, Lin Chu returned to the hotel. He had a video conference scheduled with the production team that afternoon, and as an investor, his presence was essential. He opened his laptop and connected to the video call. Over the course of the meeting, lasting more than an hour, Lin Chu, as the financial backer, listened attentively, nodding frequently. Such remote video conferences were familiar to Lin Chu, who had attended many online classes during those challenging 3 years. Back then, he was merely a destitute youth, filled with uncertainty about life and the future. Now, he had transformed into a figure of reverence, the esteemed investor. The contrast between his past and present was indeed exhilarating. The primary focus of this meeting was to provide updates on the progress of various departments within the production team. Of utmost importance were the revisions to the script and the selection of main cast members. Although Lin Chu was not particularly versed in scriptwriting, he remained engaged. However, After a cursory examination of the primary content under the introduction of Wei Jin, Lin Chu felt a sense of satisfaction. The original plot of the lay drama had been entirely revised. The new storyline was coherent and logically tight, at least in Lin's view. It was exceedingly captivating. The brave and resolute underground party, the ambivalent yet antagonistic Kuomintang intelligence organization, and the cruel and cunning Japanese army intertwined, engaging in overt and covert conflicts, battling for survival. The tension was palpable, the excitement relentless, with constant twists and burgeoning suspense, reaching a crescendo. Upon reviewing the plot outline, Lin Chu found herself harboring a degree of concern. She worried that the storyline's exceptional quality might overwhelm the relatively inexperienced Jiang Runin in her role as the female lead. It seemed imperative to enlist some seasoned actors to support her. This was the essence of the report conveyed. Wei Jin, in a respectful tone, addressed Lin. "Do you have any further instructions?" Seated at her desk, Lin Chu nodded slightly and replied, "I am personally very pleased with everyone's efforts. However, this is merely the beginning. I indeed have a few suggestions regarding the forthcoming work of the production team. Please, do share, Lin." Wei Jin responded with utmost deference. Not only he, but also the chief director Fan Daojun and the newly appointed executive directors and assistant directors held their breath, earnestly awaiting the directives from their benefactor. The previous executive director Wang Gang, along with the two opportunists Xiang Su, had long been dismissed from the production team. "Here is the matter," Lin Chu said. Her fingers gracefully poised on the desk as she pondered. "I wish to first discuss the issue concerning the lead roles. Aside from the originally cast female lead Jiang Runin, the other characters, including the male lead, have yet to be determined, correct?" "Indeed," Wei Jin affirmed. "However, we do have potential candidates in mind. For instance, the current discussion for the male lead is centered on Mr. Zhang Yi, with whom we are in negotiations." "Zhang Yi?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chu furrowed her brow. While there was no doubt regarding Zhang Yi's acting prowess and status, she had also heard whispers of less than favorable rumors accompanying his rise to prominence over the years: his temper, propensity for overshadowing others, and tendency to alter scripts on the fly. Regardless of the veracity of these rumors, Lin Chu felt that pairing such a dominant actor with the relatively obscure Jiang Runin seemed ill-suited. She sought a supporting role, not a leading flower. "Do you find it unsuitable, Lin?" Wei Jin, ever attentive to Lin Chu's demeanor, immediately sensed the underlying concern as she appeared contemplative. "Are there other alternatives?" "Yes, certainly," Director Fan Daojun interjected. "The backup list includes talented individuals such as Lei Jiaying, Liao Fan, and Zhang Sunwen." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chu had already formulated her decision. Kind-hearted and exceptionally skilled, he shuns arrogance and embraces humility, endearing himself to both audiences and passers-by alike. Even the notoriously underwhelming Yao Er Gongzhu found herself uplifted by his presence. Truly, he stands alone in this regard. Personally, I believe that Mr. Zhang Sunwen's acting prowess and charisma aligned perfectly with the protagonist's character. Lin Chu smiled and remarked, "Of course, this is merely my humble opinion, offered for your consideration. After all, you all are the true professionals here." "Ah, your insights are indeed perceptive, Lin." As soon as Lin finished speaking, a chorus of agreement followed. "Truly, Mr. Zhang Sunwen is exceptionally suitable for our role. Absolutely, I have long believed that the lead should be none other than Mr. Zhang. I shall promptly reach out to Mr. Sunwen and strive to secure his availability at the earliest opportunity. Everyone present is quite astute. Who could be unaware of the unique art of communication in our culture?" Merely a suggestion? Not at all, it is undoubtedly him. Chapter 081. The Genius Screenwriter. Teacher Yuan very well. The lead role has been finalized with teacher Zhang Sunwen. While the special appearances will feature esteemed actors such as Wang Jisong, Zhang Zijian, Fu Dalong, and Ren Jingbing. Seated in front of his computer, Lin Chu has established the foundational framework for the cast. Naturally, Wei Jin and others had no objections to the decisions made by this young benefactor. After all, these actors are seasoned veterans, and their acting prowess is beyond reproach. The mere fact that they can all be invited to participate will undoubtedly enhance the quality of this production significantly. Lin Chu smiled and remarked, "As for the financial aspect, the company will allocate additional funds as necessary. Please feel free to proceed without any concerns." "Indeed, President Lin is truly a straightforward person," exclaimed producer Wei Jin, brimming with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, this production will receive my utmost dedication, and I shall deliver a flawless result for you." Upon hearing the benefactor's promising words, Wei Jin and his colleagues were naturally elated and wore broad smiles. Having a financially generous boss is indeed a blessing, particularly for producer Wei Jin and director Fan Daojun, who have navigated the industry for over a decade without much recognition. With Lin Chu's support, they finally have the opportunity to showcase their talents and unleash their creativity. All right, let us conclude the meeting for now. Lin Chu waved his hand. By the way, Wei, do you have the contact details for the screenwriter? I have some insights regarding the storyline that I would like to discuss with him. Certainly, President Lin. I will send you the information right away. After disconnecting the video conference, it was not long before Lin Chu received a WeChat contact card from Wei Jin. Wei Jin, President Lin. Here's the WeChat of the screenwriter. Although he is relatively new to the field, his talent is indeed remarkable. However, he may have a somewhat peculiar temperament. So please be patient during your communications. Lin Chu, understood. He clicked on the contact card labeled Teacher Yuan. Lin Chu? What on earth? The other party is already on my friend list? He opened the friend's circle and examined it closely. With purple twin ponytails and long black stockings. Is she the wife of Kaching? Lin Chu blinked in disbelief. Wait, Jin Yuan. This genius screenwriter is her? His lips twitched as he casually scrolled through her friend circle. Good heavens, an array of private cosplay photos. If one were unaware, they might think they had mistakenly added a certain influencer, the kind that could easily command a fee of 3,000 nationwide. Oh, no, at that level. 3,000 would certainly not suffice. Scrolling further down, it seemed like an endless stream. Lin Chu could not help but marvel at the rarity of a woman willing to set her friend circle to public visibility these days. With a mindset of learning and self-improvement, after browsing through various stunning cosplay photos from the past 2 years, Lin Chu furrowed his brow. Something felt off. Logically, Jin Yuan, with her exceptional looks and stunning figure, should undoubtedly be a top-tier cosplayer. Yet, why did it feel so dissonant? As he pondered this, he continued to reflect deeply. Lin Chu finally experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, the issue lay with that pair of Ultraman figures. They were excessively large, significantly affecting the authenticity of the characters. After indulging in admiration for over an hour, Lin, lost in thought, suddenly remembered that he had pressing matters to attend to, reluctantly exiting the social media platform. He opened his messages. Lin Chu sent a message. Upon sending it, he received an immediate response. Little Teacher Yuan. Hey ha, Little Teacher Yuan. Chu. What brings you here? Lin Chu, with fingers deftly tapping the screen, succinctly inquired, Little Teacher Yuan, did you write the script for Youth in Flames? Little Teacher Yuan. Yes. My teacher previously handed it to me as a practice project. How did you know? Lin Chu thought to himself. No wonder it was so lackluster. It turns out they were merely writing for fun. Upon regaining his composure, Lin succinctly explained the situation. And only then did Jin Yuan realize. Well, so you are the investor for this production, and Little Nan is the lead? My goodness. And you want me to minimize the romantic elements in the script? Lin Chu replied. This is a modest request from the investor. I trust that the esteemed teacher would not refuse me, would you? Little Teacher Yuan. No, I have my own unwavering dedication to artistic creation. Little Teacher Yuan. I have decided. I will add a breathtakingly poignant love story for the female lead. Lin Chu. This little rascal. Can't she comprehend human language? Unaware of the investor's current frustrations, Little Teacher Yuan eagerly sent another message. Hey, how about adding a tragic romance akin to that between Emo Cheng and Wang Jiaji? Add what, exactly? Lin Chu's lips twitched. That wasn't a love story. It was an action romance. With trembling hands, he quickly typed on the screen. I feel that might not be quite appropriate. Little Teacher Yuan. Why not? I think it's perfect. It's settled then. As the scriptwriter, I have the final say. Lin Chu. Fine, you can add it. Lin Chu. No worries. I will have you act as a stand-in for Little Nan. By the way, I forgot to mention, the final choice for the male lead should be Xiao Bao. What do you think? I choose death. Lin Chu, are you scared? You better revise the plot properly. Little Teacher Yuan. Lin, you are abusing your power. Recklessly suppressing the crew. Lin Chu. Haha, are you going to bite me? Little Teacher Yuan. Bite if I must. Let us see who backs down. Well, she is truly fierce. With the script matters settled, Lin Chu finally felt at ease. In the following days, they made good use of the colorful bag. The sweet world of Lin Chu and Jiang Runan in Lingzhou was drawing to a close, as Jiang Runan's production team was also set to resume work. Though termed a resumption, it was hardly different from starting anew. Primarily, Miss Jiang Runan's working hours have been extended yet again. Unfortunately, Lin Chu is unable to accompany her to Hengdian this time, as there are numerous matters pertaining to the establishment of the new company that require his attention here in Huhai. Among these, the most pressing issue is that of securing a suitable office space. Sunny has already urged him multiple times regarding this matter, compelling Lin Chu to address it before the commencement of the university semester. Driving along the highway from Linzhou directly to Huhai, one cannot help but marvel at the vibrant and bustling metropolis, a true hidden gem teeming with life. Even Lin Chu's luxurious Kalanan seemed to lose its luster upon entering the grand city of Huhai. Following the navigation, he arrived at the entrance of a residential complex, where, beneath the shade of the trees, stood a strikingly beautiful figure. Her stunning visage, slender waist, and long, fair legs exuded an elegance that set her apart from any other woman. Regrettably, this exquisite moment was shattered the instant she caught sight of the young man in the Kalanan. The blonde beauty's brow furrowed, and her previously alluring demeanor vanished in an instant. "How dare you show up now?" she exclaimed, her discontent palpable. Chapter 082. Shanghai AGS Financial Center today. Sun Yi looked stunning, her delicate makeup enhancing her striking features. She wore a fitted shirt paired with a black denim skirt, eschewing black stockings, showcasing her fair, elongated legs adorned with sleek black boots. Dashing and alluring, she epitomized the perfect Korean senior style, her supermodel-like figure on full display. Apart from the persistent disappointment regarding her bust, she possessed virtually no flaws. Merely standing there, she effortlessly captured the fervent gazes of countless passers-by. As Sunny approached the Kalanan, she opened the door amidst a sea of heartbroken glances, smoothed her taut skirt, and gracefully slid into the passenger seat. With a slight furrow in her brow, she crossed her arms and shot an annoyed glare at Lin Chu. "Sorry, I'm late." The moment her commanding aura radiated, Lin Chu instantly acquiesced. "Is that all it takes to placate me? You do realize that while you said you'd arrive in 10 minutes, I ended up waiting under the scorching sun for nearly an hour. Oh dear, this is serious. Let me see if I've tanned my dear eye. Get lost." Sunny nearly lifted her fair, long leg to deliver a kick to this insufferable junior. "Who do you think you are?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Lin Chu genuinely exited the car and dashed away. Sunny in the passenger seat was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon saw him returning with 2 cups of milk tea from a nearby CAF. "I'm sorry, here is some milk tea for you. Did you order it in advance?" As she grasped the chilled beverage, Sun Yi's grievances diminished significantly. "Indeed," Lin Chu replied with a beaming smile. "I remembered you mentioned that your favorite flavor is osmanthus and orchid." Sunny paused, surprised that he had remembered something she had mentioned casually. This thought warmed her heart. Sipping through the straw, the sweet flavor danced on her palate, and the remnants of her annoyance dissipated in an instant. However, her joy was short-lived as she soon felt a gaze from beside her, brazenly wandering over her legs. She shot a fierce glare at her insufferable junior. "What are you looking at? Did your little Nen not satisfy your curiosity?" "Hey," Lin Chu waved his hand, adopting a serious tone. "The ones at home and the ones outside, can they be the same? How shameless." Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Sun Yi's delicate features tightened. "What? You've already tasted the dish but still wish to eye the pot? Is that not permissible?" "Huh," Sunny scoffed, crossing her fair, long legs. "Of course it is. But I fear you may have the desire without the capability. That simply cannot be." Lin Chu's expression turned serious as he patted his chest, proclaiming, "Look at me. My physique is splendid." "Is that so?" Sunny teased, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, I wonder who disappeared at the count of 3? Lin Chu, taken aback, stammered. "How do you know?" "How would I know? Naturally, it was your dear little sister Nan who told me." "No way. Did she really say that? Why not? Do you think such topics are only for men to discuss privately? Are they too taboo for women?" Sunny rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "You have no idea. You terrified your little Nan, making her ponder all night. She almost asked me to find an old Chinese doctor for you." "How is that possible?" Lin Chu exclaimed indignantly. "Did she not tell you that she could barely walk afterward?" "Wow, little brother, I've just realized how shameless you are." "Ah, stop." Lin, embarrassed and furious, declared, "One day, I shall make you experience the same plight." As they bantered in the car, they arrived at the Huhai AGS Financial Center, located near the Bund. Gazing upwards, the 2 towering twin skyscrapers stood majestically at the heart of the financial district. Although not situated in the renowned Lujiazui CBD, it was favorably positioned. With the Old Bund to the north, the historic district of Huhai to the west, a river separating it from Lujiazui to the east, and the Expo Park to the south. Additionally, its Its proximity to Nanjing Road, People's Square, and Huaihai Road made it an enviable location. The purpose of Lin Chu's visit today was to finalize the site selection for Ichu Media Company. Having never been to Huaihai, Lin Chu was largely unfamiliar with the area. The choice of this location was certainly influenced by Sun Yi's father's connections. Who would have thought that old Sun, seemingly unremarkable, is actually classmates with the head of the group behind the AGS Financial Center? Mr. Lin, Mr. Sun, good to see you. After announcing their arrival at the front desk, a young woman in a tailored suit hurriedly approached, with a refined appearance and a curvaceous figure accentuated by high heels. She exuded the charm and allure of a professional woman. Bowing slightly, she respectfully introduced herself. I am Wang Yu, the manager of AGS Financial Center, and it is my pleasure to assist you today. Hello, Manager Wang, Lin Chu replied with a slight nod. Thank you for your assistance. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. It is my duty, Manager Wang said, her gaze drifting to the young man before her, momentarily lost in thought. As her eyes ignited with intensity, she couldn't help but admire the young, wealthy, and handsome gentleman before her, a dream come true for many women like her. Just as Wang Yu found herself entranced, she suddenly sensed a hostile gaze directed her way. Wang Yu quickly regained her composure and politely glanced at the tall beauty standing beside Lin Chu. In an instant, the fleeting, unrealistic notion in her mind dissipated into nothingness. Wang Yu was a perceptive individual. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Sun Yi, she immediately grasped the vast chasm that separated them, one that transcended mere levels. In those brief seconds, although her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, she exhibited no sign of it. Her demeanor was exceedingly respectful and courteous. After all, she had received concrete intelligence from above that the esteemed guest who had arrived today was a significant financial patron. She knew she had to serve diligently. While seeking guidance was akin to scaling the heavens, securing this deal could yield performance bonuses equivalent to her annual salary. With this in mind, Wang Yu straightened her posture and smiled as she began to attend to Lin Chu. Chapter 083. There are no choices for me, for I desire it all. Under the guidance of Manager Wang Yu, several individuals ascended to the upper levels of the financial center via the elevator. Mr. Lin, our center comprises a total of 52 floors. Upon exiting the elevator, Wang Yu placed her hands respectfully before her and explained, Today, I will show you the 35th and 36th floors, which represent the pinnacle of our office area, excluding the top 16 floors that house the Tower Hotel. The design philosophy of our building is inspired by the breathtaking 180-degree view of the Bund, creating an aerial lounge where one can fully immerse in the magnificent scenery of the Huangpu River, as well as enjoy an unobstructed view of the entire Lujiazui skyline. Indeed, listening to Wang Yu's exposition, Lin Chu nodded slightly, leisurely exploring the expansive floors. It must be noted that the AGS Financial Center's location, not situated within the Lujiazui CBD, is actually its greatest advantage. The transparent floor-to-ceiling windows afford a direct view of the iconic skyline of the Magic City, prominently featuring the Oriental Pearl Tower. Just across the river, as he stood quietly by the window, gazing at the flowing Huangpu River and the distant, magnificent cluster of superstructures, Lin Chu, a young man from a small town, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He recalled a video his friend had shown him, depicting someone cooking in front of a floor-to-ceiling window with the Lujiazui CBD as the backdrop, igniting within him an irresistible yearning. With the Lujiazui CBD and the floor-to-ceiling windows in place, there was just one thing missing. Reflecting on this, the youth couldn't help but steal a glance at the golden-haired beauty beside him. Are you watching? No, I'm not watching, okay? Sun Wang, crossing her arms, shifted her long legs slightly to distance herself from Lin, then glared at him with a wary gaze, her lips curling in disdain. I can't shake the feeling that you are harboring some indecent thoughts about me. Wow, you're quite sensitive, Lin Chu replied, his expression betraying a hint of mischief. Sun Yi's face hardened as she cast a fierce, threatening look at Lin Chu, lowering her voice. You little brat. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you were just pondering. Let me assure you, that day will never come. What day? The youth feigned innocence. The golden-haired beauty displayed a cold smile that hinted at her disbelief, extending her slender finger to gently tap the floor-to-ceiling window before them. Lin Chu, all right. You are quite adamant, aren't you? After their inspection of the 2 floors with Wang Yu, Lin Chu finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the premises. These 2 levels had previously served as the headquarters of a Fortune 500 multinational corporation in China. However, in recent years, in response to the fervent advocacy for decoupling from the West, this company had taken 2 years to completely withdraw from the Chinese market, leaving these floors vacant for over a year. In the current climate of economic downturn, few companies are willing to expend such substantial cash flow on leasing office spaces. However, it must be said that the counterpart is a Fortune 500 multinational corporation. The headquarters renovation was crafted by one of the world's most prestigious design firms, ensuring that the aesthetics, standards, and human-centric designs were all exceptionally high. The overall style is modern and luxurious, earning the satisfaction even of the discerning Lin Chu. Upon taking over, only minor internal adjustments and equipment additions are required before it can be put to use, saving both time and effort while exuding an air of sophistication. It aligns perfectly with Lin Chu's vision of what the headquarters of a super entertainment empire should embody. Thus, he decisively declared, "This is it." With the decision made, the group settled onto the sofas by the floor-to-ceiling windows, where discussions regarding specific leasing terms commenced. Through Wang Yu's introduction, Lin Chu and his companion learned that both floors boast identical single-floor areas exceeding 3,000 square meters, with a rental rate of 20 per square meter per day, culminating in a monthly rent of approximately $1.8 million. Over the course of a year, the rent alone would amount to over $20 million, should Lin Chu's plan materialize. Signing a 10-year lease in one go, factoring in the gradually increasing rental costs, the starting figure would be nearly $300 million. When considering property fees and other miscellaneous expenses, the total could easily exceed $500 million. At this revelation, Sun Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Spending $500 million on rent alone? How could one possibly justify such an extravagant expenditure just for an office location, even if one had a money-printing press at home? It would be hard to sustain such a venture. With such an upfront investment, how many films would need to be produced to recoup that amount? Mr. Lin, if you find this unsuitable. Sun Yi's expression caught Wang Yu's keen attention. The plump manager quickly suggested, "We could also offer a 3-year lease with an option to renew, which would ease your cash flow." "No need," Lin Chu interjected, cutting off the proposal. "Let's proceed with the 10-year long-term plan." At this, Wang Yu felt a thrill of excitement rush through her as she could hardly contain her emotions. "Really? Is this for real?" "Of course. So, Mr. Lin, which floor do you prefer? The 35th or the 36th? Both floors are currently vacant, and you may choose freely." Lin Chu smiled, raising an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the astonished Sun Yi. With a deliberate yet meaningful tone, he replied, "In my case, there is no choice, for I want them both. Prepare the contract." Wang Yu, who had been attentively listening to every word Lin Chu uttered, found her mouth agape and her eyes wide with disbelief. "Both? You want both?" A shiver ran through her as her heart raced with exhilaration. Both floors for 10 years. My goodness, this time it truly feels like a turning point. Meanwhile, gazing into the boy's piercing eyes, Sun Yi felt her mind buzzing, as if it had exploded in an instant. Her intuition as a woman suggested that Lin Chu's statement about wanting these 2 office buildings was likely not merely literal. It hinted at something deeper, something more significant. He desires it all. Does he truly? Is this even possible? The indoor air conditioning was set to a most comfortable temperature, yet the girl felt a rush of heat enveloping her, her breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Her thoughts tangled in a chaotic web, rendering her unable to think clearly, although she was fully aware that she ought not to entertain such notions for some inexplicable reason. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words and witnessing the resoluteness in his gaze, Sunny found herself inexplicably stirred by a flicker of delight in her heart. Chapter 084, Random Rewards, Luxury Mansion in the Evening, within the Jiangjing office on the 36th floor of the AGS Financial Center. Sun Yi watched in astonishment as Lin Chu spun around in his executive chair, feeling as though her entire worldview had been irrevocably altered. 2 levels of premium office space, a decade-long lease, and not only was the full payment made in advance, but he had even prepaid the property management fees for the next 10 years. Sun Yi stared at the young man in disbelief. In a single afternoon, $1 billion had been effortlessly spent. Was the world truly this surreal? Little did she know, with the system's capabilities, Lin Chu was tearfully reclaiming $2 billion. As a burgeoning company, the expenses for the office location were certainly included within the scope of the startup cashback card. Thus, for Lin Chu, spending lavishly was only natural. Were it not for the system's constraints, which required payment before cashback, he would have had no qualms about devising an even grander expenditure. Upon completing the system's cashback, Lin Chu's total assets amounted to an astonishing $4 billion. This included the cold $2 billion in his personal account, the company's registered capital of $500 million, and an additional $1.9 billion allocated for investments in the film industry. Moreover, He also enjoyed a monthly allowance of 1.3 million from the system. The affluent air of Huhai Beach was beginning to take shape. As the vibrant hues of dusk began to fade, the night gently enveloped the sky. From the office, the entire Lujiazui CBD came into view. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the majestic skyline of the Magic City sparkled like luminous pearls nestled along the banks of the Huangpu River. The colorful neon lights shimmered brilliantly, reflecting off the flowing waters of the Huangpu, creating a magnificent and resplendent tableau. Gazing at such a breathtaking vista and then down at the throngs of people flowing like ants along the bund, Lin Chu suddenly felt a sense of standing atop the clouds, surveying all of creation. Ding! A brand new beginning has ignited the host's ambition. Joy value 10. Random reward acquired. Quality mansion. Quality mansion. As a wealthy individual, you deserve to reside in the finest abodes. From now on, the host can receive a random ability reward upon purchasing any mansion. P.S. The higher the quality of the purchased mansion, the greater the reward level. An intriguing reward indeed. Lin Chu smiled slightly at the newly acquired benefit. A reward for purchasing a home sounded rather appealing. Just then, Sunny's authoritative voice interrupted his reverie. What's the matter? Little E, look, Lin Chu said, rising and walking towards the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing out at the skyline adorned with evening glow, filled with ambition. This is the empire I have built for you. Cut it out. Do you really see yourself as an emperor? Sunny lamented, covering her face helplessly. You haven't even finalized a single legitimate investment project. And you've already carelessly thrown out 1 billion. I truly cannot decide whether to call you a prodigal or a reckless fool. Can't you at least say something positive? Lin Chu's lips curled slightly in irritation. After all, I am your nominal boss. Is this how one converses with their superior? All right, the blonde beauty shrugged her shoulders. President Lin is amazing. President Lin is the best. Such a perfunctory response. I'll spank you. You dare. Sun Yixing exclaimed, her eyes widening at the remark. Her delicate, fair face flushed a deep crimson. Hey, you still dare to question me? Lin Chu stood up, casting a serious glance at Sun Yi. Currently, the situation was reminiscent of the classic trope, a boss and his beautiful subordinate alone in the office. I simply adore that ambience. The boss insisted I join him. We were merely discussing work. It truly was just the atmosphere. Little rascal. What lewd thoughts are you conjuring now? Observing Lin Chu's wandering gaze, Sunny crossed her arms defiantly, huffing in annoyance. From Lin Chu's perspective, the tall blonde beauty stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the dazzling city lights illuminating her silhouette against the vibrant backdrop. Wait, don't speak. Lin Chu quickly pulled out his phone, capturing a moment with a snap. What are you doing? Sun Yi furrowed her brow, stepping closer to peer at Lin Chu's phone. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. With his system-certified top-notch photography skills, Lin Chu's sudden inspiration resulted in a stunning image. The foreground featured a tall girl bathed in backlight, while the backdrop showcased the magnificent skyline of the vibrant city at night. The dark, hazy mystery of the foreground combined with the girl's graceful form created a striking visual contrast against the brilliant, clearly defined outlines of the skyscrapers in the background, delivering an impressive sensory impact. Wow, this is quite well done, Sun Yi exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as she admired her candid shot. No girl dislikes being photographed beautifully, especially in such a cinematic style. Instantly, her irritation transformed into delight. Take a few more. Sun Yi thrust the phone back into Lin Chu's hands. I'll post it on my social media. You'd better make it worth my while tonight. I'll treat you to something nice. Now that's more like it. Click. Click, click, click. The sound of relentless phone shutter clicks echoed through the office. Get lost. Sun Yi suddenly snapped back to reality. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she picked up her boot and tossed it at Lin Chu's face. Are you treating me like a little puppy? I'll have you for this. Under Lin Chu's persistent insistence, a special set of night scene portraits for Sun Yi had finally come to fruition. Wow, Lin Chu, your photography skills are incredible. No need for any editing. Sun Yi's face lit up with delight as she viewed the photos sent to her. Editing? Woman, are you doubting my prowess? Ah, so you're feeling proud after receiving a compliment, Sunny said with a cheerful smile, as she meticulously arranged 9 carefully selected photographs into a grid and shared it on her social media. Give me a like. Hurry up. All right. Chapter 085. Is the heart too big? Lin Chu opened her moments. And the first post that caught her eye was a graphic update from Sun Yi. Every encounter is fate, and every possession is a blessing. Beneath this text were 9 stunning night shots of Sun Yi. Naturally, the images of the carpet and the office desk were not shared, as they had been discreetly collected by Lin, under the pretense of deletion. With a mere tap of her finger, a little red heart illuminated the screen. She instinctively scrolled down, and suddenly, Qin Shuan's private photos came into view. This look. Katake? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow slightly. It was rare to see such a sultry Katake. What are you peeking at? Grinning so lewdly. Just as Lin Chu became engrossed in the captivating cosplay photos, Sunny unexpectedly approached her. A single glance at Lin Chu's phone screen instantly transformed her previously cheerful demeanor into one of stoicism. Ah, Lin, you have quite the interest. Even seizing the moment to indulge in your pursuits? Oh, it's just a casual glance, Lin Chu replied. A hint of embarrassment in her smile as she set her phone down. It wasn't a significant matter. Yet being caught in such a moment evoked a familiar feeling akin to being caught sneaking a peek. Wait a minute, this woman looks somewhat familiar? No sooner had Lin Chu placed her phone down than Sun Yi snatched it up and began to browse through the photos. Look at her. Domineering as if she were the official girlfriend. One of these days, she must be made legitimate. What? Qin Shiwan? Sun Yi gasped in surprise upon recognizing the beauty in Lin Chu's moments. Goodness, you must hold considerable clout to have that flirtatious vixen open her moments to you. What are you talking about? She likely said it so that you can't see it. Nonsense. No one from our dormitory can view her moments. Oh, really? Lin Chu blinked innocently at this revelation. So, it seems this lady hasn't opened her moments to everyone after all. Could it possibly be that only I can see it? As she observed Lin Chu's contemplative expression, Sun Yi paused, suddenly feeling that she might have misspoken, although there was no definitive confirmation. Her feminine intuition suggested that the dog Junior harbored an unspoken ambition towards the entire 502 dormitory. While the three had previously joked and looching about testing Lin Chu's mettle on behalf of Jiang Runan, it had merely been jest. Now, Sun Yi feared that Qin Shuan and Tang Yi, those two flirtatious girls, might take the act too seriously, leading to dire consequences for Lin Chu. She had no doubt about the junior's charm. After all, even she had been irresistibly drawn to him. Without the resolute determination of Qin Shuan and Tang Yi, they might find it even harder to maintain their composure. If they weren't careful, they might indeed fall prey to his advances. No, this won't do. I must be cautious. With that thought, Sunny propped her chin on her hand, her brow furrowed. Wait, why does it feel like I am acting as the junior's girlfriend? No, everything I am doing is for Xiaonan's happiness. Indeed, that is the case. The two emerged from the building. Dinner was hosted by granddaughter Wang at a modest yet venerable noodle shop on Huaihai Road, not far from the financial center. Though the establishment was nestled within an inconspicuous alley and was relatively small, it proudly displayed a row of vibrant red Michelin recommendation signs at its entrance. As it was Lin Chu's first visit, he naturally entrusted the ordering to Sunny. The carefree granddaughter, unreserved, opted for the signature dish of braised noodles with snow vegetable and small yellow croaker. The fish, meticulously deboned and tail removed, was stewed to perfection, yielding tender and juicy meat with a hint of sweetness. The creamy, white broth harmonized beautifully with the refreshing snow vegetables, creating a rich flavor profile. It was delightful. Yet Lin Chu felt it paled in comparison to the bowl of beef rice noodles from his hometown's alley. After dinner, he drove Sun Yi back to her residential complex, a place her father had secured for her in Shanghai. During holidays or on occasions when she did not stay in the dormitory, Sun Yi would reside here. All right. I'm heading up now, goodbye. Sun Yi exclaimed as she exited the car, turning to wave at Lin Chu. Is that it? Lin Chu blinked. Aren't you inviting me up for a bit? No way, Sun Yi replied, brushing her long hair aside. It's rather late. That wouldn't be appropriate. With a faint sigh, Lin Chu conceded, you're right, it indeed wouldn't be suitable. Well then, I shall not impose. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy akin to the peak performance of Liang Chaowei naturally radiated from his eyes. Simultaneously, his handsome features melded effortlessly together. The subtle movements of his hands and body accentuated an atmosphere of solitude and sadness to its utmost, evoking heartache in those who beheld him. Sunny was momentarily taken aback, her resolve crumbling in an instant. Ahem. If, perhaps, you merely wish to come up and sit for a while, that wouldn't be too much trouble. Then I shall not be polite, he responded. Inside the elevator, as Lin Chu casually carried his personal belongings, Sun Yi wore an expression of exasperation. Goodness, is this dogged junior really planning to overstay his welcome tonight? She thought, instinctively biting her lip. Given her previous experience in looching, she knew that despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, he could transform into a ferocious wolf once night fell. Moreover, tonight they were alone together, far too risky. Sunny felt uncertain about her ability to resist his charm this time. Yet, caution was necessary. With this in mind, Sunny retrieved her phone from her bag and opened her WeChat contacts. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and placed a video call. "Hello, my dear. What are you up to?" Sunny beamed as she gazed at Jiang Runin through the video call. "I just finished my makeup and am about to start working." Jiang Runin replied with a smile. "What about you? You've returned to Shanghai, right?" "Yes, indeed. Take a look at who is beside me," Sunny said, shifting the camera to reveal Lin Chu. "Little Chu." Jiang Runin waved cheerfully upon seeing Lin Chu on the screen. "My dear, isn't it late for filming to have not yet begun?" "Indeed. We're still waiting for the crew to set up the filming location," Lin Chu responded. "That sounds exhausting. I'll mention it to old Fan, suggesting that future filming times be arranged earlier." "Oh, there's no need for that. It's a night shoot, so of course, it has to be at night. As actors, we must embody this spirit of dedication." Cough. "Excuse me for interrupting," Sunny interjected with a cough. "Runin, the reason I called you was to report something. Your gentleman is still insisting on coming over to my place at this hour. Aren't you going to manage that?" "Is that so?" "Little Chu, you mustn't trouble Sunny." Yes. She has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. So remind him to take off his shoes at the door." Wait. "No, Jiang Runin, you hey? I'm still here. The director is calling me. So I must go. Bye." As the call ended abruptly, Sunny stared at her phone. "Are you serious? I specifically called you to inform you. And that's all I get? How careless can one be?" Chapter 086. Guess what? Sunny had a commendable intention. She decided to directly call Jiang Runin to inform her about the matter. Subsequently, the dog-like junior, mindful of Xiaonan, would naturally refrain from any excessive actions. Yet, little did she anticipate that not only was the dog-like junior unreliable, but Jiang Runin also possessed such a carefree demeanor. Does she not realize how frivolous her little puppy is? Does she not consider her own man a man? Or does she not regard me as a woman? Ding! A crisp sound from the fingerprint lock echoed. The tightly shut door slowly creaked open. Upon entering, Sunny retrieved a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them before Lin Chu. "There are no men's slippers in the house. The largest size is my own, so you'll have to make do." With a wince, Lin Chu slipped her feet into Sunny's pink slippers. Observing how they pinched her feet, "I rather enjoy this." Sunny responded with a scowl. What a dog-like junior. After a brief tour of the apartment, the overall ambience was quite pleasant. It was a modestly sized high-rise studio apartment, featuring a one-bedroom layout adorned primarily in a cozy pink and warm color scheme typical of the INS style. Various plush dolls, elegantly light-colored furniture, and an array of charming little trinkets imbued the space with an unexpectedly overwhelming sense of youthful cuteness. This style starkly contrasted with her room in the villa at Luching. Yet it exuded a greater warmth of home, fostering a deeply relaxing atmosphere. "Would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee? Are you planning to keep me awake all night?" "Bah, you might. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Just plain water will suffice." Pointing at the water purifier on the wall, Sunny added, "There's a blue mug in the cabinet below. It belongs to your little Xiaonan, so feel free to use it." "All right, I'll just use the restroom first. Make yourself at home." "Oh, for goodness sake, behave yourself." With a loud bang, the bathroom door was forcefully shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked. Lin Chu shook her head and sighed, reflecting on the fundamental trust that ought to exist between individuals. Opening the dining cabinet, she discovered 4 ceramic mugs neatly arranged inside: blue, green, yellow, and pink. If she was not mistaken, these were the 4 sisters of the 502 group, each with their own mug. It appeared their bond was indeed strong. After retrieving the blue mug and pouring herself a glass of water, Lin Chu took a hearty sip. Suddenly, her phone on the sofa chimed with a message. Turning back, she picked it up to see a message from the ever-hungry Yi. "Tang Yi, calling little Chu Chu, Lin Chu, Society, Tang Yi, have you arrived in Huhai?" "Lin Chu, how did you know?" "Tang Yi, I saw Sunny's photos on her social media. They resemble your photography style. So I figured it must have been you who took them." Can she really discern that? Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Lin Chu felt a slight thrill. "Tang Yi, where are you now?" "At a hotel." "Lin Chu, guess what, Tang Yi? Do you think I can guess?" "Lin Chu, do you think I can guess if you can guess?" Tang Yi, frustrated. At the same time, in a certain residential complex in Huhai City, Tang Yi set aside her phone, a slight smile curving her petite lips. "You little rascal, don't think I don't know where you are." Meanwhile, Lin Chu sank back into the sofa. After scrolling through short videos for nearly half an hour, he noticed that Sun Yi had yet to emerge from the bathroom. What's going on? Lin Chu frowned. How could someone so young have hemorrhoids? Shouldn't she get that treated? I heard it can be fixed easily. As he casually flipped through his phone, a message suddenly popped up. Sunny, emergency. Upon seeing this, Lin Chu set his phone down and rose to the bathroom door. What on earth? Cough, cough. Inside the bathroom, Sunny's awkward yet bashful voice emerged. I'm out of toilet paper. Can you get a roll from the cabinet on the balcony? How do I give it to you? Just hurry up, please. Sunny, sitting on the toilet, was on the verge of losing her mind. How unfortunate that she ran out of paper. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter. She could just grab it and go. But with that pesky junior outside, there was no way she could step out. As Sun Yi's frustration and urgency mounted, Lin Chu, having reached the balcony, returned to the bathroom door with the roll of paper. I've got it, but how do I give it to you? Wait, don't move, I didn't call you. Do you not trust me? Yes, I do. Lin Chu, a flurry of rustling sounds emanated from the bathroom, followed by the crisp sound of the lock clicking open. Can I come in? Of course not. Sun Yi's voice, filled with indignation, rang out from within. Close your eyes and don't breathe. While I can understand not looking, what on earth does not breathing even mean? Are you trying to suffocate me? It's so noisy. Well, if you say no, then no. Sun Yi felt both embarrassed and anxious inside. In this situation, it felt utterly humiliating. All right, I'm coming in MMM. Don't open your eyes. I'll try my best, try your best, my foot. Sun Yi retorted, her face aflame. Before her words had fully left her mouth, the frosted glass door slowly opened a crack. With his eyes closed, Lin Chu groped to pass the roll of paper inside. Seeing this, Sun Yi quickly rose on her tiptoes, reaching out her hand. Perhaps due to her nervousness, she stumbled slightly. What's wrong? Keep your eyes closed. As Sun Yi's panicked scream echoed, Lin Chu's hand, holding the roll of paper, was abruptly seized, and he was forcefully pushed out. With a sigh, the little one was utterly terrified. Before long, the sound of flushing echoed from the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the frosted door swung open, revealing a flushed Sun Yi stepping out. Striding towards Lin Chu with her long legs, she furrowed her brow and demanded, Did you just see? Upon hearing his response, Sun Yi emitted an indignant snort. I doubt you dare. However, her words abruptly trailed off. In an instant, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. The blonde-haired goddess's fierce and furious roar resonated through the night sky. You wretched creature. I shall end you. Chapter 087. It's over. I'm addicted to the dog Junior, oh dear. Such a wretched creature. I shall strike you down. A flurry of playful punches and kicks ensued as the granddaughter, panting heavily, flushed with a deeper crimson on her fair cheeks. Lin Chu, pinned beneath her on the sofa, was equally exhausted. Though bombarded by cushions, he inadvertently reveled in some unexpected benefits. Initially, the furious Sun Yi remained blissfully unaware of this. However, as her rage began to subside, she realized that the situation was rather peculiar. Finally snapping back to reality, Sun Yi let out a shriek, hurriedly grabbing a cushion and pressing it firmly against Lin Chu's face. The poor dog Junior struggled to breathe, his limbs flailing helplessly. Stop. Stop. The muffled sounds emanating from beneath the cushion only added to Sun Yi's panic, her mind a chaotic mess, leaving no room for anything else. With determination, she continued to press down on the cushion. Lin Chu was on the verge of catching a glimpse of the ancient matriarch beckoning him. You little rascal. 3 days without a beating, and you think you can get away with it? Lin, gritting his teeth in frustration, used sheer force to push aside the raving Sun Yi. In a sudden turn, he flipped the situation, taking control. What are you doing? Sun Yi exclaimed, her wrist firmly grasped, glaring at Lin Chu. Let go. No. Release me. Not a chance. Are you truly not going to let go? Indeed, I shall not. If you don't, I shall bite you. If you bite me, I shall kiss you. Do you dare? Suddenly, an unexpected doorbell rang, startling Sun Yi, her eyes widening in shock, her heart racing. She abruptly pushed Lin Chu away, followed by a swift kick, and scrambled to her feet. Leave. She glared at the dog Junior, her heart fluttering wildly, yet an unexpected sweetness lingered. The thought crossed her mind. Surely, I am not becoming addicted to this dog Junior, am I? Yet, he is quite skilled. I must see who is at the door. I won't go. I fear I might lose control and harm him. Shut up. The golden-haired beauty, busy untangling her tousled locks, playfully chided as she glanced at the dejected Lin Chu. Unable to suppress a chuckle, the sight of him looking so disheveled was rather endearing. Unable to resist, she gently cupped his face and planted a kiss on his forehead. Now, Now, we have established that we are siblings. Such antics must cease. Do you understand? Yet you still kiss me? That's different. It is a kiss between sister and brother, a familial kiss. All right. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow at her words. The last person to say something similar was Miss Jiang Runan. Well, Sister E seems to be setting a flag for herself. Rubbing the face of her puppy-like junior. Sun E calmed her emotions and strode towards the door, peering through the peephole. Tang E. Upon recognizing the visitor outside, Sun E expressed her surprise with a furrowed brow. Though somewhat perplexed by her arrival, she was nonetheless grateful. Otherwise, tonight. Who? Do not overthink. It was merely an accident. I, Sun E, shall never falter. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. Hello, my dear. Tang Yi, clad in a casual t-shirt and short skirt, cheerfully held up a takeout bag. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Sunny replied with a faint smile, feigning composure. How did you know I was back? Because I possess a knack for divination. Tang Yi tilted her head, her large eyes glancing behind Sunny. Covering her mouth in mock surprise, she exclaimed, Oh, little Chu-Chu is here too? Long time no see. Hello, Yi. Lin Chu greeted with a charming smile, raising his hand in a friendly wave. Amazing. You truly guessed where I was. Observing the innocent and adorable short-haired girl, Lin Chu couldn't help but ponder. Despite her cherubic visage, she was indeed a clever little minx. Oh dear, had I known little Chu was here, I wouldn't have come tonight. Tang Yi feigned astonishment. Her tone sweet and innocent. Little E, did I interrupt something? Clearly, she had. What? Not at all. Sunny instantly recalled the earlier incident, her cheeks flushing. Lin Chu just arrived in Huhai today. He simply came over to visit. Is that so? Tang Yi blinked innocently. But your face is quite flushed. Is something the matter? Huh, not at all. Perhaps it's just the heat. Sunny quickly replied. We just returned not long ago. Oh, so I arrived just at the right moment. Exactly. By the way, did you bring late-night snacks? What? Crawfish? Wow. Indeed. Garlic-flavored, from your favorite place. Wow, excellent. Tang Yi entered the living room, lifting the takeout containers one by one and arranging them on the coffee table. As she opened each box, the enticing aroma of garlic crawfish, spicy stir-fried crab, and various barbecued treats wafted through the air. All right, let us dig in, Tang Yi proclaimed with a smile. I'm parched. I'll grab a glass of water. However, her gaze suddenly fell upon the mug on the coffee table. Oh, this cup? Tang Yi picked up the mug, her tone perplexed. Isn't this my water cup? Why is someone else using it? What? Upon hearing this, Sunny glanced at the water cup in Tang Yi's hand, then at Lin Chu, and helplessly covered her face. Oh my. Chu, didn't I mention that your little Nan's cup is blue? How could you have mistaken it? Isn't this blue? Lin Chu replied innocently. Do you truly consider this blue? It is evidently green. This is known as duckweed color. The art student Lin Chu shrugged. Offering a brief lesson in color theory to her two friends, it lies between blue and green, and in the realm of aesthetic color classification. It still belongs to the blue spectrum. Goodness, must you be so scholarly? All right, forget it, Tang Yi said with a cheerful smile, giving Sunny a gentle pat on the shoulder. After all, little Chu is our collective brother. It's perfectly fine if he uses my cup. Do as you please with that. Tang Yi cradled the water cup in her hands and brought it to her lips for a sip. Her throat, as pure as jade, gently rolled as she savored the drink. After leisurely finishing, her rosy, lustrous lips pressed lightly against the rim of the cup. Seizing the moment when Sun E was distracted, she exchanged a furtive glance with Lin Chu and discreetly blinked. Chapter 088. As his sister, of course I must provide shelter for him while. Lin felt a spark of excitement. With a smile, he lifted his cup and savored the delectable broth, sliding the tender meat down his throat. The flavor was exquisite, infused with a hint of, followed by a robust garlic aroma that was simply delightful. Tang Yi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with joy. As for Tang Yi, Lin Chu had long been enamored. Although they had not crossed paths since their time in Deer City, their communication had flourished significantly. Xiao Chu, what do you think of this outfit? How does it compare to yesterday's? Which do you prefer? Please share your thoughts. Do you like JK style? Black stockings or white? Knee-high or full coverage? What about Lolita style? Is Hanfu acceptable? Wait, a maid outfit? I haven't tried that yet. In just over a month, Tang Yi had become the person Lin Chu corresponded with most frequently, without exception. Naturally, Lin Chu's feelings toward this short-haired, lowly girl were quite resolute. While his stance was one of observation, his overall demeanor remained nonchalant, neither proactive nor dismissive. Unbeknownst to them, Sun E, who sat nearby, was oblivious to their silent exchanges. She donned her gloves and picked up a small crayfish, forcefully twisting it apart. Unfortunately, her strength was excessive, resulting in a few drops of thick broth splattering onto her collar. Oh no, Sunny gasped, glancing at her clothing. The moment she looked, her face paled in shock. Crap, is that strawberry? Damn that dog-like Junior. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Hearing her exclamation, Tang Yi turned her head in confusion. And nothing. Sunny quickly tugged at her collar to cover the area below her neck, forcing a smile. Just accidentally splashed some broth. Oh, be careful. Tang Yi blinked a few times, pouting slightly. No need to rush. I know. Sunny stammered. Hey, Yi, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. She hastily shifted the topic, casting a glare at Lin Chu, who was quietly chuckling behind Tang Yi. Dog-like Junior. Stinky Junior. It's all your fault. After finishing their late-night snack, Tang Yi rubbed her flat little belly, letting out a contented murmur from the sofa. Lin Chu instinctively glanced over. Today, Tang Yi wore a short t-shirt paired with an A-line skirt, and the hem of her shirt revealed her fair, delicate skin, a truly pleasing sight. Xiao Chu Chu, since you haven't registered for school yet, you can't stay in the dormitory, right? Tang Yi asked as she turned to Lin Chu, her cherry lips continuing to nibble on the straw of her iced lemon tea. Tang Yi hesitated, so you're still staying in a hotel? Not yet, because today, Yi took me in. Oh. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi withdrew the straw from her mouth, emitting a playful sound laden with meaning. Hey, who said I would take you in tonight? Sunny exclaimed in exasperation. Finish your meal and scram. No lingering allowed. How heartless. Lin Chu lamented, rubbing his forehead. Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. Tang Yi chuckled. Xiao Chu Chu, come home with me tonight. You can just stay at my place. Really? That sounds great. Wait, what do you mean great? Sunny interjected, alarmed. What is going on? Why are you letting Chu stay at your house? There's nothing going on. Tang Yi replied, playfully brushing her hair back, speaking in sweet tones. Xiao Chu Chu has nowhere to stay, and as his sister, of course, I must take him in. Right? Xiao Chu Chu. I think he is right. Lin Chu agreed. It's getting late. Let us go together. Sunny, fuming, thought to herself, so, this is your plan. Tang Yi? To sneak off with my dog of a junior right under my nose? Not on my watch. Seeing the two ready to leave, a flurry of thoughts raced through Sun Yi's mind. Knowing Tang Yi's character, she was fully aware of the girl's penchant for appearances. She was undeniably a beauty addict, coupled with a hint of flirtatiousness. If tonight allowed her to escape with Lin Chu, given the latter's insatiable nature, it could lead to chaos. No way. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sunny immediately stood up, her long legs striding to block the doorway before them. Lin Chu, you are not going anywhere tonight. Hey, what are you trying to pull, A.E.? Lin Chu asked, wearing a puzzled smile. You were the one insisting I stay, and now that I want to leave. You want to let me? I changed my mind. Sunny replied, crossing her arms defiantly. You can stay just for tonight. Is that really okay? Sounds a bit forced. The boy shrugged. You can't take advantage of me. Let us go. Xiaoyi, would you mind stepping aside? No, you can't leave. Sun E's face tightened, resembling a small dog guarding its food. Lin Chu, I've said you're not leaving tonight. You must stay here. Sorry, miss. But I'm more inclined to be coaxed than coerced, Lin Chu retorted. Sun E, fuming, shot back. That is not how it works. You see, it's about a softer approach when asking for something, Lin Chu explained gently. Am I really begging you? Isn't it you who is asking me to stay? You wish. Then I'm leaving. No, you can't. Sunny cried out in frustration. Oh, what do you want from me? Beg me. Looking at Lin Chu's resolute expression, Sun E paused momentarily. Determined to prevent Lin Chu and Tang Yi from leaving together, she ultimately chose to relent. Before them, Sun Yi's exquisite visage was adorned with a delicate flush, a testament to her hurried breaths. Her features a blend of shyness and indignation as she bit down on her lower lip. Well, tonight, why not stay? Such a lack of sincerity. Aha, ha. Dear little brother, won't you stay with your sister tonight? The golden-haired diva, with a determined stomp of her foot, managed to feign a bashful demeanor, her voice barely above a whisper. This unexpected display caught Lin Chu off guard for a moment. The juxtaposition of the aloof goddess and her suddenly coy antics was truly captivating. That's more like it, Lin Chu nodded, turning to Tang Yi beside him. I apologize. Given that Jia is so earnestly asking, I can only stay with her tonight. No worries. Tang Yi's large eyes narrowed into a charming crescent as she cheerfully replied, "Then I'll stay with you both tonight. How about we all sleep together?" Chapter 089. What a thrill. It feels like life has reached its pinnacle with a creak. A cloud of white mist billowed forth from the bathroom door as Lin Chu emerged, clad solely in a pair of shorts, towel in hand, diligently drying his damp hair. Upon noticing the pale blue towel he held, Sun Yi, who was seated on the sofa applying a facial mask, paused in surprise, then stifled a laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Silly Junior, how did he manage to pick that particular towel again?" "What's so funny, Sister Yi?" Lin Chu inquired, wiping his damp face with the towel. "Nothing, nothing at all," Sunny replied, her golden locks swaying as she attempted to conceal her amusement, mindful of the presence of Tang Yi beside her. "Oh," Lin Chu nodded, his gaze naturally sweeping across the sofa. Aside from Sunny, Tang Yi had also finished her shower and donned one of Sun Yi's nightgowns. Her skin was as fair as snow, soft and delicate. Her face a perfectly refined oval, reminiscent of a beautiful girl sprung from the realms of the two-dimensional. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with a hint of mischief. However, in contrast to Sun Yi's statuesque height of over 170 centimeters, Tang Yi, standing around 160 centimeters, appeared notably more petite. Thus, the nightgown hung loosely on her, creating an adorable, youthful impression. Yet, the slightly askew straps and her slender, straight legs introduced an intriguing contrast to this youthful appearance, distinguishing her style sharply from the commanding presence of the tall, blonde goddess beside her. Of course, the golden-haired beauty was no less striking. Although her face was obscured by a dark, peculiar facial mask, her enviable figure, swathed in a light nightgown, could not be concealed. The lace-trimmed hem of her gown accentuated her long, fair legs, presenting a stark contrast to Tang Yi's petite stature. "Hey, do you have a penchant for exposing yourself?" As Lin Chu admired the two ladies in their nightgowns, Sunny shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Hurry up and put on some clothes." "I don't want to," Lin Chu replied nonchalantly. "I've always slept like this, without any clothes." "Sunny, I think it's quite fine," Tang Yi interjected with a smile. "Boys can do that, right?" Her gaze drifted to Lin Chu's well-defined abs. "And look at how fit little Chu is." "You rascal." Hearing this, Sun Yi helplessly covered her face. "It's precisely because the silly junior is in such great shape that he should put on a shirt. This is exasperating. Forget it." All right. It is summer, and it's perfectly normal to bare one's shoulders." Sunny rolled her eyes at this comment. "Is it merely about exposing your shoulders? This guy is practically wearing just a pair of shorts." Alas, were it not for the fact that he is the beloved junior of our canine companion. Any other man would have been unceremoniously cast aside by Sun Yi. Contemplating this, her curious gaze inadvertently flickered toward the Calvin Klein lettering, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. How frightful. Squeezing herself in, Lin Chu casually hung the damp towel on the rack and plopped onto the sofa. Ah, what a delightful scene. On the left, the regal Sun Yi. On the right, the charming little Yi. Such an aromatic ambience, a true feast for the senses. Despite receiving a playful kick from the irate Sun Yi, Lin, embraced by such enchanting company, felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. "Little Chu, why don't you use any skincare products?" inquired Tang Yi, who was applying lotion to her own skin. "Skincare products? What skincare products?" Lin Chu shook his head. "I never use any. That's simply one tea do." Tang Yi playfully poked his forehead and smiled brightly, "Even though you're a boy, you still need to take care of your skin. After all, a refined gentleman is essential." Her laughter was as sweet as a caramel candy, eliciting an irresistible desire to unwrap and savor its delightful essence. "Let me apply some body lotion for you," she proposed cheerfully. "Once done, your skin will be smooth and supple. It feels wonderful." All right. You turn around, and I'll start from behind." Lin Chu obediently turned his back. With a small dollop of lotion from the jar, Tang Yi warmed it in her hands before gently massaging it onto his back. "Is this pressure all right?" "Absolutely delightful." Lin Chu sighed contentedly. It must be said that Tang Yi's hands were soft and warm, providing a comforting sensation against Lin Chu's cool skin. "Oh, this is truly life," he exclaimed. From the side, Sun Yi, applying her facial mask, couldn't he help but mutter under her breath upon witnessing Lin Chu's closeness to another girl. Despite the fleeting pang of annoyance, she reminded herself of her own position and felt no true justification for anger. Moreover, although Tang Yi's actions were affectionate, they remained within acceptable boundaries. Thus, In her mild irritation, Sunny chose to remain silent, turning to her phone to scroll through Douyin, albeit with a growing sense of impatience. As she continued swiping rapidly, her mind was far from focused. Oh, the next one is coming up. Meanwhile, after finishing the application on Lin Chu's back, Tang Yi squeezed out a bit more lotion. No need to turn around. I'll manage from here. Lin Chu thought. What is this unexpected feeling of delightful contrast? It seems rather pleasant. Little Chu, could you spread your arms a little wider? Came Tang Yi's sweet, gentle voice from behind. Meanwhile, the girl behind drew closer. At the nape of her neck, one could even perceive the fragrant breath of the other. Subsequently, the soft hand of the girl extended from beneath her arms. Silky and supple, it gently and soothingly applied the body lotion from. Initially, everything seemed fine. But before long, Lin Chu's lips curled, involuntarily letting out a muffled sound. What's wrong? Tang Yi promptly inquired. Did I hurt you? No, it's all right. Just a bit ticklish, not quite accustomed to it. Oh, is that so? The voice of the short-haired girl behind carried a slightly mischievous tone. It's fine, just get used to it. No, wait. Huh? Oh dear. Little brother, you mustn't shy away. The ribs need special care. If you're taking care of the ribs, just focus on that. Lin Chu's lips twitched. Chapter 090. What face does a scoundrel still have? Hey. Tang Yi, what are you doing? Sun Yi's expression turned serious as she observed Tang Yi, who was playfully preoccupied with her phone. If you're applying body lotion, just apply it without fidgeting. Oh, just a moment. It will be over soon. Tang Yi replied with a cheerful smile, her hands gently and mischievously tapping once. Lin Chu, what is this lingering sensation? Could it be that some strange switch has been activated? All right, let us wrap this up. With hands gliding smoothly over her skin, Tang Yi leaned back and said, Hey, are we only applying it to half of the body? Oh dear, does Shachu need it below as well? Applying lotion without addressing the legs is futile. All right. Then, cough. A sharp, reprimanding cough interrupted their exchange. With a black gold seaweed mask adorning her face, Sun Yi crossed her arms and glared at Lin Chu. Such disdain from the queen. Noticing this, Lin Chu abandoned the lotion and obediently stepped in front of Sun Yi. Sister Yi, could you please apply another mask for me? Apply what? The body lotion seems to be working just fine, Sun Yi retorted, her eyes filled with disapproval. Oh, but I still want it. Although the black mask obscured her features, Lin Chu could sense the change in Sun Yi's demeanor just from her words. If he couldn't decipher the hint of jealousy there, he might as well give up hope of dismantling the friendship circle. Each member of this close-knit group was a treasure, and unlocking their hearts required understanding them. Jiang Runan's gentle affection, Tang Yi's pure innocence, and Qin Shiwan's subtle glances, all unique. Only Sunny was of the type with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Among the 4 in the 502 friendship group, she was the most resolute and the most resistant to Lin Chu. Yet, it was often the steadfast ones who, once conquered, became utterly devoted. Lin Chu was well aware that Sunny only pretended to be tough. Since she was already feeling jealous, persistence would surely lead to victory. What? Face? What does a scoundrel care for face? Oh dear sister, just help me with one mask, will you? Transforming into a youthful puppy-like demeanor, he grasped Sun Yi's delicate hand and began to plead. The last mask you applied was incredibly soothing. Last time, Tang Yi, who was behind Lin Chu, keenly caught this phrasing and leaned in with a grin. Have you two shared a bed before? In no way. Sun Yi exclaimed, startled, hastily denying it. Tang Yi, don't say such things. Who has ever shared a bed with this little rascal? If you haven't, then how did you apply a mask on him? I applied a mask for Lin Chu because he stayed at my house for a night when he was in Luqing. Oh, so he stayed at your place in Luqing, and then came to stay at your house in Huhai? No, it's not like that. Yi, let me explain. It was truly just a coincidence. How delightful, how coincidental. Dog Jr., you better get lost. Why are you suddenly dragging me into this? After a cacophony of noise, it culminated with the exasperated granddaughter slapping her facial mask onto Lin Chu's face. The ruckus continued until 11 at night, the designated bedtime. Sun Yi rose from the sofa, stretching her long, delicate legs, leaving Lin Chu momentarily dazzled. With an annoyed glare directed at the dog Jr., Sun Yi turned to Tang Yi and said, Yi, let us go to bed. They both proceeded into Sun Yi's bedroom. The golden-haired queen suddenly turned her head, shooting a glare at Lin Chu, who trailed behind. What are you doing following me? What do you mean? The young man scratched his head, glancing around. I'm coming in to sleep, of course. Where will you sleep? On the bed. Do you think that that's appropriate? Absolutely. Get out. No. We must be reasonable here, Lin Chu asserted, gazing at the only bed in the room. If you want to let me sleep on the bed, where else can I sleep? There's a sofa outside. Hurry up and sleep there. No way. I've never slept on a sofa my entire life. Then sleep on the floor. The floor is too cold. Little Choo-Choo might catch a cold. If he catches a cold, all the better. That way, you won't be holding back your mischief every day. So heartless. Oh dear. Little E. Just as the argument escalated, Tang Yi suddenly proposed, I think it wouldn't be a problem for little Choo-Choo to sleep with us. After all, the bed is big enough for all three of us to fit. Well done. Hearing Tang Yi's suggestion, Sun Yi furrowed her brows in resignation. Although she maintained a stern front with the dog Junior, deep down, she felt a twinge of sympathy, with the dog Junior pleading desperately and Tang Yi mediating. Sun Yi pondered for a moment before her resolve softened. All right, we can sleep together, but you must sleep at that end, she said, pointing to the foot of the bed. Eh? Can I sleep in between you two? If not, get out. No. Lin Chu chuckled, recognizing the opportunity. He also understood that given their current level of intimacy, this was the maximum acceptance from Sun Yi. If he wished to truly sleep in the middle, embracing both sides, it would require a significantly longer strategy to achieve that. The bedroom of the single apartment was not particularly spacious, so to save space, Sun Yi's bed was designed as a tatami layout against the wall, with a mattress placed atop. One side faced outward, while the other was against the wall and window. Tang Yi and Sun Yi climbed up first, followed by Lin Chu, who slept on the outermost edge, dutifully maintaining a respectful distance of 70-1. Due to the summer heat, even with the air conditioning on, they only covered themselves with a light air-conditioned blanket while sleeping. From Lin Chu's perspective, two pairs of exquisitely delicate little feet were in close proximity. Elongated and refined, devoid of any excess flesh, they could be regarded as perfect works of art. As a paragon of flawless legs, Sun Yi's feet mirrored the beauty of her long limbs, slender and elegant, with dainty toes and pronounced bone structure. Their alabaster hue reminiscent of jade carvings. Conversely, Tang Yi's petite feet exuded an entirely different charm, round and full, with an especially perfect arch. Each toe resembled a meticulously sculpted piece of round jade, pale and rosy, with the pinkish nail beds appearing as exquisite as crescent-shaped almonds. For a moment, even the discerning aesthetic master Lin Chu found it difficult to choose between the two, feeling a sense of indecision. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chu couldn't help but chastise himself. Choose. What nonsense. Why not embrace them all? Chapter 91. The system Tycoon, want it all, so what? In the depths of the night, within the dimly lit confines of a room, the only sound that pierced the silence was the gentle hum of the air conditioner. In a state of semi-consciousness, Lin Chu felt an unwelcome warmth enveloping him, prompting him to instinctively reach out and push away the heavy comforter. Yet, the blanket proved too weighty to shift. He turned over, only to discover that the other side was similarly ensnared by the quilt, which clung tightly to his legs, soft, warm, and utterly unyielding. Lin Chu, in his sleepy haze, found himself at a loss. He rolled back onto his back, only to realize that his other leg was also trapped. One leg on each side. He was unable to extricate himself. The discomfort was palpable. Morning arrived, and Lin Chu awoke naturally, his eyes fluttering open. Blinking in a daze, he glanced around. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the room. To his left, a cascade of golden hair caught his eye, while to his right, soft chestnut locks lay in disarray. Amidst the tousled strands, delicate, fair skin was tantalizingly close. Lin Chu thought to himself, how did the promised 70-1 turn into a sandwich filling? Just then, the girl with the short hair on his right stirred, her clear, lively eyes fluttering open slowly. She locked eyes with Lin Chu. Xiao Chu-Chu. Good. Morning. With a gentle murmur, Tang Yi greeted him before closing her eyes again, nestling closer against Lin Chu's shoulder. Hey, wait. Could you let go a bit? Although he relished the warmth, the presence of the queen beside him made him reconsider. Lin Chu leaned in closer, whispering softly. No, please don't. Tang Yi murmured sweetly, her closed eyes resembling a soft little kitten, as she tightened her embrace around Lin Chu's arm. Oh, soft and fluffy, it is indeed quite enjoyable. Sighing inwardly, he thought, since she has requested it so earnestly, I suppose I must oblige for now. Glancing furtively in another direction, he caught sight of Sun Yi's expression. Get out. A deafening roar erupted, reverberating throughout the apartment. After the raucous morning routine, the local native, Tang Yi, took on the role of guide, accompanied by Sun Yi, with both young women flanking Lin Chu as they strolled through the renowned Changwang Temple in the city. Having taken a moment to change into a new outfit, Tang Yi appeared enchanting in a pink plaid JK uniform paired with petite leather shoes and knee-high socks, radiating an aura of sweetness. Meanwhile, the regal and alluring Sun Yi donned a fitted dress adorned with white daisies against a dark background. The strapless, waist-cinching design accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her captivating figure in a stunningly elegant manner. In the bustling Huanggong Temple scenic area, these two stunning beauties are perpetually the focal point of the crowd's attention. Meanwhile, Lin Chu, who walks between them, becomes the recipient of numerous envious glances from the surrounding male onlookers. If mere gazes could be lethal, Lin Chu would have perished 1,000 times over by now. Naturally, amidst the admiration, many are left curious about his background. For a man who can accompany such exquisite women must possess unique talents. He is either immensely wealthy or extraordinarily capable. The trio first indulges in the renowned Hu Hai Xing Jian Bao and savors some scallion oil noodles. Subsequently, they make their way into the temple, purchasing tickets and acquiring 3 incense sticks, blending into the throng as they enter the main hall. As a seasoned local, Tang Yi beams a youthful smile and remarks, "The Kaishan Hall, Wenchang Hall, and Yulao Hall here are quite effective. Is that so?" Lin Chu nods slightly. "Then let us pay a visit to the Yulao Hall." Lin, confident in his current fortune and talents, feels that what he truly lacks is a romantic connection. Praying for love, then? That works, Sun Yi agrees, and the three enter the Yulao Hall together. Compared to the overcrowded Kaishan Hall, the Yulao Hall is relatively serene. In today's world, love seems to have become the domain of wealth rather than the deity of love. However, Lin Chu's desires extend beyond mere affection. One wonders if the deity of love would grant such a greedy young man's wishes. Contemplating this, he reassures himself that it is not an unreasonable request. After all, the institution of monogamy has only been in place for about a century in the grand tapestry of human history. Thus, Lin's seemingly trivial yet sincere prayer should surely be fulfilled by the deity. If this wish were to come true, it would warrant the reconstruction of temples and the re-establishment of divine statues. "What did you wish for, little Chu? You know for so long." Tang Yi inquires curiously upon Lin Chu's return. "What else could it be?" Sun Yi raises an eyebrow dismissively. He is merely wishing for happiness with his little man Jia. "Ah, my dear Yi, you truly understand me," Lin Chu retorts playfully. "But you've only guessed a quarter of it." "Huh." Both Sun Yi and Tang Yi exchange puzzled glances. Observing their bewildered expressions, Lin Chu smiles gently and, with genuine sincerity, declares, "Actually, I wish for a romantic connection with all 4 of you sisters." "Well, what? A bond with all of us together?" Sun Yi's beautiful eyes widen in surprise, her cheeks flushing with a delightful hue. Meanwhile, Tang Yi lowers her gaze, appearing contemplative yet with a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Well, you rascal." In an instant, Sun Yi's delicate face tightened. "One little man is not enough? You must have all 4 of us to feel satisfied, right?" "Indeed." The scoundrel Chu Wei shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Who could resist such 4 extraordinary sisters? Thus, "I cannot bear to relinquish any one of them." Had it been in the past, Lin Chu would never have dared to utter such words. However, now, his relationship with the 3 other sisters from 502, especially with his closest friend, Sun Yi, had transcended the bounds of ordinary friendship. Hence, Lin Chu chose to be candid. The system's affluent deity, desire it all. What of it? Ugh, how dare you? Scoundrel. Sun Yi, both flustered and furious, lifted her foot as if to kick him. Unexpectedly, in a swift motion, the assertive Lin Chu wrapped his arm around the golden-haired beauty's shoulders and planted a kiss on her lips, right before the eyes of onlookers. In that moment, countless hearts shattered around them, echoing with the sound of breaking glass. "Oh my." Observing Lin Chu's audacious act, Tang Yi gasped, covering her mouth, her wide eyes round with astonishment. "What on earth? Come over here and give me a kiss." Before she could finish her sentence, the suddenly alert Sun Yi fiercely pinched the cheek of the dogged junior. "Kiss you? Absolutely not." Chapter 092. Is the dog junior planning to acquire an old Western-style house? After a leisurely stroll around the Changwang Temple, the clock struck noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, radiating an unbearable heat. Accompanied by 2 young ladies, Lin Chu decisively returned to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Just as before, the granddaughter Wang, already accustomed to the routine, gracefully slid into the front passenger seat. Meanwhile, Tang Yi took her place in the back. Lin Chu cast a glance at the golden-haired beauty, her legs crossed elegantly, feeling a twinge of envy. With 4 individuals, yet only one front seat, one couldn't help but ponder the future arrangements. Turning the air conditioning to its maximum setting, Lin Chu relished the refreshing blast for a while, finally feeling rejuvenated. So, little Chu, where to next? Just a moment. As he spoke, Lin Chu's phone, resting on the center console, buzzed with an incoming message. He picked it up and casually opened the navigation link. Sun Kai Road. What do you plan to do there? Check in? Upon hearing the navigation's voice prompt, Sun Yi in the passenger seat adjusted her sunglasses, visibly surprised. Little Chu Tang Yi leaned forward from the back seat and gently suggested, if you're going to check in at Sun Kai Road, it would be more suitable to visit in the evening when the lighting is softer and the scenery more picturesque. It's not really about checking in. Lin Chu chuckled as he started the vehicle, explaining, I have an appointment with a real estate agent to look at some houses. Looking at houses? In Sun Kai Road? The two ladies gasped in astonishment. Properties on Sun Kai Road are truly exceptional. As the saying goes, there are 3 pinnacle properties in Huaxia, the Sihiyuan in Yanjing, the old Western-style houses in Huhai, and the hillside villas on Hong Kong Island. The old Western-style houses, notably, are located right on Sun Kai Road. The garden villas in the heart of Huhai are home to the affluent and elite, comprising a small fraction at the pinnacle of Huaxia society. To think that the dog Jr., on his first visit to Huhai, is contemplating acquiring an old Western-style house. Oh, I'm merely going to have a look, Lin Chu chuckled, noticing the astonished expressions on the ladies' faces. Whether I buy or not is still uncertain, no. In response, Sunny turned to exchange glances with Tang Yi, each recognizing the shared sentiment in the other's eyes. This guy is definitely going to buy. After more than half an hour, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan gradually arrived at the intersection of Sun Kai Road, passing by the iconic Sun Kai building. They cruised along the tree-lined street adorned with flourishing French parasol trees. Along the way, an array of European-style houses came into view, one after another. From English country cottages to Southern European residences, Baroque architecture to neoclassicism, and Art Deco to modern and postmodern styles, the diversity was astounding. As an art enthusiast and a student of fine arts, Lin Chu, already inclined towards emotional thinking, could genuinely appreciate the unique artistic atmosphere and cultural richness of this historic street, which encapsulates nearly a century of Huhai's modern history. It is no wonder that upon visiting Huhai in 1933, George Bernard Shaw remarked, stepping into this place, even those who cannot write poetry wish to compose verses. Those who cannot draw aspire to create art, and those who cannot sing long to serenade, it's simply marvelous. Such sentiments resonate profoundly. Glimpsing the charming Tang Yi, Mr. Lin now felt an urge to create a masterpiece, particularly an artistic nude sketch. Greetings, may I inquire if you are Mr. Lin? As the navigation led him to his destination, a sharply dressed gentleman approached the alighting Lin Chu with utmost respect. Indeed, that is I. Lin Chu replied with a slight nod. Mr. Lin, it is my pleasure to introduce myself as your property consultant, Su Chang, the suit-clad man said, displaying no sign of condescension despite Lin Chu's youth. Age had never been a concern, especially given the impressive Cullinan black badge he possessed, a testament to his capabilities, along with the 2 extraordinary beauties accompanying him. With such thoughts in mind, Su Wenchang's demeanor grew increasingly reverential, bending further in deference. His address shifted from Mr. to Young Master. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Certainly. Accompanied by Sun Yi and Tang Yi, the trio followed Su Wenchang through a shaded pathway, arriving at a grand iron gate. Upon pressing a button, the gate swung open, revealing a breathtaking garden. As they stepped through the gate, the bustling sounds of the crowded street faded away, replaced by a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Wow, how beautiful! Sun Yi and Tang Yi, trailing behind Lin Chu, could not suppress their heartfelt admiration as they beheld the expansive garden of the villa. The meticulously tended garden showcased a plethora of flourishing plants, with cascading climbing roses, refreshing snow daisies, and lush blue hydrangeas bursting into bloom under the radiant sun, creating a vivid tapestry of colors. To one side of the garden stood a magnificent French sycamore, its dense foliage providing a graceful canopy. The vibrant summer sunlight filtered through the broad gaps in the branches, casting a dazzling yet gentle glow upon the stone-paved ground. The main structure of the villa comprised 2 levels, designed in a principal and auxiliary layout, elevated on all sides. The exterior was elegantly defined by minimalist lines that captured the essence of Georgian architectural style, flowing, and artistic, imbued with the vintage romance of the Renaissance era. It appears quite impressive, remarked Lin Chu. After Su Wenchang guided Lin Chu and his companions through the external garden, he began to introduce the interior of the villa. The interior of this villa has undergone a complete renovation. All furniture and appliances are sourced from top-tier international brands, many even custom-made, perfectly aligning with the esteemed heritage of this distinguished residence. Moreover, you can rest assured, we have engaged the most professional housekeeping company for regular maintenance and cleaning. Very commendable, Lin Chu acknowledged with a slight nod as he commenced a tour of the interior. Guided by Su Wenchang, the living room was particularly spacious, adorned with exquisite lines and reliefs on the high ceiling, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an opulent European palace. The expansive, wraparound floor-to-ceiling windows were wide open, allowing sunlight to stream through the European wrought iron frames, casting slanted rays upon the beechwood floor, fostering an artistic and serene ambience. Even the wind, which howls through the frigid labyrinth of steel and concrete, has softened and acquired warmth here. Seated upon the sumptuous and plush Victorian leather sofa in the living room, Lin Chu cannot help but feel a profound sense of wonder. It is often said that true tranquility cannot be found in the deep mountains and old forests, but rather in the midst of chaos. Indeed, this garden villa situated in the heart of the bustling city of Huhai exudes an air of sophistication. Gazing out at the verdant garden, Lin's mind conjures an image imbued with warmth and affection. In the grand expanse of Huhai, the garden villa is alive with the laughter of Lin's four esteemed concubines gathered together, engrossed in a game of mahjong. The mere thought brings a smile to his face. Chapter 093. The Hat Trick Emerging from the Old Villa. Su Wenchang led Lin Chu and the others to the company's VIP reception room to continue their discussions regarding future intentions. Young Master Lin. This villa boasts a construction area of 500 square meters, with a land area reaching 1,600 square meters. It features 5 bedrooms, 4 living rooms, and 6 bathrooms. Noticing a flicker of interest on the wealthy young man's face, Su Wenchang seized the moment to expound upon the details with utmost enthusiasm. In the realm of old villas in Huhai, there exists a saying, 3 years without opening the doors means that when one does, it will last for another 3. Moreover, this villa was the most valuable property in Su Wenchang's portfolio. If it sold successfully, his commission would undoubtedly amount to several millions. 1,600 square meters? Upon hearing Su Wenchang's description, Sun Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity while Su Wenchang went to brew tea for them, he subtly adjusted her sunglasses, gently nudged Lin Chu, and whispered, "Are you sure you need such a large house for just yourself?" "Of course I do," Lin Chu replied, blinking in confusion. "And who told you I live alone? Apart from you, there's also my sister Xiaonan, Yi, and Yuan, plus you." Lin Chu earnestly calculated. "With my master bedroom included, that makes 5 rooms just right. It's perfect. I wouldn't buy it if it were any less." Goodness. This dog Junior really wants to accommodate everyone, doesn't he? Sun Yi initially felt a surge of indignation, but then her expression morphed into a mischievous grin as she leaned closer to Lin Chu, playfully chiding, "Brother-in-law, you're so fickle. Are you worried I might tell my sister Xiaonan? Humph. You naughty brother-in-law, taking me out to buy a house and claiming each of us needs a room. How greedy. You already have someone, yet you're still not satisfied." Su Wenchang, who had just brought over the tea tray, was taken aback, nearly dropping the freshly brewed tea. Goodness, what a dynamic duo of sisters. It seems these affluent young ones truly know how to enjoy life. Lin Chu, unfazed by the piercing glares directed at him by those around, boldly wrapped his arms around Miss A.E. in plain sight, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear while adopting a playful tone. "Oh darling, you know I'm your brother-in-law. Full of vigor and appetite for life. Can you keep up with me?" "Nonsense." Lin Chu's teasing brought forth an unexpected release of Sun Yi's innate playful spirit. With a stomp of her long legs, she responded in a charming northeastern accent, "I can handle it." Wait. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. "Every time you either roll your eyes or beg for mercy, I'm left in quite the predicament. Sun Yi, running around with a basket of dung. It seems this dogged junior is seeking trouble." Just then, Tang Yi seamlessly interjected from the side, "Are you really going to buy this old villa? Can it accommodate everyone?" "Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation. How delightful. My dear, feel free to choose whichever you fancy." "Hee. Thank you, dear brother-in-law." "For what?" "Come here and give me a kiss. You're so annoying, brother-in-law." Observing the petite girl nestled in the embrace of another, the astounded real estate consultant, Su Wenchang, was taken aback. "Can you believe there's another one? How unfortunate for their sister. Are her two younger sisters taking turns to don her with a metaphorical hat? Is this a game of football? Enough. Enough. With an air of grandeur, Mr. Lin embraced both sides. Turning to the astonished Sue, he inquired, "My friend, how soundproof are the walls of this old mansion?" Sue took a deep breath, his face regaining a cheerful demeanor. "Young Master Lin, despite the historical age of our mansion, it has been meticulously renovated with the finest international craftsmanship and materials." "Oh," Lin Chu raised his chin. "Just tell me directly, can the voices from two adjacent bedrooms, like the ones upstairs, be heard?" Sue patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Absolutely not." Lin Chu sighed in resignation. "How boring if they can't be heard. It would be much better if they could." Tang Yi and Sun Yi, amidst the admiring gazes of all present. Lin Chu effortlessly swiped his card and signed a thick stack of documents nearly a foot high. At 1.28 billion. This garden mansion located in the heart of Huhai City was acquired without a flicker of an eye from Mr. Lin. To be candid, this price exceeded Lin Chu's expectations. He had previously seen videos on Douyin showcasing these old mansions, where influencers extolled their virtues to the heavens. They claimed that residing in a mansion worth $1 billion was for the nouveau riche, while only those living in old mansions could truly be considered aristocrats. They boasted that even a modest old mansion would start at a minimum of $1 billion, and that the wealthy couldn't even purchase them if they desired. Yet here it was, a centrally located old mansion covering 1,600 square meters, acquired for just over $1 billion, easily secured. Of course, Lin Chu had some inkling as to why this was the case. It was entirely due to the current economic climate. Many affluent families in Huhai had chosen to relocate abroad, leaving their domestic assets to be managed by asset management companies for liquidation. Thus, these once unattainable symbols of the upper echelon of Huhai society were now transacted at this relatively affordable price. In other words, Lin Chu had effectively seized a rare opportunity. Observing the affluent young master, Su Wenchang and others nearby were utterly in awe. 1.28 billion, and he paid without hesitation. This is the epitome of a true wealthy gentleman. No wonder he could support his girlfriend's entire family. Young Master Lin is truly the paragon of manhood. An idol among men. If I were her brother, I would gladly join in. Naturally, Lin Chu paid no heed to the fervent, adoring gazes of numerous consultants. This indifference stemmed from the moment the home buying process reached its official conclusion. A system notification suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! The host, exhilarated by the inaugural purchase of a mansion valued in excess of 100 million, gains a pleasure value of 20. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has successfully acquired a garden villa. The standards for a quality mansion have been met. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward ability, Passive Talent Eye of the Investor. Passive Talent Eye of the Investor. From this moment forth, the host may activate this ability to observe the future growth rate of investment returns for any chosen project. Note: each activation of this ability requires the expenditure of 100 pleasure points. Chapter 094. This young man, what a remarkable individual. The Eye of the Investment Deity. As Lin Chu beheld his newly acquired ability, a wave of elation washed over him. It was indeed an impressive skill, holding immense significance for his future commercial endeavors. The only drawback was that each activation required 100 points of delight. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Over the past fortnight, he had amassed a considerable amount of delight points from the 502 Sisterhood, currently boasting over 900. With a sense of extravagance, Lin Chu decided to experiment with the specific effects of his ability, promptly utilizing 100 delight points to activate Eye of the Investment Deity. As for his target, he conveniently chose the recently acquired old mansion. After all, with 4 divine sisters by his side, delight points were hardly an issue. Ding! Ability Eye of the Investment Deity activated. Delight points minus 100. Current target, old mansion on Senkai Road. Current market price, 128 million. Investment growth potential over the next decade, minus 3. 5,338. Oh, I see. Upon reviewing the investment return rate displayed by the system, Lin Chu quickly grasped the situation. The minimum return ratio of minus 3.5 was easily understandable, likely representing the lowest depreciation price of the mansion. In other words, he had indeed struck at the bottom. Once the price reached its nadir, the value of the property would gradually appreciate in the future. The system indicated that the highest return ratio achievable within the next decade could reach 338. If this mansion were to be viewed as an investment project, Lin Chu could effortlessly synthesize the data provided by the system with the actual market conditions, allowing him to determine the optimal selling price at the peak of its value. It was a remarkably powerful ability. One could say that with the eye of the investment deity, Lin Chu had transformed into an investor with a divine perspective. As long as he wished, there was no possibility of investment loss in any industry or project. He could achieve maximum returns whenever the prices peaked. He was truly the embodiment of an investment deity. Just as he was preparing to depart, he noticed Su Wenchang returning, approaching Lin Chu with a respectful demeanor and saying, "Please, stay a moment." Observing this, Lin Chu halted and inquired, "Is there something else?" Su Wenchang slightly bowed and smiled. "Our company's owner has heard of your arrival and wishes to meet with you." "The owner of your company?" Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the respectful Su Wenchang, feeling a touch of uncertainty. "Who is he? Do I know him?" "Not exactly acquainted," Su Wenchang replied with a smile, "but he mentioned that you should have some impression of him." "Oh, who is your boss?" "His surname is Qin Shuyang." Qin Shuyang? Upon hearing this name, Lin Chu momentarily froze, then suddenly recalled that business card. The original owner of the Bugatti W16, who had sold it to him at the Lu City Auto Show. At the time, Lin Chu had paid little mind to it. Unexpectedly, I encountered him here. Chen Suyo, the current chairman of Lingyun Capital, who also holds the position of CEO in several industrial companies. He is quite a capable second-generation heir. Given the favor he had extended previously, Lin Chu naturally felt compelled to show respect. "Very well." Lin Chu shrugged slightly and addressed Sun Yi and Tang Yi. "I shall step away for a moment. Please wait here." Go ahead. After Sun Yi and her companion settled back into the VIP lounge, Lin Chu turned to Su Wenchang and nodded slightly. "I appreciate your guidance." "Certainly, Mr. Lin." "Please follow me," Su Wenchang responded warmly. Under Su Wenchang's lead, Lin Chu arrived at the entrance of an office. Su raised his hand and knocked gently on the door before pushing it open. Within the opulently decorated office sat a gentleman, likely in his late 20s or early 30s. He was of average height, dressed in a tailored dark suit that fit impeccably with smooth lines. The intricate and elegant pattern of his tie showcased a refined taste and demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Lin," the gentleman greeted as Lin Chu entered, approaching with warmth and extending a handshake. "This is our first meeting. I am Chen Suyo. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." With a smile, Chen Suyo added, "I believe I am somewhat older than you. If you don't mind, you may call me Yao Ge." In response, Lin Chu smiled and nodded slightly. To be candid, Chen Suyo left a favorable first impression on Lin Chu. He was affable, poised, and devoid of the aggressive aura often associated with nouveau riche. In brief, he exuded a sense of depth. Of course, anyone capable of acquiring a Bugatti W16 Mistral Roadster valued at $34 million must possess considerable wealth. Given his interest in forming connections, Lin Chu was more than willing to get acquainted. Such networks are invaluable. After their formal introduction, both took their respective seats. After instructing his secretary to prepare tea, Chen Suyo smiled and casually remarked, "I did not expect someone as young as you, Mr. Lin, to possess such wealth. I'm curious, what do you occupy yourself with?" "I currently run a small company focused primarily on investments in the film industry," Lin Chu replied with a humble demeanor. "It pales in comparison to your endeavors, Yao Ge." "Haha, you are being overly modest, Mr. Lin." Chen Suyo observed Lin Chu's humble attitude with a slight smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. In truth, his inquiry had merely been a formality. Chen Suyo had already conducted thorough research into Lin Chu's background. As a scion entrenched in the affluent circles of Huhai, he had encountered numerous wealthy heirs. However, the youthful gentleman before him, effortlessly wielding billions in liquid assets, was a rarity indeed. Such tangible wealth. To possess such extraordinary fortune while remaining so grounded, unpretentious, and composed was a quality Chen Suyo had only observed in successors of certain unmentionable powerful families. Previously, Chen Suyo merely regarded this individual as someone potentially worth befriending, which is why he extended a gesture of goodwill. However, it now appears that this young man is indeed deserving of trust. With this thought in mind, Chen Suyo's demeanor towards Lin Chu grew increasingly amiable. "To be candid, my brother, I possess some resources within the film industry," Chen Suyo said with a cheerful smile. "If you ever find yourself in need, we could certainly collaborate in the future, an opportunity one would greatly welcome." Lin Chu nodded in agreement. The two engaged in conversation, finding their topics to be quite congenial. Yet, Lin Chu sensed that Chen Suyo's intentions for meeting him extended beyond mere acquaintance. If he was not mistaken, there might be other matters at hand. Indeed, once the secretary served the tea, Chen Suyo smiled and remarked, "By the way, Lin, My desire to meet you today was not solely for introduction. In fact, I have another matter that may require your assistance. A small favor. Whatever it is, Brother Yao, please feel free to speak, Lin Chu replied, nodding earnestly. I will certainly do my utmost to help. Chapter 095. The Lifestyle of the Affluent, Truly Enjoyable. I see. After listening to Chen Suyo's words, Lin Chu nodded thoughtfully. The favor that Chen Suyo sought from Lin Chu was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. It pertained to a supercar club he had established, where one of his associates had a father who was a high-ranking official at the headquarters of Hushang Bank. This individual also held a position within the bank, primarily responsible for deposit acquisition. Given their family's connections in Huhai, this was ostensibly a task that required little more than casual conversation and socializing. However, in recent years, due to the overall economic climate, many connections had diminished, and assets had been withdrawn. Thus, what once seemed a straightforward task had grown increasingly arduous. The deposit target assigned to him at the beginning of the year had yet to be fulfilled, with a shortfall of 1.7 billion remaining. Should he fail to meet this target, he would surely face a severe reprimand from his father. Brother, I understand that 1.7 billion in cash is neither an insignificant nor an overwhelming sum, Chen Suyo remarked gravely as he sipped his tea. If you can lend a hand, it would be appreciated. Every bit helps. Of course. I won't impose, he replied. Lin Chu chuckled lightly. It's a minor matter. I can cover the 1.7 billion shortfall. He had not only his own liquid assets but also an allocated investment fund of 1.8 billion for the film industry, which was currently untouchable. He deemed it prudent to utilize these funds for a favorable cause. Impressive, Chen Suyo exclaimed, raising an eyebrow and giving a thumbs up, secretly astonished. Although this was merely a transfer, the amount of 1.7 billion in cash was indeed substantial. Lin Chu's capacity to procure such a sum at his age was something Chen Suyo could scarcely fathom. This fellow was indeed remarkable. All right then, I shall inform my associate, Chen Suyo said with a cheerful demeanor. Shall we gather this evening for a get-together? Certainly, Lin Chu replied, nodding slightly. After exchanging contact details, he took his leave. Chu, what was that all about? The boss insisted on meeting you personally? What? Is this the same boss who resold the supercar to you? What a coincidence. Back in the car, Sun Yi expressed surprise upon hearing Lin Chu's explanation. Is it the Su from Su Ri and the Yao from Yaoshan? You know him too? Not particularly well, just some anecdotes I've heard from elders. Tang Yi, seated in the back, blinked and chimed in. The Chen family behind him is quite a discreet one in Huhai. It seems that outsiders know little about them, but their lineage there spans over a century. I see. Lin Chu nodded, acknowledging the insight. From Chen Suyo's demeanor, he indeed resembled a scion of a prestigious family. Such individuals are certainly worth cultivating relationships with. Xiao Chu, where shall we go this afternoon? Let's stroll around the mall, suggested Lin Chu as he started the car. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I wish to purchase a few items. Purchase items? What exactly? She inquired. Now that we've acquired a house, it's time to procure some essentials for daily life. He replied. Indeed, she acknowledged. As Lin Chu drove, he brought along the stunning Sun Yi and Tang Yi to a grand shopping mall in the bustling commercial district. They indulged in a shopping spree for over 2 hours. As they descended the escalator, the two beautiful companions trailed behind Lin Chu, their arms laden with bags of various sizes. They exchanged glances at the impressive haul, a PS5, a Switch, a fruit headset, an Alienware laptop, a 4090 Ti. Goodness. Is this what the junior referred to as daily necessities? They paid no heed to the resentful expressions from Sun Yi and Tang Yi. Standing at the forefront of the escalator, Lin Chu, with his hands in his pockets and chest puffed out, attracted the envious gazes of the young men on either side. How fortunate he is to have such beautiful girlfriends, and two at that. Not only are they stunning, but they also shower him with extravagant gifts. Thoughts raced through the minds of onlookers. As a university student, could I possibly acquire that 4090 for myself? What a charmed life he leads. Is it conceivable that these gifts are for the girlfriends of such a remarkable gentleman? After tossing the newly acquired treasures into the trunk, Lin Chu, with dinner plans on the horizon, first drove the two ladies back home. Exiting Sun Yi's neighborhood, he received a message from Chen Suyo. Following the address provided, Lin Chu set off. Fortunately, he departed early, as the evening rush hour in Huhai proved to be far more congested than he had anticipated. What was estimated to be a 40-minute journey stretched to nearly 2 hours. When he finally alighted from the car in the parking lot, the once bright sun had given way to a sky painted with hues of twilight. Within the modest parking area, a Lamborghini and a Maybach were already stationed. the latter boasting a license plate with a single digit following 4 zeros, a testament to its extraordinary status. As he walked along the cobblestone path adjacent to the parking lot, Lin Chu took in the surrounding scenery: white walls and black tiles, serene waters flowing deeply. Graceful willows leaned by the shore, and banana trees unfurled their leaves, creating a harmonious interplay with the elegant, tranquil stone path and the charmingly intricate rock formations with flowing water. Occasionally, a dark-roofed boat glided by on the waterway, its oars stirring the surface and producing a gentle creaking sound, a perfect embodiment of the leisurely atmosphere found in the water towns of Jiangnan. However, it was peculiar that amid such picturesque scenery, no restaurants or clubs were in sight. "Good evening, sir," a voice broke his reverie. Two exquisitely made-up women in fitted kipeos approached the parking lot, bowing slightly in greeting. "May I inquire if you are Mr. Lin?" "Indeed, that is I," Lin Chu replied, momentarily surprised, before nodding in acknowledgement. "Mr. Lin, please follow us." Two women clad in qipao gracefully inclined their heads towards Lin Chu, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, and their demeanor exuded an elegance that was both comforting and enchanting. Following closely behind the two welcoming ladies, Lin Chu descended the steps and arrived at a stone dock. The guide slightly bowed and respectfully announced, "Mr. Lin, please board the boat." "What is this?" Lin Chu inquired with a hint of bewilderment, gazing at the blacktop boat moored beside the small dock. Observing his curiosity, the welcoming lady smiled softly and explained, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Jiangnan club is a private, high-end establishment, and entry requires a boat ride along the waterway." Understanding dawned upon Lin Chu as he absorbed this explanation, and he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. To dine here, one must embark on a boat. Such a display of exclusivity. The lives of the affluent truly know how to indulge. Chapter 096. The secretary attends to affairs. While leisurely stepping onto the elegant wooden boat, Lin Chu felt a gentle breeze as he settled at the bow, gazing at the picturesque scenery of white walls, black tiles, verdant pines, and lush willows lining the banks. The woman responsible for the reception gracefully boarded the boat, and together, they skillfully maneuvered the vessel along the serene waterways of Jiangnan, gliding effortlessly forward. As they sailed, Lin Chu was enveloped by a refreshing breeze, invigorating his spirit. A glance back revealed the two women in qipao, their skirts billowing in the wind, accentuating their statuesque forms and graceful curves. The subtle glimpse of porcelain skin through the slits of their dresses evoked a uniquely Eastern allure. "Mr. Lin, please." "Thank you." After a leisurely 10 minutes, the boat gently approached the shore. Disembarking, Lin Chu finally beheld the entirety of the Jiangnan clubhouse. The first sight that captured his attention was a grand wooden door, adorned with an elegant plaque inscribed with the characters Yu Yuan in flowing Han script. Beyond the entrance lay a vast and refined garden, where intricately arranged stone bridges and winding pathways intertwined with lush bamboo groves and pavilions of blue bricks and black tiles, creating a harmonious tableau. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, refreshing and delightful, instilling a sense of serene comfort deep within. It resembled a paradise beyond the mundane, illuminated by the soft glow of dusk, embodying the quintessence of Chinese aesthetics. As he ambled through, guided by a qipao-clad attendant, Lin Chu soon arrived at the main hall of the garden. However, just before entering, his gaze caught sight of a few elegant professional women seated in a nearby pavilion. He recognized them as white-collar beauties, solely by virtue of their OL uniforms. The fitted skirts, contrasting with the refined elegance of the pavilions, seemed somewhat out of place, yet, appreciating their alluring legs and stockings, Lin Chu deemed it acceptable. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by an exquisitely decorated room adorned with renowned calligraphy and antique treasures, meticulously arranged alongside Wang Wali wooden furniture, exuding a subtle luxury steeped in Eastern charm. "Lin Xiao, my brother, you've arrived." Seeing Lin Chu enter, Chen Suyo, seated in the hall, greeted him with a broad smile. "Yo, good," Lin Chu replied with a slight smile and a nod. "Come, let me introduce you." Chen Suyo clapped his hand on the shoulder of a young man beside him, beaming as he said, "This is Tian Qi. Qi, meet your benefactor, Lin Xiao." "Hello, hello." Tian Qi clasped his hands together, smiling at Lin Chu. "Lin Xiao, I'm truly grateful for your assistance this time. Thank you." Lin Chu maintained a gentle smile. "You're too kind, Qi. We are all friends, and it's only natural to help one another." Tian Qi left a favorable impression on him. Despite his trendy attire that suggested a typical flamboyant youth, his pleasant demeanor and cheerful disposition made interactions easy and unpressured. "Haha. All right. Lin Xiao. I've decided you're my brother. Just call me Xiao Chu, Tianqi insisted warmly. Please, take a seat, said Tianqi, exchanging a knowing smile with Chen Suyo as they gestured for Lin Chuluo to sit down. The elegantly dressed young ladies in kipeos gracefully approached, serving the group fragrant tea. After enjoying a cup, Tianqi turned to Lin Chuluo with a smile, stating, according to our bank's policy, clients whose cash savings exceed 300 million will automatically be elevated to our elite private banking tier. You will enjoy the finest, most exclusive services we offer, whether in terms of savings, interest rates, loan amounts, or connections across various industries. Oh, Lin Chuluo responded with a smile, conveying her approval without further comment. Tianqi, understanding her unspoken agreement, continued enthusiastically, moreover, we will regularly host various exclusive gatherings, to which only our esteemed private banking clients will be invited. Pausing slightly, he cast a smile toward Lin Chuluo, who returned it with a gentle smile of her own. What Tianqi mentioned was indeed something of great significance to him. Despite Lin Chuluo's current status as a rising financial star, just a month and a half ago, she had been an orphan without any social connections. Aside from her high school classmates and local acquaintances, she had virtually no network to speak of. To claim she was entirely unconnected would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, while she was wealthy now, with a particularly robust cash flow, mere financial resources are insufficient in China. Unlike the money-centric Western nations, thriving and establishing oneself in China necessitates a vast network of connections and an esteemed social standing. These hurdles can be surmounted simply by entering the exclusive circle of supreme clients at Hushang Bank, one of the nation's top financial institutions. No one wishes to stand in opposition to wealth. Everyone prefers to ally with the strong, a timeless truth in human society. Observing Lin Chuluo's satisfied demeanor brought joy to Tianqi, who proceeded to elaborate on the numerous benefits afforded to supreme private banking clients, covering a wide array of services. Yet, for Lin Chuluo, such details held little importance. These intricate services were not particularly relevant to her and hardly worth remembering. By the way, Xiao Chu, as a private banking client, you will also benefit from our exclusive personal financial advisory service. As he spoke, a group of young women in professional attire entered the room. Tianqi, with a cheerful demeanor, pointed toward them, saying, here they are, graduates from 985 universities, trained in finance and well-versed in all banking operations, including investment. Hello, General Manager Lin. The newcomers greeted in unison, standing in a neat line, their voices sweet and respectful. Lin Chuluo glanced up to meet their gaze. Ah, what a sight. Each one is an embodiment of beauty and grace, radiating charm with their alluring waves. Unlike the youthful members of the 502 Goddess Group, these women have already embarked on their careers, bearing a more mature elegance. Clad in fitted uniforms and sheer black stockings, they appear increasingly enticing. The workplace beauties exude a sensual sophistication, perfectly catering to the aesthetic preferences of discerning men. This is a quality that the youthful, inexperienced girls of 502 simply cannot rival. At this point, how could Lin Chu be oblivious to the implications? In essence, it is a subtle invitation for him to select a favored companion from among these accomplished women. As for the secretary's duties, well, cough, Mr. Lin has said nothing and knows nothing. Chapter 97. Chinese omakase. Before the strikingly youthful and handsome Mr. Lin, the office ladies were visibly enchanted, their eyes sparkling and smiles bright. Their joy was palpable, especially considering that their previous encounters had predominantly been with middle-aged or even elderly men. The presence of such a dashing, affluent young patron was utterly exhilarating for them. However, it was evident that Mr. Lin was rather indifferent to the flirtations of these women. After all, one could never truly fathom the lives of those who exuded such overt charm. Their pasts might reveal experiences that were less than savory, and Mr. Lin had no inclination to engage with such types. His gaze swept over the group, and after a moment's contemplation, Lin Chu made his decision. Indeed, it was the last young lady that caught his attention. To the surprise of those around him, a bespectacled girl timidly stepped forward from behind her colleagues. The reactions of Tianqi and Chen Shuxiao, who were seated nearby sipping tea, were of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lin Chu would select such a girl. With oversized black-rimmed glasses and a thick fringe obscuring her forehead, her hair was styled in a simple, slightly awkward short braid. Though she donned the same bank uniform as her colleagues, hers was a pair of trousers rather than the more form-fitting skirt styles. In the presence of tall, Glamorous women with polished appearances, she appeared even more inconspicuous, akin to an ugly duckling hidden behind a swan's radiant form. "Hello, Mr. Lin," the bespectacled girl murmured. Her head bowed, her voice timid and hesitant, struggling to adjust to the attention of the gathering. I'm actually just an intern. I came here today to," as her words dwindled to a near whisper. Tianqi behind Lin Chu frowned in dismay. How utterly embarrassing. He glared at the other office lady, standing behind the girl. The blonde with voluminous waves immediately grasped the situation and swiftly intervened, offering a sheepish smile. "Mr. Lin, this is Xiao Xiao. She is a recent graduate interning at our bank, primarily tasked with organizing documents. She is not a professional secretary or assistant." Lin Chu tapped his fingers on the rosewood table, his interest piqued as he regarded the visibly anxious girl. "So she is not your designated private secretary?" Yes. The blonde quickly clarified. "She is merely accompanying us today to help carry and organize files. So, regarding your personal secretary, Mr. Lin, would you prefer to select someone else?" "No need," Lin Chu replied, shaking his head slowly, his finger pointing decisively at the braided girl. "She shall be my private secretary." Upon hearing Lin Chu's unwavering declaration, Tianqi and the others were momentarily taken aback before breaking into amused smiles, shrugging in acceptance. "Very well then, what was your name again?" Upon being addressed by the leader, the bespectacled young woman hastily lowered her head and replied, Zhao Yushi." "All right, Zhao Yushi, is it?" Tianqi nodded and with a sweeping gesture declared. "From this moment forth, you shall serve as the personal assistant to Lin Xiao." He then turned to the voluminous-haired lady and instructed, "Please ensure she completes her formal employment procedures tomorrow." "Certainly," the lady replied eagerly. At that moment, all the office ladies cast envious glances towards Zhao Yushi, astonished that such a coveted position had fallen to this mere intern. Meanwhile, the focal point of their attention, the bespectacled girl, kept her head bowed. Evidently unaccustomed to her current predicament, her gaze fixed on her toes, exuding an air of both anxiety and helplessness. Observing the awkwardness of the bespectacled girl, Lin Chu's lips curled slightly in amusement. As previously mentioned, he held little regard for the seasoned professionals led by the blonde with voluminous hair. He opted for the Navi Zhao Yushi precisely because she appeared sincere and untainted, an unblemished canvas. As a candidate for a secretary, Lin Chu deemed her a more fitting choice. After all, he preferred a secretary who could undertake meaningful tasks over one who merely filled the role without purpose. Aesthetics alone were insufficient. Reliability was paramount. With the foresight bestowed by his divine insight, Lin Chu was determined to leverage his existing resources to make significant strides in the investment sector. Although he could sustain a comfortable life merely by adhering to the system's salary, he pondered why not take a grander gamble, utilizing capital to generate further wealth. He eagerly anticipated the heights he might achieve in the future. Observing Lin Chu's decision, Tianqi and Chen Suyo displayed varying expressions. The former appeared somewhat perplexed yet indifferent, while the latter wore a look that suggested deeper contemplation. With these matters settled, the trio finally concluded their discussions and proceeded to a private room adjacent to the hall. Passing through an intricately carved wooden screen, they were greeted by the picturesque scenery of the Jiangnan water town, framed by a round redwood window. The room was adorned with blue and white porcelain, renowned calligraphy, and an aura of traditional Chinese elegance permeated the space. At the center of the room stood a nearly 6-meter-long redwood table. Warm lighting filtered through delicate porcelain lampshades, casting a gentle glow that created a cozy and tranquil ambience. "Esteemed guests, greetings," announced the chefs as they emerged from behind the long table, dressed impeccably in their chef's attire and bowing respectfully to Lin Chu and his companions. "Thank you for your service," Chen Xiao acknowledged with a slight nod. With his cue, the chef stationed behind the bar began to busily prepare the meal with precision. "Are we having Japanese cuisine here?" Lin Chu inquired, somewhat puzzled by the format of the service. "Omakase." Chen Shuyao smiled and said, "It refers to omakase, which, in its essence, is indeed a dining style that hails from the land of the rising sun. However, what we are indulging in today is authentic Chinese cuisine, akin to a Chinese omakase, merely presented in this particular manner." Upon hearing this, Lin Chu nodded in realization, grateful for the all-encompassing douyin, which had afforded him some prior understanding of this culinary approach. The quintessence of omakase lies in the chef's live preparation, devoid of a menu, improvising with the fresh ingredients procured by the restaurant that day. The entire culinary process unfolds before the guests. Vegetables are chopped, dishes are cooked, and plating occurs, all in full transparency. It can certainly be regarded as one of the most sophisticated and sought-after dining experiences. Chapter 098, Rewards. Culinary Critique Cards. The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated within the private room. The initial sip of Ch. Mouton Rothschild, served as an aperitif, tantalized the palate with its refreshing dryness and a hint of perfectly balanced sweetness, evoking a subtle appreciation even from Lin Chu, who was not particularly fond of red wine. Truly, exceptional goods possess a uniqueness of their own. Chua, would you like some more? Tianqi inquired with a smile, holding up the wine. That might not be appropriate. Lin Chu politely declined. I drove here, and drinking too much would be rather inconvenient. What inconvenience could possibly arise? Tianqi gestured towards the outside of the room with a grin. There are plenty of lovely ladies out there willing to be your designated driver. Just choose one, and she'll take you home. Ah, such attentive service, Lin Chu remarked, amused. Indeed. Chen Suyo, swaying his glass of wine, chimed in with a mischievous smile. These charming ladies under Lao Tian's command offer much more than just driving services. Lin Chu reflected with relief. Fortunately, I did not choose recklessly. That would have been quite unfortunate. Very well then, Lin Chu smiled, deciding to graciously accept their hospitality. After indulging in the aperitif, the moment arrived for the three chefs to showcase their culinary artistry. Each exquisite dish unveiled before Lin Chu's eyes, who had never before experienced such a high-end dining establishment, was nothing short of breathtaking. The first offering was an appetizer named Wagyu Puff, encased in a Chinese pastry sprinkled with toasted sesame seeds, filled with finely diced Wagyu beef. Upon the first bite, the rich, flaky crust revealed its savory essence, swiftly followed by the luxurious texture of the premium Wagyu morsels, cut into small pieces. The snowflake-like fat of the Wagyu melted at a remarkably low temperature, as if the warmth of one's mouth could dissolve it instantly. The delightful explosion of richness in the mouth, following the exquisite crunch of the pastry, awakened an innate craving for indulgent fats deep within human nature. The first course featured a selection of seafood delicacies, including shrimp, crab, and wild yellow croaker. As a lover of bold flavors from Xiangnan, Lin Chu opted for the spicy red oil mantis shrimp. The large mantis shrimp, steamed to perfection, had its head and shell removed, leaving only the succulent, roe-filled body, elegantly presented on a fine dish. The visible shrimp roe burst with a creamy texture upon entering the mouth, complemented by a bowl of the chef's secret red oil dipping sauce, which offered a numbing yet mildly spicy flavor, enriched by the unique sweetness of the steamed mantis shrimp. The texture was reminiscent of silky ice cream, lingering delightfully on the palate. Just these two dishes left Lin Chu in awe. If there were to be any criticism, it would be the meager portions, akin to those frustrating Japanese cuisines that offer only a taste, leaving Lin Chu, accustomed to hearty servings, utterly unfulfilled. Perhaps he could bring Xiaonan and her friends here to sample the delights. He mused to himself, next time, I shall request the chef to prepare larger portions, enough to satiate our appetites. After enjoying a plate of blanched asparagus to cleanse the palate of the oily spiciness, Lin Chu savored a bowl of light old duck and bird's nest soup to soothe his throat. Finally, the main courses, meticulously crafted by the three chefs, began to make their grand entrance. Salted egg yolk-baked scallops, tender and luscious. Pigeon roasted with an array of fragrant herbs. A luxurious indulgence where one savors only that exquisite morsel of leg meat. Steamed buns crafted from premium sea cucumber and top-grade pork belly. An experience that can only be described as a pinnacle of freshness and flavor. Golden crab roast stewed with exquisite fish maw, smooth and rich. An enhancement to the already fresh taste. Delicate pufferfish meat, stir-fried with carefully selected chili peppers from Sichuan and Guizhou. Ingeniously transformed into a spicy pufferfish dish reminiscent of spicy chicken, truly a delightful surprise for Lin Chu from Xiangnan. To be candid, this meal undoubtedly ranks among the finest culinary experiences Lin Chu has ever had, without a doubt. Sipping a glass of red wine, Lin Chu reclined comfortably in his chair. Reflecting quietly, no wonder throughout history, people have aspired to become the elite. To indulge in the finest food, utilize the best resources, and dwell in the most splendid accommodations. And to possess that exhilarating sense of superiority that can be savored at any moment. Who would relish that? Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed in Lin Chu's mind. Host has enjoyed a splendid dinner. Pleasure value 15. Congratulations, host has received a random system reward. Culinary Critical Hit Card. Culinary Critical Hit Card, upon use. It allows the host to receive varying levels of random asset rewards based on the pleasure levels of all diners. Note, this card is a group card, with a maximum usage limit of 100 people. The final reward rating is calculated based on the cumulative pleasure value of all diners. Oh dear, inadvertently. Another reward has been unlocked. After the meal, the group sat at the table, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation. Hey, Yao Gu, Tianqi, cigar in mouth, chuckled. I heard that Bugatti of yours has been passed down to Chu heir? Indeed, Shinsuyo replied with a grin, placing an arm around Lin Chu's shoulder. This car brought us together, after all. Well said, Yao Gu. Lin Chu raised his glass with a smile. This toast is for our fateful connection. Haha, cheers. Downing a glass of red wine, Tianqi picked up the decanter, pouring more for everyone while saying, by the way, Yao Gu, now that Chu heir has a Bugatti, he is among the elite few supercar owners in our country. Why not invite him to our car club? Oh dear, I almost forgot about that, Shinsuyo exclaimed. Slapping his palm, I was thinking about it on my way here. ISNT now the perfect time? Car club? What car club? Lin Chu interjected curiously, blinking in confusion. It's what people often refer to as a supercar club, Tianqi quickly explained. The OB Supercar Club, born solely for the thrill of speed. Thrill of speed? I prefer ice hunting. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. In his recollection, he had heard of clubs like HSC, SSCC, and FFF. But he had indeed never encountered the so-called OB Supercar Club. Our club is rather niche and understated, rarely making appearances in the public eye. Noticing Lin Chu's expression, Shinsuyo naturally discerned his current thoughts and, with a smile, began to elucidate. Furthermore, our club's membership is quite limited, predominantly comprising the second-generation elite from the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. Of course, the reason I refer to our club as niche is that at this juncture, Shinsuyo offered a slight smile. His tone imbued with a hint of pride. Our minimum membership criterion mandates that each member must possess at least one flagship supercar from any brand, valued at no less than 20 million. Chapter 099, Little Zhao, a troubling situation, a flagship supercar worth 20 million? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This threshold is indeed quite steep. It surpasses even that of the so-called premier supercar club in China, HSC, by more than double. It undeniably represents a height that most individuals can scarcely aspire to reach. How about it, Little Chu? Are you interested? Shinsuyo, the founder and president of the club, said with a cheerful demeanor. Our club boasts a professional garage, exhibition hall, and racing grounds. More importantly, while our membership is limited, each member possesses commendable character. We are united by a common goal, despite the presence of some flamboyant personalities. I can assure you that our club is devoid of any troublesome individuals. In essence, the so-called supercar club is merely an elite networking circle. A supercar serves as a stepping stone to signify one's status. Ostensibly, it promotes car culture, but in truth, it is primarily about leveraging this network for resource integration and exchange. Capital meets capital, money intertwines with power. Through the bond of supercars, members collaborate and assist one another, forming a cohesive alliance for mutual benefit. Thus, whether for profit or other endeavors, success becomes remarkably effortless. In ancient terms, it is akin to forming a noble clan that monopolizes interests. Hence, many strive fervently to join supercar clubs for this very reason. Lin Chu understood this well. Although he possessed the support of a system, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could resolve everything single-handedly. Assistance from others is invaluable. The more, the better. With a smile, Lin Chu nodded. Brother Yao, Brother Qi, I am willing to join the OB club. All right, let us welcome the 9th member of our OB club, Lin Chu. Upon hearing this, Tianqi was the first to raise his glass. Cheers. Let's drink up. By the time Lin Chu and the others exited the club, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Chu, Tianqi said, playfully wrapping an arm around Lin Chu. Which lovely lady do you wish to have as your designated driver tonight? At this, the group of elegant ladies trailing behind immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Chu, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although they had not secured the role of this affluent young man's personal secretary, being a close companion would be a coveted opportunity for most of them. Wealth aside, the fact that he was so charming was an undeniable bonus. How about her? Lin Chu said, pointing to the bespectacled girl lingering at the back of the crowd. Oh, it's little Zhao, Tianqi remarked, glancing at the timid Zhao Yushi. He nodded and waved his hand. Go, take Lin's own home. Remember to drive slowly and prioritize safety. The words of her superior left the bespectacled young woman with no choice but to comply. She bowed slightly and cautiously approached Lin Chu, gently offering her support. Mr. Lin, this way please. Xiao Zhao, take it slow and be careful. Yes, yes. Mr. Lin, May I ask for your address? 188, Sunkai Road. Lin Chu replied, rubbing his temples. His tolerance for alcohol was ordinarily average, but tonight he had indulged a bit too much, and now he felt a bit lightheaded. Almost drowsy. Understood. In the driver's seat, Zhao Yushi nodded repeatedly and quickly entered the address into the navigation system. Mr. Lin, please fasten your seatbelt. We will be departing shortly. At this moment, Lin Chu's mind was clouded. He casually secured his seatbelt and activated the massage function of the rear seat, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as his body relaxed. In the front seat, Zhao Yushi gripped the steering wheel tightly, sneaking a glance at Lin Chu through the rearview mirror. Seeing his eyes half closed, she internally breathed a sigh of relief. He must be asleep, right? Thank goodness. Although she had obtained her driver's license in her sophomore year, as a freshly graduated student, her experience with vehicles was limited to the driving school as training cars. The thought of driving on the road, especially at night in a Rolls-Royce, filled her with trepidation. If I were to accidentally graze such an expensive car, my life would be ruined, wouldn't it? With this thought, Zhao Yushi took a deep breath, reassuring herself, it's all right. Be bold yet meticulous, take it slow, and everything will be fine. It's just driving. She recalled everything she had learned, inserting the key, igniting the engine, pressing the clutch, shifting gears, and accelerating. Oh no, none of the driving school instructions seemed to match up. After a flurry of disarray, she finally managed to start the car, trembling as she ventured onto the road. Zhao Yushi gripped the steering wheel with all her might, leaning forward. Her eyes fixed intently ahead. She muttered to herself like a mantra, on city roads without a center line, the maximum speed limit is 30 kilometers per hour. If there is only one lane for motor vehicles in the same direction, the maximum speed is 50 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, a car with its high beams blazing sped past her, startling the already anxious Zhao Yushi. The blinding lights momentarily dazzled her, and instinctively, she swerved the steering wheel in the opposite direction, causing the Cullinan to veer sharply to the right. A soft yet disconcerting sound echoed as the wheel made contact with the curb, sending a chill through Zhao Yushi, whose complexion turned ashen. In a moment of panic, she slammed on the brakes, her heart racing. After a thorough examination of the rearview mirror, she confirmed it was merely the wheel that had encountered the curb, not the body of the car. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she steadied herself. Stealing a glance at the back seat, she noticed the young man there, softly snoring. Zhao Yushi discreetly stuck out her tongue. Thank goodness. I'll just clean it up later. With great caution and trepidation, Zhao Yushi successfully navigated the Cullinan to the front of the old mansion on Sakai Road. She pressed the key, watching as the black iron gate slowly opened. With a hand on her chest, she leaned back in the driver's seat, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as she exhaled deeply. Phew, what a relief. I've finally delivered him safely. In truth, driving wasn't as daunting as she had imagined. With a light-hearted smile. A surge of confidence washed over Zhao Yushi as she turned the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. Snap. Sizzle. Zhao Yushi? Chapter 100. The female driver is truly terrifying on the following morning. The intelligent control system of the master bedroom in the old villa gently opened the electric curtains at the preset time. The summer sun streamed in through the lush branches of the plane trees outside, casting brilliant rays into the room. Instantly, the stylish British-style master bedroom was illuminated with vibrancy. Amidst the melodious chirping of birds outside, Lin Chu gradually opened her eyes from slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she picked up her phone to check the time. To her surprise, upon unlocking the screen, she discovered several unread messages. Jiang Runan, calling Xiaochu. Jiang Runan, oh no, not home. Jiang Runan, crying. Sunny, you rascal, get online and game. Sunny, where have you been? Sun E. Voice message, Sun E. Sender has cancelled. Tang Yi, Xiaochu, where do you want to go tomorrow? How about the aquarium? Tang Yi, tomorrow I'll wear this cute shorts. What do you think? Tang Yi, photo. Qin Xiuan, take me with you. After replying to Jiang Runan, Lin Chu tossed her phone aside and got up to freshen up. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she felt completely rejuvenated. Upon exiting the bathroom, Lin Chu picked up her phone once more. Lin Chu, I think black stockings would work well. Before she could put her phone down, a response came in an instant. Tang Yi, no way, it's too hot. I don't want to wear black stockings, Lin Chu. What a pity then. After sending the message, disregarding any further replies, Lin Chu slipped her phone into her pocket and headed downstairs to seek sustenance. As the wrought iron gate swung open slowly, Lin Chu, poised to step outside, suddenly froze. Standing outside the gate was a tall, slender girl with thick bangs and black-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat haggard. She was clad in the uniform of Hushang Bank, none other than the personal secretary Lin Chu had selected the day before, Zhao Yushi. What was going on? Why was she here so early? Just as Lin Chu pondered this perplexity, Zhao Yushi noticed her preparing to leave. Lin, President Lin, she exclaimed, immediately bending at a 90-degree angle and hurriedly calling out, I'm so sorry. Ah, now it makes sense. Seeing the dreadful state of the right side of the Cullinan, Lin Chu helplessly pressed her forehead and sighed. I must ask. You said you accidentally scraped it at the gate. How could it end up like this? The pale-faced girl with glasses lowered her head and explained in a soft voice, it was like this. I was turning right to come in. But the angle of the turn was too sharp, so I got stuck on this side of the gate. But if you got stuck, you could have just reversed out. It shouldn't have ended up like this, right? As I reversed the car, I found myself in disbelief at the state of the vehicle. What should have merely resulted in a scratch and a slight dent had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a car crash. Lin Chu wore an expression of exasperation. However, in the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly paused, directing his attention towards Zhao Xiaomi beside him. Hey, did you turn the steering wheel while reversing? I did, she stammered. Which direction did you turn it? Left. I turned it left. Lin Chu's frustration peaked. Are you kidding me? You turned left while the other car was coming in on the right? Female drivers can be terrifying. I am sincerely grateful to have made it home in one piece. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Zhao Yushi's face turned pale as she repeatedly bowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Not only had her chances of securing a permanent position vanished, but she was also facing the prospect of incurring over $1 million in repair costs. Thoughts of her gambling father, her ailing mother, and her younger brother flooded her mind, leaving her feeling despondent and engulfed in darkness. Lin Chu. Zhao Yushi said softly, her hands clasped in front of her. This incident occurred because of me, so I will take responsibility. No matter the amount of compensation required. I will accept it. Oh, Lin Chu smiled faintly, glancing at her, but was unexpectedly met with the determined gaze of Zhao Yushi. In that moment, he felt a shiver run through him, for he finally perceived the beauty concealed beneath her unremarkable hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses. One word came to mind, exquisite. Even Lin Chu, whose standards had been elevated by his glamorous circle of friends, momentarily found himself at a loss, captivated by her allure. Goodness, this was a treasure. Hidden behind her bangs and glasses were striking features, complemented by the innocent aura of someone freshly graduated from university, coupled with a palpable sense of vulnerability. There was an additional, rather alarming oversight. Her impressive figure, which could not simply be described as magnificent. It was, in fact, breathtakingly alluring. Such a young lady sparked within Lin Chu an overwhelming urge to protect her, as well as an inexplicable desire to dominate her. In comparison, the alluring women he had encountered the previous day seemed utterly insignificant. Only the 4 goddesses from his circle could hold a candle to her. Lin Chu? Noticing his prolonged silence, Zhao Yushi timidly lifted her gaze to meet his. Ahem. Do you know how much the repair cost for this car will be? He regained his focus and replied, conservatively estimated, it will be at least over $1 million. 1 million? Zhao Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment, her throat tightening slightly. For her, coming from a less fortunate background, the amount seemed astronomical. Nevertheless, Zhao Yushi quickly composed herself, her gaze clear and sincere. Mr. Lin, I assure you, regardless of the compensation amount, I will accept it. The tall, slender young office lady stood upright, her tone earnest and serious. Of course, such a sum is beyond my immediate means, but I can draft a written agreement or proof and establish a repayment plan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu maintained his calm smile and responded, So, you intend to pay the repair compensation in installments? Yes. Zhao Yushi's enchanting eyes sparkled as she pleaded, Please, Mr. Lin, this is the only option I have at the moment. As long as you agree, I am willing to do anything you ask. Your request places me in a difficult position, Lin Chu remarked, still wearing a serene smile, though his mind was suddenly flooded with various enigmatic codes. Madam, I trust you would not wish for this matter to be known by others, would you? An overnight chastisement from the most detested superior.